The man's name is Chen Pinggang. 5 years ago he came from Earth to this immortal cultivation world. All of this had already happened to him once before. The same move, and the same inability to cultivate without spiritual roots. Chen made himself comfortable on a wooden chair in the shade and put his foot on his leg. The day was sunny and warm, and the young man felt good in the shade of the sakura tree. But now things were a little different. This time, Chen would only gain power after successfully completing 1,000 missions. The system decided to give him a gift in the form of a few chickens that were quietly running around outside the fence. Ping'an realized that all his assignment was irrelevant, but the young man could use the rewards in his daily life. The system was generous and gave Chen another gift in the form of a small aquarium bed with fish and lilies. Ping'an was already tired of these gifts. He was used to living in the world of digital technology. Throwing another gift from the system on the ground, the young man shouted that he needed Wi-Fi and an air conditioner. Chen was tired of resisting. After he had yelled enough, he sank down in exhaustion on the wooden chair, which was also a gift from the system. Another gift from the system came in the form of an information display. The system immediately notified him that a new task had been selected. The young man lazily looked at the screen and asked what the new task was. The young man's blue eyes stared contemptuously at the screen. He was tired of making toys for children or breaking up fights between lovers, and wanted something new. This time, the system suggested that Chen go to the mountain sect. From surprise, the young man almost dropped the cup with the drink. He almost choked on it. Ping'an stared perplexedly at the display. He knew that the mountain sect was a sect of immortals that ruled the cities of the Swept Ones. Chen tried to convince the system that he couldn't get there. Suddenly, a timid hunch began to form in the young man's mind. The system would have to give him the opportunity to become stronger in order to carry out this plan. The system announced its requirements for the order. The man had to be strong. In addition, only 3 months were allocated for the task. Chen grudgingly looked at the screen and grimaced unhappily. He guessed that this would be the case. Chen reached out and said that it wasn't that simple. In the past 5 years, he had been assigned some very bizarre tasks, and Ping'an didn't want to lose years of hard work because of one assignment to join the mountain sect. But as time went on, nothing happened, and the young man realized that no one else would do it but him. He scratched the back of his head and declared that he couldn't handle it. With great regret, Chen left the comfortable resting place and followed the path to search for the sect. He had traveled a long stretch of forest path among the mountains and was a bit tired. He suddenly realized that he didn't know the location of the mountain sect and said it out loud. Ping'an looked around and thought about which direction he should head in. Meanwhile, a holographic display appeared in front of the young man and informed him that men should be self-sufficient. This angered Chen, and the young man shouted to the source of the information that he hadn't counted on him at all. Tired and hungry, Ping'an sat down in the middle of the path near one of the trees and realized he was lost. The young man knew that such sects were hidden in the mountains, and if you didn't know where to look, you could wander around for 3 months and get lost. Chen decided to let things go. He decided to just sit and wait, and then the solution should fall down on him from the sky. At that moment, a loud cry was heard high up in the trees. A girl in a dress was falling right on top of him. She was holding a katana. The girl flew and let out screams of fear. Chen realized that something wrong was happening. A look of surprise froze on his face. He stood up and looked around for the source of the noise. The girl was coming closer and closer to the ground with the speed of a meteorite, screaming along the way, and Chen decided to catch her. He quickly put out his hands in a ring and ran up to the place where the girl was likely to fall. The young man regarded her fall as a sign from heaven. But Ping'an was a little late, and the girl slipped past his hands, landing noisily on the ground. Chen disappointedly said he was sorry. The girl was lying on her side with no signs of life. Despite the emergency landing, she did not let go of the sword and continued to clutch it tightly. Chen glared at the girl. She was very beautiful, and the young man decided that she was a cultivator. At this moment, the girl started to regain consciousness and opened her eyes. Ping'an squatted down beside her and smiled in a friendly manner. He was glad of any company now, let alone such a pretty girl. The girl blushed and turned away from him in the other direction, sitting on her knees. Chen tried to explain himself and said he had done nothing wrong. The girl was dressed in a snow-white dress with a golden border. There were blue-colored gems on her chest and hair. Suddenly, the girl's eyes changed as if she had seen something. She called the young man elder and begged him to help her. Chen questioned what the girl meant. He didn't know what he should help her with. Meanwhile, behind his back, purple auras with silhouettes inside them began to appear out of thin air. They appeared one after another. Chen turned around and started to panic. He realized that the girl was being chased and he couldn't handle it alone. There were more and more of them. Ping'an was scared and told the girl that there were too many pursuers and she should flee. Chen was beginning to worry about himself. The girl kept sitting on her knees and tearfully begged for help. The young man got angry and said that pretty eyes would not help her in this case. There were more and more subjects. They were coming closer and closer to the young man. Chen decidedly did not understand how a mere mortal could defeat so many cultivators. Suddenly, the situation changed dramatically for Ping Han. As the cultivators approached him, they knelt down in respect. This was very strange. One of the kneeling ones apologized to Chen for disturbing him, and also called him senior. The others didn't even raise their heads. Ping Han was astonished by their actions. These were immortal cultivators, and they couldn't bow down to a mere mortal. Chen asked them why they were kneeling. In the meantime, the system's presence were chatting amongst themselves, taking advantage of Chen's absence. Sakura said she didn't know when the master would deign to return from his journey. The rooster mumbled back that he was in the chicken incarnation but was a phoenix, and he was terribly ashamed. He said that the master had taken a kitchen knife, but he had no luck. Fish also felt that he had been treated unfairly. He had been a golden dragon before, and now he had to flounder in this hole. Sakura complained about kitchen knife. According to her, Knife is always wanting to kill. One day he might just not be able to help himself and become a serial killer. Rooster assured Sakura that she had absolutely nothing to worry about. He added that Knife wouldn't dare to cut people unless his master wanted him to. The girl in the white dress marveled at Chen. She immediately realized that he was not a mere mortal, but now she knew that the young man was more than an elder. None of the cultivators could get off the ground. One of them realized that he wouldn't break through such a Tao rhythm. And that saved the girl named Mu Ron-Suhei, who was being pursued by them. Cultivator was frightened by Chen's mere gaze. He felt as if Ping Han could scatter his soul to the winds with a single glance. Therefore, the cultivator thought of Chen no differently than a monster with secret abilities. Ping Han himself straightened up to his full height and just stared at him. His eyes seemed to be looking specifically at the cultivator and trying to drill through his own pupils. Their goal was to reach his brain and dig into his subconscious. The cultivator couldn't stand the mental attack and shouted that he couldn't take it anymore. If Chen had something to say, let him say it. The cultivators would leave immediately afterward. Ping Han was beginning to understand. It turned out that cultivators were actually not bad people, but because of the system, Chen had become just a puppet to follow orders. The young man tried to hide all signs of hostility and portrayed friendliness on his face. He turned to the cultivators and asked them to leave. At the same second, the cultivators let out a chorus of cries of thanks to the elder and rushed away with all the speed they could muster. The rescued girl hugged Chen and said that young Mu Ron-Suhei thanked the elder for saving her life. Ping Han tried to explain that he was a mortal and not a cultivator at all. Mu saw something completely different. Before her eyes, a mere mortal had frightened 4 experts at the Jindan stage with just the Tao rhythm. She realized that Chen was obviously not telling her something. Ron assured Chen that she believed him. But the young man quickly recognized her deception and said that she didn't believe him at all. Pingang realized this from the look on her face. The young man asked if the girl was a holy maiden of the mountain sect, Mu Ron-Suhei. The girl was surprised. She was very happy that the elder knew her name. Chen told the young Mu Rong that he needed to go to the mountain sect and offered to walk together. The girl was happy and assured him that she would do anything he asked for. Chen regarded the girl as a big shot, and was excited to experience flying in the sky in addition to going to the mountain sect. Ron had also counted on flying in the sky with the consent of the elder. Without knowing each other's true thoughts, they continued on their way to the mountain sect and smiled at each other. Each of them thought of the other as a deity. After a while, they arrived at the mountains. The rock to be climbed was very high. There were eagles circling over the top. There, they had a brief but thorough conversation, from which it was clearly evident that Chen could not provide the opportunity needed. Ping Han sadly admitted to young Mu Rong that he was only a mere mortal, and thus could only walk, much to his great regret. Ronnie readily said that she would accompany him on foot. Chen was taken aback. He had thought she would take him by air. In the middle of a small mountain reservoir, Chen was sitting and warming himself by the fire. At the same time, Ron was meditating in lotus posture on a rock in the center of the spring. The girl concentrated for the ritual and recited the necessary magical incantations. The streams of air flowed upward from her stone in a spiral. Closing her eyes, the girl methodically increased the pace of the spiral's rotation, and it turned into a homogeneous body. Suddenly a drop of water splashed into her eye, and Ron opened her other eye in surprise. She was displeased that everything was gone. The spiral of water she had summoned immediately plummeted downward, creating a lot of splashes. The girl continued to sit on the rock and watch the water move. Ronnie said bitterly that she has failed again. She has been watching the water and educating herself for months, but all to no avail. And Mu doesn't know what to do. Ping Han pondered in turn that he would be taken directly to the sect. He had not counted on the fact that they would have to ascend step by step. The young man complained that it was all very difficult. At last, Ron finally raised her voice and called out to Chen, calling him senior. Pingang looked around unhappily and asked what the girl wanted. Mu embarrassedly said in a quiet voice that she would like to ask Senior for a favor. She shyly ran her fingers over it. Ronner was a little embarrassed. She looked pleadingly at Chen. It seemed that no one in the world could withstand the pressure of her eyes. Pingan assumed that the girl's request had something to do with water. It was not for nothing that she had spent so much time sitting on the rock and meditating there. Ron was marveled to the extreme by the elder's comprehensive wisdom. He had somehow anticipated her thoughts and actions. Chen mentally asked her to marvel after the girl dried her things. He regretfully thought about the fact that gentlemen like him weren't supposed to watch this. Pingan looked at her with wide, open blue eyes. Thinking very hard, he suddenly made a remark about the girl's buttocks out loud. Ron immediately turned around and asked Chen with surprise. She didn't quite understand what the elder meant. Chen realized that he had accidentally said too much. The girl was admiring him more and more. The senior master immediately understood her water practices and the fact that she wouldn't be able to break through anywhere. The girl stepped another step toward Chen. Their bodies were right next to each other. Roan looked at him pleadingly. This great man could give her the knowledge she needed. The girl exclaimed that this breakthrough was very important to her and she needed her mentor's help now. Pingan replied that he was an outsider and had no right to interfere in her affairs. The young man offered her some hot tea and told her that she needed to warm up. Chen added that they would later discuss what to do next. Handing the girl a cup of hot drink, Pinghan told Ron that cultivators had many ways to break through, but Mu replied that she couldn't ask them for help. The girl sipped the marvelous drink and tried to make sense of what was happening. The only thing that was clear was that the elder was immortal and did not want to deal with mortals. Suddenly, Mu understood everything. The elder meant that instead of watching the water and waiting for enlightenment, one should become one with the water in order to achieve enlightenment. The girl plunged deeper into the water, and for a while her head was underwater. Then she realized with joy that she had managed to break through. After getting out of the water, Ron fervently thanked the elder for his advice and promised that she would never forget this gesture of kindness. Chen looked at her in amazement. He didn't realize his merit. Pingan smirked and scratched the back of his head thoughtfully. In the young man's opinion, he hadn't done anything to be thankful for. They soon arrived at the mountain sect and found themselves in front of a tall pagoda beautifully decorated with colorful plates. Chen was glad that he had finally made it. Once inside, the young man realized that this place deserved to be an abode for the mountain sect. Pingan didn't expect the girl to be the daughter of her mentor. Chen noticed that they were coming in the back door. He realized that even laborers had to be qualified to go through the main entrance. The girl entered the room with the elders, leaving the young man to wait outside the door. At the table sat her father, the boss of the Mu Mountain sect, Rong Yunhai, and Elder Qingxuan. Yunhan listened to his daughter and was surprised. A mere youth has a very strong Dao and Qi, and he himself had never even heard of this person. Yunhan asked why he needed a sect then. The mountain sect elder smiled and asked Mu if this was all a joke, and why such a strong master would want to join their sect. Ron was indignant and assured that she was telling the truth. She herself was also surprised to hear that the elder wanted to join their sect. Right now, the young man was waiting outside. Her father looked at her carefully and said that there was still a lot she didn't know. Yunhai was sure that his daughter had been tricked by some unorthodox cultivator. He turned to Qi and apologized that he would go with him to explore the treasure later. But right now he needed to deal with the liar first. Qi was fine with that. Yunhai headed for the door and said he would look at the man who dared to lie to his daughter. Mu ran after him and tried to prove that it was all pure truth. Yunhai resolutely opened the door and stepped onto the step. He could already imagine how he would debunk the liar and throw him away in shame. Suddenly he saw. His eyes went wide with surprise. This was clearly beyond his comprehension, and Yunhai refused to believe his own eyes. He asked the girl in surprise what exactly she had seen. According to her, her whole body was radiating qi. Mu said that was exactly what she said, and Yunhai had to see it. Chen was sitting on a bench surrounded by a golden aura. Yunhai noted that Mu called it qi radiation, but it was more like his body was pure qi. Meanwhile, Pinghan saw a girl with a man and immediately realized that it was the boss of the mountain sect. Yunhai approached him with a confident stride. Chen thought that he should greet the elder with honor, smiled politely, and said the words of greeting. To his surprise, the boss bowed low to him and began to make excuses that he didn't know about the appearance of such a distinguished guest. Yunhai apologized for the delay in waiting. Pinghan was stunned. Chen shouted that he was a mere mortal and it was not right for the head to bow down to him. He was very panicked, not understanding the reasons for this attitude. He thought that everyone in this family was really overreacting and overestimating his importance. Mu whispered to her father that Senior cultivates his mind like a mortal for self-control, and he better not dwell on cultivation so as not to anger the elder. Yunhai tried to contradict her and regarded Chen carefully. He concluded that it was impossible to call a person with such an aura a mortal. The boss smiled and informed the young man that he could call him Yunhai. He said he was aware of the elder's intention to join their humble sect. This alarmed Chen, and he was surprised that the boss immediately allowed him to call him by his first name. Pinggang asked for permission to stay in the sect. He was willing to be even a laborer. Yunhai flatly refused and shouted that he didn't agree. Mu stood up for the young man and told his father that he was just out of his mind. Chen twisted his head in all directions and tried to understand the reason for this attitude. He asked the sectarians why they were more excited than him. Mu was embarrassed and tilted her head. Yunhai solemnly announced that he was abdicating his place as the sect head, and from now on he, Pinggang, was the head. Chen realized that the boss was obviously crazy. Chen waved his hands indignantly and exclaimed that he could in no way be the head of the sect. The very thought was unacceptable to him. Chen noticed that he was being very reckless. He pointed out to the head and his daughter that this post was not good enough for the elder. Yunhai and Mu were very surprised by his words. Yunhai tilted his head and thought for a while. He closed his eyes and declared that he couldn't afford to play noble. Chen pleaded and put his hands in the air. He couldn't just accept defeat after a long journey. He asked the head for permission to stay, otherwise his mission would fail. Yunhai said that on behalf of his father, he was authorizing him to leave the position of sect founder, and from now on, Pinggang would be the only ancient ancestor of their sect. Chen held his head in helplessness and said that Yunhai was a misguided son. He added that immortal cultivators couldn't be spoken to normally. Pinggang took offense and said that he might not be able to cultivate something, but regarding the hierarchy and dominance of sects, he was well aware. Chen introduced himself as an ancient ancestor and declared that he was a mere mortal and not even fit to be a disciple. He urgently had to find a way to convince them. Pinggang saw Yunhai's eyes light up and realized that this was obviously not a good thing. He just wanted to accomplish his mission and get out of here. Yunhai declared that he had made up his mind. From now on, Chen is their founder from now on. He apologized for keeping the elder waiting and demanded that a meeting be prepared in the hall. Mu gently tugged her father by the hem of his clothes, drawing his attention to her. Yunhai turned to his daughter unhappily. The girl reminded her father that Qixuan was still in the hall and he might say something disrespectful to the elder. Yunhai asked his daughter to stay with Senior and he would quickly go there. Yunhai ran as fast as he could, only his heels glistening. Chen looked at the head who was quickly moving away from them with astonishment. Behind him a pillar of dust was rising. Pingyan looked at his companion and asked what was wrong. He assumed that the head needed help. Mu replied that in a sense, it did. Yunhai soon reached the central pagoda, which stood on a hill and slightly towered above the rest of the buildings. The entire complex was located near the water. Elder Qixuan was waiting for the head and was leisurely examining the walnut. He sat serenely on the chair and looked in front of him. Suddenly, the door opened and Yunhai ran into the threshold. He called out loudly to Xuan in a worried voice. Qing asked the head if he was able to deal with the liar. Yunhai put his hands on his shoulders and asked him not to tell this to the elder, because this person was now an ancient ancestor of their sect, and his strength was unpredictable. Xuan was surprised by this news. He resented that the rascal had managed to fool Yunhai as well, since he was only a senior. The elder jumped out the door and ordered the head to be silent. He realized he had to see for himself what that rogue could do. Only after seeing with the corner of his eye did Xuan realize that the boss was not mistaken. His own eyes widened in surprise. Chen and Mu walked towards him. Both of them were surrounded by a unique golden aura that only very strong warriors had. The elder immediately knelt down before Ping'an. He was bitterly sorry for his mistake and tried his best to rectify it. Xuan assured that he really didn't know about the Grandmaster's visit. He sincerely apologized for not greeting him immediately. He was very sorry for that. Kneeling down and with his face to the ground, Xuan thought about how lucky Yunhai was to have stumbled upon such a wise and great being. Chen wondered why they were so fond of bowing. He wondered if it was an etiquette among cultivators. Ping'an asked Elder Xuan if the young man should bow down to him in turn. In response, both the elder and Murong simultaneously squealed that there was no way he could do that, and held his hands just in case. At this moment, a walnut flew out of the elder's sinus and rapidly began to fall downward. As it hit the ground, it bounced off and ended up at Ping'an's feet. He picked up the walnut in surprise. It was new to the area. Chen showed the walnut to the elder and asked where he got the thing. His blue eyes were very surprised. The elder confessed that this item was found by his disciples of the Illusory Moon sect. They do not know the material from which the item is made. Chen laughed and said that the material was ordinary wood, and there was nothing interesting inside. There was food. Xuan looked at him in amazement. The elder asked how the elder was able to see what was contained within the objects. Ping'an tossed the nut up and caught it in his open palm and then said he couldn't see inside the object. He just made it himself. Chen thought that if the assignment was to make toys for children, it was nothing new to him. A young man would be able to do it. He pulled out a knife and stood under a tree. Ping'an had an idea to make some Lubin locks. The mechanism looked broken, though, and it was impossible to open it in the normal way. The young man began to rummage through his bag, looking for the right thing. Finally, sometime later, he found what he was looking for and retrieved a large cleaver from his bag. Chen waved his cleaver, cutting through the air with a whoosh. The sect boss and daughter were astonished by what they saw. They had never seen such a thing before. Mu asked what had happened in the first place. Yunhai was amazed at the power of the weapons. After all, even the tools of immortals are not at this level. Ping'an claimed it was an ancient legendary artifact and swung his knife. A walnut lay on the table in front of him. Everyone was mesmerized by the nut and Chen's manipulation of the cleaver. The nut seemed to be whole, for no one had ever been able to open it before. Xuan's eyes went to his forehead in surprise. In his brain, it was no other than a clash of laws. The cleaver came down loudly on the fruit and split it clearly in half. The young man said cheerfully as he opened that lock with it. All three were near the door, and Chen asked them why they had traveled so far away. Mu walked up to him and asked him unhesitatingly what it was. Chen replied that it was just candy, and said it was supposed to be a reward for the children who opened their toys. The girl hesitantly said that this item had too much spiritual power for candy. She tasted the insides of the fruit and was very much surprised. A new sensation ran through her whole body and she felt a surge of energy. Mu admitted that she had advanced, and very quickly, from the first level of core formation straight to the 10th level. She was very grateful to Chen for both saving her life, helping her break through, and building up her strength. Mu said she didn't know how to thank him. She looked at him pleadingly and asked if she could repay him with her body for all the good the elder had done for her. The elder all flushed at such an unexpected offer from the girl. He thought Mu Ransuhe was beautiful and her figure was good. He was surprised that such a beautiful woman was willing to sell herself for candy. The girl stood there embarrassedly, waiting for an answer. The older man thought the girl clearly had a problem with her head. He was stunned. The elder said that Mu Ransuhe didn't have to act like that, and he didn't do anything like that. The young man didn't need her body, not to mention that her father might not agree. Mu Ran Yunhai replied that he had taught Mu Ransuhe to be grateful since childhood, and he thought that reciprocity was the best way to repay the favor. The elder put his hand on Mu Ransuhe's shoulder and addressed her. He said virginity is clearly not something she should give up for candy. Mu Ransuhe said that when the elder came to the mountain sect, he needed someone willing to serve him. The girl clung to the young man's chest. She asked the older man to let her be his maid. The young man was very surprised at this offer. She looked at the older man with her big eyes and asked if she really looked that bad. The young man got a nosebleed from that sight. Unable to withstand the pressure, the guy agreed to the girl's proposal. Her father was happy about it. Qing Xuan angrily told his brother that he was trying to say that Mu Ransuhe would be his daughter-in-law. He asked him to keep some dignity and quit. Yunhai said that if he had the opportunity, Qing Xuan could snatch it from his senior. It was not reasonable to blame others for his incompetence. Especially this was Mu Ranshue's wish. The sect elder thought that things were very messed up, and his brother was definitely greedy for his elder's favor. Qing Xuan really didn't know how things would work out for this great deity to stay in the sect. Not only had Mu Ransuhe made a breakthrough, but she had also jumped through 10 levels at once. He didn't realize what chance his son would have if he faced an elder. His son was also very handsome. The mountain sect elder thought that perhaps his son and the elder would like each other. Qing Xuan glared angrily at the senior from behind his back. The young man was embarrassed. The elder was hugging Mu Ransue at this time. He didn't understand what the elder was thinking, and why his gaze was sending chills down his spine. The older man asked Mu Ransuhe to let him go and pushed the girl away from him. The girl clung to his chest, hugged him tightly, and screamed that she would never let go. The older man thought he couldn't stand her embrace any longer. He thought that he had inexplicably been propelled to the position of elder by the sect leader, and the sect leader's daughter had somehow become his maid. The young man was sure that there was not a single sane person in this sect. Somehow or other, the young man accomplished the task of joining the mountain sect. The guy approached Yunhai and asked what the ancient ancestors usually did. The boss replied that the elder didn't need to do anything, and was only needed when the sect needed to make an important decision, or the sect was facing insoluble difficulties. The guy held his head up and asked the chapter if they would take him back. He figured that if he wanted to fly, he shouldn't go around and around with this group of people. Better to just say so. They moved in the blink of an eye with the help of the immortal's powers. Yunhai said that they were in place. The elder said with a sad look, "That's too bad." Yunhai was horrified at these words. The boss thought that it seems traveling at light speed in the eyes of the elder looks as slow as a turtle crawling slowly. Yunhai thought that he had wasted the senior's time. At this time, the elder thought that unfortunately the speed was too fast, and there was no feeling of flying. The older man told the chapter to forget about it. He was just thinking about stuff. The young man decided to go and make himself a cup of tea before leaving, and after that, he would meekly follow them. Yunhai sighed with relief and thought that it was good. At least the elder didn't blame him. The boss was surprised to see the senior's residence. He thought he should have negotiated a better together for him in the sect. The young man said that he actually liked this life, and still had fish and chickens to raise at home. A beautiful peach tree was blooming next to his senior's house. At that moment, one of the chickens approached the visitors. She had an angry look, and her eyes were glowing yellow. The cult members were frightened when they saw her. The older man looked around and asked the boys what was wrong. Yunhai and Mu Ronsuhe said they were fine. They were just a little exhausted. Qingshuan also said that everything was fine. They watched the chickens walking around the courtyard. The elder told his guest to take a walk around the courtyard for now, and the young man would go and make them tea. The sect boss objected to him. All the visitors were horrified that the older man had gone and left them alone. The sect members thought it was over, but there was terror on their faces. Qingshuan tremblingly said that he had never seen such a thing. The peach that grew in the senior's yard was just all surrounded by qi. In addition, the pond in which the fish swam was also surrounded by kai. They noticed that the chickens are surrounded by qi, as is the broom. The senior's entire yard was made of qi, energy enveloped everything around it. Mu Ronsuhe asked her father what the treasure was. The girl noticed that the place where the elder lived was too scary. She asked what they should do. Yunhai thought that maybe the elder is probably checking on them and need to brace themselves. The sect members looking at the courtyard surrounded by qi thought that there was just a devil's guard here. Mu Ronsuhe flushed. She felt uncomfortable in the courtyard of the elder. She told her father that she couldn't hold back any longer. All the sect members heard Senior coughing loudly outside the door. The fish, chickadees, and broom were surprised to hear such a loud sound. The sect members were still standing in the courtyard watching qi around them. Yunhai said of course, the speech is about the ancestor, but he thinks they need to check everything. The boss suggested a quick trip inside the elder's house. Yunhai opened the door to the young man's house and addressed the elder. He was sitting there coughing with a cup in his hands. The young man choked. He was drinking tea too fast. The older man asked if the visitors had finished their tour. He invited them to sit down and drink the tea that had just brewed. The young man looked at the sect members who had entered with surprise. They were out of breath, sweat running down their foreheads. The older man asked if they had been exercising in the yard. The older one was surprised to see them. He thought his yard was not a playground even after a few laps, so much so they wouldn't be exhausted. Looking at Mu Ronsuhe, he thought that perhaps they were doing something else. The young man blushed and thought it was none of his business. He began to pour tea for the guests. 14. The young man offered to taste the tea and tell if the guests liked it. Yunhai looked at the flow of tea. It also had qi in it. Golden streams of energy were rising from the tea. Qingshuan asked if this tea was an elixir. His brother replied that he didn't know, but it must be as good as the elder's kitchen knife, and it was best to take his time. The sect boss resolutely took the cup of tea and decided to taste it. When all three took the tea in their hands, they realized that the kai was changing. Spiritual roots are the foundation of every immortal cultivation, and the level of spiritual roots determines the speed and frequency of spiritual energy absorption. Just the mere smell of the fragrance of tea, the spiritual root will be lifted. Mu Rongshui took a sip of tea. The elder didn't understand why the guests had such facial expressions, and he asked if the tea was unpalatable. At this time, the guests were drinking tea prepared by the young man. The sect members shouted with pleasure that they wanted more of this tea. The young man was surprised by this reaction and thought that either he liked the tea, and I liked it, or he was making a fool of himself. The eldest was already running out of tea leaves. The sect members all asked for more tea. The elder asked them not to panic. He said they had all drunk and there was no more water. The mountain sect elder began to conjure something with a sly look. He conjured up another bottle of water in a flash and handed it to the older man. The elder was angry and cried out to him. The young man explained to the boys that drinking too much was bad for their health. He asked them to leave. Yunhai obediently said that they would remember the teachings of the ancestor. The young man ushered them out of the threshold. The young man didn't understand what he had taught them. The sect boss couldn't walk anymore. He leaned on the shoulders of the boys and walked back to the sect. The eldest thought that they had finally left, so he decided to go and buy some food in town, or he would starve to death. A scalding sun rose in the sky. An old man with gray hair looked up at him. The moment he looked at the sun, There's a 60% chance of a breakthrough. The old man thought that when he had reached a spiritual stage, he could do no wrong. Looking at the sun, he thought he had almost reached the breakthrough. The sun was at its zenith at this point. Suddenly, he heard a voice addressing him. The old man was shocked that someone had interrupted him. Someone said they had great news for the old man. He was furious. He was interrupted by Yunhai. He noticed that the old man looked upset. The old man interjected with fury at what was great news. He drew his sword from its sheath. The old man said he had bad news for Yunhai. He swung his sword. 1. While beating Yunhan, the old man asked if he was very happy, if he had good news. The head asked his father to stop beating him. He was furious because Yunhan was tearing him down into cultivation. Qingxuan told Mu Rongshui that her grandfather seems to be very upset. The girl said that her father might be the reason. Yunhan's father had already burned everything around him. The sect boss asked him to stop. The old man asked if his son thought his father was joking. Yunhan asked him not to get angry, because their clan had an elder, and he would surely help him break through. The boss sat all beaten up. The old man said that until the immortal descended to earth to be initiated, no one would help him break through. He sat back down on the rock. His flawless cultivation was thwarted by Yunhan. Yunhan asked his father if he didn't believe him. The old man asked how about a bet whether his son was weak. Yunhan replied that he wasn't weak and asked what he would get if they won. He was glowing with enthusiasm. Qingxuan was willing to bet. He bet 1,000 soul stones. Mu Ran Suhei was also willing to gamble 1,000 mascara stones. The old man thought it was almost all their money, and they dared to put it all on the line. Yunhan turned up his nose and asked his father if it was weak for him to participate in the argument. The old man gave him a slap on the back for his rude behavior. He told him to take him to the older man. Yunhai brought his father to the elder's house. He said that they were there. The old man was surprised to see a modest house. Mu Ran Suhei asked him to watch his language. Yunhai also advised his father not to say anything rude. The elder respects himself as a mortal, to cultivate the mind, and he had never noticed the importance of cultivation. The old man thought that this was a liar's game. Yunhan's father wanted to see the immortal, so he went into the house. The old man was amazed at what he saw. Mu Ran Suhei and Yunhan shouted to the old man. Yunhan's father, Mu Ran, was astonished when he stepped through the door. The old man thought that an immortal really lived here. The pressure alone kept him from moving. He sat on his knees at the threshold. Mu Ran didn't understand what kind of divine essence the things he saw were. At this moment, a man with a long red braid flew towards him. He was surrounded by blue energy. The chicken yelled for him to stop. Turns out it was a knife in human form. Knife swung at the old man and almost hit him with his fist. He enveloped himself in blue energy and began to transform. Yunhan realized who this person was. He looked on in horror at what was happening. The boss realized that it was Senior's kitchen knife. Mu Ran didn't realize what kind of treasure it was. 26. The knife was telling the Phoenix that this old man wasn't a good person at first sight, and he hadn't seen him until now, so he should be fine after cutting him apart. Mu Ran thought that a tool with this level of intelligence was something above an immortal tool. Mu Ran was surprised that the knife called the chicken Phoenix. Phoenix said that this old man looked like an idiot and asked if the knife was afraid that he would be even more dumbed down after chopping him up. The old man sat on the ground in shock, not realizing what this place was. Knife agreed with Phoenix. Knife closed his eyes and began to turn again. He told the old man to introduce himself normally, otherwise, even if he dumbed down, he would still finish him off. The knife quickly flew back into the senior's room. Murong thanked the Phoenix for its mercy and said that its grace was unforgettable. The old man bowed politely to the bird. Yunhan said that his father should believe him now and asked when he would already make his bet. Murong was angry and asked why he had to mention it now. Murong slapped Yunhan and said that his father almost died, and he was still thinking about the bet. Mu-Ron Suhei turned to her grandfather and said that she felt like the elder wasn't here, so he would have to be patient for a while. The old man would surely get help when the elder returned. Mu-Rong decided to listen to his granddaughter. After a while, the elder was returning home with a basket of vegetables. He wondered why the sect members were here again. The young man did not want to make them any more tea. He saw Mu-Ron Suhei, her uncle and her grandfather outside the open gate. The older man awkwardly wondered what would happen if he went and hid. At this moment, Mu-Ron Suhei noticed the elder with the edge of her eye. She happily told him that they had been waiting for him for so long, and he was finally back. At this point, the older man tried to hide from them. He awkwardly asked why Mu-Ron Suhei had returned so quickly, and if there was anything else he could do for her. The girl introduced her grandfather to the older man. The boy was puzzled. Senior was shocked by this information because Mu-Ron's grandfather is the true ancestor of the mountain sect. The guy did not understand why he bowed on his patio. At this time, Mu-Rong was sitting on his lap. The elder thought that he couldn't allow such a person to be insulted. Whatever happened, He quickly ran towards him. Yunhan told his father that the ancestor is here and Chi is hovering around him. He advised him to remember self-control the first time he sees the ancestor. The boy ran up behind the old man. He turned around. The moment the elder approached him, he felt a huge ki. The elder's kai hovered all around. The stronger a person is, the more he sees and feels. The elder approached the strick. He bowed low and greeted the elder. The young man thought it had only gotten worse. He was surprised at the old man's actions. He asked Murong to stand up, for he was a mere mortal, and the old man could not bow down to him. He helped him to stand up. Murong noticed that his choking had gone away. The guy can make Chi obey passively. He is a true immortal. The old man noticed that just like Yunhai had said, the elder treated himself as a mortal in order to cultivate his mind. Murong told the young man that he was very generous and could call him junior or palace elder, but he asked that he no longer call him elder. The guy figured he'd just call him old man in that case. The elder invited all his guests to go and sit down in his house. He told the boys to make themselves at home. Everyone's eyes lit up at the thought of the elder making tea again. The young man said that he wouldn't make tea this time. The boy was holding a basket of vegetables. He asked what about the food. The old man replied that it would be as the elder wished. Muronsuhe was overjoyed. The girl's eyes were burning. All the immortals sat down at the table in the elder's house. They accepted patiently, waiting for the food. Muron asked why everyone's faces were so sour. He said that he would give them those soul stones when he returned. This time he was wrong. The old man would think that he didn't expect them straight, that the older man would live in the privacy of their backyard. Yunhan seriously said that they need his shower to me. The sect boss shouted that they just wanted to drink tea. The old man was surprised and asked why he should not go and make some for himself since the elder was not greedy. He reached out his hand for the cup. At this moment, Murong felt a strange energy emanating from the cup. She made the old man bang his head on the table with all his might. The old man thought it was a very strong pressure. The kettle and the cup glowed with yellow light. Murong thought that the utensil was also a treasure. It contains ki. Yunhan, teasing his father, said that they dared not lift a finger as they entered the house, but he dared to touch these things. The old man angrily asked if Yunhan could not have said this before. The old man hit his forehead on the table again from the ki action. Outside the kitchen door, I heard the older man sneeze loudly. In the kitchen, the young man was preparing treats for his guests. The older one sneezed because of the pepper. He thought the pepper was really hot. The young man thought that this roast smell was really good. At this moment, suddenly Qingxuan felt some strange energy. Qingxuan realized that he had broken through. Muron looked at her uncle in surprise. Muron Suhe, the sect boss, and her grandfather were dumbfounded when they saw this. The old man shouted to his granddaughter to sniff carefully. After all, it is not just a fragrance, but a pure aura. Yunhan wondered what kind of panacea the elder was frying there. One fragrance has a pure air. The dishes they would be served must be divine. After a while, the elder finished preparing lunch. He served all the dishes on the table. He invited the guests to taste the dishes. The table looked very appetizing. All the guests were eager to taste it. Their eyes were sparkling. The older man hoped they would be polite this time and not eat all the food. But looking at them, the young man had a bad feeling. Luckily, Senior cooked a lot of rice this time, a whole bucket of rice. A young man brought a whole bucket of rice and asked if anyone wanted some. The older man was shocked by what he saw at the table. The elder saw Qingxuan sitting down, greedily stuffing both cheeks with food. Yunhan looked exactly the same. He looked awkwardly at the older man. Muron Suhe's cheeks were bursting from the amount of food she had eaten. All four of them asked if the older man would mind adding a bowl of rice. They ate absolutely everything the young man had prepared. The elder angrily asked if this was the last time they would eat in their lives. The elder was shocked by what he saw. He didn't understand what was going on. The guy thought that they could also eat the light rice stew like hungry ghosts. It seemed to the guy that the cultivator's life was too miserable. At this time, Mu Ronsuhe was eating rice with both cheeks. The elder thought that she should take care of her image. Soon all the plates were glistening with frequency. The guests finished everything, to the last crumb. The rice bucket was also completely empty. Yunhan and Mu Ronsuhe thanked the elder for his hospitality. The old man and Qingxuan slept with their bellies full. The older one was in a stupor. He said there was nothing to thank him for. The guy was very surprised that they even got the plates out clean. Qingxuan advanced from the 5th yin-yang stage to the 8th yin-yang stage. Old man Murong had advanced from the peak of the spiritual core to the 1st stage of divinity. Muronsuhe, from the 5th stage of ki accumulation to the formation of the nucleus. Yunhan advanced from the 8th stage of yin-yang to the 5th stage. The old man cried with happiness over finally breaking through. He no longer thought that it would be with him for the rest of his life, until he was finally driven into depression. The old man fell at the young man's feet and bowed low. He said he would never forget it, even in the next life. The elder looked at the old man in bewilderment and asked what he was doing. The boy was confused. He couldn't understand what it all meant. The older man proudly gave his hand to the old man and said, "No need to thank him." The old man jumped up abruptly, his eyes shining with enthusiasm. He asked when they had time in the future. Would they be able to have lunch more often with Senior? The older man was running out of patience. He pulled himself together. The elder told the guests to go and cultivate. He threw the 4 guests out the door. Yunhan told his father to be ashamed of saying such things. Mu Ran called his son shameless and asked him how dare he speak to him like that. The old man slapped Yunhan with all his might. The old man got embarrassed and said he couldn't help it. He was too enthusiastic and accidentally let it slip. He also noticed that the older man had excellent magical abilities. The old man wondered how he could be angry about such trivial things. Yunhan was angry and shouted that he hadn't had time to taste a single grain of rice and they still wanted to come every day. The old man noticed that the ancestor had told them to cultivate, and he was reminded that greed couldn't stabilize the cultivation base. The power created in this way is useless. Qingshuan and Yunhan began to quietly taunt the old man and whisper. The old man noticed this and angrily shouted that he thought the ancestor really cared too much about them. Mu Ran Suhei said with sparkling eyes to her grandfather that she understood what he was saying. He thought how nice it was to have a granddaughter. It occurred to the old man that this was cheating. He was in a stupor. The old man advised Qingshuan to tell the others about the new ancestor. He said that he understood and was going to leave them and return to the sect. At this moment, Qingshuan heard a voice in his head addressing him. The voice was saying not to return to the sect. Qingshuan shouted that it was the sound of his father's voice in his head. The old man hesitated. He asked if it could be 1,000 words of a hidden voice. Qingshuan agreed and said that this was their sect's most urgent method of contact, and it had only been used once before. This voice meant that the sect was under attack. Clouds were gathering in the illusory moon sect. There was a thunderstorm over this sect. Lightning flashed everywhere. Some man from this sect was sitting under the lightning bolt. He was addressing Zhan Xiaofeng. He was asking if he thought when he took away the man's legs that he would be able to break through to the first stage of the divine realm. The man wanted his sect to be buried with Dan Xiaofeng. Dan Xiaofeng, the ancestor of the illusory moon sect, was wounded. He said that the man had destroyed an entire village and killed a bunch of people and should have been punished. The ancestor hated himself for not finishing off the man on the spot back then. The man looked angrily at Dan Xiaofeng and asked him if he was afraid of dying. The ancestor asked what was wrong with death. He said, "God save his illusory moon sect. His son is not in the sect now. He will surely avenge him sooner or later." Dan Xiaofeng's son was Qingshuan. He had just come running to his father's aid and said that he had returned. Dan Xiaofeng got angry and shouted, "What is that person doing? Didn't he say he should not return to the sect?" Qingshuan rubbed his bald head and said that as the sect head, he would have no excuse to miss such an event. He said that this is only the first stage of the divine realm and smiled. Qingshuan grinned as he looked at the man who had mauled his father. Dan Xiaofeng was shocked when he heard his son's words. The man thought that Dan Xiaofeng was stupid if he really thought that the divine realm was some kind of cabbage that could be eaten by tearing off a leaf every day. He added that if the divine realm was a person, he would call it father. At that moment, Mu Rong appeared behind the man and asked the man who he had called a peanut. The man was startled by the surprise and his heart began to pound. The man turned around frightened and asked who he was. Old man Mu Ran looked intimidating. He reached out his hand towards the man. He remarked that if he said he was his father, it would be an insult to his granddaughter. The old man put a flaming hand to the man's face. Flames erupted all around, shooting upward. A man screamed. Dan Xiaofeng, looking at the old man, asked who it was. Qingshuan replied that it was Mu Rong's uncle who was in the same realm. Old man Mu Rong defeated the man. He laughed and said that he had enough. He asked why make such trouble. The old man remarked that fortunately he had arrived in time. Everything around him was ablaze. Dan Xiaofeng asked if the one was an ancestor of the mountain sect. It turns out the men were old friends. He asked what S with the old man S cultivation. Mu Rong replied that it was a long story. The old man's eyes sparkled and he thought he was determined not to believe in the elder's strength. So he took the opportunity to bet with the sect leader and lost. Old man Mu Rong said, "Actually an immortal master living in the mortal city under the jurisdiction of their sect." Dan Xiaofeng was surprised. Dan Xiaofeng thought for a second and tensed up. He stared intently at the old man. Dan Xiaofeng jumped up, ran up to the old man, took his hands and demanded, leading him to the elder. The old man Mu Ran asked if he believed what the old man said and didn't even suspect him of lying. Dan Xiaofeng replied that he didn't suspect and his useless son S strength increased dramatically. Moreover, he has been friends with the old man for many years and he trusts him completely. Qingshuan was shocked to hear the words about the useless son. The old man said that he did not expect Dan Xiaofeng to say that. The true elder descended to the ground and treated himself as a human to cultivate his mind. He explained that they had just left the ancestral house and he felt that it was not worth bothering him again. Old man Murong asked what was wrong with Dan Xiaofeng's face. The man stood there, grimacing. He was clearly dissatisfied with what he had heard. Dan Xiaofeng shouted that the old man was lying to him. Murong was shocked. He wondered where the years of friendship were now. At that moment, the men heard a loud sound, and everything around them began to shake. They looked around frightened. Qin Xuan asked what that sound was. Perhaps it was an earthquake. His father replied that it was a strong spiritual pressure approaching. Everyone tensed up. Old man Murong looked up. He noticed that these sounds were coming from the direction of the elder's residence. He offered to check what was there. The old man thought he would be home in time for dinner at the elder's house. The old man took Dan Xiaofeng by the arm. He didn't understand what was going on. The two men flew off in a flash towards the elder's house. Qingshuan was dumbfounded that they didn't take him to see the elder. They flew into Chen Ping'an's yard. Under the peach tree, a hen screamed that she had spotted some kind of problem. Dano Xiaofeng was surprised to see that this was the residence of an elder. The old man said that the door was locked and he was most likely outside. The old man thought sadly that it seems he wouldn't be able to have dinner at the elder's house. Dan Xiaofeng, you asked in bewilderment why everyone here was so anxious about dinner all the time. At this moment, Dan Xiaofeng noticed something and looked up. There was something that looked like a black hole in the air. Dan Xiaofeng thought that the Kai earthquake happened because of this secret cave. After the secret cave, a kingdom will descend. With the cave being so large, the secret kingdom can be the size of an entire city, which means the cities below will be wiped out. They wondered if this was the work of the ancestor. The old man replied that it was impossible. An elder cultivating as a mortal, he would never use his cultivation to do such cruel things. Muran told his friend to leave as there was no point in staying there. They needed to rescue as many people from the city as they could while there was still time. Dan Xiaofeng agreed with him. At that moment, the men saw something strange begin to happen to the pond. A golden light poured out of it. Dan Xiaofeng and Murong looked toward the pond in surprise. The head of a huge golden dragon came out of the pond. Everything around it was glowing. The golden dragon flew up and opened its mouth. Dan Xiaofeng and Murong stared at this sight in surprise. The golden dragon quickly headed towards the secret cave. The dragon opened its mouth wide and bit the secret cave with all its might. Dan Xiaofeng asked if it was a dragon. The old man Murong confirmed what he said, and added that there was a phoenix inside it. Dan Xiaofeng was stunned by these words. He asked who was capable of commanding a dragon and a beast king at once. Dan Xiaofeng thought that only an immortal emperor could do this. At that moment, a blue force appeared in front of the trees and circled around. Out of this blue circle flew the sword of Senior. The sword thought that he was finally off the mortal world, and the bloody Blood Moon sect wanted an apology. Although Sword was badly injured due to the turbulence during teleportation, his spiritual body is intact, and he will regain his true form in the next 100 years or something like that. A man approached the sword. He noticed the sword and wondered why it was lying on the ground. Sword figured that if a mortal touched him, he would be crushed by his aura, and that person should blame himself for his bad luck. The sword gave a sly chuckle. At this time, the man was about to pick it up. The man gripped the hilt of his sword and thought he looked good. That man was the older man. He raised his sword and looked at it carefully. Weapon. I don't understand how he came to be okay. Sword looked at the older man with fear. He didn't understand what was going on. The older man was all glowing with Kai. He was going to take the sword home. Sword wondered what this man was all about. Sword was horrified to see the elder surrounded by Kai and the rhythm of the Tao. He didn't realize if this was definitely the mortal world. Sword wondered how such a strong man could be here. The elder picked up the sword from the ground. The young man noticed that the sword moved on its own and thought that it was a high-grade magic weapon. The elder threw it into the basket behind his shoulders and thought it could be sold for a good price. The sword was furious. He thought that there were many strong people who wanted to serve him in the immortal world. The sword didn't expect to fall so hard. The basket the guy threw the sword into contained first-rate herbal medicines. Most of the materials are ordinary, and only first-rate elixirs are better. Plus, the senior couldn't see the level of the sword right now. Sword laughed evilly and thought the elder was a common mortal. The body of the sword was badly damaged and shrunk drastically, due to which the elder was able to lift it. He thought that what he had just seen was a visual illusion, and it was just an ordinary world here. At that moment, the sword heard someone tell him to shut up. He heard the hoe's voice. She was angry and called the sword a bug. The older man heard some commotion in the basket behind his shoulders. The senior took the basket off. He didn't understand why he moved so hard. The hoe told the sword not to move. He replied that he would obey the big boss, the hoe. The sword looked at the hoe in surprise and fear. He thought it was actually an artifact. The hoe glowed with ki. At that moment, the elder saw something pass across the sky. He looked up. It was the immortals who flew to the secret cave on their swords. They said to hurry. Several immortals flew straight into the center of the secret cave. Murong excitedly shouted to them that there was no need to do that. Something strange began to happen to the secret cave. A huge beam of blue light appeared from it. The birds flew away from it. The older man watched the whole thing. He thought it was a black hole. He didn't understand where the beam of light was coming from. Senior thought that it couldn't be the so-called secret kingdom. Soon a new assignment came to the senior. He saw the system line and thought that the building must not belong to the black hole. The elder hoped in fear that the system wouldn't give him the task of dealing with the beam of light. Senior got a lottery alert saying that the current lottery would end in 5 hours and it was worth using the ticket as soon as possible. Senior thought that when the assignment was done, he forgot about the lottery, and he was pretty excited at first. But then he realized that he could only take the everyday things that were completely useless, so he ignored them all the time. The elder still decided to use the lottery, he thought. Luckily, it didn't involve a beam of light. A notification came to the elder that use was confirmed, and at the same moment the cave lit up bright blue. A flute fell out of the black hole. A notification came to the elder that the selection had been confirmed. Taking the bamboo flute in his hands, the elder thought that this time he had received a good gift. The older man threw the flute into his basket behind his shoulders. He had learned to play it in a past life. The boy was going to try it when he got home. The flute was in the basket next to the sword. It too glowed with ki. The sword thought it was another artifact. Sword saw the power flowing from the flute. He thought it was a very powerful artifact. Sword was shocked by everything that was happening. He thought it was absolutely impossible and unrealistic. It seemed to him that it was surely an illusion. After some time, the young man returned to his home. He was very exhausted and decided to wash his face first. He put his basket of herbs and artifacts on the table. Sword looked around and was thrown into shock. He didn't realize what was happening. The young man's entire house was full of artifacts. Everything around him was glowing with ki. Sword had been in the immortal world for thousands of years, but he had never seen such a thing. He also paid attention to the peach tree outside. He thought that she was Svetiya, holy wonderful peach tree, immortal emperor. Sword also noticed that the rooster and the fish in the pond were 1,000 times stronger than the immortal emperor's dragon and phoenix. The chickens in the yard were also head to toe glowing with ki. The hoe and the flute looked angrily at the sword. The flute asked why the master had picked up the litter. The hoe agreed and said that at first it was a bug that kept babbling crookedly, and if it wasn't for the master, it would just destroy the sword. The teapot joined the dialogue. He angrily asked how the sword dared to insult the master. The teapot was going to wipe him into powder. The sword was horrified. He said the big ancients are so wise and he's stupid not understanding the rules. He asked them not to be angry. Sword still doesn't understand where he is. 1. A huge beam of light still continued to shine from the black hole. Mu Rongshui walked closer and began to conjure. She gathered all her magical power into a fist and swung it at the beam of light. The girl struck with all her might at the beam of light. Mu Rongshui didn't succeed. She felt pain in her arm. The girl got a big bruise on her arm and told her grandfather that it was too hard. The old man told her not to even try. This was a secret kingdom, and here the second-level divinity would be useless. Mu Rong looked at the beam thoughtfully. He said that there was no passage, and the beam of light was still there. He thought that perhaps some secret word was needed to open it. The old man said that it would be problematic. Dan Xiaofeng thought it was worth asking the elder to help them. The old man replied that he knew that they wanted to see him. But the elder had definitely already heard about such a large-scale event. And since he didn't show up, it meant that the elder wanted them to handle it on their own, so there was no need to bother him. At this moment, the old man looked up intently at the beam of light. He thought that it was quite possible that the elder would show up a little later. Dan Xiaofeng asked why the old man was so sure of this. The old man started to reply, but the beam of light suddenly activated. He directed his forces towards Mu Rongshui. There were still some forces flying over the elder's house. The elder slept peacefully in his home. He sensed these forces. He was really pissed off about all this, so he asked if they hadn't already dealt with everything. He was angry that they woke him up. He demanded they let him sleep. The kitchen knife was inserted into the stump. He said firmly that he would kill anyone who disturbed his master's sleep. The knife transformed back into a tall, red-haired man. He accepted the master's orders and headed for the exit of the house to deal with the beam. Some new forces began to appear around the beam. Mu Rongshui thought that it was an elder coming. They were very happy about it. The old man noticed that it was the elder's kitchen knife. He was confused. Dan Xiaofeng asked his friend why he was hiding. Sword looked at the beam of light. He thought it was unexpected that something so powerful had appeared in the human world. Knife thought that this was not an uncommon occurrence in the immortal world. He began to use his power to fight the beam. The sword thought that unfortunately, it was nothing to the sword spirit. He channeled all his power right into the beam. The sword told him to disappear. The directional force of the ball reflected back. The sword ducked, bowing away from her. Sword thought he was thinking too much, so it didn't work out well. The sword redirected its power into the beam of light. This time it pierced through it. The beam shattered into small pieces. Mu Ronshui used her strength to cover her grandfather and Dano Xiaofeng from the shards. The sharp shards of the beam fell to the ground with great speed. A huge crater had formed in the place where the beam used to be, with a glowing sphere in the center. It was a secret kingdom. There was someone there in handcuffs and chains. Red chains enveloped everything around them. A handcuffed girl was lying on the ground, the chains around her body gradually breaking. The girl woke up and looked up. She had already fully recovered and sat up on her knees. The girl smiled. Knife looked in amazement at what was happening around him. Mu Ronshui happily told her grandfather that the beam of light had spread out and offered to go see what was there. The old man told her to wait a little while. The old man held his granddaughter's hand as she wanted to go over and look at the orb. Dan Xiaofeng looked up and didn't realize what it was. Above the sphere was someone's intimidating face that glowed red. It was smiling evilly. At that moment, someone's hand showed out of the sphere. Someone was about to get out of it. Knife was the first to see it. He was confused. Knife didn't expect this. Someone climbed out of the sphere and stepped onto the ground. It was that mysterious sphere girl. She asked if she had gotten into the Tianyuan kingdom. Old man Mu Ran looked at the girl in surprise. He thought that she was an immortal from the spirit world, and such a huge secret realm was used as a cage for her. The old man happily told Dan Xiaofeng that they had managed to meet another immortal. The man asked if the old man had decided to make jokes at a time like this. He wanted to meet an elder, not an immortal who wanted to kill him. The girl angrily stood in front of the men. Mu Rongshui turned to her grandfather and tugged on his sleeve. She excitedly asked what they would do now. Old Mu Rong replied that they had nowhere to go and couldn't even escape from under the immortal fairy's nose. Their only hope was the older man's kitchen knife. Knife folded his arms and said hello to the girl. The knife demanded to know who she was. The girl looked at the knife with surprise. She angrily began to use her power. The girl pushed herself off the earth. She took off and headed for the knife. She told him to die. Knife thought it was a cheap trick and also started conjuring. Knife told the girl to stop. In the same second, her fist froze in midair. Knife bound the girl with his own strength and asked, since when did the immortals from the spirit world start yelling at him like that? Knife smiled and said that cultivators from the Imperial Immortal world were just trash. Old man Mu Rong was horrified by the knife's words. He didn't understand why the latter had said that the Imperial Immortal world was trash. Dan Xiaofeng asked where the elder was from then. Knife put his finger to the girl's forehead. He was going to see what had driven her crazy. The girl's brow lit up and she went back to her memories. At the time, the girl was just a child. Something caught her attention. Behind her was a man covered in darkness. He was conjuring. The man punched the girl in the chest. He used his powers on her. Her memories were seen by the knife. He looked sadly at the girl. Using his strength, the knife caused the girl to lose consciousness. He told the members in the sect that they were not to tell anyone about it. Knife took the girl in his arms and asked if they realized what consequences would await them if they told anyone. The old man Mu Ran humbly said that he understood the knife. Dan Xiaofeng thought that the elder wanted to meet this crazy woman. The old man replied that it was most likely to find out who she was. In the end, the elder had to intervene because of their powerlessness and can no longer be inconvenienced. The knife flew away with the girl. The old man told Xiao Shui to go down and put it into the heads of all the followers to keep quiet about it. Otherwise they would be killed, and those who escape would be persecuted for the rest of their lives. The girl excitedly said that she understood everything. The girl turned around and looked at the huge crater. It seemed to her that they wouldn't be able to hide everything. After some time, the knife was returned back home to Senior. Phoenix, in the guise of a chicken, asked why the knife brought this girl here. Knife turned to the peach tree and said he would leave the girl to it and go himself. The peach tree began to glow with a blue light. Peach tree turned into a beautiful young girl in an instant. She asked the knife what it was going to do. Peach tree looked with surprise at the girl who was unconscious. She immediately understood her story. Peach tree said, "What a cruel immortal who was ruthless to this 6-year-old girl." She began to conjure. The peach tree conjured a flower. This flower was very beautiful. It glowed with golden energy. The flower of the peach tree broke off from the branch. The flower slowly descended to the girl's forehead. The energy of the flower surrounded the girl. She found herself in a sphere. The flower began to heal the girl's mind. Sword was watching from behind a crack in the door. He didn't know what was going on. Seeing the girl, the sword was startled as it recognized her. He realized that this girl was the daughter of immortal Emperor Su Ling. The girl finally woke up. She didn't realize where she was. Her awakening was watched by a peach tree and a chicken. They thought the girl was cute. Su Ling really was very nice. She went upstairs and asked where she was. Peachtree touched Su Ling's forehead with her fingers, used her powers, and said, "From this day forward, this is her new home." She told the girl to call the master Big Brother. Sword had a feeling that the immortal emperor wouldn't just leave it at that. The sword laughed. The spirit world was a very beautiful place. There were houses set up there and cranes flying. A green tablet lay on the table. It glowed with a message. The immortal emperor took the tablet in his hands. He realized that someone had destroyed the secret world that he had created, and allowed Su Ling to awaken. The immortal emperor summoned his 3 servants. He gave them an order. The servants obeyed him and bowed. The immortal emperor told them to relay an order to all the people from the court of heaven. They were to immediately descend to earth to track down the whereabouts of his daughter. He asked them to help find her. As a reward, she would give up her imperial throne. At this time, morning had come in the mortal world. The eldest was sleeping soundly in his bed. He wrapped himself in the blanket and said that he hadn't slept so well in a long time. At that time, Su Ling came up to him. The girl called him little brother and told him to wake up. She held out her hand to the older one. The eldest was surprised that someone called him little brother. The girl tried to wake him up and told him that the sun had already risen. The older man froze in bewilderment. The guy jumped out of bed and asked who she even was and why she was in his house. The girl replied that her name was Su Ling and this was her home. The older one thought she was saying that this town was where her home was. He was amazed because he hadn't seen such a nice girl in the 5 years he had lived here. The guy got out of bed and asked the girl's name again. He stroked the girl's head and said he would call her Xiao Ling. He said her big brother would take her to his parents. The girl was embarrassed and agreed. The older man smilingly told the girl to follow him and not to get lost again. The girl took the young man's hand. Su Ling asked, would it be okay if she took the elder's hand? The older man smiled and replied that of course it was okay. The guy suggested going into town. He told the girl to show him the way to her house. The girl smiled and said she would. An hour later, Su Ling brought Senior to her house. She was eating sweets and said that her home was here. The elder was in a stupor. The girl brought the elder back to his own house. The older man thought they had come to his house again. He was puzzled. The elder asked Xiao Ling if she remembered what her parents looked like. She was eating sweets and said she couldn't remember, but she mentioned her Peach sister. Peachtree was confused. It didn't want the elder to find out about everything. Peachtree threw a rock at the girl. The stone landed right on the girl's forehead. Xiao Ling cried out in pain. Her forehead was very sore. The older man asked if the girl was okay. The older one thought it looked like she was walking through town with her parents and got lost and she didn't know what happened. And then maybe she fell and hit her head. He thought it was very complicated. Xiao Ling had tears in her eyes and asked the elder if he liked her. The older one asked why she suddenly thought that. He decided to take care of her until he could find her parents. At this point, someone came to the guy's house. They were asking if the older man was home. The gate to the elder's yard slowly opened. Old man Mu Rong and Zhan Shaofeng came to him. When the old man saw them, he asked what they were doing here. The old man introduced his friend and said that Zhan Shaofeng wanted to meet him in person, so he had brought him. Dan Shaofeng bowed politely, greeted the elder and thanked him for his help. Dano Shaofeng stared at the elder. He thought that the elder was as strong as Mu Rong had said. The elder didn't understand what kind of help the man was talking about. They didn't seem to have met before. Around the elder, Dan Shaofeng saw streams of qi everywhere. The older man was not happy about their visit. He wondered what happened this time. At this moment, Xiao Ling approached them and asked who the men were. Old man Mu Ran was in a stupor. Seeing the girl, he started to say something to the older man, but the latter interrupted him. The elder said that this was his little sister Xiao Ling, and she was an ordinary person. He told the girl to quickly say hello to the elders Mu Ran and Dan Shaofeng. The girl smiled sweetly and said hello to the men. There was a strong energy around her. Mu Ran and Dan Shaofeng were shocked by what they saw. They didn't think that the girl was an ordinary person because of her strong energy. The men didn't understand why the older man said she was an ordinary person. Dan Shaofeng said that this little girl looks even younger than Mu Rongshui, and she is after all the youngest genius in Mancini, but even Mu Rongshui doesn't possess such power. Old man Mu Rong thought that she is also an immortal cultivator. The old man thought that considering she was the elder's sister, it was no surprise. He wondered if the sister's siblings were so strong. What were the capabilities of their parents? The guy invited Mu Rong and Dan Shaofeng to come in and sit with them for a while. He added that luckily it was just the two of them, so there should be enough food. Dan Shaofeng politely said that it was not necessary, and they could not so unceremoniously barge into the house of an elder. Old man Mu Ran glared angrily at his friend. He covered Dan Shaofeng's mouth with his hand, and said that he would do as the elder wished. The elder told them to stop being pompous, and said that they should be brave. The old man and Dan Shaofeng looked at each other intently. Xiao Ling asked if her little brother would cook. The girl smiled and enthusiastically asked to provide the cooking for her. The elder sitting at the table said that he didn't know Xiao Ling could cook, but he wasn't very confident in her ability. The elder yelled at Mu Rong to mind his manners, because there would be a child at the table with them today. Dan Xiaofeng asked his friend in a whisper what he had eaten at the elder's house, that he had managed to forget his manners and lose control. The old man told his friend to keep his temper in check. A divine fragrance was coming from the elder's kitchen. Dan Xiaofeng inhaled it with pleasure. The food was ready. Xiaoling took out what she had prepared for the guests. She placed the pot of food on the table, opened the lid. The food glowed with a golden glow. The men looked at the food with astonishment. Dan Xiaofeng asked what this unimaginable treasure was. After a while, both men sat with full bellies full of food. All the plates were empty. They thanked their hosts for the meal. The elder was surprised that they had piled up the container of rice again. He thought they were the devil incarnate. Xiao Ling calmly finished her food. Senior also tasted the rice. He said that Xiao Ling's cooking skills were an order of magnitude better than his, and she should apply to be a chef. The elder asked Xiao Ling where she had learned to cook. The girl embarrassedly replied that she didn't know, but she could cook a lot of things. The boy thought that was great. In other words, he didn't need to cook anymore. The cauldron in which Xiao Ling was cooking food also had consciousness. She thought that the girl was his soulmate. He told the elder that her food was what he called a real dish. The bowler loudly told the knife to tell the divine peach to add more seals to Xiao Ling, and she must not remember anything. Knife angrily thought that the bowler was very noisy. Dan Xiaofeng cried with happiness. He had finally had a breakthrough. After the meal, he was able to accomplish it and reach the first level of divinity. Mu Ran also sat and cried with happiness. He thought that the dish tasted great. It also strengthened his self-cultivation. He thought that Xiao Ling's cooking was delicious. The old man thought that Mu Ran Shui was his granddaughter was inferior to the girl in everything. The man envied Xiao Ling. The old man rushed to the elder. He asked him to let him exchange Mu Ran Shui for Xiao Ling. The elder was shocked and asked what kind of nonsense the old man was talking about. At this moment, Mu Rong Shui sneezed loudly. She thought she was sneezing because someone was scolding her. She asked what important business her father and grandfather were away on, and at that moment the girl noticed something in the sky. She looked up. A huge ship loomed over the girl. Mu Rong Shui thought she was here. The girl waited impatiently for the ship to land. The ship slowly landed on the ground next to Mu Rong Shui. A girl came down the stairs. She called out to Mu Rong Shui. It was the imperial princess Luo Langqing. The girl said that she had returned. Mu Ran Shui said that it had been so long since she had seen the princess, and complimented her that she was getting prettier every day. Luo Langqing replied that Mu Rong Shui knows how to talk teeth. The princess looked at Mu Ran Shui's breasts, and thought about the fact that they were all growing. The girl was very embarrassed and asked Luo Langqing to stop. At this point, someone else came down from the ship as well. It was Luo Xiaoji. He asked Mu Rong Shui if she hadn't noticed him. Mu Rong Shui angrily asked why he was here. Did he really take up again? She told Luo Langqing to stay away from this asshole. Luo Xiaoji told the princess not to listen to this nonsense. He is quite good. Luo Xiaoji angrily approached Mu Rong Shui and whispered that when she grew up, she became a little stronger. But she should keep in mind that when she was a child, he bullied her as much as he could. Mu Rong Shui laughed and said that at that time, his improvement base was praiseworthy and she couldn't beat him. But now things had changed. Luo Xiaoji told her to give it a try if she had the strength. Mu Ran Shui started to use her powers on the guy. She knocked him down. Luo Xiaoji fell to the ground. He did not understand how she had done it. The girl replied that she had an 8th level Ki. She asked Luo Xiaoji how he felt about her strength, whether it was comparable to the power of the 3-realm geniuses stuck at the 5th level of core formation. 1. Luo Langqing asked Katie what was wrong with her cultivation, and if it was all about the spiritual sword. Mu Ran Shui didn't understand what spiritual sword the princess was talking about. Luo Langqing said with a worried look that this is why she came here. That day, she and her father were to attend an auction. At night, the princess admired the mountains from the balcony of her house. Luo Langqing said to her father, "They say the mountains contain countless wealth and resources, and is also the basis for the establishment of the state." Out of the blue, however, a spiritual sword cut the mountain in two. It probably belonged to a great cultivator who was practicing diligently at the time of the incident. The princess was shocked by what she saw. The sword sliced off countless mountaintops, but did not receive any scratches. Luo Langqing said that besides her, many more cultivators had come to this place to find the sword master. Mu Rong Shui felt embarrassed and said that it was not the sword itself, but his intentions. The princess's eyes lit up as she realized that Mu Rong Shui knew something. Mu Rong Shui glanced angrily at Luo Xiaoji. She didn't want to tell everything in front of him. The girl told Luo Langqing that they would talk elsewhere. Luo Xiaoji shouted after them to take him with them. At this moment, Mu Rongshui used her strength and pushed off from the earth. Mu Rongshui and Luo Lanqing flew up into the sky using their strength. Luo Xiaoji called out to them pitifully. While the girls were flying in the sky, Mu Rongshui revealed what had happened after all. Luo Lanqing was surprised to hear about the old immortal, that tea increases the level of spiritual core, nutrition improves self-cultivation. The girl had completely forgotten that it was a secret. Luo Lanqing asked how powerful this deity was if her friend was lying to her. Mu Rongshui replied that of course she was telling the truth and invited the princess to come with her. She would introduce her to the elder. The girl forgot about everything that had happened earlier. The eldest was sitting in his house with a flute in his hands. He thought it had been a long time since he had played the flute. He wondered if he even remembered the tune. At that moment, the girls came to the elder's house. Mu Rongshui opened his gate and asked if the elder was at home and if they could enter. The elder saw Mu Rongshui. He told her that the girl could come in and asked her what she had come to see him for today. The girl waved her hand to the princess that she could come in. Luo Lanqing stepped cautiously outside the threshold of Elder's house. The princess said that this court was too intimidating. It bothered her to have so many powerful eyes looking at her. Luo Lanqing felt as if she could see through those eyes. The girl was embarrassed. Mu Rongshui told her that she could relax. They are invited by the elder, so they won't be touched. Mu Rongshui told the elder that her friend wanted to meet him, so she brought her to him. Luo Lanqing was very embarrassed by her friend's words. The girl embarrassedly said hello to the elder. She thought that Mu Rongshui was right, and his cultivation levels were unimaginable. The girl thought the immortal would be a gray-haired old man, not a handsome young man. The older man suggested she drop the formalities. He told her to just relax. The young man was confused that everyone was calling him the elder, for he did not even come close to having that kind of power in his opinion. At this moment, Xiaoling appeared from behind a tree. She asked her brother who it was that had come. Mu Rongshui was embarrassed and asked who the girl was. The elder introduced his sister. The elder told Xiaoling to just call the girls big sisters. The girl said hello to them. The princess and Mu Rongshui fell in love with the girl at first sight. They thought that she was strong, as expected of the elder's younger sister. However, on top of that, the girl was also an indescribable cutie. Mu Rongshui and Luo Lanqing embraced Xiaoling. Senior thought that even though it was true that one couldn't take his eyes off Xiaoling, it was also indecent to stare. The boy thought he should continue his flute playing. The eldest picked up a flute and began to play a tune on it. Mu Rongshui was surprised when she heard the melody of the flute. When Luo Lanqing heard the melody, she had a strange feeling. Mu Rongshui asked if the girl had felt an awakening. She exclaimed that it was not an awakening, it was its peak. The notes were merging into harmony. The sword was also listening to the melody in surprise. He thought it was worth it to listen to the tune for a while, his injury half cured. It turns out that not only does the elder not only emit power and majesty, but he is also familiar with awakening. Sword thought that then the number of artifacts was not so surprising. The melody was to blame. Sword wondered if he didn't have a chance to become a divine artifact if he stayed here. Sword decided that he would not leave here and become the greatest artifact. Broom angrily yelled at the sword to shut up and go to the corner. The sword awkwardly agreed with what the broom told him to do. Xiaoling ran up to her brother, patted him and said that it was a beautiful melody. The elder was happy to hear it. The princess happily remarked that she had accomplished a great deal through the song alone. She was promoted from the first level of core formation to the 6th level. Mu Rongshui had also raised her level from Yuan Ying's level 5 to level 9. The girl thought that she still didn't know how many amazing things the elder was capable of. The girls bowed low to the elder and thanked him for his blessing. The elder did not understand what they were talking about at all. The older one was confused because he didn't even feed the girls. Luo Lanqing told the elder that she didn't even know how to thank him for such a broad gesture of kindness. She was about to offer herself, but the older one interrupted her and told her that she wasn't taking the body. The girl got angry. Tears came to Luo Lanqing's eyes. She turned away from the elder. There was only one thing going through the boy's mind: how immortals could open their hearts to a lowly mortal. The girls were about to leave his house. The boy pondered the question. To the eldest, it was because he was too handsome. Luo Lanqing, coming out of the senior court, said that she was the princess of the country. But her first confession was so decisively rejected. She was very upset. Mu Rongshui said that after all, the elder was an immortal, so was used to looking down on people like them. Luo Lanqing asked if Mu Rongshui had confessed her feelings to the guy. Mu Rongshui immediately felt embarrassed and said that she was not shameless enough to talk about such things. 22. Anyway, Mu Rongshui advised her friend not to be greedy, for the elder's blessings were not meant for her alone. 23. Luo Lanqing remembered the song they heard and reached into the pocket of her dress. The girl said she recorded it on a sound crystal she got at the last auction. When Senior said he wanted to play the flute, she secretly activated the sound crystal. Mu Rongshui was surprised. She told her friend that she was too clever and suggested that she find a place and listen to the tune again. The girl activated the sound crystal. They heard the beautiful melody again. The melody of the flute began to work on the girls again with the same force. They thought that this thing was really very useful, and if they continued to listen to this melody, very soon they could become immortal. Through this tune, Mu Ronshui advanced from the 9th level of Yuanying to the peak of Yuanying. At this time, Luo Lanqi went from the 6th level of core formation to the peak of core formation. The girl said that today they had made a breakthrough in one fell swoop. The princess picked up the crystal and wanted to turn it off, but something strange began to happen to the sound crystal. It exploded in midair. Luo Lanqi didn't understand what happened and why it exploded. Perhaps it was disposable. Mu Ronshui thought that the elder realized what they were doing and decided to punish them. The girl didn't understand what the black smoke was flying around. When the crystal exploded in the air, its shards hit the princess's clothes, her clothes smoking. Luo Lanqi realized that this crystal was corroding the clothes. Mu Ronshui shouted that the clothes were ruined. After a while, the girls were almost out of clothes. At this time, Luo Xiaoji remained standing at the place where the ship had landed. He was one of the 3 great geniuses of the kingdom. The young man thought that the girls wouldn't be able to get away from him so easily. To prevent the princess from being separated from him, he had installed a tracking technique on her clothes beforehand so that she would be easy to find. He conjured up a map of the area with the location of the princess. Looking at the map, Luo Xiaoji was surprised that the girls were standing in one place for so long. After a moment, the young man was very surprised at what he saw on the map. The location of the princess disappeared. The guy was terrified. At this time, Luo Lanqi and Mu Ronshui ran behind his back, half naked. While the girls were running, Mu Ronshui accidentally stepped on a dry branch. It broke and made a loud sound. Luo Xiaoji heard the sound and turned to see where it was coming from. The guy didn't understand where the girls were coming from. They were very embarrassed that they had almost no clothes on. Mu Ronshui shouted to the young man to turn away now, and if he dared to look at her, the girl would kill him. Lu Xiaoji blushed and closed his eyes in embarrassment. The boy was surprised to feel their new powers. He noticed that the girl's strength had increased. At this time, Mu Ronshui and Luo Lanqi quickly ran to the ship. Luo Xiaoji thought that it must be related to the place where they stayed for a long time. The boy decided that he needed to look around there himself. Luo Xiaoji came to the elder's house. He thought that this was where the girls were. The guy stepped over the threshold and noticed that he saw nothing unusual. A moment later, the guy saw a chicken, Phoenix, and a broom. They were both glowing with ki energy. There was energy circling around the guy from all directions. It was bearing down on Lu Xiaoji. The boy was shocked by this. The energy knocked him off his feet. He fell to the ground. Lu Xiaoji didn't realize what kind of monsters they were. He thought it was just their coercion that was immobilizing him. He felt like he was burning alive. Despite the difficulty, the boy thought the feeling was wonderful. He blushed. Chicken Phoenix wondered why he was so excited, and why she could feel this little brat's blood boiling. The hen asked the broom if the young man had any amulets. The broom was stunned. At that time, the eldest and his sister were coming from the market with groceries. The elder said that he digged a lot of yams today, so he would make some yams for the girl later. Xiaoling was happy to hear this. The boys went to the gate of their house. They were open. The eldest saw Lu Xiaoji sitting on the ground of his yard. He did not understand why this man was sitting on his knees. The guy thought that perhaps he had tripped, however his threshold was not that high. The elder ran up to Lu Xiaoji and asked if he was okay. Lu Xiaoji noticed that as soon as the elder approached him, the compulsion disappeared, and the pressure on his body also disappeared, so it looked like the master of the house had returned. The boy thanked the elder. Lu Xiaoji looked at the elder. His eyes reflected the incredible power that surrounded the elder. The young man was very surprised. Lu Xiaoji fell to his knees in a flash and bowed his head to the elder. He said that he was a humble man and welcomed the elder. He asked him to forgive him for invading his territory. It was not the first time for the elder to see such a picture. The elder asked Lu Xiaoji if he was related to Murong's family. He added that the young man's family often dropped by Senior's house, so he was used to it. The boy didn't have to take it personally. Lu Xiaoji's eyes lit up. He said that the elder was truly full of grace. The guy thought that Mu Rongshui couldn't talk about him. The elder only knew about him by looking at him. A deduction of this level really terrifies the fellow. The older guy thought their whole family was hereditary, and when they came to see him, everyone was sweating in the yard. The boy thought kidney failure was hereditary in their family. Xiaoling told the elder that she would go inside the house. Lu Xiaoji saw the girl for the first time. He was amazed by her strength and thought that there was another immortal here. Lu Xiaoji thought that this little girl looked 12 at most, but she had a lot of strength. Xiaoling was carrying a basket of food at this time. Lu Xiaoji fell at the girl's feet and bowed. He called her elder. The elder yelled at him and demanded that he stop calling everyone elder. The elder took Lu Xiaoji's hand and told him to get up. The young man said that Lu Xiaoji has a weak body, so he should not overexert himself, should find a balance between cultivation and rest. The elder said that the young man's figure was unstable in itself, so there was no need to abuse the kneeling stance. After all, one didn't always have a gold coin under one's feet. The young man's legs were shaking. Lu Xiaoji thanked the older man. He thought the coin under his feet was a hint of something. Perhaps it was the key to his problems. The young man was surprised that his predecessor saw his shortcomings. Lu Xiaojie thought that in addition, he was also one of the great geniuses of the realm. His base of excellence was never different from theirs, yet these two overwhelmed him. There was a fundamental difference between the young man and them. It was that he didn't have a martial arts skill that could support his body. Lu Xiaoji thought that this was exactly what the elder was implying. Lu Xiaoji decided to use his strength on his knee. He thought that it should converge, condense, and collect. The golden air rose upwards, colliding and taking shape. The young man continued to conjure. The elder didn't understand what Lu Xiaoji wanted to do. A young man flew into the air and commanded someone to rise up. Senior thought he was a martial arts cultivator and looked quite imposing. Lu Xiaoji was pleased with himself. He had just created 3 martial arts at once. Of course he had done it with the help of an elder, but it was still a great feat that could not be accomplished by a green novice. The elder shouted to the young man to go back and balance training with rest. He should make his body healthier. He shouldn't kneel for too long, otherwise the blood would stop circulating. Take his time and beware of problems. Lu Xiaoji didn't quite know what the elder was talking about. At that moment, the young man felt a sharp pain in his leg. Lu Xiaoji realized that there was still a problem with his martial arts. He should have maintained his qi cycle. The young man flew away and thanked the elder for his advice. The elder was puzzled. He asked if reminding him to strengthen his kidneys counted as advice. After a while, the elder and Xiaoling came to Pinggang. The elder asked his sister what she wanted to eat today. The girl's eyes lit up and she replied that she wanted to eat watermelon. The older one was surprised why she wanted it again. The older man's attention was caught by a man passing by. He asked if his companion was sure she was here somewhere. His friend replied that he was 100% sure. Quite a few bigwigs had come here to get a better look at everything. Senior thought they might be new cultivators. At home, at the elder's peach tree addressed the kitchen knife, it said that cultivators were appearing around, probably because of his actions. The phoenix hen said that if they found this place, they'd be sure to leave no stone unturned, so the kitchen knife is responsible. The fish in the pond agreed with what everyone else was saying and said that it was really all about the knife, so he should work out his own problems. Kitchen knife grabbed his head and said that he hadn't even expected an immortal emperor to be so squishy. It was definitely the crappiest immortal emperor he had ever seen. The master told him not to go out, but he didn't understand how he could fix it. Sword listened to their conversation. He was surprised at Knife's words about the trashiest immortal emperor. His older brother was talking about something else. Unexpectedly, the sword was spotted by a kitchen knife. The sword was frightened by its appearance. The knife asked the sword if the little useless trash wanted to help him. The knife was very scared. The sword said that if the knife needed help, he would be sure to make everything perfect. The knife replied that the task was not difficult at all. Knife put his hand on the sword and said that from the looks of it, his wounds were almost healed, so he could transform. He told the sword to come out to see what was going on, and then to think of a way to draw the curious barbarians away from their home. Knife added that, although the tasks are not difficult, the sword can be very useful. Sword asked, shaking with fear, if Knife wanted him to be useful, and there seemed to be no turning back. Knife patted the sword on the hilt. Sweat of fear was digging from the sword. Knife smiled slyly and patted the sword on the iron shoulder. Sword replied that he understood the order and he would go complete the task. At the same moment, the sword flew away at the knife's command. Sword arrived at the scene of the incident at the behest of the knife. There he saw a large crater in the ground and fallen trees. Sword thought that, on that day, the knife's intentions were seen by the whole country, and many mountains were destroyed. If you follow the trail, you can come to the starting point. He still found the ruins that leveled the ground. Rays of light from the immortal realm. They definitely had to pay attention to it. The sword began to transform into its human form. The sword transformed. He became a young boy with golden hair. The boy said that he would fix it now. The sword flew into the air, swung his hand, and used his magic powers. His strength moved the stones out of place. The dust around him rose. Throwing balls at me and laughing in the air, he was trying to get my attention. People who were in the neighborhood noticed the guy. They thought it was a humanoid celestial artifact. The people of the area thought it was his handiwork, and a new artifact appeared. They said that if they had this immortal weapon, they would be invincible in this land. The residents wondered how they could catch the sword. At that moment, a man joined the conversation. That man was the master of Tianzhong Tower, Lao Nao Tan. He said he knew what to do. He handed the people the artifact, a dream immortal formation. The man said that it needed a lot of chi energy to control it. However, Lan Aotan didn't think that it would be difficult for them to trap the new artifact, since these people were all masters of the Mahayana realm. Lan Aotan said that after that, the sword will be able to choose any master of his choice. One of the residents said that it was a great idea, and there was no other way out. Since they will sacrifice the artifact, they will unite to catch it. Sword looked surprised at what was happening. Long Aotan began to use his magic powers. He concentrated. The guy realized that they were using a dream immortal formation. At this time, 4 mages encircled this artifact and began to use their powers. Sword thought he hadn't seen him in a while, even though he had been looking so hard for him. The boy was very happy. It's been 2 hours. The sword was already tired of waiting for any action. The man who used his powers asked why the artifact didn't work. He was already exhausted. Another resident said his chi was also running low. He was very tired. The third man told him to take his tishan. That was all the chi this man had left. With great difficulty, they lifted the artifact into the air. Sword thought that their cultivation base was disgusting since they didn't even have enough chi. The guy was bored, he thought. How about he goes down and deactivates it? Long Aotan thought that the sleep immortal formation was good enough for a magic weapon against an immortal. But the man's chi was about to run out. Fortunately, not all was lost yet. As long as education works, he has a chance to become a recognized master. The men finally completed the activation of the sleepy immortal formation. Lan Aotan struggled to maintain his work. At this moment, gold chains appeared from Artifact A. They surrounded the sword that sat at the center of the formation. Golden chains circled the guy's arms. Sword was surprised. Lan Aotan was very satisfied that they had managed to catch the artifact. At this moment, the sword smirked slyly. The guy said it was his turn. The sword broke all the chains binding him in an instant. Lan Aotan fell to his knees in shock at what he saw. The sword questioned how it could be subdued by someone like them. The man stared in horror at the bursting chains. Sword replied enthusiastically that he doesn't kill lowlifes. The young man was going to say something to these people. He had come here to find a master worthy of him. Sword said he would appear in the center of the mainland in a month and pointed his finger at him. He will appear for the one who will be destined for him by fate. The guy wouldn't mind helping him become #1 in this world, even get a place in the world of immortals. Guy wasn't sure if it would be all right. However, one way or another, it was necessary to escort them out. The sword flew away and said goodbye to the inhabitants. The men thought the artifact was too strong. The airstrike was so crushing that one of the men thought he was dead. The other one wet his underpants. They were in shock. The man told Lan Aotan to go back to the sect and report everything. In a month, they would go to the center of the mainland. If he was chosen by this immortal, the future would be a fairy tale. Lan Aotan sighed and thought that the world was huge. The man had power and influence. Given that, Lan Aotan had thought that he had no competitors among mortals, but now it seemed nothing more than a ridiculous assumption. The man hadn't been home in 1,000 years. He didn't even know if this little town was still standing. The door of the elder's house opened quietly. The sword looked at the slit and told his older brother that he had decided everything, and cultivators wouldn't bother them anymore. Knife said that wasn't bad, but he had to remind the sword that the Lord would be coming soon, so he had to stay out of his sight. The sword should have returned to its weapons guise, or else its little body and mind would be destroyed. Sword asked in shock, would the Lord kill him if he saw him in this guise? At that moment, the door of the house opened. Sword looked in that direction with horror. It was the elder who came. He told Xiaoling to wash the groceries, and he was going to prepare firewood. The girl agreed to do so. The sword transformed into its normal form in an instant. Entering the house, the elder looked at the sword. He asked where the axe he bought last time was. Had it disappeared? The sword didn't understand why the royal rhymes surrounding the Lord had disappeared. Sword thought that he probably hid them because of the annoying cultivators. At this time, the elder was looking for an axe. The older man turned around and looked at the sword. The young man took the ball in his hands and said that it meant that today it would be him instead of the axe. The sword did not understand why exactly he should do it. Sword wondered if they would chop wood with it. He was shocked. At this time, a ruined house stood at the edge of the woods. Lan Aotan walked into it. He didn't think it would be like this. Hundreds of years had passed, his parents long dead. He shook the dust off the table. The man thought he was old too, but he still went there. Even now, Lan Aotan remembered those dashing days. At this moment, Lan Aotan made a breakthrough, he thought. It seems like the weakness has disappeared, and apparently the development of the heart is not insignificant. A man used to be sure that the right way was to improve himself diligently, but now he realized that this was not the case. The man left the house and said he was not staying here anymore. Lan Aotan, looking at the house, told his dad and mom that their baby was leaving. He left, right then and there, promising them to be the strongest on this continent. While walking through the forest, Lan Aotan heard loud noises. The man stopped. He saw an older man chopping down a tree with a sword. Lan Aotan realized that this was the same immortal weapon he had encountered before. The elder thought that not only was it a cultivator's weapon, but it was also good for chopping wood. Lan Aotan was very surprised that this kid was chopping wood with an immortal weapon. The man even thought that because he had been hit recently, he was hallucinating. Sword thought that he had gained enough experience in his immortal life and would not be used as an axe. Sword thought it was a good thing no one could see this. He looked in the man's direction. Sword noticed Lan Aotan, who was staring at him intently. The man fell to the ground from shock. He realized that this was indeed the immortal weapon he had seen earlier. The older man noticed something going on behind his back. He walked up to Lan Aotan and asked if he was all right. The boy threw his sword aside. The man was twisted in shock that the young man had just thrown the immortal weapon to the ground. Lan Aotan took the older man by the shoulders and asked him why he was using such a strong weapon to chop wood. The boy asked if the man was talking about that sword. The older man replied that it was useless. Here he was using it where it would come in handy. The man was horrified by the boy's words. The elder was picking up branches that had fallen to the ground. He suggested that the man come to his house and wait until he was finished. The man stared in horror at the sword that lay on the ground. He was sure it was an immortal weapon. Lan Aotan thought that this person definitely had feelings, but he couldn't see the lightest level of cultivation. The elder seemed like a fool to him for not seeing the full power of the item and thinking it was an ordinary weapon. The man did not understand why the immortal weapon recognized him as its master. The man also wondered why, even if a master uses a sword as an axe, he doesn't go into a rage. The older man finished gathering firewood. He tied them with a rope. The elder asked Lan Aotan to carry his sword. The man was in a stupor. He interrogated whether the older man was serious now. The guy smiled and said there was nothing wrong with that. He just had to try not to cut himself. Lan Aotan wondered if the young man really thought that a cut was all this sword could do. The man thought it would kill him if he touched it. The sword glared angrily at the man, and yet the man still wanted to support the immortal sword in his hands. He reached for it. Lan Aotan took the sword by the hilt and thought to just do it. The moment the man raised his sword, the man asked what the man was doing and ordered him to die. Lan Aotan was terrified. He shouted that he was wrong, and it was the young gentleman who asked for his support. The elder coughed. At this moment, the sword immediately calmed down. The guy said he'd been working half a day and his throat was a little dry. The older man told the man to follow him. Lan Aotan couldn't believe that he could subdue an immortal weapon so easily. He wondered who this young man was. The two men came to the house of the older man. Mek was standing leaning against a mountain of logs. The older man said it was his home. The young man apologized for its squalor. Lan Aotan looked at the elder's courtyard with surprise. He saw ki energy everywhere. He felt as if he had been electrocuted. The man immediately bowed to the older man, gave his name and said he was greeting his master. The boy was very surprised at the change in behavior. The man thought that compared to this courtyard, that immortal weapon is really useless. It seems like the elder is developing his mind, and if he is immortal, the man is nothing more than a mere bug. The older man was very surprised that just now Lan Aotan had called him kid, and now he called him gentleman. The kid said that there was no need for formalities. He was going to call the man Lon Lan. The young man asked if the man was a cultivator, and if he knew Murong Palace. Lan Aotan became numb when he heard of Murong Palace. The man thought of the founder of Tianzun Tower. It was already clear to him that he had ascended to the heavens 1,000 years ago. Lan Aotan wondered if the elder had found out something about the owner of the tower. The man replied that the Lord had the greatest wisdom and he admired it. The lad wondered if he was referring to everyone associated with the palace of Muron. At this time, the door of the house was opened by Xiaoling. The elder told her that they had a guest. She was very happy that her brother had finally returned. She greeted the man. Lan Aotan also said hello. He was amazed to see the girl. Lan Aotan thought that she was really cute, so she also had tons of strength in her. The elder asked if the girl had cut the watermelon he had brought. He told her to treat the guest. Xiaoling wasn't happy with this suggestion. She said that the watermelon was very small, after all, and so there would be nothing left for her at all. The elder stroked Xiaoling's head and told her to be a good girl and not be greedy. The girl pouted. She angrily told Lan Aotan that he could enter the house. The man wondered with horror, would he dare enter after such a thing? Lan Aotan felt uncomfortable with the situation. He turned to the elder. The man said that he suddenly remembered that he had unfinished business, and it was very urgent, so he had to excuse himself. Xiaoling looked at him angrily. The elder interrogated the man about the urgency of his business. Lan Aotan repeated that the matter was very urgent. The man tried to find an excuse to leave. The elder said he would not force the man to stay, but wanted to ask if he had ever heard of a treasure that could lower the temperature. The man realized that the young man was talking about a cooling treasure. Lan Aotan said that he had such a thing, but wasn't sure if it was a treasure. He thought it must be insignificant trash for the Lord. The elder smiled and said that as long as it fulfills its function, it remains useful. The young man wondered if Lan Aotan planned to sell her to anyone. The man bowed and said that the young man was too polite. He hardly used it. So if the man wanted it, the man could bring it tomorrow. The older man said he would be only too glad to do so. He offered the man a meal before departing. Xiaoling glared angrily at Lan Aotan. The man stiffened and said his business was very, very urgent. The men flew off in a flash and said goodbye to the boys. The older one thought he must have something incredibly important. The girl was happy about that. The next morning came. Xiaoling told her brother to wake up. The elder was sleeping in his bed. He opened his eyes and realized that Xiaoling was waking him up. He still wouldn't get up. She shook him by the shoulders. The older one said it was too early and asked her to let him sleep. The girl said upset that the elder had promised to buy her a new dress today. The elder remembered that they had talked about it yesterday. He had completely forgotten about his promise. The older man stood up and asked how he could have forgotten about it. The young man said he would get ready now and they would go. The girl smiled cheerfully. The elder and his sister walked outside the gates of the house. Sword thought the Lord had finally left and breathed a sigh of relief. Sword is too tired to listen to being discussed. At this point, the ball's attention was drawn to something strange behind the goal. He saw more cultivators flying in the sky. He thought they hadn't had enough yesterday and he must satisfy his older brother. The sword began to turn. Sword flew away and told his older brother that there was some change left and he would decide for himself. Sword was going to come back soon. Knife opened his eyes asking what was wrong. The knife turned into its human form and thought that meant something was wrong. The sword flew back to the site and the incident with the big crater. The sword was sure that it was in the right place, but after all the commotion, no one was there. There was a man standing behind the sword. He said this mortal world had a familiar odor. That familiar odor came from the sword. The young man turned around and was very surprised. Creepy noises were heard from the closed room. The man chained the sword and whipped it with a whip. The man grinned grimly, mocking the boy. The man's beating caused the sword to bleed. The man asked if they weren't immortal weapons with a golden plume. The man told the boyfriend that they hadn't seen each other in a while. Apparently they knew each other. Sword realized with horror that this was the Blood Moon sect. The sword was freed from its chains and told the man that there were a great number of mortal worlds, and that even after calculating the right one, it was impossible to determine its exact location so quickly and easily. The young man asked how the man had done it. The man said they marked his chi and tracked it from the beginning. As long as the sword uses its powers, the spells will be able to trace itself as well. The sword thought that yesterday's blow had caused an energy drain. The man said the sword underestimated their power over him. The boy thought he had to run. He decided to use his powers. The man realized the guy was trying to get away from him again. He pulled out a piece of paper that said, "The man began to use his powers. The spell began to work." Spell inscriptions started popping up all around. A stream of yellow energy formed around the boy, created by the man. The boy fell to the ground from the weight. The man asked if this power was familiar to the guy. This barrier was created specifically for the sword. The guy said that if it wasn't for this barrier sealing his ki, trash like him and his trashy sect wouldn't be able to do anything to him. The man laughed and told the guy to blabber whatever he wanted. He asked what next. Despite being trash, he was able to render the sword powerless and unable to resist. He suggested that the guy surrendered. Sword said that the man never understood anything. The guy said that there was a mortal far superior to this man, and how unfortunate that even in the mortal world, he remained a lowlife. The man was shocked to hear this. He asked if the guy wanted to say he was no better than a mortal. Sword confidently replied that it was. The young man had never before seen those who are equal to the elder in strength. Even though his level was unattainable for a young man, being around him is already considered a luxury for a guy. The sword struggled to rise from the earth. He confidently stated that both this man and the others were simply the dregs of society, and not even worthy of being called trash. The man replied that the sword was noisy and began to use his power. At that moment, something glittered in the sky. A beam of light came straight out of the sky, destroying everything in its path. He thrust his sword straight through his chest. Sword thought that, as expected, he was still too weak. Blood spurted from the guy's mouth. The lad thought that if the Lord wanted to save him, it would be good for him to show up right now, because the older brothers couldn't leave the courtyard because of the Lord's restrictions. The boy thought it was the end and closed his eyes. In the elder's house, the peach tree said that they could not leave without the master's permission. The kitchen knife hesitated and said he knew it. The chicken also told him that he knew the rules, and leaving the yard without permission would not only turn him into a mortal, but destroy him. The knife answered that he knew this, but it was he who sent the sword. The knife went straight to the courtyard gate. He was ready to die. Knife said that even if he died, he would still save that fool. At that second, the man saw someone flying in the sky. He looked up. The man landed on the ground right in front of the man with a clatter. The man didn't realize from whom from the realm of the living could come such intense pressure. To the sword's rescue came the knife. He said with a menacing look that when he is angry, even Buddha kneels down. Knife called the man a maggot from the realm of the immortals. He stated that the man had brought Knife's wrath upon himself. The sword was covered in blood. He looked pitifully at the knife. The boy was surprised that his little brother had come to save him. Knife dismissively asked if such a poor barrier would hold back the sword. Knife called the guy a lowlife. He punched the barrier lightly. The barrier holding the boy back was shattered in an instant. The man shouted that he was the headman of the Blood Moon cult of the immortal world. He asked how the Knife dared to go against him. Knife was preparing to use his power against the man. He did not understand his words. Knife asked if the man was worth going up against. With a slight movement of his hand, the Knife sliced the man's head from his shoulders. Blood spurted out in all directions. Sword asked why his little brother was out of the house, since it was forbidden. Knife told him to shut up and go home. Sword was in a stupor at these words of the Knife. He was very pleased that his little brother cared about him so much. The boy smiled. The young man reached the house of the elder. He sat on the doorstep with the chicken. The young man was uncomfortable with the Knife. For the transgression of the Knife, punishment now awaited him. He bowed to something. The image of a girl made of blue energy rose up in front of the Knife. This girl said the Knife broke a taboo. At this time, it was clear day in the immortal Blood Moon cult. There was fog all around. His subordinate came to the cult leader and said that Juhu's life card had exploded. The man was very surprised to hear this. He looked at his subordinate. He didn't understand who could kill an immortal. There are very few people capable of such a thing. The boss wondered if it could be related to the search for the immortal emperor's daughter. In the world of the living, there is someone who can break the immortal emperor's bridge of light, which means he is comparable in strength to the emperor himself. The boss smiled slyly and thought that in all likelihood he would soon share the world with him. At this time in the realm of the living, the elder was asking Xiaoling if she was having fun. After all, they had bought a whole bag of clothes. The girl was all dressed up. She said it was the best day of her life. Lan Aotan walked up to them and greeted the elder. The elder asked why the man did not come in. He asked him not to say that he had been standing at the doorstep all day. The man said that while the older man was away, it was difficult for him to go inside, so he brought what the older man asked for and waited for him. Lan Aotan brought the mystical heaven ice crystal as requested by the young man. The boy took it away and exclaimed that it was wonderful. The guy told the man that if he came again he shouldn't be shy but just wait for him inside. The man thanked the guy. The older man said that Lan Aotan had helped him a lot yesterday, but he was in a hurry. But today the man just had to stay for lunch. At this time someone flew to the gate of Senior. It was an immortal emperor. He was asking if he had sensed the immortal realm cultivation base and why he could no longer sense her aura. The emperor was looking for his daughter. He wondered if she could be in the abandoned garden. A man opened the gate to the elder's courtyard ajar. The immortal emperor was astonished by what he saw in the courtyard. Lan Aotan was sitting in the elder's house, to whom the housemasters had prepared many treats. He was shocked that the food was helpful in pumping cultivation. The man marveled that the tea helps in strengthening spiritual threads. He looked at the cup of tea and thought that such a small cup destroyed the neck. Taking the cup, Lan Aotan thought that this was a great opportunity. The man assumed that the older man was thanking him for the crystal in this way. The young man attached the crystal to the watermelon cabinet. It turned out to be an improvised refrigerator. The man thought the older man's methods were peculiar. The guy didn't realize that the crystal was so easy to use. He had long dreamed of a refrigerator, because frozen watermelon is incredibly delicious. He motioned for Lan Aotan to take a seat. The boy put a watermelon on the table. The man was in no hurry to touch the treat. Something was bothering him. To his right sat Xiaoling with a disgruntled look. She was greedy for watermelons and stared intently at the man. The eldest slapped her and told her not to look at the guests like that and not to eat too much watermelon or she would get diarrhea. The girl grabbed her head. She was in pain. She said she understood. The man decided to taste the watermelon after all. He reached out for the fruit. He took a slice in his hand and thanked his host for the treat. The man thought this house had magical tea and food. He wondered whether the watermelon was tasty. Lan Aotan took a bite of the watermelon. At that moment, the man saw an explosion in his mind. He didn't know what it meant. Someone called out to him. Lan Aotan was mentally transported to another reality. Lan Aotan realized that this was a sign that someone had broken into the Earth Immortal Realm. The man thought he would reach it. Lan Aotan didn't understand how an ordinary watermelon could do this. Perhaps it was the power of the kitchen knife, he thought. The energy flowed through the knife while cutting. The knife was lying on the board covered in watermelon juice. He was thinking how slippery it was and how uncomfortable it was. The knife wanted to be washed as soon as possible. Lan Aotan thanked the elder for being so kind. He said that he would never pay back. But if he needed anything, he would do his best. The man thought that the energy release from the gust would be huge, and it would be impossible to blow his house apart. Lan Aotan rushed towards the exit, saying that he had a lot of things to do. The elder thought that the man was overexcited again. Lan Aotan said that he had very urgent business and headed for the door. The man swung the door open. There was someone sitting on the ground in front of it. Lan Aotan looked at the seated man with surprise. He didn't realize who it was. He wondered if the aura of the garden was putting pressure on this man. In front of the door sat the immortal emperor. Lan Aotan apologized to the emperor and said that he was busy. The man quickly ran away. The emperor wondered if he would break through to the earth immortal realm. The man did not think that Lan Aotan was the owner of this place. The older man shouted to them and not to run away, for they had a restroom. The emperor glared angrily at the young man. He saw the young man glowing with energy. The emperor thought that his whole body was made up of Tao. The immortal emperor now understood why the garden was filled with a terrifying aura. Apparently, the emperor had broken into the expert's house. The emperor didn't understand what the elder had forgotten in the realm of the living. The elder saw a man sitting on the ground. He asked him why he was sitting on the ground, whether it was because of the barrier's power. The immortal emperor thought that the young man was practicing mental cultivation, but that was impossible. The emperor thought that the rhythms of immortal emperor Taoism were hovering around the young man. The immortal emperor had a vision of the image of an elder walking on the water in the distance. The immortal emperor thought that this was a game of chess with millions of people's lives. He was very alarmed. The man thought that to the older man, people are pieces, and the world is a playing board. In his mind, the two elders were just playing chess with people's lives. The man thought he was a pawn in the elder's mind and got angry. The older man asked if the man was okay. He said he would loosen the barrier a little later. The young man asked if he was injured. The elder thought that judging from his luxurious attire, the man was strong, no need to mess with him. The man said that he was Siasui and hailed an elder. The guy was startled, thinking that it was another cultivator. A young man asked if the man had come for Su Ling. Siasui cheerfully said it was his daughter and asked if she was in the house. The young man awkwardly thought about what to say to the emperor. The older man thought that since it was her father, it should be made clear that it wasn't him who kidnapped her, but the girl herself who came to his house. The elder asked the immortal emperor to stand up. He took him by the hand. The guy said Xiao Ling is in the house and called the girl. Xiao Ling was hiding behind the guy's back. He told her that he was her father. The girl said she didn't know him. The immortal emperor looked at the girl in surprise and asked if she was really his daughter. Xiao Ling insisted that she did not know the man. The older man didn't understand what had happened in their family, that the daughter didn't recognize her father. The elder was already beginning to doubt that the immortal emperor was her father. The girl was cursed by a cruel immortal, and the only thing the man could do was lock her away for 1,000 years. The immortal emperor wondered if the elder didn't know the fate of everyone on the chessboard. He came to the conclusion that he was an unnecessary piece, and his daughter was just a pawn. The immortal emperor said that it couldn't be hidden that he had been away from his daughter for a long time. The thing is, the girl should have grown up during this time, but Xiaolin looks like before, so the man was full of doubts. The guy looked at the man reproachfully and asked how he didn't even remember his daughter. The elder began to doubt that the man was her father. He asked Siasui to describe the girl's birthmark. The man agreed. He said her birthmark looks like a snowflake on the back of her neck. It was true. The guy was shocked that the emperor really is her father. The young man put his hand on the girl's head and said, since she didn't remember him, it was up to her to stay with the elder or go with the emperor. Xiaoling replied that she would like to stay with the elder. The young man told the man that Xiaoling still didn't remember him, probably because of the long separation, and if the emperor didn't mind, the girl could stay with the guy. The guy said that it was just about time for her to study, so he would take care of it and pass on all his knowledge to her. The immortal emperor thought that the elder wanted to train her. The man hesitated. It seemed to him that the elder had not only cured her, but had also offered such a favorable deal. The emperor gritted his teeth. Sia Sui bowed low and said that he was leaving his daughter to the elder. The man asked to take care of her. The young man said that there was no need to react so violently. The guy thought that maybe the man had gotten wind of the fact that he was teaching in the city. However, he was being overly dramatic. At this time, Lan Aotan was testing his strength in the forest. He began to conjure with both hands. The man's strength felled all the trees around him. Lan Aotan said that the breakthrough went well, and he was finally able to cross over to the Earth Immortal realm. A man heard someone breaking a branch, stepping on it not far from Lan Aotan. It was the Immortal Emperor. He patted the man and told him to accept his congratulations. Lan Aotan said that the breakthrough could happen while he was at the Elder. The man hoped that he would forgive his sinful soul. The Immortal Emperor told the man not to worry. They are both related to him in one way or another, and if he wants, they can switch to you or brother. Lan Aotan called Siasui a brother. The man thought that such an acquaintance was even better than an immortal artifact, and he had come there for a reason. The Immortal Emperor put his hand on the man's shoulder and asked him to tell him when he would reach the immortal realm. Xiasui said that he had gotten dealt skills from Senior Lan Aotan, so he was confident that the man would soon reach the lowest immortal stage. The Immortal Emperor gave the man a badge with an inscription on it. He told him to accept it as proof of their acquaintance. With it, Lan Aotan would be able to enter any city or clan or directly into the immortal realm. The man thanked the emperor. Lan Aotan said his name and asked how to address the man. Xiasui said his name and added that in the immortal realm, he was called Emperor. He praised Lan Aotian's name. The man was at first pleased at such praise from the emperor. He had not yet realized what he had said. Lan Aotian pondered over the immortal emperor's words about his name. At this moment, a realization came to the man who the person he had just met was. It was the immortal emperor. Xiasui returned to the immortal realm. He didn't think he would see his daughter after so many years, but thanks to Senior, he would now be able to visit her. The man was very happy that the elder allowed him to come once a month. He thought the young man was very good. At this moment, the immortal emperor saw his subordinate who wanted to say something to him. A man fell at the immortal emperor's feet and greeted him. Xiasui asked what had happened. The emperor thought that the lousy man had really come. The man asked if the emperor had found Fairy Suling. The immortal emperor passed by him and said that he hadn't found her yet. The man was shocked hearing those words. He looked at the emperor in surprise. The man asked if he should send more people out to look for her, since he needed to find the girl. The immortal emperor waved his hand and ordered the man to get away. He threw him away using his own strength. The man flew off and hit his back on a palace column. It cracked. The man's name was Xiao Zhao. The emperor told the man to remember that if he showed up at the emperor's door again, he would kill him. The emperor added that it didn't matter to him whether the man was looking for an immortal weapon or something else. If Xiasui found out that someone from his clan had descended to the ground, he would cut him out completely. Xiao Zhao, lying on the ground, said that he understood everything. While the immortal emperor was lying in the garden, he felt an immortal artifact, a golden feather. The man thought it was good that the elder didn't blame him for it. The immortal emperor wondered if the elder wanted to share the world with him. The man thought that there was no harm in dreaming. At this time, it was a clear day in the human world in the capital of light. The events that followed took place in the immortal Shushan Academy. Someone was shouting about the wisdom of Confucius. The academy students said that this was indeed his skill. The guys were discussing something heatedly. At that moment, the door to the academy room opened and some man walked in. He was covered in soap foam. The man said that even if the new Confucius is really here, it doesn't mean you have to yell like that. He asked not to ruin the reputation of the academy. That man was Zhendan Teng. He angrily asked, "So where is the one the guys were talking about?" The man was standing in just a towel with a brush in his hands. One of the guys told the tutor that he didn't think this was the right time for this. At this moment, a young man approached Zhendan Ten. He greeted the man and said that his name was Shen Guozimo, and he was a Confucius skill holder. Zhendan Teng angrily asked what it was, whether the guy was taught this skill as a child or by himself with the help of a mentor. Guozimo replied that he started training at the age of 13. For the past 4 years, he had been assisted by Mr. Chen, which was the name of the protagonist. The young man said that he had an unlimited supply of knowledge, and if he were a cultivator, Mr. Chen would at least be immortal. Zhendan Ten asked if Guozimo had written down his poems. The educator asked the fellow to read them. The man had not heard of such a thing in either the realm of the living or the realm of the dead. Zhendan Teng didn't know which weirdo had gotten this treasure, but he hoped he hadn't ruined this boy's life. Guozimo said that Mr. Chen had written countless poems, so he would read the one he gave to the young man on the last day of training. Zhendan Teng was surprised that this young man had mastered Confucius skills. The man hoped that it was not too late to correct his mistakes. Guozimo, with a peaceful expression on his face, began to read Mr. Chen's poem. The poem went like this. From the house you could hear crying, not the crying of misfortune or sorrow, but the crying of children gathered together, not knowing where the guest had come from. Zhendan Teng fell to his knees in shock. The young man was very surprised and frightened by this. The man was so much struck by this verse, its poetry and depth, that his legs could not stand. Zhendan Teng thought that these lines described life with all its vicissitudes. The mentor thought Mr. Chen was worthy of the title of Confucius for such poems. Zhendan Ten asked the young man with burning eyes where this beautiful Mr. Chen lived. The man would really like to visit him right now and offer to teach at their academy. Zhendan Teng changed his mind and decided that it was better to make him a mentor in their academy in the first place. Guozimo was in a stupor. The mentor grabbed the young man's hand and said that they were going to Mr. Chen right away. Zhendan Teng ran out of the academy wearing only a towel and dragged the young man with him. At this time, a new assignment came to the elder. The owner had to create a new cult with the name Pinyang. The young man was shocked by such an assignment. He was enraged because he was forced to join a mountain cult last time. But luckily, Muran's family was generous and gave him an ancestral title. And now they want the older one to create a whole cult. The kid was furious. The assignment said he didn't care, and the young man had 2 months to complete it. The older man thought he was going to be driven to his grave. The boy thought he might have to ask Muran's family for another favor. At that time, someone came to the elder's house. The guest asked if Mr. Chen was at home. The young man opened the door to the guests. Standing outside the door was Guo Zimo. He greeted Mr. Chen. The older man also said hello and asked if the guy was going to go to the city, or if he had already decided to return. Guo Zimo introduced his mentor to Immortal Shushan Academy and said that the man was very eager to meet him. Senior was shocked to see such a guest. He wondered if Guo Zimo was joking, because if he was right, the mentor was one of the most powerful people on the continent. Zheng Dan Teng bowed low and greeted Mr. Chen. The guy was confused by this greeting. The older one was shocked that another one was falling at his feet and worried. He thought he shouldn't do that if his health didn't allow it. Chen wondered if he was related to the Murong family. All the big shots bowed and called him senior. The boy wondered since when he had become invincible. The young man wanted to ask Mentor Zheng something. Chen awkwardly asked if he was too strong for Mentor Zheng. Mentor Zheng fell on his knees and bowed low to the young man. He asked for their forgiveness. Chen didn't understand where this reaction was coming from, he asked, just to answer honestly. Mentor Zheng wondered if the young man was angry. Perhaps he had interrupted his retreat. The man thought the elder had come down to train his talents and enjoy the solitude, then miscalculated his intentions for disturbing his peace. The man was drenched in sweat and was about to tell the young man everything he thought, since he had permission to tell the truth. Mentor Zheng decisively said that the young man was powerless. The mentor added that the elder didn't have a drop of cultivation in him, that he was an ordinary mortal. The elder turned away and thought it was not worth pouring salt on his wound. Zhen Dan Teng and said that they could dispense with the formalities. The man asked to call him Zhen Teng or Xiao Zhen. The older man decided against it. He was too uncomfortable to call his mentor that. Mentor Zheng's hands were shaking behind his back. Guo Zimo asked why this was happening, whether the mentor was in pain. The man replied with a cold expression that he got what he wanted. He was very worried. He grabbed the boy's hand and said goodbye to the older man. The two men flew off in a flash. Mentor Zhen looked back. He noticed that he was not being attacked. Apparently, the elder had decided to let them go. The man thought it was a good thing he didn't make the elder even angrier, or there would have been no problem. The man thought that maybe it was all about Zemo because he was a senior's apprentice. The guy didn't know what was going on. Mentor Zhen thought that in that case, he should seriously look into training this genius. The man smiled. The elder thought that perhaps Guo Zimo had read that poem to his mentor, and the mentor thought Chen had written it. And then the mentor came to the conclusion that Senior was a literary genius, so he came to idolize him. The young man thought it didn't matter now and needed to figure out how to accomplish the task. He was going to leave the house. Senior didn't know anything about cultivation, and the system wants him to organize a cult. The guy thought it was stupid. Senior was going to go to the city and buy a couple cultivation books. The eldest came to the market in town. There were no people there. He saw a store of 1,000 books in the marketplace. The elder opened the door to the store and asked if Boss Duan was here. The young man said he wanted to buy a book. The girl slammed down the book she was reading and thought that if it was Mr. Chen who had come to see her. The girl noticed that the young man had not visited them for a long time. She asked what he had been doing. Chen agreed and said he really hadn't visited her in a long time. He asked if they were making progress. Dwayne got up from the table and said that there was no progress. It was business as usual. They were barely making ends meet. Duan looked seductively at the older man and said that she was a weak woman trying to make a living by hard work. But she would like to find a good, not-looking husband. Chen replied that he didn't think there would be a guy to match the girl. Duan smiled slyly and looked at the elder. She approached Chen and said that she felt like such a man right in front of her. The older man looked embarrassed and closed his eyes. He coughed and said that was the end of it. The young man asked if they had books on cultivation. He was interested in some for beginners. Duan said that of course they did. The girl said angrily that the older one changes the subject every time. The boy said that for some reason he felt like they had every book. The girl replied that he thought he was right, for the lad had seen their name. Duan smiled sweetly and handed the young man a book. She said it would be a free book for him, a token of her love and appreciation. The older man took the book to thank the girl and said he would be sure to help her with the publicity. Duan replied that there was no need to do that. The young man just needed to stop by more often. The older man wondered why he felt like he was doing something terrible by coming here time after time. Walking out of the store, the guy thought that Duan's boss reminded him of someone. And in that instant, the elder remembered that he had forgotten to do something. The guy turned around and called out to the supervisor. The girl asked if Mr. Chen had changed his mind, if he had decided to propose to her. The senior asked if Dwayne's boss was funny. Since she had helped him so many times, the guy wanted to invite the girl to his place. Duan's boss decided to agree. She replied that as time permits, she would go. The guy said goodbye to the girl. Walking out of the store, Senior kept thinking about how he had a strange feeling he seemed to know but couldn't explain. The girl stared intently after the older man. Warden Duan said not this time. The girl snapped her fingers. A bright light appeared outside the door of the bookstore. The girl used her power. She used the power of moving. The light gradually eyes. In the elder's garden, he was sitting on a chair reading a book he had bought. It said that practice always brings something new, and it turns out there are so many opportunities for cultivators to develop abilities, even with food. The young man suddenly realized that all the cultivators came here because of the cultivation, enhancing food. But after a second, the senior thought that this is nonsense because only after Tiankai Dibao is there a possibility of a breakthrough. The young man buys Rice City and this backwater is unlikely to have it. The elder thought that they seemed to like his cooking. Even though it didn't increase cultivation, it was still delicious. The guy thought of Mr. Long. He was quite polite because of his status. The guy thought he should test this theory and also ask about the formation of the cult. At that moment, Mu Ronshui knocked on the gate to the elder. She asked if Senior was home. The guy thought it was a coincidence. He let the girl in and said that she was on time, and he only remembered her. Senior had something to discuss with Mu Ronshui's father. He asked her to give it to her father. The girl said it was amazing that the elder was able to foresee her coming. She had just come with a message from her grandfather and her father. They wanted to discuss merging the Muron family's mountain cult and the magic moon cult into a new cult under him. Mu Rongshu asked what the elder thinks about it. If he agrees, he can choose the name himself. And if he is not happy with it, then they can abandon the plan. The guy was very surprised that they wanted to organize a cult under him. It was an unexpected coincidence. The girl said that he was the ancestor of the cult followers. So this cult belongs to the eldest by right, so it should be named by him. The older man replied that he had come up with a couple of names. He suggested Henzyong. The boy wondered if it was too gaudy. The girl's eyes lit up and said that it was a great name. She didn't think that Senior would name a cult after himself. Mu Rongshui thought that everyone would definitely like such a name. The young man noticed that they liked everything he said. It bothered him that this was a very strange coincidence, since he had been given a similar assignment. Senior always wanted to ask Mu Rongshu something. He asked why they all called him Senior and acted respectful and polite. The girl happily replied that it was because of the strength of the elder's cultivation. But after a moment, the girl realized that she probably shouldn't have said that. Mr. Chen didn't understand what the girl was talking about after all. He is an ordinary mortal. Mu Rongshui thought that she had misspoken and completely forgot about his mental cultivation, also talking about the young man's strength. The older man still couldn't understand what the matter was. He thought the girl was going to bow at his feet, so it was better to end it there. The elder said that Mu Rongshui would be in charge of merging cultures, so the young man suggested that they go eat first before they set off. The girl fell at his feet and told him that they were so greedy. She had learned the lesson of the hidden stone sound, and they would no longer try to profit from deals with the elder. The guy was shocked. He asked if the girl was talking about food now. Mu Rongshui thought that she had misspoken again. The girl was ready to fall through the ground. Mu Rongshui hurried towards the exit of the courtyard. She apologized to the elder and said that she had urgent matters. The older man didn't understand the reason for the girl's reaction after all. He had only asked a couple of questions, and she had changed the subject. The young man thought it would be good if he really was strong. At this time, the sky was clear with something shining on it. It was an asteroid that was hurtling through space, straight for Earth. A meteorite flew across the sky. It was like a dragon. At the same time, Chen Pinggang was with his girlfriend. The girl asked the protagonist if he would take full responsibility. The guy confidently told her that there was only room in his heart for her. Chen told the girl that a large meteorite had fallen in honor of their love. Here the main character stopped talking and thought about what was happening around him. The guy got scared and shouted loudly that it was not a meteorite, but a meteorite. He grabbed his girlfriend's hand and shouted for them to run away. They ran away from the meadow. There was a man standing nearby who called the meteorite the Hanjie stone. He added that judging by its size, the stone belonged to an unusual person. The man noticed that the meteorite was flying towards the elder's estate, and from the looks of it, the stone had been searching long and hard for its owner. The man had never expected to catch such a sight. A hen in the main character's yard watched the meteorite fly. She thought the luck of her elders had brought another disaster. The hen told the fish that this rock was even bigger than last time. The fish in the pond agreed. The fire dragon meteorite continued to fly. It was headed for Earth. The dragon meteorite made several turns in the air during flight. The man looking at the meteorite remembered to himself about the elder's garden. The man looked more closely and saw that it was a real burning dragon. The man walked into Aoshin Long's house. He thought to himself that the older man had his own plans for the meteorite. He thought to himself that the inhabitants of this house could soon be considered immortal. He remembered the case of the House of 1,000 Feathers Empire. One night, the kingdom burned down and was reborn from its ashes. Prince Qingyu awakened tremendous abilities and became one of the continent's talents. The great emperor was able to make a breakthrough of the Mahayana realm, and in less than a month, the empire had a new name of Thousand Feather Empire, and it became a center of power. A month and a half ago, the protagonist held a meeting with an old man. The old man informed Chen that they were disturbed by people from another empire once their prince bought a lot of people. They asked for cooperation to search for the treasure. The old man added that their highest level of cultivation was to overcome the tribulation period. The old man suggested that the guy suspend the construction of the cult. The guy didn't like it. The old man added that the foundation has already been laid, so there is not much work. The guy said there's a month and a half left, and why would they come now? Chen said that the Shushan Immortal Academy had more of the Emperor's men. He thought that they could be asked to handle it. The old man asked the guy if he really wanted to entrust this matter to the Shushan Immortal Academy. Here the protagonist realized that this option will not work as he cannot contact the dean. The guy thought and remembered about Xiaoling's father. He was also strong and could be asked for help. The old man asked the prudent protagonist if he knew anyone stronger than the academy students. The guy replied that the one came a month and a half ago and we should wait for him for the same amount of time. The old man sadly asked the older man why he couldn't get in touch with anyone. A princess of the Empire of 1,000 Feathers named Liu Yushi sat on a makeshift throne in the forest and commanded the workers to dig a hole. The girls shouted angrily to them that any old woman was stronger than they were. She was clearly displeased. The workers with pickaxes looked angrily at the princess. She shouted at them that if they didn't like it, they should fight the guy standing next to her. An immortal superiority world cultivator stood beside Liu Yushi. A maid came up. She said timidly to the princess that she had brought her watermelon. Liu Yushi asked angrily at the maid how dare she shake and called her a useless creature. The maid replied that the melon was harder to get because of the greedy people living in the area. The princess decided to try the watermelon and she took a small bite out of it. Liu Yushi shouted hysterically to the maid that the watermelon was unpalatable and demanded that she bring another. This behavior of the princess made the servant girl very angry. She could hardly contain herself. The servant girl looked at the princess very angrily and was even ready to hit her. Liu Yushi looked at the servant girl with a smile and asked her if she was reluctant to attack her. The acolyte thought to herself that she needed to calm down and conflict was not allowed in the cult's territory. Then the girl saw her grandfather coming from afar. She ran towards him. She asked her grandfather what the older man said. He replied that Chen still couldn't get a grip. So there will be more meetings. Suddenly from behind, the girl heard a noise. She couldn't understand what was going on. Grandpa stood next to her warily. He said excitedly that it might be an earthquake. A strong earthquake shook the neighborhood, and the workers began to climb out of the pit. The princess asked loudly if this is how the birth of the treasure happens. Suddenly the earth opened up violently, and a big and long beast came out of it. The princess was very surprised and frightened. She did not understand what it was. The princess was very much frightened. A big snake jumped out of the ground next to her. The man standing next to me was very surprised. He seemed to realize what had happened and who the monster was. The man called this dragon the Black Serpent. The dragon looked at the man carefully. The princess shouted pitifully for the man to stop this huge dragon as soon as possible. He was about to carry out the princess's instructions, but someone from outside shouted to the man to stop. The owner of Tianzhong Tower came over. He said that as long as he was here, no one could kill the dragon. The princess approached the owner of Tianzhong Tower, introduced herself, and asked him to take her to a safe place. The owner looked at her and thought he had been gone a very long time and didn't know what this girl had done. He thought to himself that there wasn't much mana left after his last breakthrough. The monster in front of him was at the peak of the Mahayana realm. In the end, the owner of Tianzhong Tower decided that the black monster was perfect for training. The dragon named Black Serpent looked at the owner of Tianzhong Tower with anger. Suddenly the dragon squirmed and said that he had never killed anyone and explained that he was a Buddhist. The tower owner was very surprised by this answer. He said that there were many innocent people here, and he should not have let him hurt them. The dragon calmly replied that he never intended to hurt anyone. He said that he had just come out to bask in the sun. The dragon said that he used to be good at killing immortal beasts. The tower owner thought the dragon was a demonic beast. The tower owner kept thinking about why he felt humiliated. He decided he didn't need to kill the dragon. Here came the princess. She timidly addressed the owner of the tower and called him the elder. The princess told the man that the dragon is very afraid of him, so he's being quiet. After the tower owner leaves, the dragon may kill everyone here. The princess further told the tower owner that the dragon might then go somewhere else to wreak havoc. For that reason, it is better to kill it now. The man told the princess that he was not the sword for her. He also added that he was not impressed that she was from the Empire of 1,000 Feathers. The owner of Tianzhong Tower added to the girl only that he looks at her and realizes that her father is no better. He added to the princess that everything she was given could also be taken away if she was very angry. The man told her she was on her own now. The princess didn't like it. She shouted after the owner of Tianzhong Tower that they too would one day fall at the feet of their empire. When the tower owner left, the dragon cheered up. The black serpent rose to its full height. The dragon asked the princess if she had just said something bad about him. The princess was very frightened. She did not know what to say to the dragon. The owner of Tianzhong Tower thought angrily that he had only given the princess a reprieve because of his predecessor's good luck stone. He assumed that it was all planned by the elder, but apparently it wasn't. The tower owner went into the forest and heard a noise. He demanded that his warrior show himself. From the thicket, a warrior jumped from a tree to the ground. He greeted his master. The master commanded the warrior to immediately gather everyone from Tianyun Tower and all the auxiliary forces to fight the 1,000 Feathers Empire. The tower owner also threatened to declare anyone who cooperated with the 1,000 Feathers Empire as enemies. The warrior replied in agreement. After a little thought, the master told the warrior to send a message. During the night, the Empire of 1,000 Feathers was defeated, and a bloody battle was fought with many casualties. The warriors from Tianzhong Tower had a bloody massacre, and there were many dead. The warriors mercilessly massacred the population of the Empire of 1,000 Feathers. The chief warrior found the father of the princess of this empire and approached him. The warrior looked at the princess's father and told the man he was having a great night. The owner of Tianzhong Tower was having tea with the protagonist. Chen turned to him and called him Elder Lao. The protagonist asked Lao if he knew the Empire of 1,000 Feathers. The tower owner hesitated, surprised by the question. He decided to make Chen happy with his answer. Elder Lao said that he came to the protagonist to talk about it. He said that the people of the 1,000 Feathers Empire were too cruel and arrogant. He added that he had already subdued these people. Lao apologized to the protagonist if he had overstepped his authority. The main character was very happy. He said that he did not expect this from the elder and called him a good man. He thought about it and asked the elder why he was apologizing to him. The elder was silent. Chen asked Lao why he called him senior. To himself, the tower owner thought that the guy wanted to test him. Lao wondered to himself whether the development of the 1,000 Feathers Empire was included in the trial of senior. The tower owner thought for a while and said that he would answer if the protagonist wanted him to. Lao told Chen that he calls him senior because he is the strongest. The main character liked that answer. He answered that he understood. The boy thanked Elder Lao and said he had something to do. He replied that he was dealing with the aftermath of the suppression. Lao said goodbye and left. As he left, the elder decided to himself that the elder did not look angry. He thought he had passed the elder's test. After the elder left, the protagonist turned to the system for help. Chen demanded very loudly that the system come here immediately. The boy told the system that he couldn't understand why people respected him. He thought he was strong, but the system always said he was weak. What can she say to that now? The system replied that if he fights someone and wins, it will be very surprised. Chen replied that he still didn't believe it. The protagonist was thinking. He wanted to find a worthy opponent. He remembered the members of the Mu-Ran family and realized that they were very kind to him. Chen also realized judiciously that he couldn't fight the thugs. He thought to himself that he could really be a weakling and die. The protagonist thought deeply. He searched his memory for a candidate so that he could fight him. Senior Chen thought for a long time. He looked at the tree and remembered that Xiaoling was lying under it. The guy looked at the girl. She was sweet and serene. He realized it would be perfect for him. Chen approached the girl and asked her to do him a favor. She was surprised. The hero seriously asked the girl to fight him. Such a guy's decision led the system to hang up. She saw Chen next to Xiao Linger and replied to him that it was very impudent of him. The guy suggested Yao Linger to use a bamboo stick as a weapon. A girl came over and picked up a stick and said it would be fine. She asked the guy if he really wanted to fight. Chen cheerfully replied to the girl that he would only take off his clothes. Xiao asked him if he could keep his clothes on since she might hurt him. Senior Chen replied that it was fine, he just didn't want to get his clothes dirty. He thought to himself that Xiao Linger didn't hit hard and she wouldn't hurt him. The girl took a bamboo stick and confidently prepared to fight. Chen was ready for a quick victory. He asked Xiao Linger if she was ready. The girl swung the stick and prepared to hit the guy with all her might. After the blow, the guy was very stiff with pain. He didn't expect to be hit so hard. Xiao Linger hit the guy in the face with a stick and he fell to the ground. The fall of the boy made the girl very frightened. She did not expect such a reaction to her blow. Xiao Linger asked the guy if he was okay. Chen replied that he was fine and he just wasn't ready. He couldn't understand how the girl could be so strong that he didn't even have time to dodge. He thought the system might be right, and he was so weak that he couldn't even beat a little girl. The boy decided that such a thing was impossible, and told the girl to fight again. He expressed his intention to win. The very next moment, Chen received another very hard punch to the face. The main character stood up and told the girl to hit him again. The girl agreed and swung for a punch. Chen kept trying to fight Xiaolinger, but he couldn't beat her. Pretty soon, a beaten Chen was sitting on a chair. Now he realized that he was not strong at all. Then the system activated and reminded him that she had told him before that he was weak. Chen replied sadly to the system for her to shut up, for he wants to be alone. Xiaolinger turned to the main character. The guy thought to himself that judging from the girl's appearance, she was descended from 7 cultivators. For this reason, she is stronger than an ordinary child. The girl asked the guy if he was okay. Chen decided to himself that he was weaker than Xiaolinger. Senior Chen thought to himself that perhaps this was all a bug. He remembered that the textbook said that cultivators could sense the strength of their opponents. He thought to himself that he was weaker than Su Ling because of the bug, and everyone felt a strong aura around him. The guy realized that this was the reason everyone called him elder and didn't believe him when he said he was a mere mortal. Chen immediately cheerfully thought that he could lie about his strength. A deep night descended upon the country. All slept and rested in silence. The dark night was a good time to activate magical powers. At this very time, a large dragon was quietly and peacefully sleeping. It was the Black Serpent. Night also enveloped the main character's estate. He was resting after a hard day's work. Chen was sleeping peacefully and didn't even know what exactly was happening in his yard right now. There was a guy with golden hair sitting in the courtyard. He asked the goldfish why he felt one of his dragon family today. He added that it was a very strange feeling. The fish replied that perhaps the creature had eaten a dead dragon. Perhaps it was injured by the scum in the realm of the immortals. Then that creature accidentally came to this world and hid here. Fish added that the creature cannot absorb dragon energy on its own. If it is near her, there is a chance that the creature will become a true dragon. The chicken offered to train the creature and make it an errand boy. The guy with the golden hair seconded the motion. The fish in the pool also supported it. At that time, the bronze sword came to life and he turned into a little boy. He also said he agreed. The fish spit out a golden ball and told the boy to go and make the creature swallow the thing. After that, it should change shape. The fish reminded the boy that if it didn't work out, he knew what to do. He said it would be done. The dark night hung over the neighborhood. Everything was quiet and at peace. As before, a fiery vortex in the form of a meteorite flew across the sky. The boy with golden hair ran as fast as he could to fulfill his errand. He shouted to the dragon not to worry, for he had not come to kill him. The boy stood near the pit with the dragon and told him it was useless to hide. Dragoness asked the guy what she could do for him. She called him boss. The boy was very flattered and happy to finally be called boss. Draco shyly questioned the boy, or was it something she said wrong? Then the boy timidly asked her again what she had just called him. Dracosha once again repeated him confidently and clearly and called him boss. She turned to the boy and told him confidently to be serious. The boy said that the big shots want her to be an errand girl. He offered her 2 options. In the first option, the dragoness herself agrees. In the second option, the boy would force her to agree. He gave her the opportunity to choose. Dragoness thought about it, and it was a very difficult choice for her right now. The boy asked her very seriously if there was anything she wasn't happy about. The dragoness stirred. A large cloud of fire flashed above it. After a little thought, she answered confidently and unambiguously that she agreed. The boy told her that if she was willing, she could eat the golden ball. Just then, the boy put a golden ball into the dragon's mouth. It swallowed it. Here, she immediately sensed that there was a lot of pure dragon energy in this golden sphere. In a couple seconds, she swallowed 1/10 of the energy in her body. And a secret transformation technique. Dragoness realized immediately that she could change her form now. Immediately, the transformation process began. The dragoness began to shrink in size. Its head became small. Her tail became small and the usual black fluffy paws appeared. Instead of a dragon, there was now an ordinary black dog that barked. She wondered to herself why exactly she had changed from a dragon to a dog. The boy was very surprised and amused by the magical transformation. He laughed. The boy told the dog that he wasn't laughing at him, but just remembering a joke. He continued to giggle. The dog realized that the boy was laughing at him and didn't want to stop. The boy took the animal with him and said he would introduce it to the real boss. They made their way to the main character's residence. The boy shouted to everyone that they were back. The black dog was very surprised. She had not expected to see such creatures here. The guy with golden hair thought he felt a terrifying aura. The hen remembered to herself that she used to think there was only one powerful guy here. Here the bird concentrated. It began to look with a fiery gaze at the dog that had come. The dog said hello. She thought to herself that she hadn't expected there to be a pond of them. The guy with the golden hair said the little brat was well trained. The boy told him that they had trained him. The guy turned to the dog and told him to behave himself, especially around the master. The guy also added that if the master suspected something, the dog was finished. She nodded positively. The guy said if she understood, she should come over and talk to her ancestor. The dog looked into the pond and there was a fish swimming there. She immediately said hello to it. The dog sensed something was happening to him. As he looked at the fish, he felt the dragon's energy level rising. Fish told the dog not to worry and he would soon get used to it. She explained that it was hard for people with dragon blood in them to look at her. Here the dog was interested in the fish in the pond and asked who it was. Fish explained eagerly that she's known to many as the Holy Dragon. The dog felt a bit of the memories of the dragon he had eaten. She had remembered something like that before. Such an ancient dragon existed long before the creation of the world. Also, he exists always and everywhere. He is the true ancestor of dragons. The dog was surprised that a real deity lived in a pond shaped like a goldfish. The dog wondered how strong their master was. There was a peach tree suddenly lit up brightly. The flowers on it shone in the night. There was the sound of walking feet. They belonged to the magical girl who had come down from the tree. The girl glowed in the night and she held a magic mirror in her hands. Proud, she addressed the sleeping Xiaolinger directly with her words. The girl with the mirror told Xiaolinger to persuade the owner to keep the dog tomorrow. Xiaolinger confirmed that she would fulfill the peach tree girl's request. In the palace of the Thousand Feathers Empire, Emperor Liu Zhentao was talking to his father. His father demanded an explanation from him. Liu Zhentao sat in silence. His father demanded that he explain what was going on here. In response, Liu Zhentao said that he only knows that Yushi went on a treasure hunt. The emperor's father's name was Grandpa Liu. He angrily shouted to his son that Tianzhong Tower had defeated them overnight. Also, former allies had turned their backs on them. Liu Zhentao said that he really didn't know. Just then, a young princess came through the door. She said that she had returned. The girl said that it had gotten dangerous lately. She asked why no one was there. She demanded that someone bring her a cup of tea. Her father was surprised that she was still in the mood for tea. Liu Zhentao asked strictly for the princess to tell her what she had done while she was away. The girl said that the cult masters had become completely lazy and worse than dogs. The father figured it out. He told his daughter it was all her fault. In response, the princess timidly and innocently asked her father what had happened. The emperor himself was very angry. He wanted to beat his daughter now. The father asked the princess's grandfather if he could hit his favorite granddaughter. He stopped him. The girl was very happy. She decided that her grandfather would protect her from punishment. Old Man Liu said menacingly that he would even help the emperor in punishing the princess. The very next morning, the protagonist was woken up by Xiaolinger's girlfriend. The guy woke up and with great reluctance asked her what was wrong. The girl greeted him. A large black dog stood beside her. Chen asked her excitedly where she found that big black dog. The girl said the dog was very cute and she found it near the door. Xiao thought the dog was lost. The main character asked her if the dog was just lying by the door, how she knew it was lost. Xiaolinger told the protagonist that the dog told her everything. Senior Chen put his hand on the girl's head and told her not to talk nonsense. The guy told the girl that someone let the dog go for a walk, so he needs to take it to the yard. He'll come back when he's done playing. Chen noted that Xiaolinger likes the dog. At the same time, the dog found in the mountains may be wild. In the end, the guy decided it was better not to risk getting a dog. Xiaolinger told the dog that she had done her part. If her brother didn't like the dog, let him go and play in the yard. The dog was disappointed not to be invited to live in the house, but she decided to herself that she had to try and make a nice face. The dog decided that he would do whatever it took to not get kicked out of here. The dog came to the well and decided he would just lie there. The guy came out of the house in the morning and was very much surprised by what he saw. Chen was very surprised that the dog was really lying in the yard waiting for him. Xiaolinger suggested that the dog steal her bones and chew on them. The guy yelled for the dog to walk. The dog thought the bones from the elder's yard would be a real feast for him. The protagonist was distracted as he heard and felt a message from the system. The system sent an alert. The guy thought that the new assignment was right after the last one, and this was the first time it had happened to him in 5 years. The system voiced a task within 10 days. The main character's cult should consist of 10,000 people. The protagonist resented such a task. He realized that he couldn't find so many cultivators in 10 days. The system told him that death is not a punishment for not completing a task. Chen decided to himself that if losing didn't kill him, he didn't have to do it. The comm system informed the guy that if he did not comply, his sex organ would be halved. Such a warning made the protagonist very angry. He clutched at the system screen. Senior Chen swung around with all his might and tried to knock the system screen to the ground. At the same time, he heard someone knocking on the door and asked for permission to enter. The boy immediately realized it was the old man knocking. He got excited. Chen told the old man that he was on time and to come in. The old man remarked that everything seemed to be resolved with the Thousand Feathers Empire. The protagonist reported that through common action, the Empire of 1,000 Feathers had been suppressed. The cult building has been completed. Soon we will be able to accept disciples. The old man said that a couple days ago a monster appeared where they were looking for treasure. Here the old man stopped. Something from outside caught his attention. The old man looked with surprise at the black dog lying before him. Elder Chen noticed the strange behavior of the old man. He turned around in surprise. The boy asked the old man what had happened to him. The old man pressed himself against the door out of fear. The old man thought to himself that the dog's breathing was similar to that of the black serpent he had seen earlier. The old man remembered that he had insulted the serpent, but assumed that the serpent would not take revenge on him. Xiaolinger asked the old man in surprise if he was afraid of dogs. The old man replied that he was not afraid, and he realized that if the dog was here, the snake was under the control of the elder. The old man asked the boy what he wanted to say. The older man said that there was a difficult task. Chen asked cheerfully to the old man if they could recruit 10,000 disciples in 10 days. The old man replied that it was possible, only he would need the help of the protagonist. The old man decided that all the cultivators of the world would flock to the city if the elder appeared in person in the city. Then the old man said he needed a dog for a couple days, then he could find 10,000 disciples. The old man decided that he could fulfill the elder's task and take the black serpent away. The main character was surprised that the old man needed that big black dog. Chen thought to himself that Mu Ronggong seemed to be afraid of the dog. He also remembered that Yao Lu had appeared nearby. The main character decided that Yao Lu might be the black dog. In the cultivation book, it was written that some demonic creatures, although they look normal, can go on a rampage and start killing. Senior thought about the dog that it might eat the chicken, or it might attack Xiaolinger. The main character decided to try asking the old man again. He asked him what he would do with the dog. The old man replied cheerfully and confidently that he would take the dog to town. Chen told the old man to leave his estate as soon as possible. The old man took the dog in his arms and told the protagonist that he would have 10,000 students in 10 days. The dog looked pitifully into the pond where the fish was. She called out to it, calling it an ancestor. The fish replied to the dog that he could come back here at night. Then the main character noticed a ray of fire coming from the sky to earth. Chen thought to himself that he wasn't sure if he could do it or not, but he wanted to participate. The protagonist heard a crowd of people calling him. He thought to himself that thanks to God, he could gratify his ego at the expense of the people's cheering. Chen Pinghan remembered that he hadn't made sure his aura worked on everyone yet. Someone in the crowd pointed at the main character and asked what kind of asshole he was. The eldest had finally decided that the old man was the one to rely on. At this time, the old man and his dog arrived at the residence of the Ping and cult. He entered the residence and told the black dog they were on site. The dog was suddenly very angry. He turned his displeasure to the old man. The dog told the old man that he had deprived her of the opportunity to become stronger. The old man replied that he was trying to help her. The old man told the dog that the older man had kicked him out because he did not like greedy people. The dog liked that answer. The dog turned to the old man and called him Mr. Gon. The dog said he owed him a favor. The dog said if they are in the senior's place of worship, he will try even harder. The symbol of the cult's defense formation appeared in the sky in a bright glow. The dog said that he had infused the protective information with spiritual energy. Therefore, the information would be able to withstand a cultivator's attack even at the peak of the Mahayana realm. Then swords and other things fell from the sky. The dog called it garbage. The dog said he couldn't use it all, so it's all for the old man. The dog looked at the old man with great attention. A golden ball glowed inside her. Here at once the dog was transformed into a large and flying black dragoness. The old man told her that he hadn't seen her for a couple days. She'd already changed shape. He added that it was all thanks to her ancestor. The old man said that after this moment, the recruitment of the Pin and cult begins. Elder Lao observed from afar the formation of the Mahayana realm. The elder thought and connected the formations of the kingdom with the dragon protector of the mountains. He saw a huge black dragon above the residence and thought that the elder had accidentally given them this formation. He remembered that the older man thinks things through and he couldn't go wrong. Petty Officer Lao decided that this was a divine test of the three. The first test was the Empire of 1,000 Feathers. The elder knew they would prove to be arrogant and oppressive. He gave them a chance, but this empire unfortunately didn't change. The second check was Elder Lao himself. He, under the command of an elder, had saved the people of the mountain cult. He also handled the destruction of the 1,000 Feathers cult on his own. The elder was still looking at the dragon. He realized that the third check would be the mountain cultists. Apparently those had done well too, and for that reason the elder had gifted them with the formation. Lao realized immediately that everything was going according to plan. The elder was able to calculate everything. His warrior appeared in front of the elder. Lao demanded that he find him a great gift. The warrior told the master that he didn't know exactly what kind of gift he wanted. The elder said he needed something suitable for life on the peak of the mainland. At the same time, Chen Pinggang was at his home in his residence. He got a message from the system that the cult mission was over. The guy got a lottery ticket. The older man was glad the task was over. He hadn't expected Moran to do it so quickly. The system's instructions started the drawing. Then the system informed that it is now possible to draw a ticket. Chen thought to himself that he didn't like the sword he had picked up on the mountain. At the same time, a boy with golden hair looked out from behind the door. Immediately, I received a message from the system that the ticket was successfully pulled. The system says the guy's about to get his winnings. It was a big bag. The bag fell out of the sky on the guy. He almost fell out of his chair. Chen Ping'an looked at the bag carefully. He pondered what was inside. That's when the guy realized he was inside the bag of fertilizer. He thought he was lucky because he wanted to grow something in his yard. The guy called the girl Xiaolinger and said that if she wanted watermelons, she could buy seeds. The girl was overjoyed. She agreed with the main character. The protagonist decided to take a walk into town together with the girl Xiaolinger. They went to town and bought watermelon seeds for themselves to plant. They then proceeded to cultivate the soil for planting watermelon seeds in it. They organized a small vegetable garden in their yard and enclosed it with a fence. The protagonist competently and confidently sowed the soil with watermelon seeds. Xiaolinger helped him inspiringly. Gradually, they got it all in. After the job was over, the guy said cheerfully that they were finally done. Chen looked at himself and saw that he was dressed like a commoner. He noticed to himself that he was moving away from the cultivator's lifestyle. Xiaolinger was very excited for some reason. She pointed at the bed to the elder. The boy saw a green sprout on the ground. He was surprised that the seed had already sprouted. Chen realized that these fertilizers accelerate the growth of any plants very quickly. The guy said it was a normal gift, not the garbage it used to be. That outraged the fish in the pond and the broom in the corner. Also, the main character's words about trash didn't endear him to the axe on the stump. Xiaolinger shouted joyfully to the main character that they would soon have watermelons. The guy said that although the fertilizer is good, it should be used properly. You will have to wait for 2 weeks. The girl said she would go and change and start cooking right away. Xiaolinger was about to leave, but then she noticed a huge bag of fertilizer. The girl looked at the bag for a long time. She was considering something very emphatically. Xiaolinger poured the fertilizer into a bowl and began to scatter it over the bed. The girl ran merrily around the bed and sprinkled fertilizer everywhere. She thought it would grow faster. Fertilizer did the trick, and green branches began to emerge from all sides of the bed. Chen approached the girl and asked what she was doing. She immediately stopped. Xiaolinger shouted to the guy with joy that the watermelons had grown and could now be eaten. The guy was surprised he realized this magic fertilizer was stronger than he thought. Chen then looked at the girl enigmatically. She was silent in response. The guy asked strictly to Xiaolinger what happened to the fertilizer. A third of the bag had disappeared. The girl said it might have been blown away by the breeze. The girl ran away and hid behind the door. The guy thought she was so fond of watermelons. He told the girl to go wash her hands and she agreed. Chen decided to make his own watermelon. He started to cut it into pieces. The guy thought to himself that watermelon is hard to cut. It might not even be edible at all. Chen decided to try the watermelon first before Xiaolinger ran. He noticed that the girl was already eating watermelon without any restrictions. The guy asked her if she was doing well and if she was feeling okay. She said the watermelon was very sweet. The older man told the girl to eat slowly and no one would steal her watermelon. Xiaolinger, gorging on watermelon, said that the guy could give it to the boy outside the gate. Chen didn't even realize at once which boy the girl was talking about. Then he heard a knock on the gate. The elder decided to see who was bothering him at this time. He went to the gate. When he opened the gate, he saw that there was indeed a boy standing there who had come for something. The boy with red hair stood and silently looked at the protagonist. Chen was still standing with a piece of watermelon in his hand. He asked the boy what was wrong. The boy was still silent. He was still looking at Chen. The protagonist thought he had scared him. Here the protagonist guessed and asked the boy if he was a cultivator. The guy realized the boy was scared by a bug. Even Old Man Long used to get scared. The main character thought, why is the boy silent? Is he really stupid? The guy gave the boy a slice of watermelon and said he wouldn't invite him inside. Chen told the boy to go home and not make his parents worry. After that, the boy closed the gate door. The boy with red hair was left alone. After a long pause, the boy said out loud finally that he was scared. The protagonist opened the gate and told the surprised boy that he could talk. The guy closed the gate again. He thought to himself why the cultivators of this world were so strange. Not a single normal one. The boy decided to leave. He began to walk gradually away from the main character's house. The boy ran as fast as he could. He decided he had to get out of this place. He thought to himself that he had discovered many treasures. He was so frightened that he couldn't say a word. The boy didn't think a man as strong as the older man would live on the outskirts of a small town. Running away, the boy was genuinely glad that the older man did not scold him. He ran until he reached a deep forest thicket. There he felt at ease. The boy felt at ease and decided to taste the watermelon that the main character gave him. The boy thought to himself that the older man didn't want to be disturbed, so he lived on the sidelines. Then the boy froze. He felt some important change in himself. He felt that the level had increased. He received the 1st level of divinity and the 5th level of Dan. The boy looked at the piece of watermelon and realized that the main character had given him a chance. He was holding a magic amulet and thought that the neighboring cult had intensified because of the protagonist. Holding the amulet, the boy said to his grandfather that this cult is not as easy as it seems. He also said that he had to prepare a better gift. At this time, Chen was at his manor. He kept thinking about the boy's strange visit. The boy decided to himself that the gate door should be bolted. Chen kept pacing and pacing around the courtyard. He was very much concerned about one question. He walked over to Xiaolinger, and looking at her thought, how could she know that someone was standing behind the tree? A guy asked strictly a girl if she knew the basics of cultivation. Xiaolinger realized she couldn't escape. The protagonist figured it out. The guy kept looking at her. Xiao thought she was pretending so well to please Chen. She didn't understand how he knew. Xiaolinger unequivocally confirmed to the guy that she knew the basics of cultivation. The main character was very surprised by the girl's answer. He didn't believe it was true. Xiao told him coyly that she was very weak compared to other people. The guy thought to himself that even the girl had cultivator abilities, and he didn't. Chen told the girl that she had been hiding her abilities for a long time. He asked her what degree she was at. Xiao hesitated. She didn't know what to say to the guy's question now. The girl asked about collecting chi energy. She looked at the peach tree and saw a girl appear behind the tree. Chen noticed that Xiaolinger was looking in the direction of the tree. He turned around to go there as well, but the protagonist near the tree saw nothing. The girl behind the tree disappeared. The guy asked strictly to Xiaolinger when exactly she became a cultivator. Xiao noticed the girl appearing behind the peach tree again. She advised Xiao to tell the guy that she had become a cultivator not too long ago. Chen was worried again. He realized that something very important was happening to the tree. The guy realized why Xiao was always looking behind his back when he said something. He thought someone was giving the girl a hint. The protagonist looked around once more and realized that it was just him and Xiaolinger. Chen took the watermelon dish in his hands and said, "Xiaolinger has done a very bad thing." The protagonist added that if the girl didn't tell him everything, he would take the watermelons away from her. Xiao said it wasn't her fault. Xiaolinger told me that her sister Peachtree taught her. She asked the guy not to take her watermelons. The guy was interested in this kind of answer about Sister Peachtree. He remembered about the cultivation book. The book reported that all living things that survive for many years can become immortal. These spirits can take human form and speak. The boy looked at the peach tree. He remembered that he had gotten a sprout from it from the system. Chen thought for a moment. He suggested that a tree sprout like fertilizer might be unusual. Peachtree Sis was upset she didn't like that Xiaolinger told the guy everything for the watermelons. The system turned to the peach tree. She told it that it needed to find a solution to the problem. Sis agreed. Sis realized there was only one way out. She put her fingers together in a magic spell. The Peachtree sister directed a magic beam at Xiaolinger's head. After a while, Xiao turned to the protagonist. She wanted to tell him something. Xiao said that not only the peach tree spoke to her, but also the clouds and even the watermelons. Chen lashed out at the girl with anger. He didn't understand what was happening to her. Xiao said in a weak and exhausted voice that she was very hot. The guy thought the cause of the girl's ailment was a side effect of the fertilizer. Chen took Xiao in his arms. He said that he had a sick woman in his arms, but he kept thinking about his own. The guy carried the girl in his arms into the house and told her to brace herself. At that time, Elder Lao was sitting at the edge of the forest. He was surrounded by flames. Something distracted him very much. He heard a loud noise in the distance. Elder Lao saw a huge and powerful explosion as if from under the earth. Lao saw a man appear in front of him. He called him a mean old man. The elder shouted at the alien for daring to attack an immortal. Bai Guofeng appeared in front of Lao. He told the elder that he was now stronger. Bai Guofeng asked Lao, is it impossible for him to even just say hello? The elder asked angrily at Guofeng why he chose to say hello in this way. Guofeng thought to himself that he had used the strongest chi energy technique and Lao was able to dodge very easily. Elder Lao thought to himself that Xiao Chong wasn't lying to him. Guofeng was able to break through to a new cultivation level with the help of the elder. Elder Lao said that he was very lazy to bicker with someone at the peak of the Mahayana realm. Guofeng replied to Lao that the last time they saw each other, the elder was also at the peak of Mahayana. Guofeng advised the elder to shut up and not say anything more about the Mahayana peak. The elder told his interlocutor that he had become worse than him. Guofeng got angry. Xiaolinger was quietly resting in her home. She was lying on her bed. Chen didn't understand where a girl could have gotten such a high fever. The main character realized it wasn't the watermelon. He had eaten it too, and he was fine. After thinking about it, the guy decided that it was because Xiaolinger was a cultivator. The main character heard someone knock on the door and asked if he was home. Chen greeted Old Man Lao and told him to come in without asking. An old man came into the yard and was very surprised. He was interested in the garden with watermelons. The old man thought that a couple of days ago there was nothing and now a huge number of watermelons. The old man felt that there was more spiritual power in watermelons than in the strongest medicines. The main character looked at the old man and thought he liked the watermelons, Here the guy remembered that the book said that when using excessive amounts of spiritual energy, a fever can occur. The boy asked Old Man Lao if watermelons could become elixirs with energy. He thought to himself that it was possible to create an elixir with magic fertilizer. The old man replied that he did not believe that watermelon could be an elixir. The old man thought to himself that watermelons had indeed become elixirs. Chen decided to himself that if the watermelons can't be an elixir, then it means that Xiaoling just has a fever. The old man said that today was the opening day of the school, and for that reason, he had come to call the boy with Xiaoling with him. The guy replied that the girl was sick, so he would follow her. The old man thought to himself how immortal Xiaoling could get sick. The main character came to the bed and said that Xiaoling can't eat all the watermelons. The guy gave the old man watermelons and told him to share them with the students at the ceremony. The old man answered the protagonist in agreement. He was still holding the watermelon in his hands. At the same time, a strong energy began to come out of the old man's hands. It was absorbed into the watermelon. The old man said he would return for the ceremony. Chen told him not to worry about the 10,000 disciples anymore. Old Man Lao said sternly and importantly to the guy that the students have already been recruited. At the same time, a ceremony with guests was taking place in the building. There were many people walking around, and there was also Old Man Lao and his granddaughter. The granddaughter asked the grandfather if the older man was coming today. He told her that the main character had other things to do, so he wouldn't come. The old man saw that a princess had come to the ceremony. He told her that he didn't think she would come. The princess came up and said hello to the old man and called him Grandpa Muron. Then the old man came to the center of the court and told the celebration to begin. A man came up to the old man and called himself the Emperor of the Ancients and wanted to talk. The other man said that this Taoist was the Emperor of Shaozhen Mountain Country, and he himself wanted to talk to him. A young master of the Purgatory sect was standing nearby. He looked at Old Man Lao and said that the patriarch was now at the stage of no more than a demigod. He added that there was no great power in the sect, other than the information dragon. It was almost useless. He asked his colleague nicknamed Cannon Fodder if he meant it as an encounter with an immortal. Cannon Fodder replied to the master that he wasn't lying to him. He was telling the truth about how this sect of outcasts had suddenly risen to the heights of fame and managed to gain the favor of the empire. The young master of the Purgatory sect said strictly that it was all a trick to deceive the disciples. The young master of the Purgatory sect instructed Cannon Flesh to enter the clan with the mountain defense training. Even if it opens up, it won't have any effect on them. A young master saw a dragon in the sky. He said that this dragon was only at the peak of Dhyana, so he could give it a fight. At the end, the young master instructed a subordinate to capture Murong Shui. The young master looked at Murong Shu and said that now they would be able to capture her and turn her into a weapon. Just then, Murong Shu's attention was distracted by something off to the side. She turned around. She saw a young master of the Purgatory sect standing next to her. Suddenly, the young master saw Long Aoshin, the owner of Tianzhong Tower, fly across the sky. Zheng Danten, who was the director of Shushen Immortal Academy, also flew by. Then Bai Gufeng, who was the owner of the treasury, also arrived. Next to him flew a boy with red hair. They all came down from heaven and said they were here to congratulate you on the opening. The young master of the Purgatory sect was surprised by the arrival of the three strongest people. The young master of the Purgatory sect didn't understand why all these people were here. Long Aoshin, the owner of Tianzhong Tower, thought that Bai Guofen had arrived since he had heard of Senior. Old Man Lao apologized for not greeting the three guests properly. They told him he was very polite. Old Man Lao thanked the visitors for saving him that time. Zhen Danten, the director of Shushen Immortal Academy, told the old man that he could just call him Brother Zhen. Bai Guofeng also wanted to introduce himself but didn't have time because of the other's behavior. Zheng Danten and Long Aoshin shouted that Gufeng should be called a jerk. Old Man Lao told the guests that they had come apparently because of the elder. He invited them to pass. Zheng Danten told the old man to accept their humble gift. He took out a box. Zheng Danten opened the box and said that it was a painting called The Dragon and Phoenix Chengxiang. He added that if you look at the picture for a long time, you can improve your cultivation skills. Old Man Lao was very amazed at what he saw. He had not expected such a gift. Old Man Lao said that this is the treasure of the Shushen Immortal Academy. Zheng Danten confirmed his words. He said it was a gift for the academy to open. Bai Gufeng came over with a box. He said he could not leave the old man without a proper gift. He opened the box and a blue glow came out. Gufeng said it was a source of pure spiritual energy. Long Aoshin said that there are 5 levels of spiritual guides. These are low, medium, and high. Long Aoshin told Stark Lao that he could flush Guofeng's gift down the toilet. He added that the absolute energy conductor would be better. Gufeng shouted to Long Aoshin that he would not calm down. He replied that he was always one step ahead of Gufeng. Bai Gufeng said unexpectedly that he has another gift. It's a gold card that gives a 10% discount in his treasury. Zheng Danten was very amazed at such a gift for Old Man Lao. Zheng Danten looked at Gufeng and thought that 10% was half of the treasury. Long Ocean said that he and Tianzhong Tower are at the full disposal of Senior. Long Ocean asked rudely at Guofeng how dare he take money from the elder. Bai Gufen shouted that his grandson would study at this academy, and from today he is a member of the Ping-An cult. The boy was very happy about this news. It was a nice gift from his grandfather. Long Aoshin shouted to Guofeng that he was planning to send his grandson to this academy. Guofeng replied that Long Aoshin could also send his grandson here. The conflict between Long Aoshin and Bai Guofeng was watched from the side by Zheng Danten. He thought how difficult it was to deal with them. The young master of the Purgatory sect was surprised that the top cultivators had come here to congratulate him on his discovery. He realized that there was someone very powerful at the head of the cult. His assistant Canon Fodder asked if they are still on schedule. The assistant reminded his master that they needed to catch Murong Shu. The young master shouted to the assistant to look around before opening his mouth. Murong Shui pointed at the young master of the Purgatory sect and his assistant, and said that those people were up to something. Such words made Long Bai and Zheng very excited. They couldn't understand who dared. Long Aoshin walked over to the young master and put his hand on his shoulder. Long asked strictly to the young master of the Purgatory sect what he was saying. Long asked the young master if he came from the torture cult and if he knew whose cult it was. He pointed out that the young master had gone on a rampage in his brother's cult. Bai Gufeng didn't like Long's boasting. Jen told the young master that he had insulted his academy too. The young master turned to the older one and said that they must have misunderstood. He called himself a guest. Old man Lao said there was a misunderstanding. He called the young master a guest. After a little thought, the old man asked the young master if he had prepared a gift. Seeing the young master's confusion, the old man said that he was not picky. Old man Lao added that even if the gift is bad, the young master can give more to make up for it. Thanks to the spells, the young master poured out a bunch of gifts. These were gold coin swords and other valuable items. All the older ones looked at the pile of presents and were not very happy. The young master was very angry with all the elders. He didn't like everything that happened. The young master thought menacingly to himself that he would kill everyone here. Long Aoshin told Old Man Lao that he lived on a hill nearby so would pass to him from time to time. A black dragon in a golden glow was flying across the sky, and gradually it turned into a black dog. The dog leisurely began to descend down from the sky to the site of the ceremony. The dog came up to Old Man Lao. She was frightened and exhausted. The old man called the dog Sister Dragon and asked what was wrong. The dog replied that he could not defeat the man in the sky. Everyone present looked up into the sky and saw a guy floating there. Old Man Lao said that there was an immortal in the sky. It was Chen Yangming. He said that he didn't think his trip here would be so fruitful. Chen added that the dragon didn't completely swallow the essence. In the future, the dog would not be able to become a full dragon. Chen Yangming shouted menacingly while addressing everyone present below. Old Man Lao was very frightened. He didn't know what to do in such a situation. Chen Yanming told the people present that if they didn't want to die on the spot, then let them destroy the formation and hand over the dragon to him. The old man turned to the immortal and said that the dragon did not belong to him or the cult, but to another man. If he wanted to take it, he should go to him. Chen Yangming called the old man a bug and said that he was giving him 3 seconds to think. Old Man Lao realized there was nothing he could do. He waited for his fate. A boy with golden hair flew up behind Chen Yanmin. He asked Chen what he planned to do. The immortal turned to the boy who had flown in and called him Golden Feather. Chen Yangming asked the boy what he was doing here. Golden Feather replied that he was defending this territory, and Chen Yangming was wasting the immortal realm's resources. Chen Yangming couldn't understand why the boy was defending the mortal cult. He didn't understand what was going on here. The immortal looked at the Golden Feather and sensed that the boy was very strong. Chen Yanming felt a very large force coming from the boy. He could not resist it. The immortal felt himself being carried away by an unknown force into the sky. The boy Golden Feather asked the immortal why he was running away from him. The boy flew and began to overtake Chen Yangming. He was very frightened. Golden Feather swung around and tried to strike the immortal. The boy managed to catch Chen Yanming a few times. As a result, he started to fall to the ground. The immortal collapsed down from a great height. There was an explosion on the ground. A huge hole had formed at the place where Chen Yangming had fallen. At the bottom of the pit lay the immortal. The Golden Feather boy came running up. He told Yanmin to go back to the cult and kneeled down and apologized. Chen Yangming said that he wouldn't apologize to the bugs. He was still lying on the earth. Besmertny wanted to announce now the conditions under which he would apologize. As a result of the boy's exposure to the Golden Feather, Chen Yangming came to the cult and asked for forgiveness on his knees there. The boy gave the old man Lao a bag of the immortal's things. He said that these things now belonged to the old man. Golden Feather told Chen Yangming to leave and tell everyone that the boy was protecting the cult. The immortal called the boy an elder and said that he would do everything. The next moment, Chen Yanming soared into the sky and disappeared into the clouds. The immortal shouted from the sky that he would come back again. The people on earth were surprised. All this was very striking to old Lao. He thought deeply. The old man said that when everything was finally resolved within 3 days, they would receive 10,000 disciples. 3 days later, the system gave the guy a message that he had completed the task of taking on 10,000 students. Chen rejoiced. He realized that old man Lao was able to complete the task. He had not lied to him. The system reported that the guy as a reward could ask something ordinary, or he could recover cultivation. The main character got very excited. He realized he could become stronger. The system began to be updated, and this process started with 1%. After some time, the renewal process had already reached 50%. The guy waited. The update had already reached the 90% mark. That's where the update is almost over. For some reason, it froze at 99%. Then the whole system froze. The update remained at 90.9%. Chen was very annoyed. He didn't understand why the update was taking so long. The guy asked the system what kind of files it was downloading that took an hour. The guy noticed Xiaolinger behind him, wanting to run behind him unnoticed. He shouted at her to stand. Chen told the girl that she couldn't have watermelons. She told him it wasn't the watermelon's fault. The guy got distracted and he got a message from the system that there was an update. The main character was glad that it was finally over. He looked at the screen. The guy noticed that the system screen was now glowing with a golden color. Chen was very happy that the system would now have a golden screen. The system reported that now the user can choose the path of development and missions will appear automatically. The user has to wait for the mission to appear, and after completing the mission, he will get different rewards. Pass the raid mod. The system will pick 100 locations around the world. The guy will be able to move between them, and at the end of the mission, he will become stronger. After completing the 100th mission, he'll be invincible. Chen realized that he would need to fight people after the raid mod. He asked the system if he could fight someone now. The system reported that a guy can become a cultivator, but he has no spiritual roots. For this reason, it's impossible for him to develop independently. Cultivation would be at the peak of each level. The guy confidently said he was taking the second option and pressed the button. The system automatically confirmed acceptance of the changes from the protagonist. The system said that from now on the guy would be at the peak of the Duntane formation. The guy was glad that cultivation had been restored. It had taken 5 years for that to happen. Chen felt the appearance of a different flow of energy within himself. It was unknown to him. He looked and saw a golden glow in his hands. He thought it might be ki energy. The protagonist decided to try out what new opportunities he had. Chen shot a whirlwind of fire from his hand into the wall of the building. He succeeded. The guy saw the destruction in the wall and realized that he could now use the cultivator techniques. The guy thought he was very strong, but Xiaolinger was behind him. She thought the protagonist was weak. The guy yelled for the girl to come over. She said she was on her way. The guy gave her a bamboo stick and asked her to hit it with all her might like last time. The girl agreed. Xiaolinger gave the guy a sly look and thought that he would be punished. A girl jumped up and swung a stick. She decided to punish the guy for not giving her watermelons. The protagonist thought that the girl could enhance herself with Kai energy. The protagonist recalled an incident that happened to him once. It was like yesterday for him. Chen sat on his veranda and indulged in the tea ceremony in complete peace. He noticed that the water in the cup began to move. He was distracted by it. Chen was displeased and couldn't understand who dared to interrupt his rest at such a time. Then he came face to face with a group of people whose movement could destroy the world. They appeared beside him. The guy told them all to attack together since he didn't have time to deal with each one. The main character was relaxed. He was still holding a cup of tea and was ready to fight. Very soon, the main character's enemies were completely neutralized and dead. Chen was able to kill all of them quickly without any effort and was unharmed himself. The boy with golden hair was surprised that the elder was so strong before. The elder told him not to ask stupid questions. The system gave a message to the guy that the first level was ready. She asked if he was going to start. The guy thought to himself that it was better than waiting for the assignment. He was ready to give an answer to the system. Chen heard someone calling him. He realized it was Old Man Lao. The guy told the system to wait for a while. Just then the manor gate opened and through it Old Man Lao entered the courtyard. Old Man Lao brought the dog and told the protagonist that he had come to return it. Chen replied that he didn't have to return the dog. The old man informed that the student intake was over and the dog wanted to spend time with the older man. The boy was surprised. Chen looked at the dog and said that it was kind and wouldn't bite. He thought to himself that he had become a cultivator and had gotten the roots of chi energy. He had nothing to fear now. The old man told the protagonist not to worry about being attacked. The dragon practiced Buddhism, so it wouldn't kill or maim people. The guy found it hard to believe that a demonic creature could be Buddhist. Chen looked at the dog for a long time, and then asked him if everything the old man said was true. The protagonist crouched next to the dog and commanded it to sit. Chen told the dog to give him a paw. The dog complied with the request. Chen named the dog Smolka and said it could always accompany him everywhere. The old man thought that only the eldest could play with the dragon without any problems. Chen asked the old man to lend him some level 3 or 4 pills. The old man was surprised at such a request. He didn't understand why the protagonist needed such garbage. Old man Lao looked at the protagonist and thought that the elder had suppressed his chi to the first level of Dantian. He didn't understand what the protagonist was up to. He told the guy that the ring on his hand had what he was looking for and wanted. The old man handed the guy the ring and said he'd go to the cult and get stronger medicine. The old man added that there was no need to return anything since the property of the Pinnin cult belonged to the protagonist. The boy thanked him. He thought to himself that he would pay the cult in full when he became stronger. Chen suggested that old man Lao take a couple more watermelons. The old man agreed. The guy said it's only a couple of watermelons. Xiaolinger won't eat many of them, so the old man can have them. The old man thanked the boy. He thought to himself that if the older man traded valuable watermelons for pills, he was giving them a chance to develop. As the old man left, he thought that maybe the main character couldn't find a reason to give them watermelons, so he came up with the pills as an excuse. The old man left with the watermelon and thought to himself that the elder was very kind. Chen thought to himself that the old man wanted to refuse him but was shy, so he agreed to his request. The protagonist thought to himself, looking happily after the old man, that he was very kind. Chen said that with the help of Smolka's dog and the right pills, he would get through the first level quickly. He remembered that he was missing a weapon. He thought to himself that he could use a cleaver, but this axe is very modest-looking. The protagonist decided to go into the house. There he could find the weapon he needed. Chen and the dog stood together and silently looked at the sword that was in the room. After some thought, the protagonist decided that he would definitely take this sword for himself. The protagonist picked up his sword. He noted to himself that it was sharper, but without a sheath it was uncomfortable. Then the guy noticed that the sword glowed with a bright yellowish flame in his hands. Magical transformations began, and a scabbard began to appear around the sword. In the end, the guy received a battle sword with a luxurious scabbard. The weapon shone brightly. Chen noted to himself that the scabbard had appeared on its own. He said that a magical weapon was worthy of being one. The protagonist hung the sword on his belt and called his dog Smolka to him. The guy was walking and instructed the system to get ready. The dog thought she had just gotten back and where to go next. The boy hidden in the sword told her to just walk and keep quiet. The dog was very much surprised. She looked at the shining gold plate. The magic sword shown in it had its own spirit hidden within it in the form of a boy. The system gave a message that the power was hidden, so you have to be careful not to reveal yourself. It's enough to show a little bit of power. Sword Boy felt a lot of pressure. He wondered if this was what Big Brother was talking about. Then he noticed the lady. Then the mistress appeared in her blue reality. She was seen by the Sword Boy. Mistress said she had finally entered a new stage. She didn't think there would be so many obstacles. Next, Mistress said she was wasting too much time. At the end, Mistress confidently and mysteriously said that they would meet soon. The main character came to the northern region. It was a big city. A guy was walking through the city with tall buildings and crowds of people around him. Chen noted that the place was very lively. He assumed that he would be performing system missions in the forests, but his missions would be in separate kingdoms. The system told the guy that in this kingdom he would be known as Long Aocean. The system said that after the successful completion of the task, the guy's Kai level would increase. The guy didn't understand why he had to use the old man's name. He remembered that the main task was to make everyone in the kingdom aware of him. He decided to try that now. Chen approached the nearest passerby and asked him if he thought the main character was different. A passerby yelled angrily to the guy that he was crazy and moved on. Chen thought that the system error on everyone doesn't work. He wouldn't be able to cheat. Then someone put a hand on the guy's shoulder and told him he was different. The guy saw a local man with him. He introduced himself as Wen Dragui. He asked the protagonist if he was a cultivation genius. He said that he would become a worthy person in the future. Chen told the passerby to back off and called him a peddler. Wen Dragui said he wasn't selling anything. Wen asked Chung if he could join their team for the tournament. The boy was interested. Wen Dragui said that the protagonist is new here, so he might not know something. Wen Dragui said that martial arts are highly valued in the kingdom of Jiangwu. For this reason, a martial arts tournament is held on the prince's birthday. The team needs 5 people. So far, there are only 3. Wen Dragui had told the protagonist that his cultivation was at the first level. That's why he asked him. The boy thought to himself that if he got any place, he would complete the assignment and be able to test his skills in public. He realized he had to be extremely careful. Chen replied to the passerby that he had thought about participating, but he was busy with something else. Wen Dragui told the guy to think hard and go to the tea room. He agreed. Wen Dragui watched the protagonist leave with regret. Van decided sadly that he seemed to have been turned down. He was on his way to the tea house. In the tea room sat a beautiful girl dressed in green. She was holding a cup in her hand. The girl told Van the drag queen to find someone else. Then Chen noticed a nearby place with a lot of people around it. He wondered why everyone was crowded there. The protagonist noticed that there was some kind of gambling going on at the table. One of the participants shouted that he had made 5 bets and all of them failed. One of the participants demanded that his money be returned to him. Li Shua was the boss of the game. He told the loser that his luck had simply turned away from him. Li Shua thought that if it was only an angry rookie who resented him, then he was not allowed to beat him. Here, Li Shua showed the surrounding people a mysterious white card in his hand. The people around him were surprised. They realized that Li Shua was a 3rd-level master. The main character came closer. He decided to chat with Li Shua. The other people started to disperse. Li Shua called the protagonist brother Taoist and asked the protagonist if he wanted to try it. Chen replied that he was only interested in the method of operation of his spheres. Li Shua began to explain that there are barriers under the domes. The first is the Anidia.era defense barrier. At the same time, under the 2nd dome is the integration protection of the external environment. Li Shua continued the protagonist to choose one of the barriers and try to destroy it. If successful, Chen would receive 10 times his bet. Chen liked the offer. He realized he could make some money here. The protagonist said that he didn't have a soul stone. He asked Li Shua how many times he could play for a level 1 pill. Li Shua replied that such a pill is worth 60 soul stones. The protagonist can play for such a pill 11 times. The guy liked this kind of continuation. Li Shua thought the protagonist was a stupid rich man, so he decided to rip him off. Li Shua wondered whichever dome Chen chooses, he would still lose, since none of the domes would even crack. At this time, the protagonist began to pull his golden dot-colored sword out of its sheath. Li Shua was very much disturbed by this. He didn't expect to see this weapon here. Li Shua thought to himself that the protagonist had some kind of low-level sword. He thought he had seen this weapon somewhere before. Li Shua recalled the case of the magical appearance of the golden ray from heaven to earth. The boy Golden Feather was also present at the time of the appearance of the golden ray. Li Shua still couldn't believe that the protagonist was holding the same sword. Li Shua had also heard that the immortal artifact had made its way to the southern lands, but he couldn't understand how the sword could recognize the protagonist. Li Shua remembered that the guy had paid anyway, so he would set his defense to the max. The boy swung his sword at the sphere and it shattered. Li Shua realized that the main character was holding an immortal sword. He was greatly amazed. Chen was personally surprised by his success. He joyfully held the sword in his hands. The protagonist noticed that along with the dome, the backing of the dome also broke. He thought it was because he had swung very hard. Chen asked Li Shua how to calculate his winnings now. The guy didn't have any money for repairs. Li Shua rejoiced. He realized that Chen knew he was cheating but wouldn't kill him. Out loud, he confirmed the protagonist's win. Li Shua gave the protagonist the winnings of 600 soul stones. Chen thanked him and said he was an honest man. As Chen left, he was glad that Li Shua did not demand money from him for repairs. Li Shua was glad that the protagonist wasn't angry. He realized that an immortal weapon like he once said could protect his master from anyone. Li Shua looked after the protagonist. He noticed something very interesting. Chen was walking down the street with his dog. A group of people started to follow him. The guy thought the people following him had been following him from the beginning. They could have been the guys from the shopkeeper he met at the entrance to town. Li Shua walked up to the protagonist, put his hand on his shoulder, and greeted him. Chen asked Li Shua what he wanted. He replied that he didn't come with those guys who wanted to rob the protagonist. He was here to help him. Li Shua told the protagonist that under his protection, no living soul would come near him. And further down the street following the protagonist was a group of armed warriors. Li Shua told the protagonist that he was now untouchable. Chen thanked him for that. Afterward, Li Shua asked the main character his name. Chen said that his name was Long Aocean. Li Shua was very wary when he heard Long Aocean's name. He had heard it somewhere before. Li Shua remembered that Long Ocean's name was the boss of Tianzhong Tower. After thinking for a bit, Li Shua decided unequivocally that a cultivator would never use another person's name. Li Shua remembered that there was a very strong man behind the Tianzhong Tower. At the same time, the main character is holding an immortal weapon. Chen asked Li Shua why he was sweating so much. Li Shua, to justify himself, told the protagonist that he was sweating because they were standing in one place for a long time. The protagonist decided to return to the tea house he had already been to today. Chen walked to the entrance of the tea house and greeted all the people there. Wei was very surprised to see the main character. He asked him if he agreed. The girl in green was very surprised to see that Li Shua had come with the main character. Inside the tea house was Peng Han. He was a cultivator of the 5th level of the Dantian realm. He asked Li Shua rudely what he was doing here. Li Shu replied that he wanted to participate too, so he's joining them all together with the main character. The girl in green was happy. Peng Han was angry. He realized that until Li Shua came, he was the strongest cultivator. This could help him win Fei Shan's attention. Peng Han still looked at Li Shua with anger. He thought to himself that he didn't expect this trash to come. Unexpectedly, Peng Han was attracted to Smolka, the dog who came with the protagonist. Peng Han asked Chen if this dog was his and why he brought it here. The protagonist calmly replied that it wasn't a dog that came with him, but a demonic being. Peng Han asked the protagonist with interest if he knew what he was talking about. Peng Han called the dog a garbage dog and said it couldn't be a demonic creature. A dragon began to awaken inside the dog. Peng Han noticed some changes in the dog. It made him very wary. Peng Han clearly saw and sensed a huge demonic dragon coming from the black dog. Peng Han seemed to be very much frightened, and with fright he fell on his knees on the floor. All the people around him were very surprised by this. They didn't understand what had happened to Peng Han. Li Shua became very interested in what was happening. He realized that the dog was the cause of everything. Li Shua looked at Smolka and realized that although she looked like a normal dog, she was emitting energy like a demonic being. The dog thought to himself whether Peng Han would dare to say anything to her again. Peng Han couldn't get up. He was still on his knees and couldn't understand why he had fallen. Peng Han looked at Smolka and couldn't understand that there could be so much pressure coming from her. Chen asked Peng Han whether he had fallen due to lack of hemoglobin or whether he had seen a ghost. Peng Han said in his defense that he just slipped and fell. The verbal conflict was interrupted by the girl in green. She told everyone to stop. The girl said there's not much time left before the tournament. We need to go to the wild mountains to get a good workout. They got together as a group and went to a distant forest. The distant place was called the Distant Mountains. Chen asked the girl why there were no creatures in the forest. She replied that they came at the wrong time. Small creatures hide if they see someone stronger and fiercer than them. The girl told the main character that he was on the lowest level, so he should stick with them. The guy agreed. Peng Han turned to the girl and called her Shen Shen. He said that she was of their level and no monster could harm them. Peng Han added that they came to pump, and they don't need to protect this scum. Shen Shen replied rudely and directly to Peng Han to bite his tongue. This kind of answer from the girl pleased the protagonist. Peng Han was still looking at Chen with anger. Peng Han looked at the protagonist and couldn't exactly realize how strong he was. Peng Han thought that he had no spiritual roots, and so he couldn't determine the level of the people around him. Chen felt that Peng Han wanted to hinder him. Sword asked the dog if he had shown the dragon's breath. Smolka answered that she didn't know. Sword said he had more cultivation than a dog. If she released the dragon breath, he wouldn't even notice. Sword added that if the dog released its energy again, they wouldn't meet any monsters. The dog thought to himself that he would help the people around him to practice. Smolka, after thinking about it, decided to sick a couple of monsters on Peng Han. Two bears were walking in a deep part of the forest. One asked the other to leave together. Shower Bear said that there was a very frightening beast on the other side of the mountain. Next to him was another bear, Xiongdae. Xiongdae replied to his friend to stop panicking. Shower is already at the initial stage of the Soul Realm, and no one can defeat him anymore. A dog came up behind the bear and told Xiongdae to go and defeat the monster. The bear turned around and saw a dog sitting behind him. He was surprised. Xiongdae realized that an unusual dog was sitting in front of him. He saw its powerful spiritual level. Xiongdae saw a huge black dragon bursting out of the dog. The bear was very frightened, and out of fear he hid behind his friend. Xiongdae calmed down and asked the dog what she was doing here, calling her a senior high. Smolka told the bears that she would not hurt them, and hoped they would help her. The protagonist, accompanied by other companions, walked farther and farther through the forest. Chen saw the bear in front and told those around him that there seemed to be a monster ahead. Peng Han asked the protagonist where the monsters were. He wanted to kill them with his own strength. Peng Han threw himself on the bear to show his heroism in front of Shen Shen. Peng Han prepared to strike the bear hard. His hand was enveloped in blue flames. The boy kicked the bear with all his might. He hoped he could defeat the monster right away. The bear remained standing as if nothing had happened. Peng Han was very surprised at this result. Peng Han saw that the bear wanted to attack him back. He was very frightened. Peng Han saw the bear swing its paw. He thought that the monster was in the early stages of the Soul Realm. The bear swung his paw at Peng Han with all his might, and he flew backwards. The bear was very pleased. Peng Han lay on the ground without any consciousness. Shen Shen thought with fear that here comes a strong monster. She saw the beginning stage of the Soul Realm in the bear. The girl looked at the lying Peng Han and realized that they only had one at the 7th step of the Dantean formation. The girl realized she had to flee. The bear wanted to attack her too. He was furious. The protagonist realized that the girl was in trouble and rushed towards her to save her. The protagonist bravely rushed with his sword to defend the girl from the bear. The bear wanted to hit Chen with his paw with all his might. He defended himself with his sword. The Shen Shen girl was very surprised. She didn't expect such bravery from Chen. The protagonist's other companion would also be very surprised that the guy was so brave to throw himself against the bear. Standing behind the others was Li Shua. He calmly watched everything that was happening. The bear stopped and calmed down. He realized to himself that it was a good thing he had been delayed. Bear thought to himself that if he had wounded Chen, the High One would have made mincemeat of him. Chen thought to himself that it was good that he had repelled the bear's attack, or he would have died on the spot. The boy was still holding his sword, and he wondered if he could hold off the bear. Why the others were not fighting. The main character's companions told him together that they were leaving everything to him. Chen decided that the monster was very weak, so they decided to entrust it to him. Peng Han possessed the 6th stage of the Dantain formation. He was lying unconscious. The guy thought that the bear only had the 1st stage of the Dantain formation. For this reason, Chen's companions wanted him to show off his abilities, so they trusted him to kill the monster himself. The guy realized he had to act decisively. He realized it was worth the effort. The protagonist hit the bear with all his might. It had no effect on the bear. The huge bear-shaped monster stood there and did not react to Chen's strikes in any way. Here, though, the bear realized he had to give in to the protagonist. He fell on his back. Chen was very excited about his success. He decided to continue killing the monster. The guy jumped up and wanted to finally wow the bear by jumping on top of it. Chen exposed his golden sword. He wanted to use it as a weapon now. The bear was very amazed he didn't expect the main character to want to kill him. Chen continued to attack the bear. The monster asked the dog why the elder was trying to kill him. After all, the bear was only supposed to play along with the protagonist. Smolka quietly replied to the monster that it was no longer her problem. The bear resented that answer. Lying on the ground, the monster decided it was time to end this circus or Chen would kill him. The bear rose to its paws with full determination to kill the protagonist now. The monster decided that he needed to avoid the main character's attacks and kill everyone else. He prepared to attack the girl Shen. Chen once again with his sword rushed to defend the girl. The protagonist stood in front of the bear and yelled at the monster not to even think about such a thing. The bear realized he had to retreat. He calmed down and raised his paw in a conciliatory manner. The main character was very surprised but could not understand why the monster was leaving. Peng Han came to his senses. He opened his eyes and sat down on the ground. Peng Han asked what had just happened to him. He only remembered being thrown back. Then he saw a huge bear in front of him. Peng Han was very much afraid of it. Peng Han realized with fear that he would not be able to escape or defend himself in any way. In the end, the monster beat up Peng Han very badly and he could not defend himself. When they were all walking home, they didn't understand why the bear only beat him. Shen said that the main character is very cool. She added that during the tournament, they might get on him. Peng Han was very angry that all the attention went to the protagonist. He decided to try to publicly humiliate Chen. Just then, Peng Han felt someone put a hand on his shoulder from behind. He thought at first that it was Wende Gui. He turned around and saw a huge angry gorilla behind him. Peng Han was very much frightened. He didn't expect to meet another monster. The gorilla from himself beat up Peng Han very badly. He didn't understand why all this was happening to him. After that, Peng Han was attacked by a huge giant snake. It strangled him with all its might. After that, Peng Han was attacked by a huge wild boar. He did not understand why it had happened. Peng Han lay battered and mangled with no strength. He didn't understand why he was the only one being beaten. Shen said that she wanted to improve her teamwork skills first, but after so many incidents, it's not worth it anymore. Peng Han was lying on the earth. His companions made a stretcher for him to carry. Peng Han didn't understand why this had happened to him. The other guy told Peng that it wasn't that bad and he would be as good as new in a couple of days. The guy looked at Peng Han and said that he was badly hurt but not seriously injured. Chen thought to himself that he had assumed that Peng Han was strong, but he turned out to be a common sucker. The protagonist told Peng Han that if he was weak, he should not give up and keep practicing. Peng Han wanted to reply something, but he didn't have the strength to do so. He couldn't even stand up. In the end, Wen Han became completely unconscious. His last thought was why this had happened to him. Li Shua thought the protagonist was very strong. He thought it was good that they had a good relationship. Chen told Li Shua that he had to go to the Alchemist's Guild, so won't see him tomorrow. Li Shua told the protagonist that he had to go there too. He wanted to buy pills there and suggested that we go together. Li Shua asked the protagonist if he wanted to buy healing pills. Chen replied that he wanted to sell his pills to the Alchemist's Guild. Li Shua said that the Alchemist Guild knows him, so they would be favored in the sale. The next day they arrived at the site. At the entrance of the Alchemist's Guild, they were greeted by a cute girl. She asked Li Shua why he had come to them. The girl in the guild was called Ye Ming. She asked why Li Shua had come unannounced. Ye Min looked closely at the main character. She hadn't seen him before. The girl suggested that Chen eat with him together sometime. The guy replied that he had come to sell something. Ye Min told the protagonist to show what he brought, and she will evaluate it further. Chen thanked the girl and took out of his pocket the ring that old man Lao had given him. The guy started manipulating the ring. He needed to get pills for himself. The guy conjured a piece of yellow material out of the ring and said the pills were here. Li Shua and Ye Min were very much surprised. They didn't see any pills in the guy's hand. Chen looked at the piece of yellow material in his hands and said it was something wrong. The protagonist said that he just got this ring and so he is not very good at using it. Li Shua thought to himself that the protagonist was able to kill the Yuan Yin monster, so he has no right to embarrass himself on nothing. Chen continued to perform spells with the ring. He was not succeeding. Unexpectedly, the manipulation resulted in the protagonist being able to create a gold card. The card thus created fell to the ground. This attracted the girl's attention. Yimin took the card in her hands and said that she had seen something like this somewhere before. The girl guessed that it was a gold card from the treasury. She knew that there was only one such card and it belonged only to the owner of the treasury. Chen, through complicated manipulations, still created his pills. Yimin turned to him and asked him to wait a little longer. Yamin ran somewhere and she shouted that she would be right back. The guy was very surprised. The girl realized that she had a difficult person coming to her if he had such a card. She decided to ask the master. Her master was sitting at the table and was busy playing. Bai Gufen and Long Aoshan were present. Master Yimin's name was Shimin Chen. He was very surprised by the story the girl told him that a guy named Lan Aotian, who owned a gold card of the treasury, had come to sell pills. At this time, Bai Gufen was playing at the table with Long Aoshan. They were all arguing over the game. Simon Chen definitely couldn't understand what was going on. He asked them to be quiet. Shimin Chen called Bai Guofeng and Long Aoshan, who were arguing beside him, idiots. Long Aoshan noticed something in Simon Chen's hands. Guofeng said that Simon was holding a gold card of the treasure hall. They realized that the main character was here. They decided to give advice to Shimin Chenyu. Long Aoshan took hold of Simon Chen's clothes to tell him something very important. Aoshan said in an important voice for Simon to treat the protagonist as his father. Simon was a little surprised. Gufeng in turn told Heman that even if his alchemist's guild was emptied out, he should not say a word. Simon asked his guests if they were now referring to the guy they had previously met in the southern region. Simon told his guests in a commanding voice to stop. Simon was told that he couldn't throw out the protagonist. Chen must be treated with respect and fulfill any request. If Simon insults the protagonist in any way, he is finished. After this conversation, they continued to quietly play onward. Long Aotian said that he didn't think the senior would make it to the northern region so quickly. Simon Chen said that the protagonist could visit the treasure hall without any problems. Therefore, he would have no problem buying pills or elixirs. Simon said he knew the reason why the protagonist came here to see him. Simon said he needed it for senior, because he even came to the North Region General Council to find it. Long Aoshan thought to himself that he really disliked his interlocutor Simon Chen. Heman Chen looked at the card in his hands and thought about what he should do. Yemin's girlfriend was sold on romantic dreams of her possible love with the protagonist. She decided that she had to fulfill all of Chen's demands. She hoped the guy would propose to her. Yemin imagined realistically in her dreams how Chen offers her hand and heart. The girl thought to herself that the main character was very good. She ran. Yemin imagined how she would continue all of herself to Chen Yu. The girl imagined the guy's reaction. The mistress from the system was watching all of this. She didn't like it at all. Mistress was evaluating a possible meeting between the protagonist and Yimin. She said annoyed that here comes another one. The protagonist at this time was rejoicing over his successful transaction. He was holding the sack in his hands. Chen said that he didn't expect to be able to sell so many spirit stones for 10 third-level elixirs. He added that it was all thanks to the acquaintances Brother Liu had found for him. The hero also bought 2 cultivation manuals. He will study them at home. The boy, along with his dog Smolka, approached an alley. They stopped. Chen instructed the system to teleport him back. The system gave the confirmation. The boy thought to himself that the people Liu's brother had introduced him to could be very useful. He didn't understand why girls in this world always wanted to get married. The guy thought to himself that it was because he was very handsome. The system issued a message that the teleportation process was complete. The protagonist had to teleport to the grounds of his estate. The guy noticed that there was some kind of error. He didn't believe that the teleportation was complete. The protagonist and his dog were thrown after being teleported to the ground near the trees. Chen asked the system why the hell it had thrown him off the ground. The system told him that there was an error during teleportation. The boy shouted that there was no need to look for excuses. The dog and the sword wondered what was happening to the older man. The protagonist thought that he had been gone for a long time. For that reason, Xiaoling'er might have missed him. At the same time, the girl Xiaoling'er was relaxing in the courtyard. She thought to herself that the days without his brother were the best days for her. Suddenly the doors opened. The girl didn't expect someone to come in now. Xiaoling'er was happily resting and enjoying her solitude. Then she heard the voice of the main character saying that he was back. The girl was amazed. The girl revealed that she was very excited to see the main character arrive. Chen silently looked at the girl. Xiaoling'er wanted to hold back hard, but she still hiccuped. The girl wanted to cover her mouth, but a hiccup was still breaking through. She was ashamed in front of Chen. The girl said pitifully that she thought she was dying. She kept looking. The protagonist asked her how many watermelons she had eaten. At the same time, the night passed into the immortal world in the sky. A blood-red moon was shining. In the mansion, Mistress was taking a bloodbath. The maid was pouring blood on Mistress. Here Mistress scooped up some blood into her hand and something really displeased her. Mistress, sitting in the bathtub, said grudgingly that there was not enough blood again. The mistress demanded that her warrior come to her. He asked for instructions. The mistress said with a smile to go to the mortal world and destroy a few cities to replenish the blood supply. The next day, the protagonist woke up at his estate and it was a bright day. Chen said that even if he didn't sleep much, he was still full of energy. Chen stood near the peach tree. He had planned to leave on his business today. Xiaolinger anxiously asked her boyfriend if he was leaving her alone today. The older man looked at the girl carefully. He thought something might have happened to her. Chen replied to the girl that he would stay home with her and miss one meeting today. Xiaolinger told him that she was fine and not lonely. It won't be good for Chen to miss appointments. The boy thought to himself that it was a good thing he hadn't stayed long in that kingdom. Otherwise, the girl would have been sad without him. The protagonist told the girl that he would have to be away on business a lot. He advised Xiao to keep the fever at bay and consume watermelons minimally. The girl agreed. The guy came to the gate and he yelled to the girl that he was leaving. She said goodbye to him. Xiaolinger was very glad that Chen had left. She had her own plans for fun. A girl ran into the barn. She turned to the cleaver and told him to come out and play with her. The protagonist has come to a large city in the warrior kingdom on business. Chen was walking down the street. He thought to himself that he was a little late and he needed to find Brother Liu and the others. The protagonist noticed a red light in the sky. He realized that someone from the immortal world had come down here. He thought it was someone from a cult. Smoka the dog wondered what kind of immortal world this was and what kind of sect it was. The guy remembered that if there was an evil sect that could use human blood in its cultivation level. Apparently they were interested in the blood of people from this town. The guy decided he needed to go check out who exactly came down from the immortal world. A sect warrior flew across the sky. He looked down at the people and decided that there was a lot of blood to collect in this kingdom. The warrior prepared to use the spell to kill people. He wanted to start here. Suddenly the warrior heard the voice of the golden feather boy behind him. He asked the warrior why he had chosen this particular place. A sect warrior saw the boy carrying the golden weapon of the immortals. He didn't understand how he could have it. The boy told the warrior that those were the last words he spoke. The warrior shouted to the boy to stop. Golden Feather attacked him with his sword. The boy using the golden sword was able to kill this warrior. The boy was approached by a dog named Smolka. She said that this world is very big. But for some reason, the immortals from the sect decided to choose this place. The dog said the warrior who flew in was definitely out of luck. The boy said the dead warrior wasn't the only one who came down here. At the same time, the immortal sect warriors began to destroy other cities. There were a lot of dead people as a result of the destruction. The dog said they don't care about other cities without orders from the senior man. At the same time, Old Man Lao came to the gate of the main character's residence. He knocked. No one answered the old man. He thought to himself that the older man must be at home. Old Man Lao saw the elders begin to descend from the top of the sky. Elder Zhen looked around and was surprised to see his colleagues nearby. Bai Gufen said that they are all here for the same reason. Long Aoshin added that immortals destroy cities. Long Aoshin asked Old Man Lao if the elder was at home. The old man replied that the elder was not here. The elders who arrived were very surprised that the protagonist wasn't here. They were all spotted by Xiaolinger from the side. The girl approached the elders and greeted them by calling them grandfathers. One of the elders looked at the girl and saw that she had a very strong aura. He thought to himself that he never imagined the girl would be so cute. Long Aoshin shouted to one of the elders that Xiaolinger is the sister of the elder. Old Man Lao told the girl that they had a very important matter and needed the help of an elder. He asked where Chen was. Xiao said that the protagonist wouldn't be back until tonight. Old Man Lao thought anxiously that millions of people would die by evening. Xiaolinger asked the elders if they meant the guys in red suits. She said she could help too. Old Man Lao asked the girl if she had seen them. Xiaolinger replied that she had seen it. At the same time, her eyes sparkled. The girl said that if Chen returned early, her plans would be ruined. She decided to help the elders with such simple things. The girl started waving her arms in different directions. That should have helped. Xiaolinger raised her hand up and said cheerfully that it was ready. The elders stood nearby in bewilderment. High in the sky, two warriors of the immortal sect were talking to each other. One asked why two people were missing. The other replied that the other could not be contacted for some reason. The warrior said they can't do anything in this world and they can't be killed. Suddenly, the warrior saw a huge blue spirit in the sky in the form of a girl. It was Xiaolinger. One of the soldiers was very frightened. He did not expect to see such a thing. The warrior wanted to protect himself from the girl. He saw her huge hand in the sky. At the same time, Xiaolinger delivered a powerful blow with her hand on the warrior. Long Aoshin asked Xiaolinger seriously if she was joking. She replied that she was not. The girl remembered annoyed that she had missed one warrior from the immortal sect in the skies. The warrior flew to the place where he was scheduled to meet his colleagues, but there was no one there. Just then something very much caught the warrior's attention. He turned to the side. The warrior saw a huge blue projection of Xiaoling'er in the sky, and it prepared to attack him. Xiaoling'er told the elders that she was able to destroy the warrior just by snapping her fingers. The girl gave all the details about the battle in the sky. Old Man Lao thought it would be hard for them to believe her stories. Bai Guofeng told Old Man Lao that they had no more time to wait. He suggested going to the northern region to find the elder. The old man replied that if they went there for nothing, they would violate the agreements of the elder in the region. A masked warrior jumped down from a tree and turned to Old Man Lao. He asked what was wrong. The masked warrior said that the immortals who destroyed the city were confronted by a huge figure. After that, they all disappeared. Old Man Lao was very surprised by this story. He asked the masked warrior if he had told everything. After that, Old Man Lao commanded the resolute warrior to leave. The old man thought to himself that they were thinking too much. He also remembered Xiaoling'er's stories. The girl told the elders that if she had helped them, now let them help her. The elders were busy working at the main character's estate. They decided to fulfill Xiaoling'er's request. Elder Zhen was cultivating the vegetable garden. He thought to himself that if the elder's younger sister was very strong, how strong was the elder himself? Another elder turned to his colleagues and said that all 5 of them were high, ranking people of varying power. Old Man Lao asked surprised if these words applied to him too. Long Aoshin said that 5 people are like 5 fingers to rule the world. He said that the elder plays them like pawns in chess. Bai Guofeng said that he was honored to join them as a pawn of senior. All the other elders said they were honored too. They were the 5 most powerful people in this world. At the same time in the immortal world, in the evil sect's hallway, the female blood general brought reports to her lord. The female blood general said that the people they sent to the mortal world to collect blood suddenly died almost simultaneously. The blood lord said that there is someone in the mortal world who is immortal. The female lord told the female general that she really needed blood to get to a higher level. She also told the female general to go down herself and scout the situation. Xiaoling'er went to the elders and suggested that they eat watermelons. Long Aoshin asked the girl if she was serious about giving them this watermelon. Xiaoling'er confirmed that she was serious. The girl thought slyly to herself that she could then tell Chen that all the watermelons were eaten by the elders. Long Aoshin accepted the platter of watermelons from the girl's hands. They began to eat them. While the elders were enjoying the consumption of watermelons, the girl heard someone call out to her. Xiaoling'er saw a man standing in the gate. He asked permission to enter. The girl refused him. The man told the girl not to be mean to him. He reminded her that he had the right to visit them once a month. Then the hen looked menacingly at the man who had come in and asked if he had not heard the girl's answer well. The chicken confirmed to the guest that the girl said no. The fish added that the master was not at home. The elders could not understand what kind of man had come to them and dared to break in here. Bai Gufeng said that the alien's cultivation level was very high. He asked what kind of idiot came to her. Long Aoshin replied that an immortal emperor had come to see them. Guofeng immediately didn't even understand the answer he received from Long Aoshin. After thinking for a while, Elders Zhen and Guofeng were very surprised that the immortal emperor had come to them. Long Aoshin called the immortal emperor Brother Su and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The emperor called Long Aoshin Brother Moon and asked what he was doing here. Aotian explained to the emperor that he and the other elders are the assistants of Senior. The emperor listened to them attentively. Aotian added that they had come here to find the elder. The elders decided to tell the emperor what had happened. All this took a long time and the sun was already high. The emperor was still standing near the entrance of the manor. Long Aotian was telling him what had happened. After explaining the situation in detail, the emperor said that the massacre was caused by the evil sect warriors from the immortal world. He is also looking into the matter, but has not come to any conclusion yet. Immortal Emperor said that he sensed that someone had decided to come down here again. He called the elders to come with him. At the same time, a portal to the warrior realm from the immortal world opened. The female blood general went down to the place where the first soldier disappeared. She thought that the mortals in this world should feel her aura. Suddenly, the woman was very attracted to something. She was surprised. She saw the elders floating in the clouds. She could not understand what these people were doing here. The elders were still consuming the watermelons with gusto. They looked at the woman of the bloody general. The immortal emperor flew up behind the woman and asked if she was looking for him. She was very surprised. Just then, the immortal emperor grabbed the woman's throat with his hand with all his might. The emperor told the woman to spill everything. He threatened her otherwise to destroy her whole sect and torture her for 1,000 years. The woman couldn't understand what the immortal emperor was doing in the mortal world. She also thought that the emperor didn't need to appear in person even if her lord herself came here. This woman had a hunch of some kind. She decided to try to escape. The next moment, the Emperor noticed that the female blood general had disappeared. The Emperor wondered what kind of escape technique this woman from the immortal world had used. The Emperor shouted confidently after her that she could not escape him. The female bloody general teleported successfully to another location. Sitting on the ground, the woman realized that she wouldn't be able to escape from the immortal Emperor. Here the female blood general remembered her lord's request. She decided to be sure to kill every mortal within a 100-mile radius. She was ready to die and take everyone with her. The immortal Emperor was able to catch up with the bloody general's woman. He asked her how dare she brag to him with such weak skills. The Emperor told her to look at the real power, and he activated his virtual amulet. The Emperor thought to himself that he couldn't use that much energy. The female bloody general realized that the immortal Emperor in this world appeared because of someone he was looking out for. She didn't think it would be because of a mortal. The Emperor didn't know whether to use his full power or not. Long Aoshin said that if he let the woman go, more mortals would die in the future. The Emperor said that saving these mortals was not a problem. He added that the female bloody general had taken hostages in the forest. Chen was among them. The Emperor noticed that behind the hostages was also an elder. The protagonist could not understand why his companions had stopped. Li Shua said he felt a terrifying aura of death and a desire to kill. Another guy, Peng Han, said he couldn't move at all. Peng Han realized that he couldn't even speak. He didn't realize it either because of suppression or fear. Peng Han decided that in such a situation, they couldn't just sit and wait. He decided to act now, even if it was 1 chance in 10,000. Peng Han decided to save the girl Shan Shan by all means. She was standing there unable to move. Peng Han noticed that the main character had decided to approach a woman from the immortal world. He asked her what he was going to do. Peng Han told the protagonist not to go there for he would be killed. Smolka the dog asked Sword what they should do now. The Sword replied that it could not fight this woman from the immortal world because it was very dangerous. The female bloody general was surprised that the protagonist was freely approaching her. She saw that Chen was only at the first stage of Dantane formation, but he wasn't suppressed by her ki energy. The main character approached the girl and asked if there was anything he could do to help her. She was very surprised. Smolka the dog and the golden sword didn't understand what the main character was doing now. The female bloody general replied in a surprised voice to the guy that she had taken them all hostage. The guy was surprised to hear that. He didn't expect that there were still such things as robbing ordinary girls. The woman from the world of immortals was surprised that the protagonist called her an ordinary girl. She eventually decides that Chen is very strange, and so she might as well kill him. The woman wanted at that moment to hit the guy's neck with her hand with all her might. No matter how hard the woman tried, she was never able to bring harm to the protagonist. All the attacks of the female bloody general did not bring any harm to Chen. The woman was very surprised. She didn't understand why she couldn't break through the guy's defense. The main character took the woman's hand and told her not to worry. He told the woman to take the soul stones, and she would always be as safe as when she met them. The main character told a woman from the immortal world that his friends are very powerful. The female bloody general thought it had been 1,000 years since she had been treated like a normal girl. She was surprised the guy gave her the spirit stones. The main character turned around and waved to the woman and told her to go home. She was surprised. The woman squeezed the rocks so hard they cracked. She thought the main character was still crazy. The woman decided to attack the protagonist from behind. She wanted to know what other secrets he had. The female bloody general was surprised that the guy didn't even move during her attack. She realized she couldn't attack the guy because of the space barrier. A woman from the world of the immortals noticed that she could not harm the protagonist or his friends in any way. The female bloody general realized that even the immortal emperor was not capable of such a thing. Here she felt a source of power that kept her from attacking. The woman from the world of immortals turned her gaze into the endless distance to the mansion in the mountains. She saw the system mistress standing on the balcony of the mansion and looking at her. The mistress of the system strictly said that a woman is not worthy to touch the protagonist. A woman from the immortal world felt a blue glow surround her. The female blood general began to be enveloped by blue lightning. She couldn't resist. Gradually, the blue lightning bolts began to destroy the female bloody general. After that, the space barrier was deactivated. The protagonist and his companions felt it immediately. Chen asked, wondering where the woman from the world of immortals has gone. It was as if she had vanished. Shen Shen's girlfriend asked the protagonist if he was okay. Chen asked what was wrong. Eventually, Shen Shen began to explain to the protagonist in detail everything that had happened. Chen was very scared when he found out that the woman from the immortal world actually wanted to kill him. Peng Han was surprised very much that the protagonist did not understand everything right away. The protagonist said that he was actually very weak. He thought to himself that he didn't have the spiritual root to sense the aura of the enemy. Li Shua said that he has a feeling that Chen himself does not believe that he is very weak. Shen Shen said that they were done practicing for the day. The protagonist told her that he hadn't practiced enough. Li Shua offered compensation in the form of a walk. Suddenly, Li Shua felt a card activate in his pocket. He thought it might be urgent news from home. Long Aoshin said that he regretted that he didn't see Senior Battle. Immortal Emperor thought that it was the power of the Flood Black Dragon, an immortal weapon. The Immortal Emperor deeply pondered whether he was right in his judgment. Old Man Lao said that the Elder was really in this region. Elder Jen said that the protagonist had taken a liking to some of these guys and they wanted to support him. Another elder said that he had details about Chen coming to their association to sell pills. The elder said that the protagonist passed along with a second-rank mage named Liu Shua. At the same time, a group of guests came to the Liu mansion to visit its owner. The great elder turned to Liu Qi and told him not to force them. The grand elder reminded us that they are all family. He added that under his leadership the family will be several times stronger than it is now. Liu Qi was the father of Liu Shua. He told the grand elder that he had received his position from his father and could not pass it on to him. The grand elder once again menacingly asked Liu Qi if he wanted to accept his proposal. Liu Qi was silent and he decided not to give in to the elder's entreaties for anything. The grand elder attacked Liu Qi with a blue lightning strike. In the end, Liu Qi was lying on the floor without any strength. The grand elder said that he would ask again. The elder asked Liu Qi whether he agreed or not. He added that he would take the seat anyway. The grand elder told Liu Qi that he had no sense to stay in Liu's family. He wanted to hit him. Suddenly, Liu Shua entered the house. He told the great elder to stop. The father asked his son why he had returned. Liu Shua replied that he could not help but return at such a moment in time. Liu Shua asked the grand elder if he was trying to start a riot. He said he might kill him before he killed his father. The elder said he was surprised to see young Master Liu. The grand elder asked Liu Shua how he wanted to stop him with his current strength. He swung around to hit the guy. At the same moment, Tower Master Tianyun and the rest of the elders walked in. The master of the treasure hall and the president of the Alchemists Association also came. The grand elder didn't understand why these big shots had come here. The Liu family has nothing to do with the elders. At this time, Liu's father asked his son who he had already offended. The grand elder was worried that some of the family members would not be convinced by a violent takeover of the head position. Now he could justify it. Bai Gufen asked strictly to the grand elder where the head of the Liu family was. Bai Guofeng thought that he should be the first to take the opportunity to please the elder. The great elder introduced himself. Bai Guofeng hit the grand elder and told him to get out. Lan Aotan asked Bai Guofeng why he was in such a hurry. He rebuked Bai Guofeng that they had come to visit and he was being rude to people. Bai Guofeng agreed and said that it was indeed too impulsive. The great elder had a mark on his face from the blow. Bai Guofeng approached him and said that he was in too much of a hurry, so he didn't pay attention to who was in front of him and apologized. The elder replied that it was fine and he was fine. The main thing was to make them happy. Hemen Chen approached Liu Shua and asked him if the man standing next to him was his father, and if that was the head of Liu's family. Liu Qi had beating marks on his face. Zhen Danteng excitedly asked who beat up the head. The grand elder said that he was the one who beat up the head. Since he had insulted bigwigs like them, Liu Qi deserved to be punished in his opinion. Bai Guofeng grabbed the great elder by the scruff of the neck and told him to repeat what he had said. Bai Guofeng angrily asked if Elder Liu Qi had injured Veliki. The latter replied that he had. Bai Guofeng threw the great elder with all his might and told him to get the hell away. Bai Guofeng grasped the shoulder of the hand with which he had thrown the elder and said that he was unlucky. Liu Shua turned to the elders. Lan Aotan said that there is no need to be polite. There is an elder who is interested in the young man's growth, and they just follow his wishes. That is why they came to visit him. Lan Aotan gave the young man a silver ring with a green stone. He said it was part of the assets of his branch in Tianzhong Tower. It was a gift. The man asked the boy to accept it. Bai Guofeng held out a gold ring with a red stone to Liu Shua. He said it was part of the assets of his treasure branch. He asked the young man to accept the ring. Shimen Chen also gave the young man a ring. He said that it was part of the assets of the Chtab, the Alchemist Guild apartments. Zheng Danten was surprised at the luxurious gifts his friends gave him. He thought that they were mocking him for not opening more branches. He awkwardly held out a modest ring as a gift from his Shushen Academy. Liu Shua felt embarrassed and said that he could not accept such gifts from men. Lan Aotan told the young man to just accept the gifts, for it was all for the sake of the elder. He put the rings in the boy's hand and wished him a bright future. Liu Qi thought that all these artifacts were worth more than the entire kingdom. He didn't understand why it was all given to Liu Shua. Liu Qi asked his son in a whisper whether the elder they were talking about had met the young man in his stall. Liu Shua replied that he had. The young man told his father that he did not expect to meet such a powerful man, Epi Sr., and he would never open his kiosk again. His father smiled and advised Liu Shua not to close the stall, because he could make a good career by opening more branches. The boy was shocked. Meanwhile, there was a clear sky over the forest where the elder was. The older man was sitting on the ground, looking at all his treasures. The boy thought he had gotten pretty rich, and he never thought he would find so much treasure wandering through the mountains. Senior thought that all these treasures should have been lost by cultivators of different levels, so this kind of treasure hunting was much more profitable than cutting firewood and digging up herbs in the mountains. At that moment, the elder heard a loud sound that came from deep within the forest. At this time, Yang Ming, prince of the warrior kingdom, and his subordinates were also in the forest. They also heard the sound and were frightened. A demonic beast of the astral realm that looked like a giant panther appeared in front of Yang Ming and his men. The prince of the warrior kingdom was greatly frightened. Looking at the animal, he thought that this was where they would die. The young man thought that only a miracle could save them. At that time, the elder ran quickly to the sound he heard. Yang Ming saw the elder running straight towards the animal. Yang Ming realized that the senior was at the first stage of the Dantain formation. The young man thought that this guy would definitely be a quick snack for the demonic beast. The older man ran up and braked sharply against the ground. The elder stood directly in front of the demonic beast. The young man pointed his sword at it. The demonic beast screamed loudly in terror. The older one didn't understand what was going on with the beast at all. The elder's dog sat across from the demonic beast and glared viciously at him. The dog showed the demonic beast his true gut, a dragon. The demonic beast of the astral realm was frightened, saw this, and screamed loudly. The animal started running away. The older man shouted at the animal to stop. The animal did stop because of the young man's words. The eldest was very surprised that he made it. Yang Ming was puzzled because the elder had just scared away this monster. The guy thought that the elder was only at the first stage of the Dantan realm. Then why would the beast do his bidding? The elder coldly gave the demonic beast the command to sit. The cat obediently obeyed the elder's order. Yang Ming was shocked at what was happening. The demonic beast lay on the ground. The elder walked over to it and started stroking its head. Yang Ming didn't understand what happened to this monster and why it was acting like a dog. The older man asked if he was depressed. The boy sighed. The demonic beast started hugging and rubbing against the older man. The guy thought that this beast was too weak. He would have liked to face a monster like the bear last time, so at least he would be able to practice. Elder asked the demonic beast if he was scared of her burden. The cat's eyes rounded. The demonic beast frightenedly looked to the side. He looked at the dog, who was glowing with energy. The demonic beast thought it was very frightened. The elder didn't understand why the demonic beast was seriously frightened. He looked around. Thigai thought that maybe his big key was still working, and even though it didn't work on humans, but maybe on the monster it did. Yang Ming thanked the young man for saving them. The older man said that the most important thing was that he was okay. Yang Ming asked the elder what his cultivation level was. He thought that to be able to instantly suppress an astral realm monster, the elder's strength should be above the initial realm. Most likely the strength coming from him was just a trick. The elder was embarrassed by this question. He didn't want to talk about his low cultivation level. He replied that it didn't matter. The older man replied that maybe he was a little stronger than them, just a little. Yang Ming thought that the guy was hiding his cultivation level. He said that he understood. Yang Ming said that he wouldn't bother the elder anymore, and now he had to go. The elder told them to take care of themselves. One of Yang Ming's subjects asked him if it was true that even he couldn't determine this guy's cultivation level. Yang Ming replied that he really couldn't. He thought that the elder was much higher than the rest of the realm, perhaps so much higher that he couldn't even comprehend his strength level. The prince said that Senior had let them know that they shouldn't ask him about his cultivation level, so they should stop. The guy was going to demonstrate the way the elder looked at this world. Yang Ming said, "Put 2 fingers to the eyeball so that a small circle is formed. The guy thinks that for the older one, the world is exactly like this." Yang Ming thought that the presence of such a person in the kingdom was an important event, so he should inform his father as soon as possible. Senior wondered what to do next. With his key bug, he wouldn't be able to find any monsters to practice his skills. But it looks like he can make those monsters search for treasures on this mountain. The elder told the demon cat that she was in his power, so he asked her to take the elder to the other monsters. The cat listened to him, and Chen Pingang went to explore the area with the animals. The cat led the older man to a huge gorilla. It growled angrily. Gorilla was at the 2nd level, the nascent soul realm stage. Chen Pinghan was at the 1st level of the Dantain formation stage. The guy was going to use the gorilla to raise his skills. He pointed his sword at it. The eldest managed to defeat the gorilla. She fell first. His team of animals increased. Chen Pinggang, along with the 3 animals already there, continued to explore the forest area. An hour later, dust rose over the forest. It looked like someone was running through the forest with such force that it could be seen from afar. The cultivators gathered and blocked one of the paths in the forest. Someone said for everyone to stay alert. The cultivators were surrounded by a protective barrier. At this moment, Lanaotan came to the scene. He asked where it was. The head of monster supervision greeted the elders and thanked them all for their help in intercepting the monsters. Lan Aotan replied that they were here from certain things too. He asked them to stop flattering and suggested that they talk about the situation in general. The elders learned that there was a flood of monsters rushing through the forest. Along with Lan Aotan, Himen also arrived. The last time he could remember was decades ago, when someone had hunted down and killed a baby Mahayana Peak monster. As a result, the Mahayana Peak monster had led thousands of monsters across the land, nearly wiping out half of the entire kingdom. The head of monster supervision said that the wave was moving towards the kingdom, but this time it looked like someone was controlling it. The numbers of the wave reached 10,000. The elders were stunned by so many monsters advancing on the kingdom. Bai Guofeng asked if the goal was to strike the kingdom, who could control so many monsters, and if an immortal was behind it all again. Lan Aotan said for Brother Su to leave, meaning that there are no other immortals in the mortal world to cause trouble. Lan Aochen also wondered who was behind all of this. In any case, he couldn't leave the tens of thousands of people living in this city to die. At this time, a wave of animals were carrying straight towards the cultivators at a great speed. They were closing in on them. Lan Aotan was very surprised to see someone riding a bear. Bai Guofeng also saw this. He was stunned. Lan Aotan said that he wasn't even surprised. Bai Guofeng added that it's not surprising, it's just commonplace. Himen Chen said that he had seen this before. The head of monster supervision was astonished. Such a reaction, he asked the elders. Didn't they just talk about how they weren't going to abandon people? Did they all give up? Lan Aotan said that they give up. After all, the person who controls this wave of monsters is Senior. The elder was riding a bear in the center of a crowd of monsters. The guy thought it was a lot more fun than driving a car. The bear was traveling at breakneck speed. The elder noticed the cultivators and wondered why there were so many people there. The young man pulled the skids and the bear stopped. The bear stopped right in front of Lan Aotan. The guy said that he was very glad that he ran into him here. The head of the monster supervisor was very surprised that the young man was only one to control such a wave of beasts. Considering his profession, he should ask this guy how he was able to control so many monsters at once. The head of monster supervision hadn't seen something like this ever before. Indeed, he couldn't understand how the elder was controlling them all. The head was amazed to see a dog come out from behind the bear. The head of monster supervision recognized the dog. He realized that it was actually a dragon. Lan Aotan said that they thought it was a wave of animals that wanted to attack the kingdom and were already preparing to attack. But apparently they were worried for nothing. The elder said that he had gathered all these animals because he needed their help to find the treasure. The elders didn't need to worry. There was no danger. The guy clapped his hands and told all the animals to disperse. The huge crowd of animals fled away from the elder in a flash. They carried on at great speed, kicking up dust high all around them. The animals knocked down everything in their path, broke trees. The guy was amazed to see it from the outside. Senior thought it looked pretty dangerous, so in the future, he wouldn't do it again. The elders wondered who else would pull something like that off. Returning home, the boy said that he had never thought that the wave of beasts could become so dangerous. Tomorrow, the young man had to go to Miss Tian's house to find out more about the tournament. The boy opened the gate of the house. In the courtyard, Warden Duan was waiting for him. The girl noticed that the elder had returned. The elder noticed Warden Duan standing in the courtyard. He asked what the girl was doing there. Warden Duan replied that she wanted to live here. The boy asked her what she meant. The girl said that it was honestly her uncle's place. 5 years ago, he left it in Warden Duane's care and left. The girl didn't care about this place. But recently the bookstore had to close for renovation, so she would have to live here for a while. The older man was confused when he found out it was her uncle's house. He asked the system what was going on. The system replied that the girl was not lying. Indeed, it was the house of Duan's boss's uncle, and the system had to borrow it. The guy was pissed off. After finding this out, he asked if the system couldn't have said this before, and why would she lie? The girl came close to Chen Pinggan and told him that she could not find temporary lodging except this house, so she asked him to be kind. The young man agreed. Senior went inside the house with Boss Duan. Evening had come. The girl decided to take a bath. She wiped her neck with a towel. Warden Duan thought how nice it felt after a bath. The girl looked very seductive. The older man thought that this woman was definitely doing this on purpose. The young man blushed with embarrassment and thought that he must have been crazy to agree to her living with them. The girl reached out to Chen Pinghan and asked if he was okay, if he was uncomfortable. The girl wrapped her arms around the guy's neck and asked if he was thinking about some naughty things. The elder shouted, "What is she even talking about? There's a child." Xiao Ling. He asked the girl to be more restrained and not to dress so revealingly. At this time, Xiao Ling was sitting at the table eating watermelon. Duan's boss laughed and said she was only joking. They all know each other. The girl told the older man that he shouldn't worry so much about small things. Warden Duan was about to go to bed. She went to her bedroom. The girl smiled seductively and asked Mr. Chen not to do anything indecent with her this night. The girl flushed again with embarrassment. The older man asked what she was even talking about. Chen Pinggang went out into the courtyard. He was angry and wondered why she was making this up. The guy went into his bedroom and slammed the door loudly. Xiaoling looked at this in surprise. The girl didn't understand anything at all, she thought, as long as they didn't take the watermelons away from her. Senior, sitting on his bed, thought that Mrs. Duan is dangerous and the guy is in danger. Every time the girl sees the guy, she keeps teasing him. Chen Pinggang feared what would happen if she only came to his room tonight. The guy thought that it was impossible since Xiaolin was at home, and the girl wouldn't be so bossy. Especially the door to the young man's room was locked. The older man decided that enough thinking was enough, and tomorrow he would go and look for a place for her to live. The guy fell asleep. Night fell. It was morning in the mortal world. Birds were flying around. Eldest woke up in bed. He opened his eyes and saw someone's hair. In his embrace, Madame Duan was lying in his arms. The guy was embarrassed. Waking up in the arms of Warden Duan, the young man was very amazed to see the girl. Chen Pinghan looked around. This was not his room. Guy didn't understand why he woke up in Boss Duane's room. The boy was confused. Chen Pinghan thought that maybe he was sleepwalking. He looked at Boss Duan. The girl was lying down in a very revealing outfit. The older man wondered how he didn't know. After all these years of mooning, the boy stammered. The older man got up from the girl's bed. Chen Pinggang didn't understand what was going on. At that moment, the girl reached out. The guy saw that she was wearing very seductive clothes. The older man was shocked. He looked at the girl in surprise. The older man thought that in any case, he should get out before he was spotted. He tiptoed toward the exit. At this moment, the door to Mrs. Duan's bedroom was opened by Xiaoling. The girl loudly asked if the girl was awake. Xiaoling caught a guy trying to leave Madame Duan's room. The girl was surprised to see her brother. She didn't understand what he was doing here. Xiaoling was embarrassed. She started to close the door and said that she didn't see anything. The elder said that he didn't do anything like that. Chen Pinggang told the girl not to make things up. These conversations woke up Mrs. Duan. She yawned. The girl said good morning to the older man and asked what he was doing in her room. The guy awkwardly said hello to the girl and said he wanted to take her to breakfast. Duane smiled and asked where breakfast was. The boy awkwardly replied that breakfast wasn't ready yet. It was a clear sunny day. Chen Pinggang was awkwardly eating a bun in the kitchen. All three of them were sitting at the table, eating breakfast. Warden Duane decided to talk about what had happened last night. The girl smiled and said that she had slept very well last night, and it was probably the best rest and sleep she had gotten this month. The older man blushed with embarrassment, remembering what had happened last night. Chen Pinggang was relieved that the girl didn't know anything. Xiaoling quietly asked her brother if she should now call Duan his wife. The boy choked on his bun at such a question from his sister. He spit out all the food right on the girl. Xiaoling asked why her brother did that. The elder replied that he told his sister not to make up anything. Duan smiled slyly. She took out a napkin and started wiping the girl's face. Boss Duan said that Xiaoling meant that the young man was already over 20 years old, so he should have found a wife by now. The boy thought about what his boss had said. He thought that this question had been bothering him for a long time, as well as the fact that there was a system that erased everything. Once upon a time, the elder lived in the world of men. The young man remembered those times and his home there. Chen Pinggang wondered how long he had stayed in this world. The young man thought back to his room where the picture of his wedding was hanging. The guy couldn't even believe he couldn't remember what his wife looked like. Warden Duan asked what was on Mr. Chen's mind and what he thought about the offer she made to him. The guy didn't understand what kind of offer she was talking about. Duan's boss asked what he thought about her becoming his wife. The boy blushed with embarrassment, his heart beating faster. The oldest put his chopsticks on the table, coughed, and said he was full. Mr. Chen said he has some important things to do today, so he has to go. Xiaoling said Senior is so nervous, and can't you just say no? The guy went to the gate together with the dog. Madame Duan told the girl not to worry. One day the elder would understand and be careful, and if the girl tried to hint to him, the girl would confiscate her watermelon. Duan pulled Xiaoling by her ear. Warden Duan smiled and said that now was not yet the time for him to find out everything. At this time, it was a clear sunny day in the warrior kingdom. The elder came to the marketplace of the warrior kingdom. The young man decided to put aside ideas on finding a house for Duan for now. Tomorrow was the tournament. If the task couldn't be completed, there would be a big problem. Unexpectedly, Senior saw Miss Tian walking along with her acquaintance. They were talking about something. The older one approached the girl and said he was just about to look for her. What a coincidence. He asked where the others were. The girl didn't recognize him. She asked if they knew each other and what the young man's name was. The boy bewilderedly introduced himself with a stranger's name, Lun Aotianem. Miss Tian's acquaintance asked if the girl knew the older man. The princess replied that she didn't know him and had never seen the guy. Senior asked what about the tournament. Miss Tian's acquaintance told the young man to fuck off. He said that it was better for him to realize all at once that he shouldn't harass his fellow tournament mates. Senior thought that Miss Tian had teamed up with someone else again for the tournament. The older man got angry and thought that it was nonetheless overkill to pretend that they didn't know each other. Chen Pinggang said that in that case, he would consider that they didn't even know each other. The young man left. Senior told Miss Tian that they would see each other on the tent. The guy who was with the girl called the Senior Danton Level 1 trash. He was surprised that the guy had the courage to challenge. Hearing these words, the older man stopped. The dog asked why the sword didn't kill him. The sword replied that he wanted to, but it depends on the situation. There are too many people here and there is nothing he can do. The older man told the young man that since he was so good, how about we have a duel? The boy told him to bugger off. He didn't want to waste his time on someone like the elder. Chen Pinggang asked, "The young man is unwilling or just can't he do it? The person who calls others trash at every turn is no better." The dog and the sword thought that the boss said just fine. The cocky guy said that since the older guy wanted to be beaten up so badly, then he would satisfy him. He told everyone around him to disperse. The guy's name was Mo Yi, and he was the son of the prime minister. A girl in the crowd wondered why he was in conflict with someone who was on the first level of the Duntain formation. Mo Yi asked the older man when he wanted to start fighting. Mo Yi asked the elder when he wanted to start fighting. Mo Yi said that he tried to do the elder a favor, but apparently he didn't need it. He asked the elder not to blame him for knocking him out. The older man started counting. He called out the number 3 and then 1. The young man pushed himself off the earth. The elder punched Mo Yi in the face with his fist. The crowd was surprised. Mo Yi himself was surprised. He didn't expect this from an elder. The guy flew to the ground from Chen Pinggang's blow. Mo Yi said that the elder is much stronger and how dare he disregard the martial ethics and use his power secretly. The older man reminded Mo Yi that he said they would start when he counted to 1, not 3. He swung his foot at Mo Yi. The crowd was in shock. They didn't understand what was wrong with this guy. Mo Yi had a mark on his face from the older man's shoe. He got very angry, saying that it was enough. The guy started to use his power. Mo Yi said that the older one is very good at trampling others, so he will tear his foot off today. Mo Yi got into a fighting stance and began to use the 1,000 breakthrough technique. Qi energy was blazing around him. The elder thought that the young man was going to use a martial art. According to the books, the essence of martial arts was to control one's qi. The elder realized that the lightning around his body was where he controlled his qi. The lightning was concentrating around Mo Yi's fist. Senior thought that it didn't look too difficult. Lightning was also surrounding Mo Yi's leg. Mo Yi swung at the senior and started attacking him. Chen Ping'an realized that the guy was using the 1,000 breakthrough technique. The elder dodged Mo Yi's strike. He didn't expect this. Blue lightning flashed around the elder. Mo Yi saw that Chen Ping'an had started to concentrate qi energy around his body. Mo Yi didn't understand how the elder had learned how to master this technique. The guy thought that Chen Pinggang was going to use his legs in battle. However, this turned out to be a bluff on the part of Senior Chen Pinggang struck Mo Yi's face with his fist. An excited Miss Tian ran up to Mo Yi. She asked if the young man was all right. The girl helped Mo Yi to sit down. She asked who the elder was and why he was getting in the way of others and beating them for no reason. Chen Pinggang didn't understand what the girl was talking about. He said that maybe he was wrong and there were 2 identical versions of the girl in this kingdom. At this moment, another Miss Tian called out to the elder. The guy was shocked that his assumption turned out to be correct. Chen Pinghan was stunned to see 2 identical girls. Turns out they were twins. Tian Laiqi asked if the young man was a member of Tian Shanshan's team. The latter replied that he was. Laiqi realized what her sister was going to do. Attack them before the tournament. She asked if that was the method the girl had chosen. Shan said it wasn't. The guy realized that the girls were twins. He thought they looked too much alike. Chen Pinggang wondered how he didn't realize that the girls were twins earlier. Tian Shanshan said that it must be a misunderstanding, and suggested that they talk about it and try to make up. Mo Yi was coming up from the earth. He was angry at this misunderstanding. Mo and began to use his powers, said he was insulted twice in the street and the girls tell him it was a misunderstanding. Mo Yi angrily said that he wanted to take Chen Pinggang's life. At this moment, Liu Shua joined their conversation. He wanted to see who here today wanted to touch the older man. Mo Yi was horrified when he saw Liu Shua. Mo Yi greeted the guy and asked him what he wanted. Liu Shua replied that he wanted exactly what he said he wanted. He explained that it was just a misunderstanding and there was no reason to quarrel. Mo Yi was furious because of the young man's words. The elder beat him 2 times in a row. He didn't know what kind of luck had fallen to the Liu family. Mo Yi didn't understand how, from a family whose existence was unknown to anyone, they had grown to a family that could not be insulted. Liu Shua smiled widely and said that it seems that Mo Yi doesn't really like it. Liu Shua asked what the guy thought about him exchanging a couple of punches with him. The elder said that it was unbelievable that Liu Shua was already recognized even on the streets. He wondered who his uncle was. The guy thought that there were big people behind Liu Shua. The guy thought that the senior was overplaying his hand too much. After all, he was the one who gave him everything Liu Shua had now. Mo Yi still pacified his anger and apologized to Liu Shua. He said that it was just a misunderstanding and they were leaving. Chen Laiqi glared angrily at her sister. Liu Shua thought that the elder could kill these two with a single sweep of his hand. But after all, he was pretending to be an ordinary person. Chen Pinggang said that he was sorry, and because of him, the two sisters now have a conflict. Tian Shanshan replied that it was fine. The girl said that because of certain circumstances, she and her sister had a bad relationship for a long time. Tian Shanshan suggested that the older man go to practice. Meanwhile, in the immortal world, it was a dark night in the evil sect. The immortal emperor came to the evil sect's territory. He thought it was a disgusting method of cultivation. The man thought that apparently the elder also knew about the existence of these people, and for him to find them because of a mistake was to erase them. The immortal emperor thought that there was no need to give notice. He began to use his powers. His tremendous strength rushed to the top of the immortal emperor. The immortal emperor was going to exterminate all the members of the evil sect. He angrily commanded them all to die. The immortal emperor struck using his power on the sect. There was a loud explosion. Suddenly, the immortal emperor noticed something flying out from the explosion site. It was the Bloodlord who flew out. She thought that it was no surprise that people sent to the mortal world were dead. She thought that at best, it was a person from the immortal realm. The girl didn't understand why it was the immortal emperor. A sword was placed in front of her face. The immortal emperor asked if the girl thought she could escape. The Bloodlord stated that he couldn't kill her, because he knew who was behind the girl, and if the immortal emperor killed her, he would also die. The immortal emperor looked coldly at the Bloodlord. The man swung his sword and took the head off the girl's shoulders. He smiled and said that he would look at it again. It was a clear day in the divine world and the sun was shining brightly. Someone was playing checkers in God's world. The full man said that in one immortal world, the demonic seed he had sown was destroyed, and the reason was not clear to him either. The old man who was playing with him thought about it and asked if he was talking about the devastated immortal world. The man asked how the old man knew about it. The man said that his men had wounded the dragon, but he thought that was how it had fallen in the devastated immortal world, yet there was no trace of it there. The old man even had a premonition that something terrible would happen next. The man asked if there was someone stronger than them in the immortal world. He added that it was time to send someone and check things out. The man made a move with his checker. The immortal emperor walked through the ruins of the evil sect after the battle. He thought it was good that in the end the problem was solved. At that instant, the immortal emperor saw a huge golden door appear in the sky. The golden gate in the sky opened. The immortal emperor was very surprised to see them. He didn't understand what they were. A man from the divine world appeared from the golden door. She asked if the man was the son of the immortal emperor of this world. A girl from the immortal world descended to Earth. She said that it seems like it was the immortal emperor who destroyed this place. The person from the immortal world asked who was behind it. The immortal emperor raised his sword and told her to dream of the answer. The girl was surprised that the immortal emperor was going to fight her. She noticed that he had a strong spirit. A girl from the immortal world would like to see this battle. She wondered if the immortal emperor's bones would break first, or if he would be torn to pieces immediately. She began to use her strength and attack the man. The peach tree was blooming in Chen Pinggang's garden. Warden Duan was resting in a chair under the peach tree. A vision came to her of a man from the immortal world who had come to the mortal world. Warden Duan realized that it was the executioner who had come. Warden Duan called for help with a kitchen knife. It came in a flash. The kitchen knife took its human form. Warden Duan told him to go to the world of immortals and help the emperor. Knife smiled and said he would do it. The executioner all fought the immortal emperor. The girl said that the immortal emperor had a lot of courage to withstand her attacks for so long. The man told her to go to hell. He could hardly stand on his feet. The executioner noticed that there was still a man on the battlefield. That man was a knife. He flew to the immortal emperor's aid. The executioner said that she thought the man who came down here would be more impressive. However, it was only a small servant. Knife sighed. He said he thought someone would be stronger here, but unfortunately he doesn't have time to play with the executioner. Knife took out a spell seal. Knife began to use his powers on it. The executioner looked on in horror. At this, she realized the knife was about to be used. The girl looked with surprise at all these seals. There were so many of them. The knife replied that there were more than 3,000 such seals. They surrounded the executioner. The knife decided to break only one seal today. He cut it in half. Knife said that would be enough to do the job. A sword of energy materialized in his hand. The immortal emperor fell to the ground. He coughed up blood. The immortal emperor realized that the man was the spirit of the knife from the elder's house. He woundedly sat on the ground. The executioner asked who the knife was. He replied that she did not need to know who he was. Knife conjured up a sword. The light from it traveled upward. Chi energy began to appear around the sword. It collapsed everything around it. The executioner grimaced and asked the knife to stop. Knife swung his sword and destroyed everything around him in an instant. The blow of the sword came against the executioner's body. The girl screamed pitifully. Knife thought that he really missed the times, destroying the immortal world in one blow. He used to have more fun before. The immortal emperor didn't know that the knife used by the elder possessed such strength. The immortal emperor, looking at the crater left by the knife, wondered what the elder's true strength was then. A peach tree was blooming beautifully in the elder's yard. Knife finished his mission and flew home. He reported that everything had gone well. Warden Duan was displeased and asked what was good about it. Duan sat together with Xiao Shui and drank tea. The girl told the knife to make it more clean next time. The knife was confused. Warden Duan told Knife to go. He scratched his head, he felt awkward and said he would go. Duan put the cup on the table and thought that the emperor was still here and would need to meet him. At this moment, the immortal emperor was standing outside the elder's door. He thought that the young man had sent the knife to save him, and perhaps Chen Pinggang had already returned. The emperor felt it was necessary to tell the elder about the world of immortals and the secret attack by one of them. A man knocked on the door. The door was opened by Supervisor Duan. She asked what was wrong. The immortal emperor was very surprised to see the girl. They were already acquainted. He kneeled before the chief of the Duan. The immortal emperor called the girl a great master. She had already told him that she was not the immortal emperor's master. Duane asked if the man had forgotten what she had told him. The immortal emperor replied that the girl had told him to always treat her as a stranger. But 10,000 years ago, she had given him a heavenly law and allowed a man to become an immortal emperor. He would never forget her kindness and would never be able to repay her. Warden Duan said that since she had given him the heavenly law, the girl could not afford the word master. She asked the emperor to be a good boy and pretend he didn't know her. The heavenly emperor agreed. Warden Duan said that if the emperor was waiting for the elder, he wouldn't return until late in the evening. She suggested that he come in and see Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui glared angrily at her father. Immortal Emperor saw the girl and thought that he would come by some other time. Warden Duan thought that the girl would calm down after a while. The Immortal Emperor hoped that Duan was right. The reason why Xiao Shui doesn't want to see her father might be because of her mother. Warden Duan stopped the Immortal Emperor's story and said that she already knew everything and wasn't interested in hearing about it again. The man realized that it was quite expected that the girl already knew everything. The Immortal Emperor had a feeling that Chen Pinggang was a great strategist. He was worried that Duan was the opponent of the elder, however. Now that they were living together, he was relieved. It came to the Immortal Emperor's attention that these two were living together. He imagined their family life and thought that they were in a romantic relationship. It was a clear sunny day in the divine world. The man who had previously played checkers was angry. He did not understand how this was possible. He was saying that the man who had just been sent to the immortal world in an instant was killed along with his soul. The man didn't even have time to send reinforcements. The old man was shocked after hearing this. He said they don't have a way to research it properly anyway. The man said that the person who was sent down was one of the top of the middle level in the Divine World Division. And in that instant, he was killed, but all the evidence was gone. The man added that there is probably only one person with such power. The old man asked if he was referring to the Eternal God Emperor. Did he really come out after being in seclusion for so long? The old man did not understand how he was related to the immortal world. The man said that he did not know, but they were one of the most important figures in this divine world, where he had placed them. The man suggested that we go to him and find out for ourselves. The events unfold in a divine world in a beautiful castle. God, the emperor asked what the two were forgetting in his palace. Two men came to the peak of the god realm level. The god emperor said that he had recently come out, so he was gaining strength. He asked them to speak quickly and to the point. One of them said that the god emperor was in charge of the three factions. Gods, demons, and Buddhas, the god emperor had to maintain neutrality. The man asked what his intentions were, attacking the demon faction now. The old man said that they came today to get an explanation. The god emperor asked what had happened in the demon faction. God emperor asked with a bored look if the men thought he had taken any action against their faction. God emperor didn't remember doing such a thing. The man was very angry. He began to shout at God, the emperor. The man said that he had sent his man there, but the man had been destroyed along with his soul. The man demanded an explanation. The god emperor looked at him intently. God, the emperor interjected what the man had said and swung his hand. He ran up to the man and asked with a furious look if someone had been destroyed along with his soul. The man was frightened and said that it was true. God, the emperor smirked. He understood what he was talking about. The god emperor stirred and said that no one could do such things except these two. It was years ago, and finally he got some information. God, the Emperor, demanded that the men tell him everything they knew. It was a clear day in the mortal world. Li Shua looked up in surprise at something. He turned to Brother Long. Wen Dagui and Tian Shanshan were also looking at something fearfully. Li Shua asked if they were sure about it. Their sparring partners were to be the bears Xiaoer and Xiangde. They were the ones the guys looked at with horror. In front of the bears stood the elder. Chen Pinghan smiled and patted the bear on the back. He told the guys not to worry. He had used a secret artifact, so the bears would be very docile and they could confidently practice on them. Peng Han was certain that there was no such secret artifact that could control these demonic creatures. The young man remembered how in the past one of these bears had defeated him in a fight. Peng Han accused the elder of being the one to make those bears beat him up the other day. The elder said that he found this artifact a day ago, so it was definitely not him. Peng Han said that he had indeed treated the elder unkindly that day, and so he got what he deserved. Peng Han didn't know how many secrets the senior still had that he was hiding, but with him, the boys should have a good chance of winning the tournament. The tournament was very important to Tian Shanshan. The girl had already started practicing for the bear fight. Peng Han told the older man that he saw her sister today. They used to be very close, but now they have become enemies. The bear swung his paw at the girl. Tian Shanshan was unable to form a team at first because her sister had secretly set her up. The young man thought that the elder must have wondered what the situation even came to be. The bear hit the girl with its paw. Chen Pinggang stood astonished and listened to this story. He did not understand why Peng Han was still telling. Peng Han had already started to tell the story of the Tian sisters' Sora. Chen Pinggang huffed and said that he was not interested in listening to this. The young man was surprised. The elder said that he was participating in the tournament to achieve his own goals. Fate just happened to meet all of them, and so he was also an ordinary person, and didn't want to mess with his head. Peng Han listened to this in surprise. The elder saw the young man's reaction, and asked if it wouldn't be enough if they won the tournament. The next day the tournament was started. All spectators and participants gathered at the tournament arena. The elder petted the dog. He called her Smolka. The young man said that she could not participate in the tournament. The animal was upset. The young man tied her to a tree and asked the dog to just stay here while the tournament was going on. The dog nodded. The older man said that was good, and he would come back when it was over. He stroked the animal's head again. Chen Pinghan turned around and walked towards the tournament arena. A girl with pink hair was walking towards him. The young man didn't notice the girl. She was significantly shorter than him. Chen Pinghan bumped shoulders with her. The older man apologized for his inattention. The girl stopped. She turned around in surprise and looked at Chen Pinggang. The girl thought that the sword in his hand was not simple. She thought she had seen it somewhere before, but could not remember where. The girl woke up and thought that she couldn't be distracted anymore. If she didn't get the bird back this time, she would be scolded to death. Turns out the girl was distracted by treats and interesting food in the mortal world and lost the bird. The girl looked at Chen Pinggang's footsteps. She thought that the sword in his hand could really be a treasure. She thought that if she brought him home, that act would atone for the sin of losing the firebird. She decided to have a little more fun at the mortal tournament and compete in it. Flags were hoisted over the tournament arena to signify the start of the competition. Tian Laiqi and Mo Yi were sitting at the resting place in the tournament arena. Suddenly Mo Yi was called out and called his brother. The young man turned around. It was that girl with pink hair. Her name was Guo Xiyun. She asked if the tournament had already started and said that she was a little late. Tian Laiqi asked Mo Yi if Guo Xiyun was the participant the young man had decided to call. The boy replied that he didn't know anything and hadn't seen her before. Mo Yi asked the other participants if anyone knew this girl. The people around him replied that they did not know her. The girl's eyes lit up with chi power. She called the guys funny and asked how could she not be known since she was Guo Xiyun. The girl started to use her power on the others. It was something like hypnosis. She said that she was the most important member of their team. The power worked on Mo Yi, and he believed it. Guo Xiyun smiled slyly and thought that she had succeeded in hypnotizing the people around her. Sword Elder watched the scene. He thought that there were quite a few familiar faces in this mortal world lately. Sword knew the girl. She was a saint of the Yunji Immortal Realm sect. Tian Shanshan began to explain the conditions of the tournament. The girl said that the tournament was divided into 2 rounds, with the first round being a duel and the second round being a team match. Their team had enough strength to take first place, but they all had to be careful. Everyone on the team and listened carefully. The older man interrupted the girl and asked if he could go first in the duel. The guy explained that other teams would not allow their strongest player to participate in the arena so they could keep their chai and earn higher points in the team matchup. The guy said that he was the weakest here, so this was the right round for him. Li Shua looked at him incredulously. Li Shua smiled and said, Since the elder was burning with the desire to go first, it was worth giving him the opportunity. Tian Shanshan awkwardly agreed to this. The girl was surprised by this decision, as she thought that he was the strongest among them. The older man was very happy with the team's decision. He had learned something from the last fight on the street. The guy noticed that he could learn other people's martial arts skills at a glance. He was going to try this chip again at the tournament. The senior thought that if he could get so many skills for free, he could make a fortune from it. Li Shua told the elder that the prince was also participating in the tournament, so he should be careful. Chen Pinggang confidently reassured him and said that he would not hold back. Li Shua didn't know what to say to the guy. The king begged Li Shua to tell the elder, for he was afraid that Chen Pinggang would accidentally cripple the prince very badly. It was time for the tournament. In the first round, a senior fought against a prince. That prince turned out to be Yang Ming. He recognized the elder. After all, he had helped him deal with the monster. He was surprised that a person as high level as Chen Pinggang had also come to the tournament. The elder was surprised and delighted to see his opponent. He thought it was a wonderful discovery, and suggested he start fighting. Senior took a fighting stance and thought that since Yang Ming was a prince, he must have some very expensive martial arts skills. Yang Ming bowed politely to the elder and said that he was giving up. Chen Pinggang was shocked by this turn of events, and thus the senior won the first round. The tournament spectators were amazed that the prince just gave up. They could not think that the elder could be the prince's benefactor. Chen Pinggang, suddenly one of the audience, remembered something about the benefactor. A few days ago, they were attacked by a monster in the mountains. The monster looked like a huge centipede. The man defended himself against it with a shield. Turns out the older man was controlling the beasts in that forest and quickly saved those people from the monster. The elder was then riding a bear, his bear crushing this monster. The men now understood why the prince had given up, for the elder could control all these beasts. The man realized that the young man in the arena now was Chen Pinggang. Another man remarked that the older man had also saved them once. The rest of the audience also joined in and started saying that he had also helped them in the past. The other participant in the tournament, once their round with the senior also started, surrendered and bowed his head. Chen Pinggang didn't even realize who he was. This situation was repeated again. Another participant surrendered to the older one. The guy was amazed by this. He said that they had not even started fighting and those were already surrendering. At this point, another tournament participant approached the senior. He started singing a song in which he thanked the elder and showed him a heart. The elder became very angry and resented this behavior. The young man didn't realize whether it was a tournament or a charity event, and if he had known it was going to be like this, he would have been better off not going out at all, because so many people had already given up and it was a big loss. At this point, the next competitor in the tournament came out to the senior, and he confidently said that he didn't care what tricks the young man used. He told the elder not to think that he would let him win just like that. Chen Pinghan was glad that at least someone wanted to fight in this tournament. Opponent senior drew his sword from its sheath. He was surrounded by ki energy. The elder's first opponent was Mo Yi. He swung his sword and said that this time, he would make the young man suffer. He told the elder not to think that he would let him do the same thing that happened then. Mo Yi asked if the elder knew what the sword in his hand was. The elder was disappointed when he saw Mo Yi. He said that he had already learned his techniques and asked to fight someone else. Mo Yi was furious. The elder smugly remarked that Mo Yi's sword was not as good as his sword. Mo Yi became furious and asked who had even asked the elder about it. Mo Yi said that since they both used the sword, then he would let Chen Pinggang use the sword so that others would not think that Mo Yi was bullying him. The elder agreed and prepared to attack. Mo Yi thought that the elder really didn't know anything about the sword. This sword was found in a secret realm, and even powerful people on the continent want to obtain it. The guy smirked. At that moment, the elder swung his sword and struck Mo Yi's sword. It shattered into many shards. Mo Yi was amazed and realized that it was a spiritual weapon. He looked in shock at the shards of his sword that were flying everywhere. Senior asked why Mo Yi was talking about such a lousy weapon for so long. It was pissing him off. Mo Yi wondered how his magic weapon broke his spirit sword. It seemed impossible to the guy. The elder added that, to tell the truth, he had actually made a mistake that day and confused his comrade. But he had decided to beat up Mo Yi because he had called Chen Pinggang trash. The elder pointed his sword at the young man. Mo Yi asked if the elder would feel low if he beat him with the weapon. Senior didn't understand why he should care. After all, he had already behaved shamelessly in public twice. The guy thought about it and decided that taking a sword to easily slash Mo Yi didn't look good. Mo Yi sighed in relief and thought that as long as the elder didn't use the sword, everything would be fine. The elder conjured another sword for himself in a flash. He grinned and said that he thought chopping Mo Yi with 2 swords would be more stylish. Mo Yi was shocked at this guy's actions. He admitted defeat. Senior said it was the right decision, and now he's letting Mo Yi go. The spectators were shocked at Mo Yi's decision to admit defeat. They thought that his sword was the best, but the older man shattered it with a single blow. The difference between the 2 guys' strengths was really great, and Mo Yi had nothing to do but surrender. The onlookers thought the senior was just something. The young man stood proudly, rejoicing in his victory. Mo Yi frustratedly left the tournament arena. Yang Ming smiled. He had no idea that his benefactor had such a wonderful sense of humor. The prince realized from the conversation between the elder and Mo Yi that the 2 of them had a problem. Yang Ming glanced angrily at Mo Yi. The latter was the son of the prime minister, and the prince thought that he still needed to tell his father. The 10th round came. In it, the senior fought against Guo Xiun. The girl entered the arena and told the guy that his sword was really something. The older man was horrified to see who would fight him in the next round. The young man asked loudly who lost the child, pointing his finger at Guo Xiun. The girl got angry and said that his whole family was children. The girl started accusing the older man of having double standards for girls. Because what's wrong with being cute? She asked him why he called her a child. The older one asked if she was really participating in the tournament, because there was so much noise around because of the girl. Guo Xiun replied that in truth she was very interested in his sword. She offered to bet on this duel. The young man was surprised and interjected that the screensaver she wanted to bet. The girl said that he must put the sword that is in his hand. And the girl was going to bet herself. She asked how he could do such a thing. Guo Xiun started to use her powers of hypnosis. The guy looked at Guo Xiun with a bored look. She seemed mediocre and uninteresting to him. He replied that he didn't want to place a bet. The girl was shocked by Chen Pinggang's answer like that. She didn't understand how it was possible. Guo Xiun realized that the power of control wasn't working on him. She became very angry. The girl clenched her fists and replied, since the elder was so ignorant, she would take his sword herself. Guo Xiun started running to attack the elder. She used the blue phoenix technique. The older one's eyes sparkled. He was happy that he got to see a new technique at the tournament. The girl swung at the older man and struck him. At that instant, the older man vanished somewhere. The girl did not understand where the young man had gone. The elder moved behind Guo Xiun's back. He used the blue phoenix technique. Chen Pinghan couldn't believe that he had learned such a technique with just a single glance. He wondered if he was a genius. Guo Xiun noticed the elder behind her back. She tensely turned towards him. The girl landed another blow on the guy using her blue phoenix technique. Guy also used the blue phoenix technique and pushed off from the earth. He jumped high and I dodged the punch. Guo Xiun doesn't understand why the guy is using the same technique as her. Guo Xiun asked Chen Pinggang where he learned this technique. The girl said it was a secret technique of her sect. The older man replied that he had just learned it. Guo Xiun accused the older man of lying. He smiled and said that he wasn't lying and suggested that they shouldn't compare anything in general and just continue. The girl agreed. She figured that no matter what the truth was, the secret technique had already seeped into the mortal world. The girl reached for the sword on her back. Guo Xiun thought that this was why the elder should not be allowed to stay alive. She activated the power of her sword, drawing it out. Everything around her glowed with blue flames. The onlookers were surprised that Guo Xiun had a supreme spiritual weapon, because there weren't many such weapons in the entire continent. They wondered where this girl came from. Guo Xiun was a supreme master. The shape and will of her sword was unknown. Her sword was ready to be used. Many blue glowing swords appeared around. Guo Xiun closed her eyes and pointed all those blue swords in one direction. The elder was amazed that immortal cultivators usually recited their spells audibly. Senior decided to try to learn this spell. He said out loud, Supreme Master Gu Shifan. The power of the spell began to appear around the elder. Guo Xiun asked the young man if he could see the most powerful martial art of their sect. Qi energy also began to appear around the girl. Each sword the girl created represents a piece of the kingdom. Guo Xiun explained that one sword equals one human death. At that moment, the girl was suddenly struck by something. She stared forward. Chen Pinggang also created such swords from Qi energy. They surrounded the guy and were aimed at Guo Xiun. The boy didn't understand what she was saying. He looked at the girl with a thoughtful face. Guo Xiun was angry that the senior was copying her techniques. The elder pointed all of his swords at the girl. Guo Xiun thought that he was clearly not a mere mortal in the immortal world. The girl had never heard of a genius of this level. Guo Xiun pulled out her sword from behind her back. It gleamed in the sun. The girl didn't believe that she couldn't defeat the elder. Guo Xiun started to use her strength on her sword. Suddenly, Guo Xiun stopped. She thought she saw a firebird behind her. The girl turned around, but there was nothing behind her. She thought that the aura of the firebird had appeared at a very bad time. Guo Xiun yelled at the guy and told him not to dare to run away. If he had the courage, he should wait for her to come back and they would fight again. The guy was confused by this sudden departure of Guo Xiyun. He didn't understand how to undo the spell he had just learned. The girl flew away in the blink of an eye. Chen Pinggang shouted after her to stop and help him. There were a huge number of chi energy swords around the elder. The guy didn't know what to do to stop the spell. The senior looked down at the tournament spectators. He saw a man who was horrified at the sight of an older man surrounded by swords. The boy looked at the other people. They were also very afraid that the young man might hurt them. The people thought the older man was the murderer. They asked what his name was. At that time, the young man floated in the air with all his swords. The audience scattered in fear. At that moment, a letter from the system came to the elder. He looked at it with surprise. It said that the mission to make everyone in the kingdom know that Chen Pinggang existed had been successfully accomplished. The system congratulated the senior on the successful completion of the task. Chen Pinggang was furious. He didn't want people to know about him like this. He tried to break the system's notice and demanded that it help him get everything back now. After a while, everything became normal again and people calmed down. Yang Ming said that since no one is participating in the next bout, Tian Shanshan's team won the first place in this competition. He congratulated the team. Only the Tian Shanshan team members were standing in the tournament auditorium, and all the other spectators scattered. The guys were confused. Tian Shanshan asked Li Shua that they had won without doing anything at all. The guy replied that no matter what, as long as the big boss is having fun, then everything is fine. Liu Shua noticed that despite winning, the elder was not particularly joyful. Chen Pinggang was depressed. He thought that a complete mess had happened. The elder thought that at least this was the first time this had happened when he could make a name for himself in this world. And he wanted it to turn out okay. The bottom line was that now everyone thought the young man was a devil. Yang Ming walked over to the elder, patted him on the shoulder and told him to ignore it. Later the young man was going to send people to walk from one door to another and explain this misunderstanding. The elder thanked the prince for that. Yang Ming added that there would be a banquet tonight at the palace in honor of his birthday. He invited Senior to come to the party. Chen Pinggang was surprised by the banquet. At that moment, the elder received a message that the return teleportation would be in about 50 minutes. The young man realized that he would not be able to attend the banquet at the palace. The elder bowed and apologized for not being able to attend the prince's celebration. He was going to ask someone to give Yang Ming a gift. Yang Ming was saddened to hear this. The senior told his team members that he had spent a lot of time with them, but for some reasons, he wouldn't be able to stay for long. The young man apologized for that. Tian Shanshan said that since he had decided so, they couldn't force him to stay. The guy said goodbye, said they'd see each other again, and waved to his teammates. Meanwhile, some events were also taking place in the elder's home. The kitchen knife was in the guise of a man. His attention was drawn to something at the side. The same hot bird that Guo Xiyun had lost flew over his head. Knife asked the phoenix hen if she had called the firebird. The hen replied with a sparkling look that she had. The chicken. Phoenix noticed that the other creatures of the elder already had apprentices. The firebird landed on the ground. The phoenix hen said that the time had come when she would take an apprentice. The firebird was enormous in size. Guo Xiyun came to the elder's house, following the energy of the firebird. She was aghast that the aura of everyone in the elder's courtyard was stronger than an immortal emperor by 10,000 times. The girl looked fearfully through the open door into the elder's courtyard. She did not understand where in the world such a place could be found. The girl saw a kitchen knife in the yard, in the guise of a man and a phoenix bird hovering above it. The kitchen knife noticed someone standing outside the gate. The bird, a phoenix, perked up and transformed back into the shape of a chicken. Knife shouted loudly at her that the master would be back soon. The firebird asked the hen what was wrong. The hen ran away frightened. The phoenix hen told the firebird to stop talking and hide. The firebird obeyed her order. At this time, Guo Xin didn't understand what was going on in the courtyard. At that moment, someone came into the elder's house. The girl heard footsteps. Guo Xiyun was very scared when she realized that someone was approaching from behind. The girl wondered who exactly could have scared all these mighty creatures to such an extent. She turned around shivering with fear. Behind her back, she saw the older man. The girl was in a stupor. The elder was shocked by the girl's presence. He didn't understand what she was doing here. After all, the northern region was hundreds of kilometers away. Chen Pinghan thought that perhaps Guo Xiyun was hiding her true strength. The guy had an idea that the girl had come here to take revenge. Guo Xiyun was shaking with fear. The girl clung to the older man's leg and began to sob. She was saying that it was all her fault for trespassing in his yard and talking nonsense. The older man tried to pull the girl off him. The elder said he didn't blame Guo Xiyun and asked the girl to stand up. She continued to sob. At this moment, someone called out to the senior. Chen Pinghan looked in that direction. It was Warden Duan and Xiaoling. The warden asked what the young man was doing. They were both carrying groceries in baskets. The elder asked if the girls had gone to the market. He was very surprised at their sudden return. Guo Shiyun continued to roar as she clung to the young man. The elder again asked her to quickly stand up. Boss Duan asked if Guo Shiyun is the same girl that Chen Ping'an likes. She said that it's no wonder the elder is so indifferent to her love. Xiaoling covered her eyes with her hands and thought that her brother was a pervert. The elders asked her not to make things up. The elder sighed and made an effort to unhook Guo Shiyun from himself. The elder approached Mrs. Duan and asked to be allowed to explain everything. Guo Shiyun was sitting on the ground at this time and trembling with fear. Guo Shiyun thought that there were suddenly so many terrifying masters. She had a feeling that this senior's cultivation must have been fake. The girl noticed that Boss Duan's strength was just as unfathomable. As if with a single thought she could make it dissolve into thin air. Guo Shiyun didn't understand who Xiaoling was. She thought that the girl was the daughter of Senior and Madame Duan. Guo Shiyun noticed that she didn't even look like she was more than 12 years old. But she was already immortal realm level. Boss Duan gave Guo Shiyun a friendly hand and asked if she was okay. Duan smiled widely and said that she hadn't seen a girl in this city before. She suggested her to come inside for a cup of tea. However, Guo Shiyun saw this sentence very differently. She thought that Boss Duan was very mean to her, and thought that she was trying to take her man away and wished for her death. Guo Shiyun was horrified at such a suggestion. Guo Shiyun turned her head, desperately refusing. Boss Duan was surprised by the girl's demeanor. Guo Shiyun began to slowly stagger backward, trying to get away. Suddenly the girl rushed away from Miss Duan with all her legs. Tay thought that the girl's behavior was very strange. Boss Duan thought it was very strange that the girl wouldn't even let her walk her home. Chen Pinggang started to justify himself to Mrs. Duan. He was saying that it was really not what she thought. Warden Duan smiled slyly at the young man. She was up to something. The girl said the older one is such a cutie, and he may not have to explain himself before the days. The senior blushed and thought that Boss Duan was right. The young man didn't understand why he even started explaining things to her. Boss Duan said that she and Senior had known each other for almost 5 years, and suggested that they address each other differently. She would call the young man Pinggang, and he would call her Shin Shin. The boy agreed. Xiaoling watched with a sly smile. The young man blushed and thought that maybe after that night when they slept in each other's arms, he really had fallen in love with Boss Duan. The girl approached the older man. As he recited a new address to Madame Duan, he suddenly remembered something. Shin Shin's name seemed familiar to him. Images popped up in his mind. The guy had heard that name somewhere before. It seemed to be the name of his wife in his past life, which he had forgotten. Somewhere in his subconscious, scenes from their wedding were playing out. He remembered the music playing at their wedding and the doors slowly opening. His wife, Miss Chang Yun Shin, had a beautiful white dress. She was led under the hand of her father to Senior. The father accompanied his daughter to her beautiful future. There was music playing all around. A man who looks like a Senior's kitchen knife and a peach tree were also at the celebration. The newlyweds held hands. The guest said that now the girl is an adult, she has a loving man. It was clear to everyone that it was not just a regular ceremony, but above all, it was a great responsibility and love binding, the feelings. The newlyweds were very happy with their wedding. The elder tensely recalled Shin Shin's name. The guy realized everything. He grabbed Madame Duan by the shoulders. The elder excitedly shouted out that Madame Duan was Zhang Yun Shin, his wife in the past world. Mrs. Duan snapped her fingers. The guy froze and went black and white. Because of Miss Duan's power, everything around including the peach tree became black and white. Time stopped. Everything around her froze, Mrs. Duan thought. She can't change it. She gently touched the elder's face. The girl didn't think that just changing her name could loosen the seal. She apologized to Chen Pinggang. Mrs. Duan said that according to the plan, she couldn't let the elder remember everything now, and she would have to seal his memories again. The girl touched the elder's forehead and used her power. She asked him to wait a little longer. Her power to seal memories began to take effect. The older man woke up. He didn't understand anything that had happened. The guy was holding on to Miss Duan's shoulders. She asked why he was taking so long to let her go and what he was thinking about. The boy embarrassedly replied that he was thinking about nothing. Chen Pinghan thought it was strange. He wanted to say something, but for some reason he felt like he had forgotten something very important. The guy was confused. The older man stirred and wondered where his dog, Smolka, was. The dog remained tied to the tree at the tournament site where the elder had left it. Smolka was depressed and wondered if Chen Pinggang had forgotten about her. Mrs. Duan spotted a firebird on the roof of Senior. The firebird was shaking with fear. She hoped that this elder would not chase her, or else if the Yunji sect caught her, they would make soup out of her. Mrs. Duan told the firebird not to worry. She would give them a small compensation. Guo Shiyun stood panting in the forest. She was relieved that everything was fine and she had finally managed to escape. The girl was very scared. A message came to Guo Shiyun from the system. She looked at it with surprise. At this point, 2 more notifications from the system came through to her. The girl didn't understand what it was and was very scared. At this time, some events were also taking place in the immortal world. The Yunzi sect was dumbfounded by the news that the firebird was missing. Sect elder Yue Donglai was angry. He said that this firebird was very important. He was furious that it was lost. Teacher Guo Shiyun Zhanglin Guo asked the elder not to be angry. The girl had already sent Guo Shiyun to catch the firebird. However, Guo Shiyun had not returned yet. The girl was angry that not only had that troublesome student lost the firebird, but a teacher was also reporting to the elder. The elder angrily asked, "If Shiyun didn't catch the bird, then why is Zhanglin Guo here?" She replied that the girl is the only one who has been running the sect while Yue Donglai has gone into the shadows, so she just can't leave the sect. The girl said that the mistake was made by her disciple. Yue Donglai picked up the bat and told Zhanglin Guo to stop making excuses. The man said that the girl is Shiyun's teacher, so her mistake is the teacher's mistake too. He angrily remarked that the girl's ass was so itching to get hit with the bat. The teacher was scared. Zhanglin Guo was horrified by this attitude towards her. She knew that the elder was treating Guo Shiyun as his granddaughter, however. She did not want to be treated like this. At this time, Guo Shiyun returned home. The teacher looked at the girl angrily. Zhanglin Guo thought that the girl had come back just in time. She was going to watch this wretch get a lesson from the elder for making a mistake due to her carelessness. Yue Donglai's eyes lit up with joy when he saw the girl. Guo Shiyun was also very happy that the elder had returned. The girl said that Yue Donglai had been in the shadows for over 10 years, and she missed her very much. The girl threw herself into the elder's arms. The man noticed how Guo Shiyun had grown during that time. He said that she had become very mature. Yue Donglai stroked Guo Shiyun's head and told her that she was still just as beautiful. The girl was very happy to hear that. Zhanglin Guo was furious as she watched their interaction. The teacher wondered why the elder immediately became so cute after all. This girl had lost the firebird. Yue Donglai asked if Guo Shiyun had found the firebird. The girl replied that she hadn't found it and would probably never find it again. Zhanglin Guo was very happy about the girl's failure. She thought that it seems like the elder has common sense, so she wanted the man to teach Shiyun a lesson. Yue Dunley picked up the bat and swung it. He asked Guo Shiyun to wait for a while. At first, the elder was going to teach Zhanglin Guo a lesson. The girl was very scared. She didn't understand why she would fall under the crush. Guo Shiyun tugged at the elder's clothes, asking him to calm down. The girl said that even though she was unable to catch the bird, she found a better opportunity in return, and with it, they would be able to ascend to the dragon level and reincarnate into them. Zhanglin Guo was furious. She believed that the girl was becoming a liar, and if the elder continued to pamper her like this, something bad would happen to her in the future. Yue Donglai told the teacher to be quiet and let Guo Shiyun speak. The teacher sighed heavily. The girl said that she drove the firebird into the mortal's courtyard. Inside the courtyard were many terrifying superior beings, each of their auras stronger than that of a celestial immortal emperor. Guo Shiyun added that even the owner of this courtyard could easily destroy the immortal realm effortlessly. Yue Donglai was very surprised by the girl's words. He asked if she was serious. Zhanglin Guo said that she was obviously lying, and he still believed the girl and spoiled her. Yue Donglai smiled widely and told Shiyun that lying is bad if she continues to behave like this. No one will believe her. The elder took the bat again and replied that he would teach her teacher a lesson first. He looked very angry. Zhanglin Guo didn't understand why she would get it again. Zhanglin Guo walked over to her student and addressed her. The teacher was furious. She said that whatever the girl said, it was a lie. Zhanglin Guo demanded that she quickly admit her deed and apologize. Guo Shiyun pouted and said that she wasn't lying to them, and to compete with them, the goods owner gave her the Law of Heaven technique. Yue Donglai asked which Law of Heaven technique the girl was talking about. Yue Donglai asked if this technique was practiced by the immortal emperor. Guo Shiyun proudly replied that it was. The teacher and elder were confused. Yue Donglai walked over to the girl and put his hand on her shoulder. The elder said that Guo Shiyun can't lie, or else he would have another reason to punish her teacher. Zhanglin Guo yelled at the elder for being ungrateful. The teacher was very angry. She thought that the girl had gotten too deep, so the elder should teach her a lesson. She was furious that the girl was even using the Heavenly Emperor technique as an excuse. She thought that everything the girl said was untrue. Guo Shiyun joyfully took out a book from behind her back. She was all glowing with happiness and asked the elder to take a look at it. Zhanglin Guo was very surprised to see this book. The teacher thought it must be a fake. It sounded very doubtful that the girl had lost her bird, wandered the world, entered a mortal's home, and gotten such a technique. Zhanglin Guo folded her arms and thought that if everything Guo Shiyun was talking about was true, she would smash her head against the wall. Opening the book, Yue Donglai was surprised to realize that it was indeed a heavenly emperor technique. The teacher went to bang her head against the wall as promised. Guo Xiun saw a teacher hitting the wall and asked what was happening to her. She replied that she was fine, but her worldview had just collapsed. Yue Donglai was overjoyed. He asked if what Xiun said was true. The girl replied that what she said was indeed true. Yue Donglai said that if that is the case, then the person the girl met at the tournament is probably not so simple. And it was inevitable that the Firebird escaped. The elder feared that fate was to blame for all of this. Guo Xiun thought so too. But in the end, she was politely chased away. Apparently, the elder didn't want to be disturbed. The elder thought that was probably the case. The girl added that the tournament was held for the birthday of the Prince of the Kingdom, and that Senior also has a very good relationship with his teammates. Guo Xiun said that they could thank the elder and his teammates through the prince. Yue Donglai was very excited. He thought that this was just great news, and the girl had really grown up and came up with a great idea. The elder glared angrily at the teacher and told her to learn from her student. Yue Donglai said that anyway, even though the Firebird was lost, Xiun had done a good job. The girl happily thanked the elder. Zhang Lingguo clenched her fists furiously with anger. She didn't understand why Xiun was receiving praise and she was being punished. The teacher was trying to calm down. After all, she was first and foremost her student. She was having a hard time keeping her cool. Her thoughts were scattered around her. She told herself to stay calm and act without unnecessary aggression. Zhang Lingguo's internal dialogue was observed by Guo Xiun. She asked the teacher if everything was all right. The girl replied that she had been taught diligently for years since she was a child and had been asked not to cry, beaten when she did something wrong. The girl angrily said it was okay. It was a clear, sunny day in the warrior kingdom. Someone approached Brother Lu. It was Tian Shan. She asked if what she was looking at was the very gift that the elder had asked to buy to give to the prince. Li Shua replied that it was, and it was a unique item. He was very proud of his choice. The girl said that it was indeed unique. 2 large stones were lying on the table in front of the boys. Li Shua was glowing with happiness. His teammates thought that the guy must have been tricked or it was a joke. Li Shua said that at any rate, he bought it according to the arrangement with the elder when he left. The latter gave him 110,000 spirit stones and asked him to buy a gift for the prince with 100,000 stones. For the remaining 10,000, the young man himself chose the gift, and in the whole street, only these 2 stones were worth exactly 110,000. The guy smugly believed that there was no one in this kingdom who dared to cheat him. Wen Degui was dumbfounded by such a gift. He wondered if there was any point in saying anything at all. Peng Han asked Li Shua why doesn't he just buy some ordinary gifts. The guy asked if it was possible that Li Shua had misunderstood the elder's words. He replied that there was no such thing, and they had all seen the depth of the elder's strength and thoughts. He must have his own reasons for doing so. Tian Shan excitedly asked from whom the young man bought the 2 stones. Li Shua replied that he was walking down the street until he met the guy who was selling them. Li Shua added that it was the first time he had seen the guy and he looked normal. Li Shua began to remember how he had bought those stones. The salesman was very much like the knife from the elder's house with a mustache. He said that they could see that Li Shua had an amazing and extraordinary temperament, and it must be fate that they met. The salesman said he had a cool treasure here and suggested the guy take a look at it. Tian Shen asked Li Shua if he was really going to give the stones after the banquet. Li Shua took his head in confusion and replied that it's kind of difficult after all. He doesn't even know what the stones are for. Peng Han didn't think the guy should be so worried. Li Shua was pleased and asked if he knew anything about these stones. Peng Han replied that he didn't know, and since the circumstances were such that the king called him almost a brother, no one would object to Li Shua giving him a gift. Li Shua was confused by these stones. He sighed heavily and closed his eyes. The guy looked at the rocks and said he thought he would only find out what it was during the banquet. It was time for the banquet to celebrate the prince's birthday. There was confetti and fireworks everywhere. All the guests wished the prince a happy birthday. Yang Ming told all the guests to forget about formalities today and do whatever they wanted. All the invited guests solemnly raised their glasses. The ceremonial presentation of gifts to the prince began. The first was a gift from the Prime Minister's son. The Prime Minister's son donated one of the swords of the treasury. The next were given a gift from the Alchemist's Union. They were the purest spiritual herb. It was the turn of the gift from the son of the state counselor, a top-grade breastplate. Li Shua was very panicked and embarrassed because the prince was given so many things. The boy thought that perhaps he should give these stones later in private. Yang Ming at this time was staring intently at Li Shua, expecting a gift from him. The young man was very embarrassed and even more nervous. Li Shua made the decision to trust the elder. He stood up from the table. At that moment, the attention of all the guests was attracted by some strange flashes. Right in the celebration hall, a portal appeared, revealing 3 shadows of people. One of these men stepped out of the portal and stepped into the banquet hall. Yang Ming was very scared. He looked at these people with horror. The uninvited guests were Yue Donglai, Zhang Lingguo, and Guo Xiun. The 3 of them walked out of the portal. The prince wondered what level of qi these people had. Li Shua realized that the immortal key in front of him. He wondered if this was the girl that the elder had fought in the tournament. The young man thought that they had all gathered here to take revenge on him. Yang Ming greeted the 3 of them with fear. He asked why they honored his kingdom with their presence. Yue Donglai replied that there was no need to be alarmed. They were only here to attend the banquet and present a gift. Yang Ming was shocked that such honorable people had come here just to attend his celebration. The prince was surprised that the elder was very polite, and even called him a young other. The prince was embarrassed to think that it was all because of his benefactor. Guo Xiun asked if the elder who fought with the girl yesterday would come to the banquet. Li Shua awkwardly replied that the elder would not come. He asked the young man to give a gift from him to the prince. Yue Donglai was clearly upset by this. He sighed and wanted to say something. The elder replied that it was a pity the elder would not be here, but they had not come here just to see him. The elder said that since he was talking about presenting a gift, he should not retract his words. The man gave the prince a gift called a talent token, which is extremely rare in the immortal world. The mark on the token was directly related to his sect. Every time the prince would touch it, his cultivation level would continuously improve. Yue Donglai added that after a while, Yang Ming would be able to break through to the immortal level and everything would happen very smoothly. The prince was surprised by such a gift. He thanked the guests. Yue Donglai replied that there was no need to thank him. They were doing it all from the bottom of their hearts. The prince thought that he would be able to increase his cultivation level and also reach the immortal level. Li Shua said that he had a gift from his elder. The prince was surprised to be given a gift from his benefactor and asked what it was. Li Shua awkwardly remarked that he didn't know what the gift was either. The young man explained that the process of buying this stone was also quite strange. The elder gave him certain instructions, and he followed them. Li Shua thinks that the function of this stone can only be revealed when he offers the gift, and he just wanted to learn it to the prince. The guy thought that these 3 should know how to use it. Yue Donglai looked at the gift with surprise. The elder realized that the elder had even predicted the fact that the man would go to the banquet and had even properly presented the gift. If the man had not come, no one in the place would have known that, and it would have made no sense. This stone was the transformation, the material from which the talent token had just been made. According to this size, it should make a grand total of 3 tokens. Yue Donglai added that it also meant that the elder wanted the man to help them create a talent token, but in that case, it would just be a duplicate of the gift that the elder himself had given. It wasn't clear to him what the elder's intentions were. The prince thought the man was right, and he already had such a token. He wondered what the benefactor meant by his gift. An idea came to the guy that this stone could be used to make 3 tokens, and besides the senior, there were 3 people left on their team, and these tokens could help the guys. Yang Ming was very happy that he had guessed everything. He pointed at the boys and said that the 3 tokens would belong to them. Tian Shan was confused and asked why the principal was giving this gift to them. The one said that it was exactly what the elder wanted. Yang Ming asked Li Shua if Senior had prepared a separate gift for him. The boy replied that he had. Li Shua took out a small stone and asked what its usefulness was. Yue Donglai was shocked when she saw this rock. He ran up to Li Shua and asked him if he wanted to be his disciple. The boy was surprised at the offer. Li Shua was very surprised by the man's proposal. The elder thought that not only was the guy able to guess the elder's intentions, but he was also gifted with a very rare and excellent transformation stone. Perhaps the heavenly technique wasn't just given to them because of the compensation of the firebird. Li Shua pondered. He was ready to give Yue Donglai an answer. He bowed his head to Yue Donglai and agreed to be his disciple. It was a clear sunny day at the elder's house and the following events took place. Chen Pinghan woke up, opened his eyes after a sound sleep. Today he woke up in his own room instead of Mrs. Duan's room. The older man was confused and wondered why he felt a sense of loss and despair when he woke up without his girlfriend. Madame Duan smiled slyly upon seeing this. She watched the senior's actions through the system and sat at the control panel. The elder received a message that the quest reward had been given, and the next level up quests would open once it was received. The reward was in the part of the main realm level. The guy's cultivation level had reached the 5th soul nucleation level, and Chen Pinggang would be given system-related functions. The guy was surprised that he had only passed one stage and immediately jumped to the 5th level of soul nucleation. Chen Pinghan wondered if he scored 100 points. Would he become invincible? He thought that maybe now he would be able to exchange for heaven-destroying skills. However, the guy only had the option to trade for condoms. They were worth 10 points. Chen Pinggang got angry and tried to break the system's notices again. The older one thought the system was broken. She wasn't happy that the guy treated her that way. Thealdis still poked around in the system's exchange menu. Chen Pinggang could trade for a pistol, sniper rifle, grenade, and other items. He also had the opportunity to trade for a small bike. He was interested in the item. Guy, because with him he will never get caught in traffic and can get home quickly. The boy thought it was a very difficult choice. The elder now had the opportunity to choose his own terms of exchange points. There were several options provided, all related to people's feelings of admiration or submission. Chen Pinggang thought that depending on the level, these 3 options are relatively easy, and the first 2 are passive and the third requires him to exert effort. The third option had a loophole. It didn't matter if the person actually liked Chen Pingana. If he answered yes, the guy would get points. The senior chose the third option, which says that points will be awarded if the person answers the question of whether Chen Pinggang likes him. Mrs. Duan was upset because the elder immediately gave up the 2 right options. It was a clear day outside as before. The peach tree was blooming in the garden and birds were flying. At the elder's house, dumplings were served for lunch. Someone put them on the table. The elder walked up to Xiaoling. She smiled when she saw the guy. The older one asked with a creepy expression on his face if the girl liked him. The girl was very frightened at the sight of her brother. She ran away from the house. He did not understand what caused the girl's reaction. Chen Pinggang older reached out his hand to grab his sister. He asked why the girl is screaming, because just honestly need to answer her brother's question. Xiaoling said she doesn't like him always scolding and confiscating candy. The elder was very surprised at this answer and this reason. He asked the girl to simply say that she liked him, and he would not scold her in the future. At this point, the door of the elder's house boiled off. Their conversation was seen by Lord Duan. The guys had surprised expressions on their faces. She asked why it was so lively in the morning. Had something good happened? The girl was wearing a very revealing outfit. Xiaoling was upset and ran to Boss Duan with shouts. She showed the guy her tongue and said that she didn't like Chen Pinggang and only liked Mrs. Duan. The older one was pissed off that it had only been a few days. The girl had already changed sides. Gentleman Duan told Xiaoling that there was nothing wrong with this matter and stroked the girl's head. Miss Duan said as for her, she has no luck with such questions. She looked at Chen Pinggang. The elder blushed with embarrassment, his heart beating faster. Chen Pinghan didn't know what to say to her in response to such words from Madame Duan. He turned around and said that he had to go. He had a couple of things to do. Chen Pinggang ran away. Meanwhile, in Xinkyun City, a man asked a salesman at a Kanbao pharmacy what he was reading. The guy replied that he had recently found a book about medicine, but the content was very strange. The man in this book is a traveling doctor, and he can cure all kinds of difficult diseases. But the one thing he can't cure is a man who likes another man, and the male protagonist is prone to rivalry and won't stop until he's cured. The male protagonist, took the hand of his love interest in the book. They were the traveling doctor himself. At the end of the story, he fell in love with the main character. The men embraced. The young man's teacher was not sure if it was a medical book. The guy replied that in this book, the human disease is called the kindness of the dragon Yang. The boy thought that perhaps there were records of this disease somewhere. The teacher was very surprised. The teacher yelled at him and told him that this could be everywhere, and he couldn't handle it. An older man walked into the drugstore and said hello to the old man. They looked toward the door. He asked how their business has been going lately. The old man approached Chen Pinggang and asked with a smile if the elder was sick. This time, Chen Pinggang came just to chat with the old man. So 29. The elder asked if the man liked him, and the man replied that the elder always helps people in town and is always kind to others. He had already started to answer, but he remembered the book his student was talking about and started thinking about something else. The old man asked if the elder was talking about decent. Chen Pinggang did not understand what the old man meant. 32. Chen Pinggang smiled and said that it was so. The old man and the disciple were shocked by the young man's answer. They misinterpreted the meaning of his question. The old man said that the elder was sick and had a very strange taste. The old man thought Chen Pinggang had a romantic interest in him. The old man hurried out and told his disciple to take care of the elder's question. He was shocked. Senior just wanted to score points, and people in this world might misconstrue that and think he's gay. The guy thought that the old man's disciple was young, so he shouldn't have any strange thoughts. The older man asked what Xiao Jun thought of him. The boy was frightened. The boy ran away from the older man, yelling that he wouldn't fall for his tricks. He also thought the older man meant romantic feelings. The older one was horrified by this. He did not understand what was wrong with them. Chen Pinghan didn't understand what was going on with these two. At this time, the preparations for the second level had been completed. It was very lively outside in the Danshen Kingdom. It was a clear day. The elder teleported into this realm in the middle of the street. He was depressed because he tried to convey his intentions incorrectly, and is now seen as a misunderstood person. Chen Pinggang thought that perhaps the system was trying to trick him by giving him this assignment. The system said it was the guy's way. His choices had nothing to do with her. The older man was angry because he didn't know that people here would take his questions that way. The guy thought that if he continued to ask such questions, the genre of this manhwa would have to be changed. He decided to look at the assignment and called the system. She said that here he would be called Jen Danton. Now, Senior joined the Dano Yuan sect, and most people there appreciate him because of his alchemy skills. Senior thought it was necessary to find someone to tell him about it. At this moment, Chen Pinggang heard shouting behind her, someone demanding to stop. 3 girls were running after the guy. He was thinking how he could lose them and was scared. The guy saw something in front of him. He was in a stupor. The guy ran that way. There was a dead end up ahead. The guy's back was turned. Chen Pinggang politely asked the guy if he needed help. The senior thought it was a great opportunity to make new acquaintances. The boy thought the man was in the right place at the right time. The guy ran to Chen Pinggang and said he really needed help and asked him to help him. The elder started to use his chi energy. He noticed that it was a beautiful day. Chen Pinggang conjured a sword and thought, how can he stand by and watch the violence on the street? Chen Pinggang saw all those girls chasing after the guy. He looked at them in surprise. The girls looked at the senior in surprise. They stopped. Chen Pinggang did not understand what kind of situation this was. The girls' forms were very lush. The older one was embarrassed and thought it was different from what he had imagined. The girls got angry. They demanded the guy to speak clearly and give them an answer. The girls asked decisively which one the guy would choose. The older man was shocked and said it wasn't something he could help with. The elder asked the boy how he managed to get into such a situation. Mr. Wang thanked everyone for their waiting. The guy slyly said he'd already found his soulmate. Mr. Wang touched the older man's chest and began to explain who was the only one he liked. The guy replied that the only person he liked was Chen Pinggang. He was confused. The girls were shocked to hear this. Their world collapsed at that moment. The guy's points went up 10 points. He was very upset, but he realized how his points were going to go up. The older one didn't want to be in those situations and get compliments from men. The girls were stunned. One of them asked if it was true that Prince Wang liked boys. Everyone was confused. The girl smiled slyly and said that was even better. Senior and Prince Wang didn't understand what the girl was talking about. They were shocked. A girl said that Chen Pinggang looks quite handsome. Another girl said that since he was a man, if she was around him, nothing much would change. The girls ran up to the guy and started hugging him. The older one thought that these girls were too overexcited, and it seemed to him that if he stayed here longer, he would have to fulfill some difficult request. The elder touched Prince Wang's shoulder and thought that they should run. With his current level of 5th stage Yuan and the technique he had learned to escape was a simple matter. He took Mr. Wang in his arms and started running away from the girls. The girls ran in pursuit of the two. They called desperately for the prince. The older man looked back with tension at the girls who were chasing him. The older one realized they were chasing them. The girls shouted for the boys to stop. The guys managed to get away from the girls. They were standing under someone's house. It was getting dark. The older man panted and said they finally broke away from the girls. The elder asked Prince Wang what he had done to them that they wanted him so much. The young man clung to the elder's chest and was embarrassed. The elder noticed that the prince was acting strangely somehow and looked at him in surprise. Mr. Wang blushed with embarrassment. The older guy got mad, threw the guy off his hands and said it was gross. Prince apologized and said that since he was little he had never been carried in his arms before, he just got carried away. The older man told him not to say such things anymore, and if the guy liked being in his arms, Wai-O then ran away. The prince hesitated and began to explain the whole situation to the older man. The young man said he didn't want to. He said that most of them are his younger sisters. Sometimes he teaches them alchemy on weekdays. Prince Wang didn't expect to be in a situation like this. The elder was surprised at what the boy said about alchemy and asked if he was a member of the Alchemist Guild. Mr. Wang surprisingly replied that he was a member. The elder got very excited and said that he originally came here to join the guild. Prince Wang smiled and said Chen Pinggang came just at the right time. In 3 days, the Alchemist Guild would hold a competition in which only people under 30 could participate, and those in the top 20 could join the sect. The difficulty of the competition wasn't that hard. The senior looked at the guy awkwardly and said that he had never done pill cleansing before. Mr. Wang was surprised by that and said he thought it would be difficult for the senior in that case. Senior said that because of this situation, he now has no need to prowl around town. The elder cheerfully punched the guy in the chest and thanked him. Prince Wang was embarrassed by such a gesture from Chen Pinggang. The prince was surprised at his unexpected reaction to the elder's touch. Chen Pinggang said he needed to get ready, so he had to go. Mr. Wang asked him to wait. Actually, the guy had a way to join the Alchemist Guild directly, but he wanted to ask something from the elder. Prince Wang was very embarrassed. The elder thought it was a great suggestion and asked what was needed to help. Prince Wang explained that his family wants to find him a date, and no matter what, he can't resist. So the boy came up with a solution to this situation. The older man looked at him in surprise. There was wind all around. The leaves on the trees were rustling. There was an awkward silence in the air. Prince Wang wished that the elder would continue to pretend just as he had just been in the alley. Chen Pinggang was horrified, he thought. This one is nasty, and he doesn't like boys after all. The elder waved awkwardly at Prince Wang. He was confused. The senior quickly said goodbye to the guy and ran away. Mr. Wang was shocked by the boy's behavior. Prince Wang scratched his head and thought that he had forgotten something important to tell his elder. Turns out Prince Wang was actually a princess. It was a girl who looked a lot like a guy. Miss Wang once had long hair down to her waist. The girl was very beautiful. She was slender and graceful, not at all like a guy. Well, one night some unusual things happened to her. Because of an accident while cooking pills last year, everything changed. The girl was sitting over the medicine stove at the time. The furnace began to burn on all sides. It became dangerous to be near it. Because of this incident, the girl's hair was burned. She was very frightened. She didn't want it to be known, and she was embarrassed, so Miss Wang decided to keep it a secret. The furnace kept blazing while the girl looked at it in surprise. Miss Wang cut her hair very short. Other girls started coming up to her and calling her Mister. One day, a girl came up to Princess Wang and thanked her for guiding her. The girl was very embarrassed. She confessed that she had romantic feelings for Mrs. Wang. The girl blushed. Miss Wang was shocked. From such a confession from another girl, she didn't expect such a thing. She awkwardly said that she was, in fact, also a girl. The girl who confessed to Miss Wang was very upset. Tears appeared in her eyes, and she said it was not nice to reject her using such a reason. The girl turned around and left in tears. She apologized for bothering Miss Wang. But the princess didn't realize much more than that. She started receiving a huge number of love letters from other girls. Princess Wang was shocked by the large number of them. A whole basket of such letters was being collected. All the girls were crazy about her. The princess ran away into the forest. She was shocked at what was happening. Miss Wang ran up and started talking to the hollow tree. She asked loudly why she was being treated like this. She said they are girls too, and just want a relationship with a handsome guy, which she is not. There was an older man sitting on a rock in the forest. He breathed a sigh of relief and thought that at least those girls hadn't caught up with them. The eldest didn't understand what was wrong with this world and why men were paying attention to him. It scared him straight. But at least he got information about the country and the way to join the Dan sect. Chen Pinggang had never practiced pill-making before, although he had the necessary books and materials. He took out one of the books from his sleeve. However, the elder had no place for an oven and no stove for making pills. Chen Pinghan had never once visited Elder Gong's sect. The elder thought that he would find everything he needed in it. He asked the system to bring him back. The system teleported the guy. Elder Gong's sect was of an impressive size. The building simply glittered with grandeur. The elder was surprised by what he saw. He wondered if he had teleported correctly, if this was a world sect, and how Elder Gong had gotten so big. There were a lot of people at the gate. Senior wondered what they were doing there. There was a guy with red hair sitting near the gate. He was asking when Miss Muju would show up. He had been waiting for her for days. The guy was the prince of the empire. He was too pissed off by the whole thing. The two men standing next to him looked at him with judgment. One of them asked how many princes he thought there were here. Apparently he was very embarrassed that he went there alone. The other guy said that if he didn't like waiting, he should leave, and Miss Murong wouldn't trust someone as impatient as him. The guy noticed two other people coming toward them. He said they were here too. They were Zhen Lenshu and Zhen Xia. They were the prince and princess of the strongest Jinyu empire. Zhen Lenshu laughed and thought that whether it was status or strength, they couldn't even reach half his level, and how could they even dare to join Murong? The senior was also there. He awkwardly said hello to Zhen Lenshu. The latter thought that even a villager dared to go, and it must be a joke. The guy thought they were all just a bunch of little bugs, and he would definitely take Murong this time. Zhen Xia interrupted the guy's thoughts. She told him to keep smiling, or he would look very rude. The guy perked up. Zhen Xia said that contacting Miss Murong was not easy. He must remember to hold back a little. Zhen Denshu scratched behind his head and obediently agreed with his sister. The elder greeted the two of them. He suggested that judging from the way they spoke earlier, perhaps they were Miss Murong's friends and were joining the sect as well. Zhen Lenshu angrily told the guy to mind his own business. His sister looked at the guy with judgment. She punched him in the face with her fist. The girl told Zhen Lenshu to speak calmly. The girl apologized and said that her brother was off his medication today. She was Murong's friend, and they had specially come to see her today. The elder was just about to go and ask to open the gate. He suggested that they come over together later to say hello to Miss Murong. Zhen Lenshu thought that if the elder could open the gate of peace to the sect, he must have a high status. The elder began to shout loudly and call out to Elder Gong. He also asked if Miss Yamurong was here. Jen Lingshu was stunned by the guy's actions like that. Chen Pinggang kept calling Elder Gong. He asks if they are here. Jen Lingxia was shocked. He thought the senior was stupid. That guy with red hair asked if the senior was new here. He advised him to calm down and doubted that his shouting could make Miss Mu Rong come out. At that moment, the door behind the boy's back fell off. He was shocked that the older man's shout had worked. The girl opened the door with a smile and asked if Chen Pinggang was here. The guy with the red hair wasn't sure it wasn't a hallucination, and the girl really did come out at the guy's beck and call. He was surprised that the elder just called out for Lady Mu Rong to come out. Chen Pinggang was chatting sweetly with the girl at this time. A guy with red hair was holding a bouquet of flowers, he called out to Lady Mu Rong. He was going to take the girl out to dinner. All the other men in front of her house were also very happy that the girl was out. They wanted to get her attention too. Mu Rong replied sharply that she was busy. She turned the guys down. They were horrified. The girl asked the older one how it happened that he was free today. The boy replied that they had not seen each other for a long time, and he decided to go for a walk. Jen Xia walked up to Mu Rong and awkwardly said that she and her older brother had specially come to meet her today. The girl recognized Jen Xia. She smiled and said that she didn't have time to accompany them today, so she would have someone show the guests around the neighborhood later. The guys were shocked at such an emphatic refusal from Lady Mu Rong. They were stunned. The girl asked the older man what he was doing here. The older man replied that it was nothing special, and he came here to practice alchemy since the sect sort of has a lab. The girl said that it did. The boy asked to be taken to the lab. Jen Lingshu was shocked that the legendary Lady Mu Rong was so friendly with the guy. He was surprised that the girl was excited about the village boys. He pictured Senior and Mu Rong together. Jen Lingshu thought that perhaps Shui liked alchemy and this brat was talented at it. The guy gritted his teeth and wondered how, with his ridiculous soul level, he would be able to refine a 5th-grade elixir and get a girl to call herself a senior. Jen Lingshu told the girl that he liked alchemy and was a 4th-grade alchemist. He asked if he could follow them to the lab. The girl didn't know what to answer. Senior said that this gentleman wasn't an old man, but he already had such a high level of alchemy, and since he wanted to, the guy offered to go to the lab together. The elder thought he could get some guidance on alchemy with him. Jen Lingshu smiled slyly and thanked the elder. He thought that there was a chance that the elder's level might be high, and he probably wanted to use this opportunity to train him in alchemy. Jen Lingshu wanted to see what the older man could do. All 4 of them went to the lab. They arrived at the alchemy hall. It was already evening. Mu Rong took out a basket with many medicinal herbs. She provided the elder with an alchemical furnace and herbs. The elder thanked the girl for her efforts. Jen Lingshu was surprised that these were all 1st-grade herbs, and the highest pill that could be prepared would be 2nd grade. The young man did not understand what the elder was thinking of. The older guy asked the guys to wait. He needed to read the instructions. He opened a book on alchemy. The boy thought that maybe it was some kind of special pill. The senior was holding an alchemy book for beginners. Jen Lingshu was surprised that the guy was reading a beginner's book. Jen Lingshu pondered that perhaps it was all a disguise. Although his strength wasn't great, perhaps the guy was using a special flame to prepare pills. The elder read in a book that first he had to start a fire. He took 2 stones and started rubbing them together to make a spark. Jen Lingshu was shocked that a guy would use this kind of fire to refine pills. Jen Lingshu thought it was worth it to calm down and quiet his emotions. The guy thought that some very precious furnaces could be used with ordinary fire, and it wasn't surprising that a strong sect like Ping An possessed such a thing. Next, Chen Pinggang began to transfer his spiritual energy to the furnace. Jen Shu thought that at least the elder knew how to use his spiritual energy to increase the intensity of the fire. Senior had read in a book that each type of herb had to be purified separately for several hours. The guy thought it was too much of a hassle. The elder picked up the basket of herbs that Mu Rong had brought. The guy didn't want to exert himself, and decided that he would throw all the herbs together into the furnace. Jen Lingshu was amazed by the young man's actions. Jen Lingshu pondered that although it's unheard of for herbs to be processed together, perhaps the guy is some kind of master. The elder took the chopsticks and pulled out a mushroom from the brewing potion. The elder looked closely at the graya and noticed that it was best boiled. Jen Lingshui was out of shock as he watched the guy brew the potion. He was about to admonish the older man when his mouth was covered with his hand. Jen Xia covered her brother's mouth with her hand. He indignantly mumbled something and tried to break free. The older one, looking at these two, thought that maybe he was doing something wrong. The aroma of the pills filled everything around. The elder breathed it in. The elder looked into the furnace and thought it was done. Jen Lingshu didn't understand how this was possible. He looked at the pill guy with astonishment. The eldest succeeded in making flavored pills. Qi energy filled the whole room. The older one turned out 2 patterned and pill-flavored pills. It was considered rare. Jen Xia realized that it was 2 pills. So on top of that, the spiritual energy density was above class. At this time, Madame Duan was watching everything. She sighed and thought that it was good that her plan had worked. Otherwise, the elder would have ruined everything with his pills. But he had conquered his talent for alchemy too quickly, and now there would be more trouble with him. The lady saw the elder holding the 2 pills prepared with a smile. Mu Rong was delighted with Senior's pills and their quality. Her eyes were glowing. The boy awkwardly scratched behind his head. The older man didn't understand how his 2 pills came out, whether he had done something wrong or whether that's the way it should be. The elder was proud of himself, and thought that there were 1 in a million like him in alchemy. Zhen Shu asked her brother why she hadn't seen him do something like this since he had been practicing alchemy for a long time. The girl looked at Zhen Lingshui in surprise. He was just in unimaginable shock. The boy thought the older man was a liar and there was no such thing. His sister thought his brain was too overloaded. Zhen Lingshu kept thinking that there was absolutely no way such a thing could happen, and it was unheard of to make pills this way. He thought that the elder had some tricks of his own to get 2 pills out of such an item at once. At this time, Old Man Gong came into the room. He called out to Senior. Zhen Lingshu greeted the elder, but the elder walked past him and completely ignored the guy. Zhen Lingshu was shocked at this attitude of the elder. Old Man Gong approached the elder and told him that he could announce his visit himself and they would make preparations. The elder said it was fine. He had come here on a couple of errands. The old man said he didn't want to disturb the elder, at which time someone entered the room. The elder said that 2 men wanted to meet him, so they entered the room. Zhen Lingshu was very surprised to see them. He noticed their powerful aura and thought that these 2 were immortals. The guy was surprised that there were immortals behind the Pin sect who were supporting it. The older man was very surprised that the 2 gentlemen were looking for him. The 2 men approached the older man. The guy was shocked that they knew him. One of the men remembered the sword of the older man. It shocked him. He recalled how there had been a confrontation with an elder's sword and there was an elder present as well. The man's younger brother asked him to help him and save his reputation. The man angrily asked who dared to hurt his little brother. This man was one of the 10 immortal lords. He swore to kill whoever had wronged him. One of the 10 immortal lords and his younger brother were beaten, with bruises all over their faces. They were struck down by the sword of the elder. They were very depressed. One of the 10 immortal lords thought that the elder's temperament was extraordinary and could be recognized at first sight. He didn't understand how a mere human had the golden sword of an immortal. The elder said that the 2 had caused a disturbance at the opening ceremony. But now that they repented, they began to have a good relationship with the 2 brothers. They promised the elder to reveal additional skills and techniques. The elder told the brothers that it was great that they had discovered their mistakes and repented of them. Since they had made a brotherhood with Elder Lao, they must be very powerful. Zhen Lingshu was shocked that even such great people called an elder master. He thought that his current cultivation level must be a sham. He wondered what his real level was. Zhen Lingshui was in a stupor from the realization that he was arguing with himself. The eldest suggested we leave it all for later. He needed to practice making pills. Zhen Lingshui was surprised that the elder was still practicing. He was sure that this person was not simple and needed to be studied still. The eldest again did everything as it was written in the alchemy textbook. The first thing he did was to pour the herbs into the furnace. Next I covered the oven with a lid that had a picture of a toad on it. After a while the guy opened the lid and he got 2 gold pills again. Zhen Lingshu couldn't understand anything about what the guy was doing. One of the brothers asked if the other felt something unusual. The one replied that the elder must have been afraid of frightening people, so he suppressed the energy of the U-pillow. The level of the pills was lowered from high to 2 levels below. One of the brothers was convinced that it was impossible to use the spiritual herbs of the first level to prepare the higher pills. The older brother confidently replied that this was not true, and such a thing was possible. At this time, the elder used his energy to intensify the flame of the furnace. Elder brother said that even in the immortal realm, such a procedure was possible in theory, and one should replenish spiritual energy during their purification. In this way, the dirt is constantly purified, while the spiritual energy is constantly replenished and restores the medicinal properties. This method required a lot of spiritual energy. The brothers had witnessed such a technique, and now understood why the sect was under Chen Pinggang's protection. From the outside, the pill preparation looked simply unimaginable, everything around it filled with a blue color. The older brother thought it was terrible that the older brother realized he was shaking the world. At the same time, the elder kept completely calm. He made them pay attention to it without even doing anything obvious to the others. The man realized that Chen Pinggang had created 2 pills to warn them. If the man didn't get the hint, he would die a horrible death. The eldest was shocked that he had created 2 pills again. He tried to find the answer in the book. However, it was not written in the manual. The older man was confused. All the guests looked at the older man in surprise. He asked if they had any problems. Zhen Lingshui was confused, from Chen Pinghan showing his strength again. He bowed and said that he could not even remove the benefit of his actions. The elder wondered why they were benefiting, for on the contrary, they should be educating him. Chen Pinghan took a deep breath. He had something to say, judging from their reactions. The older man thought he should do well at the competition in a few days. The elder noticed Zhenling Shui and Zhen Xia. The old man asked what they were doing here. The girl replied that it wasn't really anything special. They were just visiting. The old man smiled and said he understood. He smilingly shoved the two men out the door and told them to get out. Zhen Xia pouted and said that her brother was a coward. Zhenling Shui said that this person is too scary, moreover he has connections with two immortals. The guy felt that their empire had no right to insult such a person. Zhenling Shui said that her sister said she had a good relationship with Mu Rong, but it didn't show. In fact, the girl had only seen her once at a sect event. Zhenling Shui replied that his father had originally planned that he would get close to Mu Rong to conquer their sect, but there seems to be no hope for that. Zhen Xia had a plan for what they should do next. She thought something would depend on her if she pulled something like that. The guy was surprised. The girl was going to seduce someone. Zhenling Shui was furious. He thought that no one was allowed to covet his sister. The elder said that the sect is currently growing very fast, and the number of disciples has doubled. When the two brothers establish a branch, the number of disciples will be even greater. The elder replied that he did not expect them to develop so well. Unfortunately, he could not help them. The elder replied that the whole foundation was laid by the elder, and their current achievements also belonged to him. Chen Ping'an thought that he had done nothing but pick up the name of the sect. He thought that since he was here, it might be worth refreshing his memory. He reckoned that Elder Lao and the rest of the reasonable people would definitely think nothing bad. The elder said he had recently developed a technique to improve qi and suggested the others try it. Chen Ping'an said it was very simple. He would ask a question. They should just say yes or no. The guy wanted to ask a question that would help him earn points. The older one blushed and asked if they liked him. Mu Rong didn't hesitate to run up to the boy and said yes. 10 points were immediately added to the senior's score. The guy was surprised. He didn't understand why the girl was having such a violent reaction. The girl said that she really felt refreshed. Perhaps it had to do with qi. All the other boys went up to the oldest and told him that they loved him too. He immediately had 30 points added to his score. The elder also approached the elder and said that if he wanted, they could do it again. The guy said that according to his theory, they all could do it and he wouldn't lose anything in the end. The guys started repeating that they loved Chen Ping'an. At this time, 10 points were added to it every time. The guy was shocked at the intensity of the score. He ended up with a 1,000-point award. The guy finally finished scoring points. He was tired of making too much noise. The guy looked at the system and realized he finally had enough points now. Chen Ping'an was going to buy a gun with the points he earned. He tapped the system to make his choice. The guy thought that this thing would be more interesting than any cultivation. A gun appeared in his hands. Even though the senior had shot at the range before, the gun told him much easier than expected. The guy was surprised to notice that there was no magazine in the gun. The gun's safety was also fake. The older man looked at the gun with surprise and thought it must be a moulage. Chen Ping'an still decided to try out the gun in action by firing it. Chen Ping'an decisively pulled the trigger. The gun turned out to be genuine. A beam of light flew out of it and pierced through the tree. The elder was amazed at such destructive power of the gun. It was stronger even than his own qi energy attack. The older man had a thought that it didn't look like an ulu either. He decided to try it out again. He pointed the gun deep into the woods. There was a loud sound of gunfire, and all the birds fluttered and flew away. Smoke appeared from the muzzle of the gun. The guy shot into the woods. In front of the elder lay a fallen tree, which he had destroyed with his shot. He thought, as expected from the system, this gun with infinite bullets. The guy was very pleased. From behind, someone was approaching the older man. The boy asked who was there. The older man turned around. He had a suspicious look. It was that guy with the red hair. He was hiding his presence. But the older man found him anyway. The older man could not remember who the boy was, or whether they had met before. The one said that it didn't matter who he was. It was important that he wanted to settle a few things with the older man. He said that Mu Dongshui is from the world sect, and she is ice cold to the bone. But all the princes are eager to meet her at least once. The guy was angry, and said that Chen Ping'an was just a simpleton with a level 5 soul level. The guy angrily shouted that he did not know where he peasant came from, but would not let the girl run after him. Chen Ping'an didn't understand why the girl had such a reputation. The guy said again that Mu Rong was icy to the point of freezing his bones. He lit up with a red flame. The guy decided he was going to get justice today. He was furious. This level of cultivation that he had studied with the resources of the entire country was now being used against an elder. The boy suggested to the older man that he try to stop him. The older man fired his gun at the young man. The one was defeated. He fell to the ground. His shoulder was wounded from the gun. He didn't realize what it even was. The senior said it didn't matter what kind of gun it was, and the kid was wrong to think he could beat the senior. Chen Ping'an put a gun to the young man's head. He was frightened. The guy sitting on the ground said he was wrong. He was very scared. The elder with an intimidating look ordered him to flee. Chen Ping'an said that it wasn't very safe here and it was time to go home. The guy ran away. Chen Pinggang came home as he wanted to. Mrs. Duan was waiting for him, and she said that Senior came back early today. The older one was very embarrassed to see the girl in a revealing outfit. He didn't understand why the girl was wearing such tight clothes. The boy involuntarily looked at the girl's breasts. He figured he would still abstain despite her attractiveness. Boss Duan approached the older guy and asked if he was glaring at her. She suggested going and sitting in a place than just standing there. The guy said Xiao is still here. Mrs. Duan angrily looked at Xiaoling. She didn't want the girl to disturb her. The girl turned away, covered her ears with her hands, and said that she didn't see or hear anything. The older man did not understand how the girl made her obey. The boy threw Mrs. Duan his gun. She caught it and asked what it was. Chen Pinggang said that this is a secret weapon. He blushed. He added that the girl goes out every day and it may not be safe, so she could use it. Mrs. Duan was embarrassed and thought the guy would use the gun himself, but all the while he was worried about the girl. She smiled and said she didn't know how to use it. It was a lie. She just wanted to see what would happen next. The guy took Mrs. Duan's hand aside and said that she was very difficult to deal with. He was going to go and teach her how to use a gun. The older man suggested to Mrs. Duan to come to the tree and practice. The girl agreed. She quietly passed the message to Xiaoling. Mrs. Duan smiled. She showed the girl that everything was going according to plan. Xiaoling supported her. Meanwhile, in the Yunji sect in the Immortal Mountains, someone was practicing their strength by sending out a stream of energy. The one who trained his energy was Yue Donglai. He thought that this Immortal Emperor technique was very powerful. The man thought that it didn't look like it would take him long to cross over to the new realm and reach its isle. At this moment, someone approached the man from behind. This person noticed that it didn't seem like it would take long for Yue Donglai to do this. Yue Donglai was sitting on the grass at this time. He became agitated. The Immortal Emperor approached him. He said that the man would soon catch up with him. Yue Donglai noticed that having comprehended the technique, an Immortal Emperor had appeared. And if he were to make an impulse now, would definitely shake his identity as an Immortal Emperor. The Immortal Emperor smiled and said that there was no need to be so polite after all. He had been chosen by an elder. Yue Donglai wasn't sure which elder he was talking about. Perhaps the one in the mortal world. The man was surprised that even an Immortal Emperor would call him an elder. The Emperor didn't expect the man to also obtain the Heavenly Emperor technique. He noticed that the man's future would not be inferior to his. The Immortal Emperor was amazed that Senior had given Yue Donglai this technique. He thought it was all to make him become an Immortal Emperor. The man thought that if Yue Donglai became an Immortal Emperor, he would no longer be one. He didn't understand if that meant it was time for him to ascend to a new level. The Immortal Emperor thought that perhaps he should go to the Divine Realm level. He looked up into the sky. Some events were also taking place in the Elder's home at this time. The door to the Elder's yard slowly fell away. Xiaoling ran into the courtyard and said with a wary look that something bad had happened. The older one asked what happened. The girl said something had happened to the door to the room. It turned out that the door to the room had been stolen. The guy was shocked by it. The elder did not understand how the door to the room could have been stolen when it happened. The girl said it was not long after he left. The girl was closing the doors to the room at this time. She sensed something strange behind them. Some silhouette stole into the room. She didn't even have time to react. After that, the man stole the door and fled. The older man didn't realize what kind of robber he was, whether he was bored or not. The elder asked Miss Duane if she had accidentally stolen it. She replied that Chen Pinggang knew she was with him in the forest, and there was no way she could have taken the door off. The elder looked suspiciously at Xiaoling. The girl started to make excuses, saying that she was weak and could not lift such a door. She added that the neighbors said he robbed many people. The guy decided to go ask his neighbors. He didn't believe there were such fun robbers. The boy came to the other side of the mountain and wanted to ask the old man if he had heard of some door robber, if there had been such a thing in his house. The old man replied that there was. No one can understand what kind of burglar it is that steals the door. The guy was shocked that the girl was telling him the truth. The old man added that just after he was about to leave, a silhouette rushed past him and he had no time to react. It was a silhouette that burst into the house and clawed at the door. Looks like it was a girl. Silhouette broke down the door with tremendous force. He only used one hand to do it. Silhouette took the door off its hinges and began to carry it away. After that, the silhouette just ran away with the door. The old man was shocked. They say this man had already robbed a lot of people, even left a lot of money. The boy didn't understand why things were getting even more confusing. Night came on. The lights were on in the elder's house. The guy said he believed the girl. It was incomprehensible to him why so many families only had their doors stolen. Mrs. Duan said that stealing the door is just a small thing. The most important thing is that Xiaoling was not hurt. She asked thoughtfully if Senior was sleepwalking. The girl explained that their rooms were opposite each other and had no doors. A mere glance would be enough to see much in the girl's room. She asked her eldest not to peep at her or do strange things. The elder replied emphatically that he had no intention of making them. Morning came, birds sang behind the house, peach blossoms bloomed. The guy woke up in shock again in Madame Duan's bed. Chen Pinggang didn't understand how he was there. Senior was horrified to think that he hadn't been sleeping in his room for the past few days. He didn't understand why he always ended up in Madame Duan's bed every morning. The older man got out of bed and thought to slip away quietly. The boy was about to get up from the bed, but at that moment, Mrs. Duane took the older man by the shirt. She clung to her tightly and wouldn't let go of the guy. Chen Pinghan looked at her in surprise. The elder shouted that Miss Duan should be patient and listen to the guy. Boss Duan woke up, opened her eyes, and told the guy to lie down. The older man awkwardly agreed. The sun was shining outside. Chen Pinggang was still lying in the girls' room. There were chickens walking around in the yard, bustling with life. The elder was lying snuggled up to Madame Duan in her bed. The young man didn't understand what was happening now. He was uncomfortable. Duan's boss said she knows he sneaks into her room every night and sneaks out in the morning. The guy can come when he wants, and he doesn't have to be sneaky. The older man blushed. He didn't realize if it was a hint. Chen Pinghan thought he was clear and clear. He looked at the girl sleeping beautifully in the bed. The boy looked confused and wondered what he should do. The elder decided that it was worth it to lie down for a while. He went to bed and hugged Madame Duan. They fell asleep together. It was midday. The sun was shining brightly at its zenith. At this time, preparations for the alchemists' competition were underway. The men brought several making furnaces into the arena. The audience didn't understand why the competition hadn't started yet, as 2 hours had already passed. The events unfolded in the Dan Empire at the Alchemy Square. The spectators did not understand what Dan Yuanzong was doing. The girl looked around fearfully and didn't understand why Chen Pinggang wasn't coming. After all, he had said he wanted to participate in the competition. She was approached by her father, Dan Yuan. He was a sect master. He said that the man she was waiting for would not go and should forget about him. The girl looked at her father worriedly. She disagreed with him. At this moment, Chen Pinggang flew into the square. He ran with all his legs. The girl noticed that he had come and was very excited. The senior thought it was bad that he was late. Luckily, the competition hadn't started yet. Dan Yuan was very surprised to see the older man. He recognized the young man. A man was recalling past events. Someone tapped his hand on the table and told everyone to listen to him. It was Heeman Chen. He said that he had prepared very important information for this meeting of alchemy masters. All members of the Alchemists Guild must obey him unconditionally. He showed the senior's portrait and said that Chen Pinggang liked to pretend to be an ordinary country boy and blend in with the crowd. Heeman Chen told them not to try to act rashly. They should all understand his secret plan to act according to it. Dan Yuan was shocked that his daughter knew the elder. He thought it was probably just a coincidence. He should ask about it after the competition. Senior began to climb up to the stage for the alchemist competition. He was very out of breath after running. Chen Pinggang was glad that he had made it in time, and thought that the mission was about to fail. Other participants asked the older man why he was only coming here now. The crowd started shouting that it wasn't fair. One of the participants said that the eldest should not be allowed to take the test. Dan Yuan clapped his hands and said that now that everyone had arrived, the test should begin. Everyone was surprised at the man's attitude toward the situation. The elder didn't understand what his words about everyone having arrived meant. One of the participants was indignant that they had delayed the tournament for so long just to wait for one person. Everyone was pissed off that they couldn't start, and for a senior, the participants wondered what the big deal was with this guy. Dan Yuan didn't understand what he should do if he angered the elder because of his missteps and caused trouble for the guy. The man thought he was wrong. He remembered the president saying that everything this senior does has an extremely deep meaning. Since he was so late now, it must make sense, and his negligence caused everyone to dislike him. Maybe this is exactly what Chen Pinggang expected. Dan Yuan thought that this was probably the elder's goal, and he wanted to cause hatred in his direction. The man thought he must have figured it all out, and this older man really has some forward-thinking plans. Dan Yuan thought for a moment and told everyone to be quiet. He said that this time, the sect had recruited a total of 100 people, and the speed and quality level of alchemy was their benchmark standards. That's why it was worth it to stop gabbing and start the exam. One of the participants was very angry that the senior had delayed the exam time. He thought that he had to face hardships, giving him less chance of joining the world sect and consolidating his position in the imperial castle. The guy took hold of the necklace around his neck. It looked like an orange bead. He thought that since the elder had reduced his chances, he shouldn't blame the young man for using such methods. The fellow was the grandson of the third emperor of the Danu Empire, and this bead could control flames within a 10-foot radius. The alchemist's tournament was in full swing. The pill furnaces were burning brightly. The grandson of the third emperor of the Danu Empire looked at the elder. He was about to find out what the man Lord Wang was so protective of was capable of. Chen Pinghan was preparing the pills at this time. He was just about to throw all the ingredients into the furnace. The grandson of the third emperor looked at this in surprise. Chen Pinggang didn't follow the rules of pill preparation. The guy thought that he didn't know alchemy at all. The guy shouted in surprise and pointed his finger at Chen Pinggang. His expectation didn't match with reality. Chen Pinghan didn't understand why this guy had been staring at him so intently ever since he got to the exam. He hoped that the men of this realm didn't have any strange fetishes. The grandson of the third emperor thought that if Senior continued to refine the pill so carelessly, he wouldn't lose anything from it. So the guy decided to forget about it. The likes of him would blow their own furnaces anyway. He looked at his orange bead. The grandson of the third emperor felt that he needed to start by selecting those who posed a threat to him. The grandson of the third emperor smiled slyly. He was about to put his plan into action. And he was going to start with one of the guys who prepared his pills according to all the rules and carefully added the ingredients to the potion. The grandson of the third emperor activated his magic bead. A red magic circle appeared around him. At that moment, the flames on the guy's furnace began to burn more and more intensely. A second later, a loud explosion was heard. The guy's furnace exploded. No one realized what was happening. The judges felt that number 15 had blown up his own furnace. He was disqualified. However, the grandson of the third emperor was actually behind it. He believed that it didn't matter how talented a contestant was. If he stands in the way of the grandson of the third emperor, he should pay for it. Number 15 frustratedly left the competition. The grandson of the third emperor continued to implement his plan. Number 10 also, in the opinion of the judges, blew up his own furnace. They were followed by number 3, his furnace also exploding under strange circumstances. Wang Xiaojun thought that this was all very strange, as she didn't see any mistakes in their actions. The girl asked her father why suddenly their ovens all exploded. The sect leader replied that apparently someone was not using the right tactics. Sect head Wang realized that Sunzi, a playboy prince who was forever ruining his father's reputation, might be behind these. The man thought that Senior was really an interesting person. His refining technology was strange, but the furnace was very stable. His furnace didn't explode when herbs with conflicting properties were mixed together as an exquisite power. The older man even let this guy stand by his side without any fear of losing. The man believed that there was still a deep meaning in his actions. Sect head Dan felt that since this was Senior's plan, he couldn't take the liberty and ruin this guy's tactics. Senior would probably handle everything himself. Sunji had eliminated all those who could be better than him. His pill was almost finished cooking. He was sure that the first place would be his. Unexpectedly at this moment, Sunji smelled an incredible and noble fragrance. He was very surprised. The whole public thought that this participant was a very successful pill maker because it gave off such a rich odor. They were all talking about Chen Pinggang's pill. He had probably concocted a 4th or even 5th level pill. Sunji was very angry at such a success of his opponent. He didn't understand how such an inept could defeat him. Sunzi wasn't going to let the elder get the upper hand over him. He activated his orange bead. Chen Pinggang's furnace began to burn more and more intensely. It was ready to explode. The elder didn't understand how the fire was able to increase so much. He had everything under control. Chen Pinghan was angry. He couldn't let the furnace explode or else he would fail the quest. The older man thought it was over and the fire was out of control. If it continued like this, the grass would just burn. The elder decided that it was worth using this kind of fire to quickly form a pill. He began to use his powers. Chen Pinghan directed her magic power towards the furnace. It enveloped her. The stove's lid did fly off from the guy's strength. He squeezed his eyes shut. Chen Pinghan rejoiced. He had succeeded in taking control of the situation. The spectators saw his furnace explode. They thought he would be disqualified too. They were upset. However, the elder had a plan. He smiled slyly. Chen Pinggang's pill was ready. He proudly took it in his hand. The pills even turned out to be 2. They were perfectly shaped and burned with flame. Chen Pinggang presented his pills to the examiner and asked him to check them. The sect head took the guy's pills in his hands. He concluded that these 2 pills were the highest grade 5 pills. The audience wasn't sure how this was even possible in 2 pills at once, especially since the guy blew up his furnace. One of the female spectators remembered that only first-level medicinal herbs were allowed in this competition. Sunji was very angry at Senior's success. The sect head has been practicing this craft all his life, and had never heard of anyone being able to create such a miracle. He thought Senior was magnificent. Chen Pinghan scratched behind his head and awkwardly asked if he had passed. Dan Yuan replied that of course the guy had passed and those 2 pills were enough. Sunji became even more angry. Sunji shouted that there was no way he would let Chen Pinggang win. The guy stated that Senior had cheated after all. It was impossible to form a pill after destroying the furnace, especially 2 at once, so he probably hid them beforehand. Dan Yuan asked the guy to watch his language. He asked if Sunji wanted to accuse his sect. Prince responded that this calls into question their fairness and all the other entries that have been submitted for this competition. The audience began to question the whole situation. Some thought what he was saying made sense. Sunji also remembered that today's competition was postponed because of this guy, and they weren't fair from the start. One of the spectators thought that the strangest thing was the sudden explosions of most of the participants and the feeling as if a ghost had entered the furnace. At this moment, a thought came to sect leader Wang. It seemed like he had realized something. The man thought that the situation was unfolding exactly the way Senior wanted it to, and not to rashly expose him. Apparently Senior didn't want him to interfere too much. The man was glad he realized it in time. The older man didn't understand why the sect leader was nodding his head, if he really wanted them to work things out. The elder felt that he understood everything, and that the sect leader knew that the pills were made by Chen Pinggang, so he let him handle the situation to assess his abilities. The senior thought that the sect leader Dan Yuan wanted to teach him. The boy got excited. They both worshipped each other, and said they understood each other when in reality, there was a misunderstanding. The eldest thought that everything could be solved very easily. He could improve the pill again right in front of Sunji's eyes. The prince agreed, but on the condition that the furnace of his choice and the recipe he had developed would be used. Everything was going according to Sunji's plan. The latter thought that Elder was caught and was going to be ruthless. The prince gave the elder the royal family's secret recipe that helps break through to the next level of kingship. If Senior makes this pill, Sunji will believe that he is right. Sunji added an herb to the original recipe that contradicts the main ingredient and created a fake recipe. Once these two ingredients come into contact, they will produce a dozen explosions that can kill a person. The elder and the sect leader looked at the recipe with horror. They realized that there was something wrong with it. Although the elder knew nothing about herbal medicine, this recipe didn't seem consistent. But the head didn't say anything like that. The sect patriarch also realized that the recipe was wrong, but wondered why Senior didn't say anything. The thought came to them both that the other was testing him. The elder thought that this fake prescription was a question, a trap, and the more fake it was, the more real it was. The guy thought the boss was trying to test his logical thinking skills. The patriarch didn't understand how the elder didn't notice such an obvious fake prescription. The man thought that Chen Pinggang must want to take this opportunity to teach the prince a lesson. The elder and the patriarch sighed and simultaneously said that there was no problem with this prescription. They both looked at each other happily and thought they definitely understood each other's thoughts. Sunji smiled slyly. He was glad that everything was going according to his plan. Sunji chose the furnace he had used before because he was sure that there was no problem with it. The older man agreed. He knew something was going to go wrong. The furnace that Sunji had chosen began to burn very brightly, the flames rising upwards. The older man was already throwing all the necessary ingredients into it. The guy saw that something was wrong with the oven. The herbs began to simmer slowly, a wonderful aroma emanating from them. Chen Pinghan thought that it was now worth it to let them fuse together and turn into a pill. At that moment, something suddenly happened. An explosion was heard and a bright flash appeared. Chen Pinghan was confused. He didn't understand what was going on. Chen Pinghan didn't understand what this sudden explosion was after all. He was sure that he hadn't made any mistakes. Sunji was glad that everything was going according to his plan. This time, Chen Pinggang didn't have to survive. Sunji turned to the sect leader Wang. He told the man to be careful. After all, if he tells it like it is, then Chen Pinggang will not be the culprit, and he will not be suspected of fraud. Sect leader Wang was angry. He knew exactly what the prince had done and told him to remember his words next time. The sect leader threatened that if Sunji was to blame, he would not live. At this moment, an incomprehensible force descended upon the entire sect. It hovered in the air. People didn't understand what it was. The elder lifted the lid of the stove. The pill was glowing brightly under the days. The light of the pill was so intense that it rose up into the sky in a huge beam. The elder got 2 pills at once. He got proud and thought that he was really an alchemical genius. The elder took the pills out of the oven and was ready to show them to everyone. He presented his pills to the sect leader Wang. They were perfect again. People around started to chatter. They were surprised that the guy had made it, and thought he was very talented. Sect leader Wang was very surprised to see these pills. He didn't know what to say. The pills in Elder's hand are not the prescription kind. Sunji took out a real breakthrough pill. It was a gift after his father passed away. He opened the pill box. The people around also noticed the differences in the pills, however. It seemed to them that Sunji's pill was worse than Chen Pinggang's. And another viewer thought the word useless would have described her better. The prince was very angry. Sunji angrily slammed the box and said that sect leader Wang could also see these differences between the pills. He believed that what was in the elder's hands was just a fake that looked pretty. Sect leader Wang agreed that Senior's pills were not worthy of being called breakthrough pills. He explained that breakthrough pills can only help a person get to the next stage, and so it is possible to utilize their full potential when you are at a certain peak level. However, what Elder has created is a different matter. Sect leader Wang smiled and exhaled. He was going to tell everyone about Chen Pinggang's pills. The sect leader announced that these pills contain 10 times more efficacy. and could take a person to the next level at once. He added that to call these pills simply breakthrough pills would be an insult. Everyone around him was shocked. It was already evening in the Dan Empire's Alchemy Square. The sun was slowly setting behind the horizon. One of the men announced that recruitment for their sect was now complete, and if those who didn't pass are still interested in their sect, they can apply next time. Sunji was very angry that he didn't pass. He clenched his fists and told Chen Pinggong to just wait, and he would see for himself. The boy didn't believe that the elder's luck would always be with him. He angrily turned around and walked away. It was already evening in the Dan Empire's Alchemy Square. The sun was slowly setting behind the horizon. The elder thanked Sect Head Wang, however. He couldn't stay in their sect forever. The man said it couldn't be helped, and with his alchemy skills, he wouldn't be able to go against the elder's wishes. The sect leader smiled and said that if Senior didn't mind, he could just call him Brother Wang. Chen Pinggong was embarrassed and blushed. He replied that since the man wanted it so much, he would accept his wish. They were both very kind to each other, and both thought it was a great good fortune that they could call Big Brother. Sect Head Wang was holding the pills that Senior had created. He was going to give them to the guy. Chen Pinghan replied that he didn't need them and asked to keep them. He hoped that the sect leader would find someone to give them to. Senior's entire cultivation base comes from the system, so it was useless for him to take the pill, and thus he would thank the chapter for the favor. It was already late. The elder had some things to do, so it was already time for him to go. The elder was worried about Xin Xin and Xiao as they were the weakest in the family. Moreover, some strange robber had appeared. Sect Head Wang pondered over who to give these elder pills to. It seemed to the man that perhaps the elder already had a plan, for he had assigned the matter to him. Sect Head Wang had a brilliant thought at this moment. He decided to give the pills to Xiao Jun. Especially, he wanted to ask what kind of relationship they had with Senior. The elder walked through the market, not far from the sect. One of the stalls was selling a figurine of a dog with a bell. The older one was worried that he was gone for a very long time today, and anything could happen at his house. He paid attention to the dog figurine, thinking that if he didn't take anything, Xiaolin would definitely be upset. At this moment, something flew from behind directly onto Chen Pinggong's head. This thing hit him on the back of his head. The guy was in pain. He grabbed his head and angrily asked who threw it. The perpetrator of this incident was nervously clutching his clothes. He apologized. The guy said he didn't mean to, and just threw it in a fit of rage. He didn't think he was going to hit anyone. The boy became very nervous. He suddenly remembered something. He was the son of the Prime Minister of Danwu, Zhou Xiaoming. The older man picked up what appeared to be a martial arts book. Chen Pinghan looked at her and asked why the guy threw her out. The older man noticed the book's signature. There were a bunch of misspelled words. Zhou Xiaoming explained that the scammer said he had a talent for martial arts, and the guy believed and so spent all his money to buy the book. But it was not effective at all. The money the boy spent on it would have been enough for very cool books, so he threw it away. The older man said it was okay and advised the boy to be more careful next time. The boy thought that the scammers were terrible now. The older man asked, since the boy didn't want the book, if he could have it. He said yes. Chen Pinggong opened it and started reading. Zhou Xiaoming asked if everything was fine. Could he go? At this moment, Senior decided to try one of the techniques written in the book. He changed it a bit. Zhou Xiaoming ran away from the elder. He thought that the guy's aura looked strange. He didn't understand how a martial art could look so exciting. Zhou Xiaoming was stopped by something. Magical energy was flying around. It demolished everything in its path. The boy turned around. He was very surprised at what he saw in front of him. Zhou Xiaoming didn't understand why the lower grade arts had become so strong when Senior began to conjure. Chen Pinghan wondered what would happen if he changed some parts of this art. Would it be usable? The older one did all his tricks in the market area, with tents all around. The elder didn't know how powerful this spell would be during battle, so he wanted to go back and check it out. At this moment, Chen Pinghan heard strange sounds behind his back. He turned around. Men were running at him. They were clearly headed for the elder. The men surrounded Chen Pinggong. They were armed with swords. One of them told his young master that they had found the man His Highness had told him about. The young master told the elder to kneel down. Chen Pinghan didn't understand what was happening or who was in front of him. Chen Pinghan thought that perhaps the man was mistaken after all. There was no reason for him to be treated like this. The older man asked how about we review everything. The guy slowly backed away. However, at this moment, Chen Pinghan's back rested against someone's huge chest. The guy was surprised. A huge, strong man was watching from behind his back. The young master asked if Chen Pinggong was trying to escape. He smiled slyly and covered himself with a fan. He thought it looked like they should give Chen Pinggong a beating so that even his parents wouldn't recognize the guy. The men started approaching him with bats. The elder didn't understand what he should do or how to avoid this unpleasant situation. The most sensible thing that came to mind was to ask passers-by for help. He asked two men to do so. The men looked at the young gentleman with surprise and fear. They clearly recognized and feared him. The two male passers-by rushed to run away as soon as they saw who was confronting Chen Pinghan. The guy was very surprised. The young gentleman smiled slyly and remarked that no one would have the courage to stand up to him. The young gentleman told his subordinates to deal with the older man. The men rushed at him with sticks, wanting to beat him up. Chen Pinghan didn't know what to do. He couldn't face so many opponents. He covered his face with his hand and mentally asked for help. At this moment, his powers activated. His hand lit up with flames and he used the Buddha's napalm ability. The elder's hand glowed more and more with a bright flame, his strength spreading around. He used his powers to punch the male attacker. The man flew away from the older man in a flash. Chen Pinghan didn't realize how he had just done that. He looked at his hand in astonishment. The elder thought that he should try not to kill anyone, or else he would have to use the teleport to escape. The older man switched to hand-to-hand combat. He punched one of the men sharply in the face with his fist. He disarmed the other opponent with a strong punch to the stomach. The man's baton flew off. After a while, all of the elder's opponents lay battered and disarmed on the ground. Chen Pinghan didn't realize when he became so strong. He looked at the men lying on the ground in surprise. The young gentleman shouted to the elder, "How dare he beat him? After all, his father is the general of Dango Army. He said that the elder will not be able to leave Danwu." Chen Pinghan glared angrily at the young master. He was going to scare him and teach him a lesson. The older man turned around and began to walk slowly towards the young master. He was frightened and thought it would be better if the older man didn't do anything strange. Chen Pinghan didn't listen to him. He swung at the young master. The latter shouted to the elder to stay away from him. The young master finally gave up and let the guy go. Chen Pinghan is so tired. From these 3,000 points, his hands feel useless. The guy thought he needed to find a place right away and teleport home. At this moment, the older man was stopped by someone. The guy didn't realize what other problems might be following him. Chen Pinghan turned around in horror. He thought that it was the army arriving, however. Even for her, it was too fast. It turned out that the elder was called out by Zhou Xiaoming. Chen Pinghan was happy about this. The guy ran panting after the senior and said that the technique the young man had just used was Buddha palms. Zhou Xiaoming got all lit up and asked admiringly if he could have a copy of the book or the original. The older man became embarrassed and asked if the guy wanted to learn the technique. Chen Pinghan thought he wanted to use a gun to defend himself, but luckily the guy gave him a book. Chen Pinghan replied that these arts were originally lower level, but he improved them, and they became immortal martial arts. The guy thought that if he was going to lie like this, he would have to act like this all the way. Zhou Xiaoming's eyes sparkled. He was surprised by the senior's words about the immortal level and asked how strong the guy was. Chen Pinghan replied that he could tell the guy this, but he should never tell his secret to anyone. After all, the elder is an immortal being. The older man was about to continue, but people outside shouted that there was an asteroid approaching. They told everyone to run away. The elder turned around and saw a huge asteroid flying straight from the sky into the street, burning with red flames. People were scattering in terror. They were sure that this asteroid would bring them trouble and their empire was doomed. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoming grabbed the elder's clothes. He wanted something from Chen Pinghan. The boy looked at the older man with hope in his eyes and asked him to stop this asteroid faster. Chen Pinghan felt embarrassed and replied that what he had just said was a small lie, and he had not yet reached the immortal stage. The elder was certain that he couldn't just stop this asteroid. At that moment, an asteroid exploded in the air right above him, and small pieces of it flew off and scattered everywhere. The elder looked at it fearfully. He didn't understand what caused this to happen. Zhou Xiaoming looked at Chen Pinghan with joy. He thought that he was the one who blew up the asteroid, and thought the guy was very strong. Chen Pinghan thought that luckily there was someone capable of stopping the asteroid. The older one thought this kid was very easy to fool, so he continued to lie that he just pointed his finger at the asteroid and it exploded. Chen Pinghan said that he used his mind to make the asteroid explode without even touching it, all because he was immortal. The boy believed everything the elder said. Chen Pinghan became proud and said that there was no need to be surprised. After all, these were elementary things. All the people frightenedly ran away. They shouted that another asteroid was approaching, this time much bigger than the previous one. The passers-by asked for help. They thought it was the end, and there are no options to escape. They only have to wait for their death. The elder turned around and looked at the asteroid. It was indeed gigantic in size and was falling to the earth at a great speed. The boy asked him to stop it. Chen Pinghan did not know what to do. It was the first time he had seen such a natural phenomenon. Zhou Xiaoming was full of hope. He believed in his elder's strength with all his heart. Chen Pinghan was in a stupor. He thought that he had very nicely gotten caught in his own lie, and now he would really die. The older man decided to keep lying. He said he would let the asteroid move for a while and observe in case nothing had to be done. Zhou Xiaoming looked at the asteroid in surprise. The boy didn't understand what the elder meant. The boy didn't know what there was to realize here in the landing of a huge asteroid. In that second, Zhou Xiaoming realized everything. A brilliant thought came to him. The boy thought that the fire surrounding the asteroid was huge, as if it had consumed an entire fireball, and its destructiveness would clearly be far greater in comparison. The senior didn't really understand what the guy was talking about, for he himself didn't put much meaning into his words. Zhou Xiaoming apologized, for he didn't understand anything else. The boy asked if it wasn't strange that the asteroid was on fire, as it ignites itself. The older man replied that it was because it was falling so fast, and the friction caused it to catch fire. The boy was very surprised. It was the first time he learned the information why the asteroid was on fire. Zhou Xiaoming exclaimed loudly that he understood everything. The elder thought that if no one stopped the asteroid, at least he could teleport the child with him. Chen Pinggang asked if the boy was serious and what he understood. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoming started to use his strength. The older man was very surprised to look at the boy, for he was sure he didn't understand anything. The power enveloped the boy more and more intensely, and he was also burning with flames. The older man didn't understand what the boy had realized. Chen Pinghan thought it was strange that there were always people who became enlightened just by exchanging a few words with him. Chen Pinghan didn't realize how it always coincided like this. At this moment, a thought came to the guy. The elder thought that he was the only one who didn't understand anything about cultivation at all. The guy became very angry. The power was enveloping the boy more and more intensely, and he was also burning with flames. The older man didn't understand what the boy was doing. Zhou Xiaoming decided that it was time to act. He opened his eyes and looked at the asteroid with determination. The boy realized that his trampled spiritual root of fire just needed some spiritual energy to start working, and apparently he had a breakthrough. Zhou Xiaoming thanked the elder for mentoring him. He was overjoyed, his eyes shining. At that moment, another asteroid exploded above the elder's head. It shattered into small pieces in all directions. Chen Ping'an thought it was great that the asteroid problem had solved itself, and he didn't have to do anything. The boy rejoiced. He thought the older man had let the asteroid get a little closer on purpose so that he would learn something new. Chen Pinggang became proud and said that an asteroid of this size was nothing in his eyes. Zhou Xiaoming thought the guy was very cool. The elder replied that it was just a small thing, and it was all due to his luck. At this moment, someone called out to Zhou Xiaoming. It was his father, the Prime Minister of Danwu, Zhou Yongping. He didn't understand where his son had gone. The man told the boy to come to him quickly, for it was dangerous. Zhou Xiaoming asked his father to let him introduce the elder. He is the one who destroyed the 2 asteroids, and thanks to him, the boy is fine. The boy also introduced his father. Zhou Yunping bowed and thanked the guy for protecting Zhou Xiaoming. He couldn't imagine someone as young as Chen Pinggang possessing such strength. The older man told the man to calm down, because he had a friendly relationship with his son. And as for the asteroids, they were quite dangerous for him, so the guy easily blew them up. The elder didn't understand why he was still lying. He hoped that Zhou Yunping wouldn't expose him. Their dialogue was watched by the boy in surprise. Senior and Zhou Yunping looked at each other incredulously. The man seemed to look like he was at the soul nucleation stage. Zhou Xiaoming tugged at his father's cape and called out to him. The boy said he wasn't lying, and had indeed seen the older man stop 2 asteroids with his own eyes. Zhou Xiaoming also added that his elder had guided him, and he was finally able to break through. The boy showed his father his new abilities. Zhou Yunping thought that all the rogues his son had met couldn't help him flog, and even he couldn't succeed, and apparently the elder really is a master. The man thought that his attitude towards Chen Pinggang might have offended the young man. He didn't understand what he needed to do. At this time, Chen Pinghan thought that if he continued to lie to these 2, he might not be believed and maybe the guy would get in trouble. The elder wanted to make the most out of the situation. He told the boy that all it took to increase his luck was to say that Chen Pinggang liked him. The boy understood. The elder took a deep breath and said something indistinctly to Zhou Xiaoping. The boy complied with the older man's request in no time and said cheerfully that he liked him. Zhou Yunping doubted that it would seriously help improve his luck. After all, it all looked like a scam. The elder and the boy were chatting about something. Zhou Xiaoping said a few more times that he liked the boy. At this time, the points were all adding up. They reached 4,000. The elder said he could not increase the boy's luck any further and he would send him the book tomorrow. The older man decided it was worth it to leave. The boy was very excited to be able to get this awesome book tomorrow. He hoped Senior would come early. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoming realized something with horror. He remembered that he had forgotten something. The boy didn't tell the older man their address or what would happen if he couldn't find them. The boy ran after him into the alley. Suddenly, Zhou Xiaoming suddenly stopped. There was a dead end in the alley, but when the boy reached it, the older man was not there. He did not understand where the young man had gone. The older man went back to his house. It was already evening outside. The sun was slowly setting over the horizon. Chen Ping'an thought that it was a good thing that he left quickly, because this kind of lucky thing was a hard thing to explain. A guy stepped over the threshold. He brought Xiaoling to eat various goodies. The girl was very happy that her brother had already returned. Duan's boss was sitting next to her, and she offered the older man some papaya. The elder told Xiaoling to go and wash her hands. He said she couldn't eat anymore today. Senior looked at Madame Duan. The guy was very embarrassed and even forgot what he wanted to say. Chen Pinggang advised her to also eat less. The girl asked why she should do that. Boss Duan was wearing a very revealing outfit. She asked if Chen Pinggan wanted to. The young man's heart couldn't bear the girl's passionate appearance, and he blushed and became embarrassed. The elder turned away and tried not to look at the girl. At this time, Madame Duan laughed at the elder. Xiaolin was angry at the elder. The girl didn't understand why she couldn't eat watermelons further. The morning came. It was time for breakfast. There were many different treats on the table. Chen Ping'an tried to calm himself down. The boy should have already gotten used to all of Madame Duan's temptations by now. However, the elder still couldn't come to his senses. The guy kept recalling the events of yesterday and his reaction to Boss Duan. Chen Ping'an was sure that his eyes just happened to fall on Boss Duan's deep cleavage. The girl turned to him. Mrs. Duan asked what was on Chen Ping'an's mind. The boy didn't know what to say to the girl. The older man jumped up abruptly from the table and announced that he had to go right away. He almost knocked over a bowl of food. The elder blushed and said that he would come back at night. Madame Duan looked at him in surprise. The girl noticed something on the older man's face. She got up from the table and walked towards him. Madame Duan approached Chen Ping'an's face. She was going to help him remove something on his face. The guy felt very uncomfortable. The girl noticed a ricin sticking to the older man's cheek. The girl tried to remove it. In the next second, Chen Ping'an approached the elder and decided to take away a piece of food with her mouth. The girl succeeded. The older man was shocked by these events. He was embarrassed, and his face poured red. The boy decided that the best way out of this awkward situation was to just run away. He ran out of his house, all flushed and bullet-ridden. Senior quickly ran through the forest. Trying to escape from Madame Duan, he thought about the situation. Chen Ping'an thought that the girl was too straightforward and would soon take all the initiative. This wasn't the first time something like this had happened. At that moment, the elder remembered something. It was as if it had hit him. The guy thought it was very strange. He figured it wasn't the first time he'd been in this situation. He slowed down. The older man recalled events from his past life on Earth, his marriage. It seemed to him that he had been in a similar situation before. Chen Pinggang felt as if he had been electrocuted. It seemed to him that Madame Duan looked very much like his wife on Earth. Warden Duan sighed heavily. She was contemplating what she should do next. The girl had already put up a barrier, and it was only a kiss. It broke part of the seal, and it seemed her time was running out. The girl thought that some things would have to be abandoned, and started looking at the system. The supervisor turned around and told them to go, because they knew what they had to say. The girl addressed the big black dog and the little pink bird that sat on the dog's head. They answered that they knew what to do. The elder was still walking through the forest. White clouds floated across the sky, and high mountains could be seen in the distance. The scenery was very peaceful. The nature in the area was amazing in its beauty. While the older man was walking through the forest, he suddenly noticed his dog, Smolka. The boy didn't understand what she was doing here, and why there was a bird on her head. The animals said they were waiting for the older man. The boy was very amazed, for it was the first time he had heard his animals speak. The older one grabbed his head and asked in horror if his pets could talk. At this moment, his sword began to transform. He asked Chen Pinggang not to panic. The older man didn't understand at all what was going on here, or who was talking to him at the moment. Sword turned into his human form and once again asked the older man not to panic. He explained that they really could have been talking the whole time. However, Sword had been afraid of Chen Pinggang for a while, so he kept quiet. Smolka agreed with him and added that after they got to know the elder better, they felt that he was kind and pleasant to talk to. The older man was very surprised at the dog's words. He knew that Smolka was a monster himself, and it was surprising to hear from such a strong monster that the guy was scary. The elder knew that only immortal weapons could change shape. He realized that the broken sword he picked up earlier was an immortal weapon. Chen Pinggang said that he of course knew of such a thing, but since he had come to consider himself immortal, he had chosen to be ignorant. Chen Pinggang thought his character still had a bug that made others think he was a god. Chen Pinggang asked the animals to show their true forms and introduce themselves. The bird agreed to turn, energy enveloping her in an instant. Smolka followed the bird and began to transform as well. The bird transformed into a beautiful phoenix in the blink of an eye, and the dog showed his true form, a black dragon. The elder watched their transformation in surprise. He didn't understand what was going on, and how he could have overlooked such obvious things all this time. The phoenix flew high into the sky, flapping its long wings. The creature saluted its master, Senior. A black dragon also flew up. It was huge in size and easily floated in the air. The two animals were surrounded by chi energy. The dragon also greeted Chen Pinggang. The older man was shocked at what he saw. He didn't understand why his pets were a dragon and a phoenix. He wondered how long the bug would work. Chen Pinghan hoped that this system bug would work longer. At this time, the dragon looked at him. The black dragon asked if Chen Pinghan was heading towards the world sect. He threw him under with his nose the air. The elder landed on the nose of the dragon. The animal was about to ride its master to his destination. The phoenix shouted that the dragon was cheating because the bird also wanted to ride Chen Pinggang. Sword got angry. He asked what was the point of riding a dragon since you could fly a golden sword instead. People flying swords were much cooler in his opinion. The black dragon didn't care about their words. He laughed and told them to scram, for they were too slow. Flying ships with guests have arrived at the world sect. The girls of the sect were very much looking forward to this arrival. They waited anxiously for the events that would follow. At this time, the sect elder was talking to Qing Xuan. The elder asked why Qing Xuan didn't inform the elder about the wedding. He replied that it was because such matters were not worth the elder's attention. And besides, he probably already knows. Whether he comes or not is his decision. Zhang Daling was sitting at the table. Qing Xuan yelled at him and said that he was here to look for a wife. Why didn't he show his face? The guy didn't want to be here at all. Zhang Daling was not interested in Xiao Shui. Qing Xuan admonished that they had grown up together, and that meant that the girl was interested in what? At this moment, Mu Rongshui turned to Zhang Daling and called her brother. The girl put her hand on the guy's shoulder. Mu Rongshui smiled and wished the guy good luck in finding a wife. He was petrified with surprise. At this time, Zhen Xia was watching their conversation. Mu Rongshui waved at the guy and said that she would go look for a place for the show. Zhen Xia called her over to the table, and she wanted to talk to her about something. Qing Xuan came to comfort Zhang Daling. He explained that, ever since she was little, she had always thought of him as a brother. So he should stay. After all, a man would always take care of him. Zhang Daling didn't even want to get married anymore. Qing Xuan replied that it was nonsense and the banquet had already started. All these people had come. He asked how the guy planned to stop all this. The guy folded his arms and smirked. He reckoned he had no trouble stopping it all. Zhang Daling loudly announced that he had an important message. All the gathered girls listened to him attentively. The guy stated that everyone knows that the world sect has the support of the strongest and he especially respects the eldest. If the eldest says that he should play the wedding, then the guy will do it without hesitation. Since Zhang Daling knew how senior acted, he now understood everything. And since the elder didn't come today, it must mean that he didn't want the guy to play the wedding. At this moment, all the girls who had gathered looked up fearfully. A shadow appeared above them and they saw the strong man who was helping the world sect. The guy also looked up. He was in a stupor from what he saw. There was an elder riding a dragon. He stated that it couldn't be. At this point, the men ran to meet the elder with dignity. Absolutely all the most important guests rushed to see the greatness of their patron. They believed that the strongest immortal had arrived. The sect leaders welcomed him. The elder got off the dragon and said no greetings and asked why there were so many guests. Qing Xuan replied that it was because he was looking for a daughter-in-law for you. The man thought that it was not by chance and that the older man probably wanted to choose a daughter-in-law for him. The elder turned to his son and asked him who he had chosen as his wife. Zhang Daling didn't know what to say. Qing Xuan said that the boy was waiting for the elder to choose a bride for him. Zhang Daling thought that his father had purposely chosen such a time to make a fool of him. Senior didn't want to get involved in everything. He felt that it was his own marriage. It would be better if he made the choice himself. Chen Pinggang couldn't help him choose a wife. The elder and Qing Xuan interpreted his words to mean that the women here were not suitable to be his bride, and he would soon meet his other half. At this time, the boy hoped that they would help him choose a bride. Zhen Lingshu watched their dialogue. He noticed that the elder was visibly in honor. There was probably no one here who resembled the role of Zhang's fiancé. He thought that Xiao now had a chance. The girl clutched her dress nervously. She didn't realize if she had no other choice. The girl finally made up her mind, she thought, all or nothing. Zhen Xia proudly declared to the elder that she liked Zhang Daling. She hoped that the elder would let them get married. Everyone present was shocked, especially Zhang himself. The older man didn't understand why the girl was asking him, but since she asked, he just decided to help her out. The guy said he had seen this lady before and she was nice. Qing Xuan looked at his brother. They both thought at the same time. The elder still wanted to choose the guy's own bride after all. The older man asked the guy what he would say when Zhen Xia confessed her feelings to him in front of everyone. The guy was very embarrassed. Zhang wondered if the older man hadn't said that it was his wedding, and he should choose his own life partner. Zhang Daling felt awkward. He didn't know how to react to such an unexpected proposal and the girl's confession. The guy thanked the older man for his guidance and said he would definitely enter into a relationship with this lady. Zhen Xia was very excited and embarrassed. She was head over heels in love with the guy. The girl blushed and thanked the older man for his support. The older man laughed and said no thanks, and as you can see, this lady is also interested in the guy. The guy because, well, he didn't say no. Chen Pinggang turned around and said that he had some alchemy matters to attend to. He should go. Senior went to the alchemy room. It was a clear sunny day. The guy wanted to practice. The elder remembered that Brother Wang had said that within half a year, there would be an alchemy competition in the capital, and during that time, the alchemy masters would return back. This tournament is the best chance to get approval from the entire sect at once, but before that, the elder needs to improve level 6 pills to participate. Chen Pinghan fired up the pill furnace and began practicing his alchemy skills. The lad heard again the magnificent aroma that came from his pillory in the oven. He was very happy. Now he could rely on the system that would provide him with endless amounts of spiritual power to purify pills and elixirs. At this moment, a lightning discharge was heard behind the senior's back. The guy was surprised. This seemed strange to Chen Pinggang because a few minutes ago the sky was clear. He looked out the window. The guy had a feeling that the weather had turned bad right after he started practicing alchemy. The sky was covered with dark clouds. The clouds kept thickening. The lightning strikes never stopped, and the weather turned bad in an instant. No one realized what was going on. It looked like a storm was coming. Qing Xuan said that the wind was leading towards the alchemy room. He also didn't understand why the thunderstorm suddenly broke out. The old man thought that perhaps the elder's chemical recipe didn't work. At this moment, a lightning discharge struck the alchemy tower. The lightning kept flashing. No one understood what caused such a change in the weather. In the next instant, a loud explosion caused by lightning was heard. The tower was destroyed by the lightning discharge. All that was left of her was the dust around her. The tower was leveled to the ground. When the dust cleared a bit, 2 pills were shown in the sky. They were burning with fiery energy and were of high quality. The pills quickly flew to Shen Xia and Zhang Daling. The guys were very surprised. Now I can see why Senior didn't bring gifts to the wedding. Apparently he had specially prepared such very powerful pills for the guys. Old man Mu Rong looked at the guys in surprise. He thought that they should not procrastinate on doing good deeds and should eat the pills quickly. Zhang Daling agreed with the man's opinion. He swallowed the miracle pill in the blink of an eye. They were unusual pills. They caused some kind of change in the young man. Zhenxia felt just as strange. Energy enveloped her body. The guys noticed that the body aura shield had awakened in them, and now the world sect had 2 ready to become immortals. The old man thought that apparently Zhang Daling's engagement had made the elder very happy. Zhenling Shu thought that Zhenxia's engagement made the elder happy. At that time, an older man was trying to get out from under the rubble of the tower. The young man was covered in dust from the explosion. He was very upset that all the pills were scattered after the thunder struck. He thought he was very lucky. When the boy got out, he saw everyone bowing down before him and thanking him. The boy did not understand at all what was going on. The senior told Darling that he didn't put in much effort. Didn't do anything supernatural either, so the guys don't need to bow down to him. Chen Pinggang was happy that he had actually helped the guys find their soulmate, and it turns out he had done a good deed after all. At this moment, the elder remembered something. A brilliant thought occurred to him. There were a bunch of people gathered around here. Chen Pinghan thought it would be a good idea to collect points from them. Chen Pinghan said that meeting each other was fate, and he had a secret method that would increase their luck. If everyone said words of gratitude to him, their level would increase. Everyone started to do so. The senior said that the guys only needed to answer him that they liked the guy when he asked. Zhenling Shu had heard a similar secret somewhere before. The older man's glasses began to appear quickly. The guy thought that it was time to leave, or he wouldn't be able to increase the luck of them all. Zhenling Shu wanted to ask Chen Pinggang one last time if he had been to the Danwu Empire yesterday. Chen Pinghan tensed up and looked at Zhenling Shu suspiciously. He asked how the guy knew about it. The older man got angry and asked if he had to inform anyone about his movements. Zhenling Shu fell to his knees in front of Chen Pinggang and asked him not to swear. Zhenling Shu heard that 2 asteroids fell in the Danwu Empire yesterday. Later the guy decided to check. He heard from Prime Minister Zhou that the senior had developed a secret technique to save everyone. Chen Pinggang laughed and replied that he had only put the question a little wrong, so he could stand up. Zhenling Shu thanked the elder and said that if his requests made him angry in any way, he would not set foot in the Danwu Empire. The elder told the kid to forget about it. It wasn't hard for him to help the Danwu Empire and advised Zhenling Shu to prepare for the alchemy competition. The elder had a gift for Premier Zhou's son. He asked Zhenling Shu to take this book and save the guy from wasting time. It was a Buddha strike book. Zhenling Shui agreed. It was no problem for him. The elder had already had to go. He told the others to continue the banquet. Chen Pinggang thought that although the pills were missing, the purification steps were correct, but the furnace was collapsing for some reason. The magic dragon was already waiting for its master. It was going to take the elder home. The elder was going to buy a new furnace for the alchemy class. Zhen Lingshu said goodbye to Master Zhang. The man wished him a good journey, and the elder's order could not be delayed. At this moment, a huge flying ship rose into the air. On it, Zhen Lingshu was flying away, with Mr. Zhang watching the soaring ship take off. The man thought that if his gut wasn't deceiving him, it looked like big changes were about to happen in Danwu. The older man needed to get into Danwa immediately. He opened the system and thought that the black dragon essence didn't work easily, so it would be worth protecting himself somehow. At this moment, Chen Pinghan found something in the system. He clicked on it in the menu and thought it was just what he needed. The guy chose a sniper rifle for himself. It was worth 10,000 points. Senior decided to buy it. The system said the exchange was complete and a sniper rifle appeared in Chen Pingang's hands. The guy decided to try it out in action. He took aim and pulled the trigger. In the same second, a powerful stream of energy shot out from the rifle and shattered the mountain that Chen Pinghan was aiming at. There was a huge hole left in the mountain from a sniper rifle. It was a very powerful weapon. The older man's eyes lit up with happiness, thinking he had made the right choice. Chen Pinghan hugged the rifle. With this weapon, he can have no fear of the Danwu army. The guy was very happy with his purchase. It was time to apply for the alchemist tournament. The elder did so with the help of the system. Smolka was frightened by such a terrifying weapon. Meanwhile, the Danwu kingdom was as lively as ever, with many people walking around in the market. The elder tied Smolka to the pole again. People were having fun around. Children were running around. At this point, the older man saw the guy who wanted to beat him up last time. He didn't realize what had happened. This guy was walking, handcuffed, with guards beside him. One of the men said it was a shitty general, and the former emperor didn't even do anything about it. A couple days ago, the new emperor found out about more than 300 crimes of his family. He asked the elder why he didn't know about the news related to Danwu Kingdom, and asked where the guy was from. The elder replied that he was a foreigner, and asked him to tell him what had happened. The man began to tell with great pleasure. It had to do with those 2 asteroids that had suddenly appeared half a month ago. The asteroids were a disaster of legendary proportions, and one of them hit the Prime Minister's house. As a result, the former emperor wanted to depose the Prime Minister. However, the fallen asteroid also caught the attention of the Jin Emperor. After the emperor stopped the assassins, he made an alliance with the Prime Minister and offered to provide mercenaries to avenge the former emperor. Emperor Jin is Daling's father-in-law. Imperial forces overthrew the past power, and Prime Minister Zhou took advantage of the situation and became the new ruler. All this happened because an elder asked him to help him deliver a book. Another fellow approached them. He noticed that the man was well-informed and asked what about the recent alchemical genius who had appeared in Danwu. The man replied that the one came to the right place, and recently, the Zong sect had obtained an incomparable genius. Senior, because they are talking about him. A month ago, the man saw a man who practiced alchemy as cooking. He simultaneously improved a recipe. The older man kept hoping they weren't talking about his success in alchemy. The men were talking specifically about Chen Pinggang, however. He introduced himself with the name of Sect Master Zhen at that time. The man asked the older man if he knew of this man, and put his hand on his shoulder. The man's eyes were shining, and he was eager to tell his elder about his idol. Chen Pinggang replied that there was no need to do so, as he had already understood everything. At this moment, someone approached the elder. Chen Pinghan turned around to see who it was. His name was Mr. Wang. He was surprised at how quickly the guy arrived. The man had already registered his name. The elders told the men that he should go. They had surprised expressions on their faces, shocked that they had been talking all this time to their idol. One of them asked the other if he had said he had seen the older man before. The latter cried out in shock. The man began to bang his head on the floor because he was so close to him but could not recognize his idol, and thus all chances of the man for his autograph flew away. The man realized that an elder had just spoken to him, the same genius about whom the prediction had been made. The man hoped that Chen Pinghan would not let him down in the alchemist competition. Mr. Wang had something to do, so he told the older man to go first. Chen Pinggang replied that the man didn't have to worry about him. There were a lot of people in the Danwu kingdom. Senior thought that there would be a bunch of talented people in the tournament this time. At this point, someone approached the guy. He called him by name. It was a beautiful girl. She thanked the elder for the pills he gave her. It was because of them that the girl was able to break through and participate in the competition. Become did not immediately recognize Wang Xiaojun. He only pondered who this girl was. She shouted that it was the elder who helped her in the royal house, and she told him about the competition. Wang Xiaojun surprised that he didn't remember her. The guy was puzzled that she was a girl. Wang Xiaojun explained that her hair had become like this for the incident during the alchemy class, but she didn't want to be mistaken for a guy. The senior apologized to the days. The girl replied that her father said that the elder's skills in alchemy were very good. She wanted to fight him in battle, and if the guy lost, he had to promise something to the girl. The alchemist tournament venue already had the furnaces set up. Everything was ready for the competition to begin. The contest was officially declared open. The judges were sitting in their seats. The elder walked confidently over to his pill stove. Chen Pinghan took all the necessary herbs from the basket and looked at them carefully. The guy beside him was staring intently at the senior. He wanted Chen Pinghan to show him how brilliant he was. Emperor Jin Yu asked Zhou who the guy next to the elder was, and if he was the young and famous alchemical genius. The man had heard of him. His name wasn't even on the list. Mr. Wang remembered that this guy was chatting in front of the registration desk with the senior. The man thought that he had come here just because of him. The guy thought that although this was all just a game, his dignity as an immortal would not allow him to lose. He mentally apologized to Zhen Santeng for striking a blow to his reputation and thought that he should be the first to go. At this moment, the guy looked at the elder. An unimaginable aroma of pills was already coming from his furnace. Chen Pinghan turned his attention to the guy in surprise. He asked if the senior had already prepared the pills. The older man didn't understand the point of the question and asked if he was too slow. The guy got angry and thought that maybe the elder had just come early and it didn't affect the pill level anyway. He was sure that his elixir would definitely be of the highest quality. The spiritual energy input was pure enough to raise the level of the pill. The guy was going to show how an immortal pill was truly improved. He began to conjure. The guy's strength reached the furnace with his pills. Qi energy appeared around. The next step was the 1000th formation. The boy was confident in his abilities. At that moment, something caught the guy's attention. He thought it was strange. There was only one pill in his furnace. He wondered how it could attract such a huge lightning bolt. The clouds thickened again in the sky, and lightning broke out. The boy thought it was no good. The lightning was about to strike right at the guy's furnace. He was sure that the power of this thunderstorm would destroy his pillory. He set about using his powers. He used his magic to protect the furnace with his pill. A protective barrier appeared around it. Lightning reflected off the barrier and struck directly at the elder's furnace. This threw him off. The guy was very surprised. He looked at his opponent. 2 pills flew out of the elder's furnace. The whole place was covered in dust. The elder's furnace was destroyed. It had been split open by a lightning strike. And despite that, 2 pills flew out of it. The pills were perfect as always. They glowed with Qi energy. The elder grabbed the pills in a flash to keep them from flying further away. Chen Pinghan thought that this time the pills were well made and not a single one was missing. The guy asked if the thunder appeared because of the elder, and if it had happened before. He thought that the guy had made immortals pills. The elder didn't understand what the young man was talking about. After all, his book didn't mention the use of spirit herb to prepare immortals pills. The boy wondered if his alchemy skills were inferior to those of a mortal. The guy was depressed. He didn't understand how the mortal was able to overpower him. The older man thought the guy looked like he had already given up. The older man coughed. He was about to say something. Chen Pinghan turned to the other participants and said that it was fine and there was nothing to gawk at. The senior had accomplished the mission. The rewards would only be given to him when there were fewer people. That's what the system told the guy. At that moment, someone shouted that it was wrong. The elder turned around at him in surprise. It was that guy shouting. He stated that he had also made the immortal pill, however, why was there no thunder? When he said this, the clouds in the sky thickened again, and thunderstorms appeared. The lightning struck right at the guy, just as he wished it would. The boy could barely stand on his feet. He had clearly been hit hard by the lightning. He was glad that he had succeeded, though. The older man looked at him in surprise, thinking that he was a masochist, and that it would be better to get away from him. It seemed to the guy that the elder couldn't be a mere mortal with his skills, and should stop pretending. He said that under Mosu Heaven, a realm of immortals was appearing. The guy wanted the elder to show his recipes and talk about them. Chen Pinghan doesn't understand what kind of immortal just came down here. The elder thought that this could cause a lot of trouble. He felt awkward. Chen Pinggang didn't have a cultivation base or spiritual root, so he couldn't detect other people's qi. Yet this guy is without a doubt an immortal. The senior replied that he already knew the cultivation base and the guy's background, so exchanging information about Chen Pinggang's identity was some kind of insignificant request. His dog didn't react in any way. Perhaps the guy was very powerful. The older man suggested talking about the boy's goals first. He wanted to know more about the boy, and if he had evil intentions, the Black Dragon would deal with him. Smolka watched their dialogue with surprise. She didn't seem like she was going to get into a fight with anyone. The guy explained that the reason he was here was because of rumors of an alchemy genius appearing. The guy wanted to take him to the immortal realm to perfect himself. It seemed to the guy that the elder's power was much greater than his. Chen Pinghan thought the guy's suggestion of bringing him to the immortal realm to cultivate was very cool, however. He was stopped by Xiaolin and Madame Duan. The elder thought that thanks to Brother Wang, his mission had gone smoothly. The senior was going to take this chance to return the favor. Chen Pinggang replied that he was actually a member of the Zong sect, and the guy would definitely be able to find him if he hung around more. The boy's eyes lit up. He got excited and decided to stay here a little longer. The boy grabbed Mr. Wang's arm. He shook it and said that he would detain the sect master for a little while longer and hoped that no one minded. Mr. Wang replied that it was fine after all, he had come down to see them. Due to certain circumstances, the Zong sect will have an immortal. Whether or not they take advantage of this opportunity is up to them. Now that the fellow had revealed his intentions, he asked the elder to reveal his cultivation level. The older man didn't want to do that. He asked why on earth the guy didn't understand anything. Chen Pinggang replied that those who are actually able to see his power, then they see it, the guy lacks a chutka level. The older man turned around and advised the kid to work harder and someday he'd get his chance. The guy realized that it probably wasn't time yet. He was shocked. Jen Quan was surprised and realized why he still hadn't discerned the elder's true level. Chen Pinghan nodded and replied that he clearly understood him. At last, the elder could breathe a sigh of relief because it was all over. If this kind of situation was repeated more often, he just couldn't stand it. It was already time for the elder to leave, for his business in the Danwu kingdom was finished. He stroked his dog's head and told the black dragon to head on ahead. The dog instantly took the form of a black dragon and flew up into the sky. The older man told the men in parting that they would see each other again if fate permitted. The older man thought they had talked too long, and it was time to get the hell out of here. The dragon took to the sky. The guy didn't understand why this black dragon had turned into a dog unwillingly. After all, it was clearly stronger than him. The boy didn't understand what kind of mysterious creature Senior. At this moment, Mr. Wang placed his hand on the lad's shoulder and told the immortal not to get lost. Senior had once said that he was an invincible being above all immoral acts, so he shouldn't be too immersed in reflection. Jen Quan added that the world sect leader saw the divine beasts and immediately kneeled down. The man asked how the guy managed to meet the older man. The man replied that he met him while still at registration. The guy was just then listening to a resident's story about a brilliant alchemist. It dawned on the guy that there were too many coincidences in this world. Jen Quan realized that the elder was definitely waiting for the young man. It seemed to Jen Quan that Brother Wang was very lucky. There were many immortals in the Zong sect and the future would be promising. Mr. Wang replied that it is all thanks to his daughter, because she met the eldest first and is the reason why the man is lucky. However, she will now suffer because of her broken heart. Guy asked if Mr. Wang's daughter was the one who made the top quality pill in the previous competition. The immortal had been wondering all this time why her appearance was so similar to Mr. Wang's. A realization came to the guy at that moment. He thought that the genius in their sect was the daughter of a man. Mr. Wang was shocked. The elder left the Danwu realm. He told the system to show his reward. The guy was rewarded with a breakthrough level of 1.5 kingdoms. Auxiliary functions of the system have been activated. Blast function. The host can get an item by defeating an enemy. The stronger the enemy, the stronger the item. After defeating an enemy, the host could use points to upgrade an item. However, the elder no longer had any points in his balance. The guy thought about going back home and finding Xiao to score some points. However, someone called out to the older man. The boy turned around in surprise. He was summoned by some man. He said that the whole town had heard that Senior wanted to play a wedding, and gave him the tonic he had prepared especially for Chen Pinggang. The elder realized that it was probably Xiao again what you performed. Xiao Lin was probably talking some nonsense. He was going to find her. The pharmacist thought that the tonic would clearly be useful to him. It was already evening. The sun was slowly setting over the horizon. The older man had returned home. He got angry and asked Xiao Lin what she was doing, and what kind of rumors she was spreading. Chen Pinghan opened the door to his courtyard. He was shocked at what he saw there. Madame Duan was there. The girl stood there in her wedding veil and asked what the rumors were. Mrs. Duan stood in a beautiful wedding dress. Xiao Lin helped her dress. The girl asked if Xiao had done something bad again. The senior blushed, his brain exploding. Chen Pinghan asked why the girl suddenly decided to discuss such a thing, and if it was too early for a wedding. Mrs. Duan asked what the guy meant. What about the days when they slept together? She pretended to be very upset and asked if that meant Chen Pinggang didn't want to tarnish his reputation by being with a girl. The guy yelled that it had nothing to do with that at all and would do whatever the girl wanted. That was Madame Duan's plan. She smiled slyly and laughed. The girl told Chen Pinggang to go and quickly try on her wedding suit. She was going to see if it would fit the guy. Evening came. The sunset shimmered with different colors. Clouds slowly floated across the sky. The evening changed to a dark night. Fireflies were flying around, and the lights were on in the elder's house. Madame Duan ran her finger across the elder's chest. She asked if they didn't have some things to do first before they got married. The boys lay together in bed. The older man blushed and replied that after all, they weren't married yet, and thought it wouldn't be appropriate if a new life was suddenly born. Warden Duan got embarrassed and asked what the guy was thinking. The girl was referring to the kiss between the lovers. Chen Pinghan breathed a sigh of relief and became embarrassed at his own thoughts. Warden Duan touched the boy's lips. The girl moved closer to him and gently kissed the elder. Chen Pinggang blushed. It was an unusual kiss. This way Boss Duan transferred energy to the elder. The girl thought it was time, and it was time to release some seals. She did so by way of a kiss. After that, the elder was alarmed. He felt strange. Duan's boss asked what was wrong with the boy. He said he was fine, but just had a headache. The girl asked if she needed to worry. The older man still hadn't come to his senses. There was something like a hallucination in front of the guy's eyes. He saw colored divisions everywhere. The older man began to use his powers, trying to catch the multicolored streaks. However, even with spiritual energy, he still couldn't touch the thing. No matter how hard he tried, his fingers went straight through the colored divots. Chen Pinghan thought it was strange that the system didn't even notify him of the problems with his body, and apparently he was just doing something wrong. At this moment, a realization came to Chen Pinghan. A thought appeared in his mind. Guy had heard that some immortals could use their spiritual skills to channel the power of heaven and earth to amplify attacks. The elder decided to try this, and began to use his energy. He succeeded. The guy's hand lit up blue and he was able to touch the lines. The older man thought it was the power of heaven and earth. The elder tried to use it to strengthen his attacks. He created a flame in his hand. Chen Pinghan decided to try out the new power. He concentrated it in his palm. The power grew more and more intense, his palm burning red. Chen Pinghan used a technique and a Buddha kick. He channeled all his energy straight into the forest. The guy's amplified energy was incredibly destructive. It burned everything around it. The burnt remains of tree trunks were lying on the ground. Everything was on fire. Mrs. Duan watched all the guy's actions. She laughed that her husband was so strong. The elder thought that since he had already gotten such strength after the headache, he would try even harder. It was actually part of the Tao and not heavenly power. Warden Duan thought it was the perfect time to give the guy a new quest. At the same second, a new quest appeared in front of the guy's eyes. He was wondering what reward he could get this time and what he needed to do. The system notification had no rules, and said that the host would receive more information upon arrival at the immortal realm. Meanwhile, on the forest outskirts of the city, Qin Yuan Sr. thought that although the people in the immortal realm were strong, he had a black dragon on his side. There was also a phoenix bird sitting on it. The elder still had his ring and sword, so the young man thought he was safe. Chen Pinghan decided to accept the mission and go to the immortal realm. He pressed a button on the system. The elder began to teleport, and found himself in the immortal realm in the Zhao family's mansion. It was a clear day there. The elder teleported straight into one of the rooms of the mansion. There he saw a man lying on the floor. He was covered in cobwebs. A spider was crawling all over him. This corpse belonged to the owner of the room. His name is Zhao Xian. He is a descendant of the big Zhao family in this city. When he was young, his parents died. Since he was young, the guy had so many talents, he was destined to become the head of the family. Since Senior was similar to Zhao Xian, the essence of the quest was to live like him and fulfill his last wish. The whole thing in the room was covered in mold. The elder looked all around. He didn't understand how someone about to become a head could die in such a place. Shortly before becoming a head, his cultivation strength had plummeted. When his cultivation level dropped for several years, he was often bullied by those who were jealous of Zhao San. So the guy got more and more depressed and finally decided to kill himself. The older man understood. He picked up the corpse from the ground and asked the system what his last wish was. He wanted to regain his position as head of the family and earn the approval of others. It seemed like a logical assignment to the older man after all. Reality was not a comic book. He activated the ring on his hand. The ring opened a portal. Chen Pinghan threw Zhao Xian's body in there. When the guy came back, he wanted to bury the young man. At this moment, someone knocked loudly on his door. They were demanding that Zhao Xian get the hell out of here. The elder didn't understand what had happened. Most likely the very people who bullied him had come to Zhao Xian's house. Chen Pinghan opened the door for them. The men stood with bats and were about to beat him. Chen Pinghan did not understand what was happening. The guy said that if they wanted to beat him up, there had to be a reason. The older man hadn't been out for a long time, so he couldn't have done anything like that. Zhao Mafang, a descendant of the Zhao family from a rich family, told the guy not to play dumb. He had already warned him to stay away from Zhao Li, but he still dares to talk to her. He also shouted that she would soon be his wife, so it was worth teaching the elder a lesson to remember. He told the other men to beat him. At this moment, a girl with pink hair was watching the scene. She called Zhou Mafang over and said that he was shameless. The girl stood up for the elder. The girl was Zhao Li. She asked who told him that she was his wife and how dare he even address the elder like that. The girl stood right in front of Chen Pinghan. Zhao Mafang replied that he was doing so because he was the #1 genius and Zhao Xian was just a pathetic lowlife. The guy said he would deal with this ignorant woman. The guys had to go and take out the trash for now. The girl was surprised at these words. The elder put his hand on Zhao Li's shoulder and said that they were all civilized beings. The girl was very surprised. Chen Pinggang added that there was no need to fight or kill. He asked how they could resolve their conflict differently, perhaps with compensation. Zhao Mafang agreed and told Chen Pinggang to crawl between his legs, and in that case, he would let him go. Zhao Mafang and the rest of the guys laughed loudly. Zhao Li looked at Senior fearfully and asked him not to do that. The elder felt that they had nothing to worry about since he had a black dragon. The guy agreed, but only on one condition. Zhao Mafang was never to bother him. In return, she would give him a treasure. The elder was going to increase the power of the Buddha palm with the power of heaven and earth. Zhao Mafang asked what kind of treasure a scum like Chen Pinggang could have. The elder replied that the reason why he became a genius was because of this treasure. Zhao Li looked at the guy in surprise. Zhao Mafang's eyes sparkled, telling the elder to quickly show the treasure. Chen Pinggang told him to come closer, and he would show it to him. Zhao Mafang did so. He approached Chen Pinggang, and the latter extended his hand. However, there was nothing there. Flames lit up around Zhao Mafang. He felt a strange energy and was very surprised. Chen Pinghan decided to use the Buddha palm technique to deal with his abusers. His hand lit up with yellow flames. The elder swung, and with a martial technique slapped Zhao Mafang with all his might. The impact was so strong that the man flew far away. He was unconscious. The elder was very happy about his newfound strength. Zhou Li didn't understand what was going on. The girl asked if the elder's strength had returned. The boy turned around. He was waiting for her to ask that. Chen Pinggang replied that he had been home for years because he had met the legendary immortal in his dreams and learned this power from him. Zhou Li didn't understand what the young man was talking about. Chen Pinggang said that he knew it was hard to believe, but had the girl seen this kind of special martial art from him before? Zhou Li didn't know what to say. Chen Pinghan sighed. He said that he had unfortunately been in dreams for too long. When the guy woke up, he realized that he had forgotten a lot of reality, and even the girl's name. She was very surprised. Chen Pinggang asked Zhou Li to tell him everything that was going on in the situation with the Zhao family. Maybe he would remember everything. The girl was excited and was ready to tell him everything in great detail. Zhao Li was Zhao Xian's childhood love, whose life was lived by Senior. The girl asked where she should start. Chen Pinghan asked her to talk about the recent global events in the immortal realm. Of the major events, it was that the immortal emperor had ascended to the realm of the gods, but he didn't hand over the position of immortal to the 10 greats under him. Instead, he gifted the power to someone unknown, Yue Donlei. The older man was pleased to hear a familiar name. He asked for more details. However, at that moment, the urgent call for the clan to gather was heard. Zhou Li thought that something important had happened. She took Senior's hand. The girl was going to talk about the immortal emperor with the elder later. They needed to rush to the clan meeting. The clan meeting was taking place in the discussion hall. There were a lot of people gathered there, all of them excitedly discussing something. Zhou Li and his senior entered the room. All the men were surprised that Chen Ping'an dared to come out of his house. They hadn't seen him for a long time. The people around him could see that the guy's cultivation level had not changed. He had no progress. The men felt that if they were scum like Chen Pinghan, they would have been killed by now. At that moment, someone approached the guys. It was a man with green hair. He said hello to Chen Pinggang and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The man thought that Chen Pinggang wouldn't be there today. The older man didn't understand who they were and their attitude towards him. The elder tried to slip away from the man. He didn't know what these people had to do with Zhao Xian. However, the men were angry, for Chen Pinggang dared to not respond to Big Brother Buju's words. Chen Pinggang turned around. The men had a very angry look. They thought he was arrogant. Every time Zhao Li found him, he never answered. They thought that Zhao Mafang had come to check on him, but the young man was not here right now. They wondered where he was. Chen Pinghan didn't know that. Chen Pinggang was surprised and upset that this was what Xian's life was like. Everyone was negative towards him. No wonder the young man committed suicide. Zhou Li told the elder that it was indeed a difficult mission. She advised Chen Pinggang not to listen to these people's nonsense. They were all just kids. The boy agreed with her. Chen Pinggang asked who all these people were, and it seems that Zhou Li didn't like them either. The man with green hair was Zhao Buju, Zhao Mafang's brother and the strongest of the younger generation in the clan. He's a hypocrite. The girl stated that compared to Chen Pinggang, he was a cattle when he was 10. The elder had stopped Mafan when he was bullying Zhou Li, but he still followed his brother's path and started doing evil things. The elder thought it was strange that Zhao Xian's strength suddenly dropped. At this moment, the clan leader walked into the conference room. Everyone around him bowed to him. The man said that all the people gathered here were the young talents of his clan, and he had called them here for one purpose. In half a month, a secret realm would appear, and the entire young generation would go to explore it. Also, the new immortal emperor would be there, and everyone knows he loves to host geniuses. This would be a unique opportunity for their clan to elevate themselves before the rest. Everyone gathered began to discuss this situation. Someone had heard that the immortal emperor had taken a genius from the mortal world with him and trained him wholeheartedly. Everyone wanted to. The clan head decided to stop this buffoonery. He clapped his hands. The clan head's name was Zhao Banku. He said that the next task for everyone was to make a breakthrough within this month. The man didn't have time to finish before his speech was interrupted by Zhao Mafang running into the room. Zhao Buju ran to his brother in surprise. He asked what happened and who attacked him. Zhao Mafang was all beaten up. He asked his big brother and leader to help him. Zhao Mafang took a breath. There was a huge bruise on his face from the senior's punch. The guy claimed that Zhao Xian was the one who beat them up. All the surrounding people looked at the elder. They were surprised that Xian had defeated the three at the immortal Yin stage. After all, he was at the Feng Shen level. The people around him wondered if it could be that the guy's abilities had returned. Zhao Buju stared intently at the elder. He felt like he was dreaming, and he didn't believe all of this. Zhao Buju asked his brother if he was confused in such a situation. Zhao Mafang stated that he was not lying, and Chen Pinggang said that he had a treasure and told them to come closer and then beat them all up. Zhao Buju didn't understand how he could beat up Zhao Mafang. After all, he is at Feng Shen's level. Is it possible that someone helped him? The guy demanded Chen Pinggang not to dare pretend to be innocent. The elder asked, "So what if he stuffed Zhao Mafang's face? After all, he deserved it." Zhao Buju asked how dare Chen Pinggang say such a thing, although he didn't know what made him beat up Zhao Mafang like that. But he didn't deserve it in any way. Zhao Buju approached the elder and demanded that he give a valid reason or else the guy would be in big trouble. Chen Pinggang thought that Zhao Buju directly couldn't wait to fight him. Somehow he wasn't really sincere in sticking up for his brother. Chen Pinggang replied that Zhao Mafang had bullied the men and women in the clan so many times, the elder was going to provoke him. However, their conversation was interrupted by Zhao Banku. The head didn't think that Zhao Mafang's injuries were so serious. He told them to go to the pharmacy and buy pills. The secret realm was about to appear. They needed to focus on their cultivation. The head also didn't want to let Zhao Xian's forces develop further if they suddenly returned. Senior and Zhao Buju worshipped. Zhao Bankan agreed with him. Chen Ping'an thought that the mission would be a long one, so he shouldn't confront the chapter now, and he would find an opportunity next time. Zhao Banku told Zhao Buju to stay, and he let the others go. The men bowed and left. At this moment, Zhao Li ran up to Senior. She was overjoyed. The girl's eyes sparkled, and she said that Chen Pinggang was excellent. Zhao Buju was surprised that Chen Pinggang wasn't afraid to face with him. Zhao Buju thought that perhaps the effects of the curse had expired, but there was no such thing. There must have been something else. He was going to see what would happen next time. At this time, Chen Pinggang, together with Zhao Li, left this place. Chen Pinghan came to some unusual place. He looked up in surprise. It was the same treasury Zhao Li was talking about. It had a signboard on it. The treasury was different from any other treasury Chen Pinghan had seen. There were many people around, walking around freely. Chen Pinghan rejoiced. He hoped that it would contain treasures that would help raise his spiritual level and help with controlling the power of heaven and earth. He, along with Smolka, went inside. However, Senior was stopped by the guard at the entrance. The boy didn't understand why. The guard said that no animals were allowed in the treasury. Smolka was very upset. Senior tied the dog to the pole. She was very upset and hoped Chen Pinggang wouldn't forget her like last time. At that moment, some guy approached the treasure room. He thought it was strange that there was a dog in the immortal realm. He looked at Smolka, who was lying quietly in front of the treasury. The lad wondered who brought in the dog from the mortal realm. Smolka thought the lad was a foolish child, for she was actually a powerful dragon. The guy wanted to pet the dog. He thought it was very smart, and now he understood why it was taken with him. Smolka was not happy that the boy wanted to pet her. The guy was very surprised to see the dog's unfriendly attitude. Smolka showed the guy her true form, and advised him to think before stroking her. If he didn't want to die, then he should get behind her. The boy was very frightened. He jumped away from the dog in a flash, for he saw the aura of the dragon. He was very surprised. Only the immortal emperor managed to tame a real dragon, and the guy thought that there must be an emperor inside the treasury. At this moment, a senior came out of the treasure room. He asked how the guy was feeling. The guy was shocked. The older man gave the guy a hand up and noticed that apparently his dog had pounced on him. The guy asked in surprise if the dog belonged to Chen Pinggang. He replied that it did. Even though he was a demonic beast, he was smart and didn't bite. The guy thought that if he could manage to keep a real dragon on a leash, then Chen Pinggang was highly regarded by the immortal emperor. The guy thought that Chen Pinggang was the genius that the immortal emperor had recently taken the immortal emperor to train. Chen Ping'an didn't understand why the guy was looking at him so intently. It was time for the older man to leave. He took his pet by the leash and decided to leave. The elder had found items that would help boost his spiritual level, but he couldn't afford to buy them, requiring 100,000 immortal crystals per unit. The people in the treasury told Senior that the fastest way to make money was to go to the battle arena. At this moment, Senior was called out by that guy. Chen Pinghan turned around. The boy asked to know the name of the elder. He was just about to enter the battle arena and suggested they go to a place. Chen Pinghan introduced himself with Xian's name and agreed to the guy's proposal. The guy felt that helping his family buy supplies wasn't that important, and it was better for him to establish ties with someone who was valued by the immortal emperor. The guys arrived at the fight arena at the registration place. There the man said that his family's main business is selling animals, and then they specially organize different fights to invite people to place bets. The monsters in the arena are usually very strong, so the challenger must sign all the necessary paperwork before entering. The man asked which monster's strength Chen Pinggang wanted to face. The guy told Chen Pinggang that since this was his first battle, it was better to be safe and choose a simpler realm. Chen Pinggang thanked the guy for warning him. Chen Pinggang smiled and asked the man at the front desk to give him some lungs. I think they were called 3 jumps. The next person to enter the competition arena had the first step of the Feng Shen realm. He crossed 3 kingdoms to challenge for a game of spine balls. The host asked the audience to cheer the guy for his deadly courage. He talked about the older man. The guy wondered if Chen Pinghan could really win since their opponent had a difference of 3 steps. Smolka was sure that her master wouldn't play. The guy was surprised that the dog called Chen Pinggang master. At that moment, the cage with the animal began to slowly rise. A demonic beast came out of the cage. It was very excited. A large tiger shrouded in chi energy appeared in the arena. He grinned viciously and showed his huge maw. The audience screamed. They all wanted the animal to tear the older man apart. Tigre ran towards Chen Pinghan. He couldn't wait to straighten out his opponent. The audience kept cheering. They were in for an attempt at bloody action in the arena. The guy asked the dog if the immortal emperor had sent the elder, and why the dog was calling him master. Smolka replied that the immortal emperor was not even worthy to feed her. The guy was very surprised at these words. He realized that Chen Pinghan was not just a genius raised in the immortal realm. The guy asked if it was true that Chen Pinggang was stronger than the immortal emperor and who he was. The dog replied that the guy must be able to think. Smolka thought this guy looked rich, and his master was short on money right now, so it was worth helping him out. The guy sat in shock. He didn't understand how someone could be stronger than an immortal emperor. The dog said that the real body of his master is hidden in the divine realm, and he needs to temporarily stay among ordinary people to solve certain issues. Smolka added that since the guy was an honest man, she would give him a chance, and right now the master was just short of immortal crystals. The guy was excited. He was thankful for the opportunity. He would try to find a way to get more crystals for Chen Pinggang. At this moment, their dialogue was interrupted by the presenter. He shouted loudly, "Excellent!" The boy looked at the arena in amazement. He couldn't believe what he saw. The demonic tiger lay defeated on the ground. He was unconscious. The spectators thought that the demonic beast in the arena was just trash. The elder was walking away from the tiger's body. One of the fans had lost all 200,000 immortal crystals he had bet, and the demonic beast in the arena was simply useless. The guy realized that you could place bets before the battle and make money. Someone was very angry. He threw the cup on the floor and it shattered. Some man said that there were no abilities in this world that exceeded the level of the 3 realms, and this guy was definitely hiding his power. The other man, shaking with fear, said his subordinates checked everything, also confiscating his ring for safekeeping before he entered the arena. The man said that the elder was going to challenge the demonic beast of the immortal beast realm, and asked if he should stop him. His boss asked why he had to stop him. The man was very surprised. Sun Chenqian, the branch manager of the city arena, spoke to him. He told his subordinate to go and organize it all. A golden scaly lion cub with a true dragon bloodline was going to enter the arena. The man remarked that if they released such a strong opponent, people would think they were acting in the dark. Chen Qian took a cup of tea. He replied that rumors were not important. Chen Qian said that Chen Pinggang would not die. Otherwise, they would not sell their arena beasts in the future. Moreover, his comrade had bet 100,000 crystals on Chen Pinggang, and until he died, and everything should stay in the arena. The host announced that they had a Feng Shen level participant, and he had challenged the golden-winged lion that was at the immortal yin stage. The spectators were surprised, after all. This thing was capable of tearing apart cultivators at the immortal soul stage. They thought this guy was a problem for the tournament heads, and that's why they got this far. The spectators were eagerly awaiting this bloody spectacle, the battle of an elder against an immortal creature. At that moment, Smolka was called by someone. The dog turned around in surprise. She didn't realize where the sound was coming from and twisted her head around. Her name was that guy. He had put all his magical weapons and clothes on this fight. He was standing with only a plank covering himself. The guy also put 80,000 crystals, which were meant to buy material for his family. The dog asked why he had put clothes. The guy's stuff was worth 20,000 crystals, and if business is tied up in money, he'd prefer discomfort. The battle was about to begin. The gate of the cage was slowly rising. In the cage sat a demonic lion, a very powerful creature. He ran out of the cage in the blink of an eye. Enveloped in ki energy, he ran towards the elder. The lion glared viciously at his prey. He was going to massacre the young man. The golden-winged lion had a terrifying aura. It roared viciously. The spectators thought that it was just nonsense to unleash a beast with a true dragon bloodline against a cultivator of this level. The elder drew his sword and prepared for battle, the energy of the lion enveloping him. The sword shattered into pieces in an instant due to such strong energy. The guy didn't understand why this happened, after all. Last time there were no such problems. Apparently the elder had badly damaged his sword after the last battle, and this beast looks very strong. He should have called the Black Dragon for help. Lion said that it looks like someone wants Chen Pinggang dead. The lion pushed off from the earth with his foot and was about to attack. The golden-winged lion asked the older man not to take offense at him. However, Lion was stopped by something. He saw someone in front of his eyes. The lion stalled in the blink of an eye. He couldn't move any further. Right in front of him sat Smolka. Lev was very surprised to see her. The lion saw her true form, a black dragon. He felt a tremendous pressure from the animal. The audience didn't understand why he stopped or what happened to him. The black dragon thought the lion was an insolent jerk. He terrified the animals with his mere appearance. The dragon told the lion that if he didn't want to die, he should kneel vividly. The lion bowed low. He acknowledged his defeat and begged not to be killed. The older man did not understand what was going on, or what caused the lion to behave this way. The spectators were in shock. They didn't understand what was happening in the arena and where the battle was. The audience demanded a refund for this laughable performance. The announcer said the arena rules state that only one contestant must stand. If Lion doesn't kill Chen Pinggang, he's dead. Lev didn't know what to do. He couldn't go against his elder. The animal bared its fangs and was about to do something about it. Suddenly the lion hit its head on the ground with all its might, its blood splattering all around. The older man looked at it in amazement. He didn't understand what the animal was doing. The lion once more banged his head against the ground. He tried to kill himself. Blood was pouring from the animal's head. The lion was already barely standing on his feet. The animal fell from such a head injury, the lion took his own life. The elder looked at Smolka and asked if she had done all this. The dog replied that his job was to protect his master. The older man looked at Smolka and asked if she had done it all. The dog replied that his job was to protect his master. The spectators doubted that it wasn't an act. They didn't understand how the guy knocked out the golden-winged lion without even fighting it. They believed that Chen Ping Han was definitely a cool bump and was just hiding his strength. The elder stood over the lion's body in bewilderment, seemingly defeated. The announcer announced that the golden-winged lion had been defeated. The guy who put all his clothes on the older guy got very excited and was ready for the profits. In that second, the guy realized he was completely unclothed and had forgotten to cover himself with a board. The people around him looked at him confusedly, not realizing if the guy was a pervert. He tried to explain himself. Chen Pinggang was in a depressed state. He was walking with his dog in an alley. Unexpectedly, Chen Pinggang bumped into Chen Qian, the latter asking if the guy was fit to be himself. Chen Pinghan realized that it was apparently him who had taken care of his sword before the fight. Chen Qian replied that if the guy didn't want to die by the paws of the beast, then he would have to die by its hand. Chen Qian started to use his strength. He started to attack the elder. Chen Pinghan was as calm as ever. He called out to Smolka for help. The dog turned into its true black dragon form and attacked Chen Qian. The black dragon shouted loudly and its chi energy flung Chen Qian away. That one flew right into a brick wall. He was injured. Blood gushed out from Chen Qian's mouth. He was very surprised at such an opponent. Chen Qian did not understand where the elder got the real dragon from, who he was. At this moment, the Firebird also appeared. She asked who the guy thought he was. Did he really think he was worthy of questioning their master's identity? Chen Qian was even more surprised that the guy had dragon and Firebird guards. He said behind the elder is a great immortal behind the elder. If he left now, the guy would close his eyes on everything. Chen Qian was going to report everything to his master. At that moment, the elder pulled out a ring from her pouch. He transformed into his true sword form and asked if he wasn't the same Great One. Chen Qian was shocked that Chen Pinggang had a golden immortal weapon as well. Sword asked why didn't Chen Qian tell him everything, as if they had known each other for a long time. Chen Qian could barely stay on his feet, however. He refused to kneel down. The guy quickly changed his mind. He bowed down and asked them to be merciful. Chen Pinggang's friend had earned 300,000 crystals. After the 50,000 betting tax, they could take the entire prize completely. Chen Qian begged them to spare his worthless life. The guys thought that it was somehow too straightforward. They wondered if this guy wouldn't do anything, and even if he did, they weren't afraid of anyone in this realm. Chen Pinghan, along with his new acquaintance, teleported away from the battle arena. The guy was very embarrassed that the whole town saw him running around naked and he wouldn't be able to socialize with people now. The older man put a hand on his shoulder and told him it would be okay. Chen Pinggang laughed and said that everything would fall into place soon. The boy replied that his friend was right, and he was immortal, so he had 1,000 years of life ahead of him. The older man said it was too noisy and we should move on. The guys were happy that they had 250,000 crystals. They were being watched on the screen by Chen Qian. He was very angry that the elder had won unfairly. He was waiting for the great immortal to return and Chen Pinghan to meet his death. It was a clear day in the immortal world. Birds were flying in the sky, and the sun was shining. The senior asked the guy in surprise if he wanted a bonus, since he had bet so much money. The guy replied that the senior had fought hard. He just took his invested amount, and that was it. The boy looked at Smolka and hoped he had said it right. The dog replied that the older man would definitely remember the boy. The older man was happy that he had earned 250,000 crystals. The guy thought that spending a little money for someone so powerful to notice him was definitely worth it. The older man told Smolka it was time to go back and get something to eat. The dog thanked him. At this moment, Chen Pinggang was called out by someone. The guy turned around. It was Zhao Banku. He asked why Chen Pinggang went to the immortal treasury. If he needed anything, he could just tell the head. After all, they would fully support him. Chen Pinghan smiled and thanked the elder. He didn't seem sincere to the guy. Senior said that he wanted to buy Immortal Bai Ying's spirit immortal in the treasury, but he was 20,000 crystals short. Zhao Banku said that 20,000 was not a problem for them. The head replied that the spirit of Immortal Bai Ying would be an appropriate purchase for Zhao Buju. Zhao Buju apologized and said that the immortal spirit was more suitable for his cultivation level. The older man tensed. He had missed his chance. Zhao Buju said that Chen Pinggang would now have to wait for the treasury to be replenished. The treasury guardian told the guy that the immortal spirit was very rare, and if he missed the chance to buy it, he would never have that opportunity again. Chen Pinggang questioned Zhao Buju to voluntarily give up this treasure. He was even willing to increase the price for it. Buju got angry and asked if the guy thought he was a genius. At that moment, his new acquaintance came up to the guy. He said that in any case, even if the older man didn't have enough money, he had it. The guy was willing to pay for everything. Buju recognized young Master Meng. He asked what he was doing with Chen Pinggang. He frightenedly thought that Chen Pinggang's talent might have returned, and this news had managed to spread. The guy introduced himself as Meng Fengyun and greeted the head of the Zhao family. Master Meng asked Buju to name his amount for the treasure. If he decided to refuse, he would pay that amount. Zhao Banku knew that the Meng family was very careful about finances and always capitalized on any transaction. Perhaps they were trying to recruit Chen Pinggang. The guys looked at Zhao Buju with hope in their eyes. They were waiting for him to answer. Buju sighed and said he couldn't give it up because he needed that artifact. The older man realized that they probably wouldn't agree directly. Chen Pinggang felt it was worth trying to negotiate with the head. The elder said that his skills had not only returned but were even stronger than before. Now all he had to do was destroy the clan. Zhao Banku was surprised and asked if the guy's strength had really returned. Chen Pinghan smiled and said that it was true. Everything was going according to his plan. The head was pleased, saying that Chen Pinghan would obviously care more about the artifact than Buju right now, and would take something else for the guy. Buju angrily sat his fan down. He didn't like what was going on. Buju was willing to sell his artifact for 120,000 immortal crystals. The boy couldn't let the older man recover his strength. Otherwise, the Zhao family would just give up on him. Senior talked to Master Meng. The elder had to borrow 20,000 crystals from Meng. The head said the clan would pay for it. The elder handed the money to Buju. Buju was very pissed off. He thanked and congratulated the elder on his good purchase. He gave him the artifact. Buju was going to go increase his cultivation level since the secret realm was about to open. Buju thought that the elder had spent half his life to raise such a sum, and he obviously wouldn't be able to use this artifact. Then Buju would take it away. There were loud screams in the Meng family's house. The man yelled at Meng Fengyun. How dare he spend the gambling money they had given to buy materials. He also demanded an explanation for all the things the guy had done in the fighting arena. Meng Fengyun said that he had done nothing wrong, just befriending a person who was unrivaled in their family. His father must have felt 3 powerful auras in the arena. The guy added that he had also befriended a divine dragon in the same way, and 80,000 crystals wasn't such a big loss. His father got excited and asked for more details. The boy began to explain all the details. The father got even more excited and apologized to his son for yelling at him. What he did was fantastic. Father said that Meng Feng still had to pawn his clothes, and they were now 20,000 crystals short. The boy thought that this was all just a test of an elder. The boy's father was very surprised and thought that maybe his son was right. The Black Dragon told Meng Feng that his master liked to keep a low profile, and no one should know about it. The father understood and told his son to take 200,000 more immortality crystals. At this moment, above the immortal realm, someone was flying through the sky. That man has landed on the ground. Zhao Banku greeted the great immortal emperor and asked what the reason for his visit was. The emperor didn't want to hear this meaningless dialogue. Chen Yicheng asked to answer the question if there was a person of Feng Shen's level in the clan, and if he was in the arena today. Zhao Banku immediately realized that it was about the elder. He asked if the guy had caused any trouble. At this moment, a loud explosion was heard not far from where they were talking, and flames rose into the sky. The immortal emperor didn't realize what had happened. He was repelled from the earth in the blink of an eye. Chen Yicheng, along with Zhao Banku, flew to the scene in a flash. The flames kept getting bigger and bigger. It was getting more and more intense. Chen Yicheng arrived at the scene. He looked on in surprise. They both looked down in surprise. Zhao Banku didn't understand what this guy was doing. Zhao Buju was sitting in the forest. He was circulating his qi quite well, and perhaps he could awaken the legendary physical form of flame that the immortal emperor also has. Zhao Banku was very happy to see his subordinate use the immortal's technique of physical fire. He thought that the Lord had definitely blessed his clan. Zhao Banku told Buju to greet the immortal emperor. The man thought that the immortal emperor could take the guy as his disciple and their family would soar. Buju greeted the great emperor and introduced himself. The guy thought that even without immortal Bai Ying, he was strong enough to awaken the immortal flame body, and he wouldn't have to fear Xian from now on. Chen Yicheng still asked where Zhao Xian lived and asked him to take him to the young man. Buju was very surprised that he needed a guy. He was very angry that everything was going to Chen Pinghan again. Zhao Banku agreed to take the immortal emperor to Chen Pinggang. He told him to follow him. A man grafted the immortal emperor to Chen Pinggang's house. He asked Chen Yicheng to wait for him to call the guy. Chen Yicheng stopped Zhao Banku and said that it would be too rude. He had come to pay an official visit to Chen Pinggan, and thought there wouldn't be any problems with that. Banku was surprised that the emperor was here with good intentions. The two men stood in front of the elder's door in surprise. They didn't dare to enter. The men knocked on the door, but no one answered them. Banku thought that maybe the guy couldn't hear them and should just go in and look for him. The emperor thought that maybe the guy didn't want to see him. This was quite expected from a person with strength that impressed even an immortal emperor. The immortal emperor smirked and thought that this was truly the manner of a master. The man said loudly that he had already communicated with the head of the arena, and he apologized. If the elder didn't want to see him now, he would come back later. Zhao Banku was surprised that Chen Yicheng was treating Chen Pinggang as if he was an immortal emperor. What on earth had the guy done? The immortal emperor asked why Chen Pinggang was living in such a neglected house, and what had happened to the previous residents. Chen Yicheng began to conjure. He said that Chen Pinggang was a special guest of the immortal emperor and they dare not mock him. They were obligated to treat him properly. The immortal emperor activated the portal and said that his visit to Chen Pinggang should not be known to anyone. If anyone asked, Banku had to tell them that he came here because of the guy with the immortal fire body. He teleported. Zhao Banku didn't understand at all what the immortal emperor and Chen Pinggang had in common. At this moment, Zhao Banku remembered that Zhao Xian's mother's surname was Wei. Meanwhile, in Qinyan City, the atmosphere in the elder's house was as friendly as ever. The elder walked into his house. He said hello to Mrs. Duane and Xiaolin. Madame Duan was standing near a peach blossom tree together with some man. Warden Duane coughed. She was hinting something to her friend. The man introduced himself. His name was Deng Guiqi, and he was a friend of the girl. The man came here today to meet the senior. The man started to justify that it wasn't what the elder thought, and he was just Duan's friend. Deng Guiqi didn't want any trouble. At this moment, the door of the elder's house slowly opened. From behind her, the immortal emperor walked in sleepily. He rubbed his eyes. The man saw the older man and looked at him in surprise. The immortal emperor would be gone for a while. He asked to take care of Xiao properly. The elder replied that he would do everything. The immortal emperor thanked the elder. He flew away using his strength in a flash. He was followed by Deng Guiqi. The older man angrily told Duane that he thought she enjoyed hanging out with this guy. The girl asked why he thought that, if her boyfriend was jealous of her. The older man tried to justify himself. He said that of course he wasn't jealous. Boss Duan put her hand on the boy's chest and asked him if he was lying. The older man was confused. He didn't know what to say to her. The guy was going to not let the damned women keep him on the ledge. He grabbed Duane's arm. Chen Pinggang pulled the girl to him and asked, "So what if he is jealous after all? He is the girl's fiancé. The guy said he shouldn't socialize with other guys in the future either." Duan was very embarrassed. The guy wanted to continue, however Duan suddenly moved closer to him and kissed Chen Pinggang. Boss Duan passionately asked if Chen Pinggang wanted to punish her. The older one had a brain explosion from this behavior of the girl and blushed with embarrassment. The older man shouted furiously that what the girl was doing in the first place, and maybe she should be flogged properly. At this moment, Xiaolin walked up to them from behind. At this time, Boss Duan was laughing at the guy caustically. The senior said that he had bought something and needed to bow out. The next morning, the elder had some things to do. The sun was just rising from behind the horizon, and birds were sitting in the trees. Chen Pinggang went to the forest near Qinyan Mountain. There was a thick fog. The sun illuminated the leaves of the trees. Chen Pinghan decided to practice using the artifact he bought from the Immortal Realm. The Elder activated it. He began to use his energy to conjure. Multicolored lines appeared around it. The Elder was glad that Immortal Bai Ying was still working. At least Chen Pinggang manages to control a small portion of the power of heaven and earth. It seemed to the Elder that this artifact was actually very simple, and he wondered how much something like this was being sold and bought for by the system. He found Immortal Bai Ying's artifact of Immortal Bai Ying in the system menu and clicked on it. The system was selling Immortal Bai Ying for 1 million points. The Elder was surprised at such a huge amount. He hadn't expected it. Chen Pinghan stroked his dog's head and decided that now was the time to return to the Immortal Realm. Eldest decided to see if there were any other similar amulets that could be bought and then resold. Chen Pinghan teleported to the Immortal Realm. He was going to go for something. However, at this time, the door to Chen Pinggang's house slowly opened. No one was supposed to be there. A man jumped out from behind the door. He was armed with a sword. The man attacked Chen Pinggang. He swung his weapon, but the guy managed to dodge. At this moment, the Black Dragon and the Firebird appeared in their true guises. They asked if the man wanted to die. The man was shocked. He was very afraid of the power of immortal beasts and let go of his sword. His assignment said that the target was at the level of the newborn immortal stage. The man asked if the senior was Zhao Xian. The Black Dragon looked angrily at the man and told him to be quiet. The dragon called him a lowlife. The man looked fearfully at the divine beast. The dragon's power stomped the man into the ground. He began coughing up blood. Chen Pinggang asked who sent the men to kill him. The man refused to talk and asked them to just kill him. Firebird asked the master to give the man to them, and they would easily resolve the situation. The Elder asked what his animals were up to. Smoka said that since immortals are hard to kill, you can cut off organs that will never grow back, such as his male treasure. Firebird added that they could also break his spirit, deprive him of his cultivation base, and turn him into a girl and send him to the red light district. The older man was of course surprised, but decided to play along with the animals. He asked them not to dirty his yard. The man changed his mind in a flash. He was ready to tell the Elder everything if he let him die a quick death. Chen Pinggan angrily looked at the man and told him to speak. The man confessed that it was Zhao Buju who ordered Chen Pinggang's assassination. The older man wasn't surprised. He had expected this from his opponent. The guy thought that Zhao was really losing to him in cultivation strength. Chen Pinghan, as promised, was ready to provide the man with a quick and easy death. He extended his hand towards him. Chen Pinggang decided to try out his destructive skills on a man. He blew his abuser's head off in the blink of an eye. The Firebird opened its beak. It was going to burn the man's body. The older man was upset that he had spent almost all of his points to kill an immortal, and all he got out of it was a camera. The Elder was very angry at the system. He didn't understand why he needed a regular rock. The older man thought frustratedly that at least the system could be sold to him. He was going to see how many points he could get if he sold this stone. The Elder confirmed his choice. The system teleported the stone and began assessing its value. The Elder had a feeling as if the immortal Bai Ying in the system wasn't that strong. At this moment, the Elder was called out by someone. Chen Pinghan turned around. It was Zhao Li. She said that Immortal Emperor Dugu had come to visit the Zhao family, and the head of the family wanted to see the guy. The Elder didn't understand why the Immortal Emperor would even want to see him. The girl said that Buju had managed to awaken the Immortal Fire Body, and so the Immortal Emperor had come to select disciples. Chen Pinggang asked if it would be his turn to see such an important person. Zhao Li said that usually no one asks a guy to come to a meeting. The Elder thought that perhaps Buju had just decided to seize the moment and attack him. Chen Pinghan decided to go after all. If Buju became the Immortal Operator's apprentice, he wouldn't be able to take revenge on him quickly and would have to spend a lot of time. In the Immortal Realm's assembly hall, the guests were already seated. Immortal Emperor Dugu said that even though Buju was young, he already had great knowledge in cultivation. The boy thanked him and said that he wasn't worthy of such high praise. Zhou Banku was nervous after all. It would be time for Chen Pinghan to come over. And if the Emperor knows Chen Pinggang, then his guess is correct. Zhou Banku was sure that his guess was correct after all. He had already been told by the Immortal Village that Xian cultivation could rise again. Immortal Emperor Dug was angry after all. They had only agreed on one disciple. He didn't understand why they were calling someone else. At this moment, an elder walked into the hall. The Immortal Emperor recognized the elder. He didn't understand what the guy was doing here. Chen Ping'an wondered why the Immortal Emperor looked so familiar. Buju was very angry. He didn't understand why Chen Pinghan was still alive. After all, the assassin had agreed to the task of killing him. Zhou Banku was glad that his guesses were correct, and the Immortal Emperor knows Chen Pinggang. Zhou Banku introduced Zhao Xian and said that guy and was the main reason why he approached the Immortal Emperor. His cultivation base had been damaged. The Immortal Emperor didn't understand what was going on here. He was surprised that the elder was introduced by Zhao Xiang. The man thought that this could not be, and there were no such similar people in strength of spirit and appearance. The immortal emperor was certain that the person in front of him was clearly not Zhao Xian, but an elder. Chen Pinghan was embarrassed. The immortal emperor realized that an elder always usually looked a few steps ahead, and he clearly didn't just happen to be in this family for no reason. There was bound to be a higher purpose behind it. The emperor thought that he should check this guy first. He said that Zhao Xian seemed to have a strong blush. The elder replied that people tend to change, and thought that the emperor probably didn't know him. The immortal emperor decided to walk with them. The man realized that the elder in front of him was definitely an elder, and with the words immortal emperor, he had just hinted at cooperation. The immortal emperor was pleased with Buju's talents and ordered a banquet to be held today. Buju bowed and thanked the emperor. The emperor remembered that Brother Murong had told him that the elder very often chose weak sects to help them cultivate, and that Buju's awakening must be related to the elder. It was evening. The sunset was shimmering with different colors, and Zhao's courtyard was very lively. Zhao Banku wondered where the immortal emperor was, since the banquet would start soon. One of the men replied that he was currently chatting with Zhao Xiang. Banku told his subordinate to go and take care of business and serve the guests well. It seemed to Bank that these two knew each other, and he had the perfect opportunity. He took out a concealing talisman from his pocket that could give him away in front of the immortal emperor. The man wanted to overhear their conversation to reveal Zhao Xian's true identity. Meanwhile, Senior was sitting at his home and reading a book about the main rules and the base of cultivation-level knowledge monkey cultivation. At that moment, someone knocked at his house. The elder told him to come in. An immortal emperor came to see the elder. He called Chen Pinggang a great elder. The guy didn't remember the man at all. The immortal emperor apologized for being a little rude today. Chen Pinghan said that it was fine, and he didn't expect to see him here. Their conversation was overheard by Zhao Banku. He was astonished that the immortal emperor called the guy a senior. The immortal emperor didn't know that the elder would appear in the immortal realm. The man politely asked why Chen Pinghan was here. The older guy replied that he came here for chess. It was very difficult for him to lag. The guy thought his acting had deteriorated. The immortal emperor was surprised that Senior was also playing chess. He thought that he was Senior's pawn and was worth something. The immortal emperor bowed and said that he understood everything. The man would hide Chen Pinggang's identity and not tell anyone. The elder didn't understand what the immortal emperor was talking about. In his opinion, he had misunderstood everything. The elder became embarrassed. He said that if the immortal emperor understood everything, then fine. The man asked, shouldn't they inform the immortal emperor to come and hail the elder? After all, he had admired him for a long time. Chen Pinggang said that now was not the time. He thought there was no point in taking a chance, since the visual bug sometimes doesn't work. Their conversation was carefully overheard by Zhao Banku. He was taken aback by the guy's words. He was particularly surprised that it was worth letting the immortal emperor come to greet the guy. The man didn't understand who Zhao Xian was or if it was really him. Zhao Banku decided to leave, otherwise he might have been spotted. Meanwhile, in the immortal realm, the banquet time was getting closer and closer. The sun was setting over the horizon. Meng Fangyun and his father came to the palace. They were shown where to go. The young man's father did not understand what was happening to Zhou Banku. The latter was drooping. The man asked, with a look on his head's face, wasn't he happy that someone in his family had become an immortal emperor's disciple? Zhao Banku was in shock. He grabbed his friend's shoulders. The man asked if Meng had forgotten that Zhao Xian was not who he said he was. Meng didn't understand what the man was talking about. Banku said that the Meng family is always looking for profit. And if there's nothing special about Zhao Xiang, will they help him? Even though the ancient celestial and the emperor stopped him. Zhao Banku heard the conversation between the young man and Emperor Dugu, so he knows the truth. Meng wondered how his friend was able to overhear a conversation between such powerful people. Banku immediately understood everything. No wonder the ancient celestial emperor was also trying to be careful with him. Banku told Meng to just relax and think. Most likely the elder was the driving force of the god world, so he knew the man was eavesdropping. Meng guessed that the elder wanted Banku to hear them, and that was also part of his plan. The banquet was in full swing. The host thanked everyone for coming to Buju's training ceremony. If it wasn't for Senior's manner, Chen Pinghan would have long ago told him to stop accepting disciples. Chen Pinghan sat there and intensely thought about this situation. He was called out to him by Meng Fangyun. He asked if Chen Pinghan wanted to acquire 2 immortal spiritual Baiyin. The guy was looking for a way to get more immortal crystals for him. The elder took the ring and thanked Meng Fang. He was going to pay when he had the money. The older man didn't understand why he should give him the crystals. They hadn't been too friendly last time. Meng Fan said that they were worth some 200,000, so there was no need to give him anything. The elder was surprised at such a large amount. At that moment, someone called out to the elder. The guy turned around. It was Zhao Mafang. He said that his brother was also the real heir of the Zhao family, and Chen Pinggang was just trash. He advised the guy to think about it and bring Zhao Li back to him. Otherwise, he would make sure that no one would be around Chen Pinggang at the right time. Chen Pinggang said that it was not up to Zhao Mafeng to decide. Zhao Mafeng said that Senior had only defeated him with a cunning ploy, and there was nothing to be proud of. The boy conjured up some protective armor and invited the elder to spar with him. Everyone present looked at the guys in surprise. They didn't understand why they suddenly wanted to fight. The elder was angry. He realized that Buju was the cause. Buju wanted to use the guests to make Chen Pinggang look like a fool. The older man didn't take long to think what he should do. He smiled. Chen Pinghan accepted Mafeng's challenge. He was going to use this opportunity to ask the immortal emperor not to accept Buju as a disciple. Zhao Mafeng said he would beat Chen Pinggang until he was on his knees begging for mercy. The immortal emperor asked who these guys were. Banku replied that they were Buju Yi's younger brother Zhao Xian. Zhao Banku thought that this was the end, and if he had known earlier, he would have found a way to punish him. The immortal emperor was sure that the guy was overestimating his capabilities. However, this must be the elder's plan, so there was no need to interfere. Zhao Mafeng slammed his fist on his protective golden armor. He stated that Chen Pinghan had defeated him by stealth last time, but he had spent 50,000 crystals to purchase this armor. The guy thought that Chen Pinggang wouldn't succeed in such a case. Banku started to attack Chen Pinggan. He ran straight at him and swung his fist. The elder was very calm. He used the Buddha palm technique and swung at his opponent as well. The elder slapped Zhao Mafeng's face with all his might with his hand. The blow was so hard that the guy was thrown back, blood pouring from his mouth. The elder said that the one only knows how to talk. He was standing over Zhao Mafeng. The people around him were shocked. They didn't expect such strength from a guy. The audience really enjoyed the performance. They didn't understand how the guy did it, after all. His cultivation was at Feng Shen's level. Buju ran up to Zhao Mafeng excitedly. He asked if everything was all right and asked his brother to wake up. The immortal emperor noticed that when Senior attacked, he used the Dao art. The immortal emperor was able to make a breakthrough just by watching the elder's attack. The immortal emperor's cultivation had also increased because of Chen Pinggang's actions. The elder had no need to use such a strong attack on this fellow. The immortal emperor felt that he had purposely given him a chance. The immortal emperor was going to thank the elder later when there were fewer people and ask him to teach a couple more techniques. Buju drew his sword and asked how the elder dared to humiliate his brother. He was going to teach the young man a lesson. Buju challenged Chen Pinggang to a duel and put his sword to his head. The immortal emperor was not pleased with this turn of events and Buju's insolence. Everything was going according to Elder's plan. He had succeeded in achieving his goals. The older man agreed, but told Buju that he'd better consult with the master. Buju felt that his master would definitely be okay with that. At this moment he was interrupted by the immortal emperor. He ordered silence. The immortal emperor was very angry. He turned away and said that from now on they were strangers. Buju was no longer a disciple of the immortal emperor. The boy was very offended. He grabbed the immortal emperor by the sleeve and asked if he was joking. The emperor said that with such arrogance and recklessness, he wouldn't be able to go far, and he didn't need such a disciple. The immortal emperor apologized to Chen Pinggang for not being a good enough judge of character and hoped that the guy wasn't mad at him. The elder said that he really didn't deserve to be his disciple. The immortal emperor smiled and said that he would choose his disciples more carefully next time. Buju was furious. At that moment, a huge portal appeared right in the banquet hall. A man stepped out of it. He stepped onto the floor of the banquet hall. It was the ancient heavenly emperor. He asked if he had come to the opening ceremonies of Brother Juan's discipleship. Everyone present was surprised. They had heard that he had come yesterday and said he wanted Buju as his apprentice. There were some unusual entertaining events taking place in the banquet hall. The ancient heavenly emperor asked if the ceremony had already started. The heavenly emperor said that he refused to take that guy as a disciple and asked what brought Brother Chen here. He was looking for someone. Ancient celestial emperor Chen asked if he could talk to Zhao Xiang. Senior thought it was strange because it didn't seem like the visual bug had been activated. The elder said that he wanted to talk to immortal emperor Dugu. Heavenly emperor Chen said as he made reservations at the restaurant and activated the portal. He asked Chen Pinggang and Emperor Dugu to stand in the center of the circle so he could teleport them. Buju was very angry. He thought that the root of all his problems lay in Zhao Xiang. The guy didn't understand how a trash like Chen Pinggang could gain the recognition of an immortal emperor. He was going to show Chen Pinghan the pain of losing his talent. The guy clenched his fists. Meanwhile, it was already evening, the moon illuminating the restaurant building. Emperor Chen teleported the guys into the restaurant and asked them to pass. Chen Pinggang asked why Emperor Chen was looking for him. Chen introduced himself. He came to apologize for what happened, because he was not strict enough, and so that time his disciple in charge of the battle arena tried to kill Chen Pinggang. The emperor bowed low, and was willing to do whatever Chen Pinghan wished. Senior was surprised that the majestic immortal emperor had come to apologize in person. Did he really think the guy was that strong? The older man was about to test his hunch. He sat down valiantly at the table. The elder asked if the emperor knew that he was actually another person. Chen had heard about it from the immortal Emperor Batian. The guy didn't understand why he was once again bound to immortal Emperor Batian. The elder noticed that he didn't know much, and told Xiao Huan to tell him everything in detail. The elder himself was curious to hear who they thought he was, and what the dealings with immortal Emperor Batiatus were. Xiao Huang started to tell everything to his friend. All of this started not too long ago. Immortal Emperor Dugu kept happily continuing the story about the elder. He showered him with compliments. The man said that Senior's mind was as deep as the sea, and his personality radiated positivity. Chen listened attentively. Chen Pinggang was choked up by the emperor's exaggerations. Besides, he had never gotten to the point. Chen Pinggang coughed and said that he had a very interesting story about immortal Emperor Batayan. The men's eyes shone. They were eager to hear her, and asked the elder to tell them everything. The guy asked if they knew the name of the former immortal emperor. The elder thought that through mutual acquaintances, he might know immortal Emperor Batian. Xiao Huang thought it was obvious his last name was Su and his first name was Yi. The older man recognized the name. He realized he knew the man. Su Yi was Shaolin's father. He was the immortal Emperor Batian. The older man said that he had actually been called something else when he was a kid. The boy thought he should learn more about the people around him. Chen Pinggang added that he used to be called Su Gudan. The men were very surprised that Senior's knowledge was so vast. Chen was angry at how much trouble Song Chen had caused him. The senior said that since they didn't know that, they should learn from their mistakes, and he would give them a couple chances. The guy said that Zhao Li and Meng Fan had been blessed, and if they took them as their disciples, they would benefit greatly. Xiao Huang asked what would happen to Zhao Buju now. The elder asked in response to what the immortal emperor thought to himself. Xiao Huang got excited, and said that since the elder didn't kill him, he must have a plan. Chen Pinggang was upset that he couldn't directly tell him to kill Buju. Night had fallen in the immortal realm, with the month shining brightly in the sky. The banquet was still going on. The guests were discussing something animatedly. At this moment, an immortal emperor portal appeared in the air. The guests noticed that the two immortal emperors had returned. They were curious about what they were discussing and who Zhao Xian was. Xiao Huang felt that Buju didn't deserve to be his disciple because of his arrogance. He was going to choose another Zhao family member as his disciple. This new immortal emperor disciple will be Zhao Li. The man pointed his finger at her. The girl didn't understand what was going on. She was very surprised by such an unexpected choice of the emperor. Zhao Li was overjoyed by this event. She bent down and thanked the heavenly emperor. Xiao Huang said that the girl shouldn't thank him since he didn't do anything wrong. She should be grateful to Chen Pinggang, who recommended her as a disciple. Zhou Li was very surprised. There was no way she expected such a gift from Chen Pinggang. Chen Pinggang did this for the kindness of a girl in the past to Zhao Xiang. At this time, Cheng Yi Cheng was looking for Meng Fan Yun. He asked him to come forward because he was his disciple from now on. Meng Fan Yun was very surprised. He hadn't expected to become the disciple of such an esteemed lord. The boy ran up to the older man and wanted to kiss him. He didn't know how to thank him for his kindness. He was going to pay with his body. The older man said that no one wanted his body. The elder returned to his home. He had finally gotten rid of Meng Fan Yun. The older man opened the door to his yard and said he was back. Chen Pinghan saw Shaolin, who was sitting near the pond. He asked where Boss Duan was now. The girl smiled and said that Boss Duan ran away from home. The older man was dumbfounded. He didn't understand how this could have happened. Chen Pinggang thought it was a joke, and why would she run away if they were getting married soon? The elder started looking everywhere for Boss Duane. He opened the door to all the rooms. The guy even checked in the pots. He said he didn't have to negotiate with the girl to scare him. The elder kept shouting and asking Boss Duane to come out. Shaolin said that Duan went back to the bookstore and said that she wouldn't come back until the wedding. Senior was very surprised and upset by this news. He thought that Xiaoling had angered Duan, and she had decided to leave the house. But that wasn't it. The girl said she wanted to spend the remaining half-month alone. The older man was very surprised. The boy was going to go and find out. He went to the bookstore and knocked on the door. The elder said he knows Duan is there, and since she can escape from the house, she can open that door too. The girl said she was on her way to the door. The door of the bookstore opened. Warden Duane saw Senior, and said that he was being very noisy. The girl asked if Xiaolin had told him why she ran away. Mrs. Duan wanted to be away from Chen Pinggang for the remaining time. Chen Pinghan didn't come here to change the girl's mind. He just wanted an explanation. Duan thought that everything was happening too fast, and she wasn't sure how she felt about Chen Pinggang. The girl was going to find out if she would miss him. The elder didn't expect to hear such a thing after all of Duan's pressure. Since the girl explained everything to him, Chen Pinggang was going to leave. Since she lives alone, he advised her to lock the doors and was going to give her a weapon for self-defense. Warden Duan took the boy's hand as he was about to leave. The girl kissed Chen Pinggang on the cheek. The guy didn't expect this. Duan already missed Chen Pinggang a bit, but if she spoke directly, it would be difficult to continue. The girl shoved Chen Pinggang out the door and told him to leave. The elder was out of his mind with joy. He was smiling and was head over heels in love with Dwayne. Warden Dwan closed the door. She called the senior stupid and said that things were getting even more confusing. The girl really didn't want to be away from Chen Pinggang, but it was necessary. However, if she doesn't leave, things won't go according to her plan. Warden Dwan received a notification from the system. She looked at it with surprise. It seemed strange to her why the man had suddenly appeared here. With her ability, she saw a white-haired man. The girl kept pondering on what the man was doing here right now. Boss Dwan thought that Ping An also had plans, however. Her ability to foresee fate was better than his. Ping An was in the market. He approached a counter where a man was selling any kind of food. The seller asked what the guy wanted. Ping An asked if the seller had heard Zhou Haoxuan's name as well. The salesman was very surprised. He suddenly realized something upon hearing that name. It seems as if the salesman has been transported to another world. His memories unlocked. Ping An said they haven't seen the salesman in a long time. The vendor's name was Elder Ying. The man greeted him with a smile. Elder Ying invited Ping An to come through, for it was time to meet him. The man came to the older man's house. They knocked on his yard gate. Chen Ping An opened the door and asked who came to see him. One man Lan brought those two to the elder since they didn't know the way. Ping An bowed to Chen Ping An. Lan also introduced Chen Pinggang, and since his work was already done, he decided to go back. Elder Ying asked if they would let him go. Ping An said that Shen Bao's memories hadn't returned yet. Ping An apologized to the elder that they had appeared at his place unannounced. The elder let them in, for Lan had instilled the men here. Ping An walked into the courtyard. He missed his elder's immortal weapon. He said hello to the spiritual wooden ball and considered that it looked like it was time. The phoenix chicken didn't realize if the master would continue to take care of them when she remembered everything. The fish hoped that the master would protect them. The elder let them into the house. He poured tea for the guests and told them to help themselves. Ping An treated himself to tea, the broom thought. The cleaver was out of luck today. At that moment, some little girl appeared in the room. The phoenix chicken thought that now the most interesting thing was about to happen. The girl said hello to the cleaver. She really missed him. The knife lay lifelessly on the stump. There was no answer from him. The girl was angry because he never spoke to her. She thought someone was trying to get between them because the cleaver was so cold to her. At that moment, the girl's attention shifted to something in the room. She turned her attention to the sword that stood nearby. The girl thought it was the same one. The girl picked up her sword and demanded answers from him, but he remained silent. Knife didn't like that. He sighed and sprang into action. The knife began to transform into its human form. It glowed with chi energy. The girl was the sword mistress. The knife greeted her. The girl threw back her sword and was glad that the knife finally spoke to her. She said they hadn't seen each other in a while and offered to take this chance to fight. Knife replied that the spiritual wooden sword had stopped by for a cup of tea. The girl was very upset that they wouldn't be able to fight. They heard the guests thanking the elder for such good tea and were about to leave. The girl heard this. It was time for her to leave with them too. The girl ran out and told the knife that he should definitely fight her next time. The sword transformed into human form and asked the knife who the lady was and why he was afraid of her. The reason the knife didn't want to fight her was because she was clearly weaker than him, and always cries when she loses. Knife had completely forgotten that weaklings like Sword have no such problems. Knife smiled wryly. He thought so. No one realizes how hard it is to be strong. At that moment, the door to the kitchen opened, the older man calling out to Goldie. The knife noticed this and reacted quickly. The knife transformed into its material form in an instant. The sword was depressed and sitting on the floor. The elder asked what was wrong with Goldie. They needed to go to the immortal realm. Sword said it was fine. He was just weak. Meanwhile, the guys went to the immortal realm to the Zhao family's gate. The eldest felt that they needed to get to the treasury faster. At this moment, someone called out to Chen Pinggang and told him to wait. The boy turned around. Buju called out to him. The older man asked what was the matter. The guy said that after thinking about yesterday, he had finally come to his senses, and he shouldn't have gotten angry and had a duel. The older man said that since the boy had admitted his guilt, he would forgive him. Chen Pinggang thought it was not surprising that Buju was afraid of being accused of killing his family. Buju clutched the fan in his hands and said that the elder was so kind he was clearly not sincere. Buju offered to shake hands and measure up. Chen Pinghan looked at the guy's hand in surprise and thought that he might have spooned them side by side, but the system was responsible for protecting the host. The older man decided to shake Buju's hand and forget all their grudges. Buju rejoiced that the older man was doomed. Everything was going according to his plan. Senior was calmly walking around the market. He was in a good mood. In an instant, the elder felt strange. A danger notification came from the system. An unknown curse had been placed on the host's body, and his cultivation had begun to be absorbed in large quantities. The system was about to replenish the elder's cultivation base. However, the guy stopped her. He told the system not to replenish everything at once, just create the illusion that the guy's cultivation base was decreasing, and let Buju slowly absorb it. The elder believed that it was this curse that caused Zhao Xian's cultivation base to decline. The older man was going to let Buju pay for all his evil actions and hatred for those around him. At this time, Buju was sitting in the magic circle and sucking out the elder's energy. At this point, something strange started happening to the guy. He started coughing up blood. The guy's hair started to turn white. He didn't realize what was wrong. Buju had already sacrificed 1,000 years of his life and didn't understand why Chen Pinggang still had cultivation. Previously, he only needed 500 years of life to bring his level back from the immortal realm to the swamp realm. He threw the magic book down and was very angry. He didn't understand why this was happening. The book opened and said that Buju had been bred, and Chen Pinggang must be carrying a treasure. Buju didn't realize who was talking to him. It was the most precious mystic book of the mysterious divine realm pavilion. Buju wasn't going to learn everything in the book. He was scared. The book told him not to be afraid, and since he was able to learn all its secrets, that was his way. The book was awakened by the years of life Buju had just given her. She was very pleased and offered to let him be the master of the mysterious pavilion. Buju was very surprised that he was offered such a high position in the divine realm pavilion. At this time, the elder came into the tea room, the kettle already warming at his table. Senior noticed that the cultivation base had stopped shrinking, and it looked like Buju couldn't absorb it anymore. The system had completely recovered Chen Pinggang's cultivation base. The older man thought that these were the consequences of such foul play with him. When the guy was about to leave, he saw a familiar person in the crowd. The older man wondered why the man looked so familiar. The guy looked exactly like Liu Shua, whom Senior had met on his first mission. But Chen Pinghan wasn't sure if it was him. He quickly paid for the tea. Liu Shua and the girl walked into a cafe with characters on it. Chen Pinghan decided to follow them and ask who that guy was. The older one followed inside the cafe building behind the boys. They were climbing the stairs. At that moment, someone called out to the elder. He stopped and turned around. The man liked the way the elder behaved at yesterday's ceremony and invited Chen Pinggang to have lunch. The guy said he had a meeting tonight, so next time he'll have as many drinks with the man as he likes. The man apologized. He didn't know the master had an appointment and he shouldn't have asked. The man advised the older man to go back to his business. The man quickly ran up the stairs. He lost sight of the guys. Chen Pinghan looked around to see where they had gone. His companion was still here. She was sitting at a table. The guy who looked like Liu Shua must have stepped away for a while. The older man took a seat at a nearby table. He decided to wait for him here. The girl said loudly that this Liu Shua had no manners at all. She was very displeased. The elder realized that it was about Liu Shua. He didn't understand how the guy got into the immortal realm. Was it possible that he was also an immortal? The Liu Shua the guy knew has a clan in the kingdom, and his position is different from Huang Zhangqian. The girl's companion said that after all he is an immortal emperor's disciple and he probably thinks he doesn't need anyone. The girl's name was Liu Juping, and she was the second disciple of immortal emperor Bai Yuan. The girl was offended that Liu Shua wasn't paying attention to her at all. The girl asked the guy if he thought Liu Shua was gay and asked him to check it out. The eldest was sitting at the next table and heard everything. He choked on those words. That guy noticed Chen Pinggang. He jumped up from the table and asked who he was. The guy stood up and angrily walked towards Chen Pinggang's table. He asked who had the nerve to eavesdrop on their conversation. Chen Pinggang started making excuses that he wasn't eavesdropping. At that moment, the elder's gaze was caught by something. Oh, stared at it intently. The girl had a huge piece of immortal spiritual bane hanging around her neck, twice the size of him. Liu Jiping thought the elder was staring at her cleavage and asked if he was looking for death. The older one said not to blame him when they are being aggressive themselves. At this moment, Liu Shua came back to them and asked if they had ordered yet. The girl's mood immediately changed. She sweetly said that they were waiting for Liu Shua. Guy advised Chen Pinggang to keep his mouth shut and think twice before provoking Liu Juping. Senior thought that this guy was afraid that Liu Shua might hear what he said. Liu Juping kept flirting and appearing cute to Liu Shua. Liu Shua turned around. He wanted to say something to the offending Liu Juping. There was no way he expected to see the older man there. The guy was very surprised at such an unexpected encounter. Liu Shua asked why Chen Pinggang had come to the immortal realm. Liu Shua thought that the elder was hiding his identity again and needed to think before speaking. The elder asked how he got into the immortal realm and became a disciple of the immortal emperor. Liu Shua replied that it was all thanks to the elder. If it wasn't for his advice to buy these 2 stones as a birthday present, he wouldn't have been accepted as a disciple of the immortal emperor. The elder couldn't even remember when he had given him such advice and what stones the immortal emperor might have liked. Chen Pinggang said no thanks. Since they have already met, there is no need for aliases. The senior introduced himself as Zhao Xiang. Liu Ruping told her friend that it seems the 2 are close, and maybe the elder will tell Liu Shua everything they talked about. The guy said he wouldn't dare, and even the head of the Zhao family bows when he sees them. Liu Ruping and his friend tried to ask the elder to forget about everything they said because nothing happened. Liu Shua asked what they were doing here. After all, These two had apparently displeased the elder and shouldn't have agreed to accompany them. The older man replied that it was nothing like that, and he just had the same pendant as the lady and wanted to take a closer look at it to make sure it wasn't the one he had lost. Liu Juping didn't understand what the elder was going to pull off, or if he was trying to rob her. The guy was sure that Liu Shua would not neglect them because of a commoner. Besides, since he is trying to rob them, Liu Shua will definitely not believe any of his words. Liu Juping rejoiced and praised her brother for being smart. Liu Shua thought that the elder wouldn't get into a conflict over some pendant, and he must have decided to teach a lesson. Liu Shua said that since Senior was asking, it was worth it to just show him his pendant. Her brother put his hand on Liu Juping's shoulder and advised the girl to give him a column. He said that she should not forget about the Immortal Emperor's mission. There was nothing they could do since Liu Shua said so. The girl was very angry at this turn of events. She angrily removed the pendant from her neck. Liu Juping threw the pendant to the elder, who caught it. Chen Pinghan carefully looked at Liu Juping's pendant. He sniffed it. The older man said it was indeed his lost pendant and thanked the girl for returning it. It was already time for elder to leave, so he invited Liu Shua to stay with Zhao if he had nowhere else to stay. The boy agreed. Liu Shua didn't understand what the elder was up to. Chen Pinggang left the establishment. Liu Shua said that they would stay at Zhao's residence for a while, and if the guys weren't happy with it, they could find another place. Liu Ruping asked her brother what they should do in this situation. Her brother said that it was worth it to do as Liu Shua wanted and stay at Zhao's residence. The weather in Zhao's residence was perfect. There was a light mist around. It was early morning. Liu Shua, along with his companions, came to Zhou Bank. Zhou Banku was truly ecstatic to have 3 distinguished guests staying with them. Liu Zuping didn't see the point of visiting such a small family. Her brother said that Immortal Emperor Dugu had taken one of the Zhao family as an apprentice. At that moment, someone entered the residence. He heard that they had important guests. Senior brother Liu Ruping turned around in surprise and looked at this person. Zhao Buju entered the residence and greeted the guests. The guy asked if he was a disciple of Immortal Emperor Dugu. Buju replied that that was not true. He was almost accepted as a student but was expelled yesterday, so he dare not turn up his nose. The guy was very surprised that Immortal Emperor Dugu didn't take a person with the physical data of an immortal flame as his disciple. Buju explained that during the initiation ceremony, his younger brother was injured and he wanted to fight the person responsible, but the Immortal Emperor stopped him. Liu Juping's older brother Liu Juping thought, why don't they think of a way to atone for the crime with good deeds? He wanted to present Buju to the Immortal Emperor. The older brother advised Buju not to despair, and as long as he is interested, the guy can further recommend him. Bujupo thanked the guy for his kindness. Meanwhile, it was a calm morning in Qinyuan City. Birds were flying over the elder's house. Chen Ping'an was at his home, and there was silence all around. The guy used Liu Juping's necklace to practice his cultivation skills and strengthen them. It seemed to Chen Ping'an that this immortal spiritual bane was very beneficial to his strength. In just one night, the elder was able to move the 4th silk thread slightly. He talked about the multicolored threads in the air. I wish the guy had bought a new immortal bane in the treasure pavilion. He would have been stronger with it now. The elder stretched. Matters in the immortal realm were almost settled lately. The elder thought that maybe today would be the day to complete the mission. He opened the door from his room. Chen Pinggang was very surprised by what he saw outside the door. He was puzzled. In the courtyard, the elder saw Xiaolin, watermelon skins lying around her. The girl used her power to float in the air, sit comfortably, and eat her favorite treat. The elder looked at Xiaolin in surprise. Her entire face was covered in watermelon. The girl felt embarrassed and tried to hide the watermelon with her back and not look at the older man. Chen Pinghan thought that the girl was at the qi refining stage, and at this article, it was impossible to fly. Xiaolin recovered some memories and discovered that she was already at the soul nucleation stage. The elder excitedly asked how much she remembered and if she remembered her true identity. The girl said she didn't really. Xiaolin remembered who her father was. He was Immortal Emperor Batian. The elder realized if Immortal Emperor Baiqian is the girl's father, then it means she is as strong as him. Chen Ping'an thought that perhaps her strength and memories were sealed together. At this moment, the peach tree stirred. The girl asked if the tree really wanted to tell Chen Ping'an the truth. Peach Tree had already asked the landlady, and she agreed to tell him everything. The fish in the pond said that if they didn't tell the master at once, when he regained his powers, he might get angry and fry her. Xiaolin told the fish to rely on her. She was going to tell something to the elder. The girl suddenly learned that the things in this courtyard are not as simple as they seem. They are very powerful, but it seems that something is preventing them from showing their power. The older man was surprised and asked if the girl could talk to them, and told them why they couldn't show their power. Xiaolin didn't know what to reply. She couldn't say more to the elder. The girl said she gets a headache every time she remembers something, and she's had enough questions. Xiaolin grabbed her head. She was in pain. The elder agreed not to ask anything more. Chen Pinggang advised the girl to forget everything and just go back to her room and rest. Xiaolin had done all she could, and next it was up to the peach tree. She said that she would take care of everything. The elder thought that Xiaolin wouldn't say anything just like that. Xiaolin said that she had a headache, so the guy decided to make her some soup. Chen Pinghan pondered for a moment. He suddenly saw something in the courtyard. Suddenly, the older man grabbed a chicken, a phoenix. The bird didn't understand why the boy had chosen it. The chicken didn't understand why the guy was going into the kitchen and what he wanted to do to her. The older man pinned the bird to the meat-cutting table. Apparently, he was going to carve the chicken. Chen Pinggang took a knife and said that he needed to make chicken soup to ease Xiaolin's headache a little. The bird realized that the elder was going to let it go for soup. Chen Pinghan swung his magic knife. Knife didn't want to give himself away. The bird was asking him to do something. After all, they are named brothers. The older man swung his knife and was ready to chop off the chicken's head. The bird thought that this was the end of her, and I shouldn't have agreed with the peach tree's silly ideas. The older man stopped the knife a millimeter from the bird's throat. He thought it was odd that she wasn't even begging to keep her alive. Chen Pinghan thought that it was probably an ordinary chicken. It was already unconscious from fear. The older man let the chicken go into the yard. He didn't realize which of the things was not common. Chen Pinghan thought that since he couldn't ask Xiaoling, he should ask the black dragon. The older man called his dog over to him. The dog was surprised. All the creatures of the yard were looking at the dog. They were intimidating and morally pressuring the dog to keep his mouth shut. The dog was very frightened. He lay down on the ground and closed his eyes. He was shivering with fear. Chen Pinggang was very surprised. He thought the dog was being threatened by other creatures. At that moment, the guy noticed a bird sitting on a peach tree. However, the bird wasn't going to say anything either. It wouldn't budge. At this moment, the elder realized that it was as if they couldn't say anything. And if he asked the golden sword, it probably wouldn't tell him anything either. At this point, an idea came to the older man. If the system is directly giving him all this stuff, why not just ask the system? Chen Pinghan activated the system. He clicked on it many times, but it didn't respond. The guy got a notice to keep his cool. The older man asked why the system didn't tell him anything. If the guy knew there was so much treasure there, he wouldn't have been so scared. The system said it had given him tons of stuff anyway. The system said the senior couldn't rely on the treasure always, and the guy wouldn't be able to do the missions if the system told the whole truth from the beginning. The older man agreed with the system, and thought he could rely on his own strength. Now it wasn't too late. The guy thought that this mission should have been Zhao Xian, however. He can't overstep himself. The guy figured he'd go through the missions really fast now that he had all this treasure. The system reminded the guy that if he decided to use all these things, there would be great danger. If a greedy person showed up in the realm of the mind, the guy would be doomed. Chen Ping'an thought that there couldn't be many people in the immortal world's mind realm. The system said that the amount of his treasures would not stop the temptation of the powerful. The elder was in agreement with the system, after all. Su Yi had indeed descended to the mortal realm to see Xiaoling. Starship, because even if he can use these items in places where there aren't many people, they are still useful. The elder thought that since Xiaoling was the princess of the immortal realm, and these things were immortal weapons, a thought came to the elder. He didn't understand what was wrong with his fiancée Duan then. After all, she didn't have any problems either. Warden Duan watched the elder's musings. She didn't understand when he became so smart. The girl thought that she should hurry up and find Chen Pinghan a job. The older one needed to stop thinking. The girl pointed the system at the two passers-by. They were walking down the street of the immortal realm. It was a grown man and a little girl. The girl noticed that there were so many unusual things in this immortal realm, and was glad she had come here. The man replied that it was a good place for a vacation. He told the girl to go play. She didn't have to guard the man. The ancestor told the man that Xiaoyan could help him in the rush. The man thought that this immortal realm was quite far away, and it was unlikely that any talented person could live here. They had 2 more days left before they must leave. At that moment, the man saw a bright light. He looked at it intently. The man thought that it was an immortal weapon, however. Its aura was stronger than the ancestors. The man decided to see what the place was hiding. He used his powers and activated the portal. With it, he saw an elder who had made himself some tea. Qi energy surrounding him. The man was surprised that this terrifying aura was emanating from the teapot. He didn't understand how such a treasure could be in the hands of someone who was at the Feng Shen stage. The elder stared directly at the man through his portal. The man quickly developed his strength with his hand. He thought that it was impossible for a guy to discover him so quickly, after all. He was only at the Feng Shen stage. The older man didn't really understand what was going on, but he felt like someone was watching him. Chen Pinghan thought that he was becoming paranoid. Meanwhile, Meng Fangyun was sitting at his desk. The elder prepared tea for his guest. He said the drink wasn't particularly tasty, but it had a unique flavor. Meng Fan realized that there was a teapot in the elder's hands that could cause the heaven and earth to behave strangely. The boy thought he must be a treasure from the divine realm. Meng Fan thought this was a great opportunity. He picked up a cup and started tasting the tea. At this moment, Meng Fan felt strange. He didn't understand what was going on. The guy didn't understand what these strange feelings were and why his spiritual root had become stronger. He thought that his journey on the immortal path was going smoothly. The elder thought that it seemed like it was the tea that helped him, and unfortunately he didn't have a spiritual root, otherwise he would have been invincible. Meng Feng pondered. He was happy that his strength had increased with the help of the tea. The lad could not repay the kindness of his elder. He asked to receive his homage. Chen Pinggang said that it was a small thing and there was no need for gratitude. The guy remembered that his teacher had said that Chen Pinggang needed an immortal spiritual bane. At this moment, someone's voice was heard outside, saying that Li Moxian and his disciple Xiao Yange had come to greet the elder. Chen Pinghan opened the doors. He didn't expect to see anyone. The guy doesn't understand what's going on or who those two are. There was that man standing there with a little girl. Meng Feng was stunned when he saw these two. Chen Pinggang thought that the guy didn't know them and was scared, so they were looking for him. Meng Feng saw this person's aura, and it was stronger than immortal emperors. These two must have been from the divine realm, the guy thought. The elder is really amazing. The elder asked what business these two came for. He thought it was better to be polite, because even Meng Feng was scared. The man greeted the elder and introduced himself as Li Moxian. Xiao Yange wondered why Master had brought her to meet this elder. She noticed that the guy was only at the Fenshin stage. At this moment, something caught the girl's gaze. The girl turned her attention to the elder's teapot. The energy of this item was stronger than the immortals' weapons. Because of their pride, these weapons would never allow a mere man to wield themselves. They only recognize incomparable power. Li Moxian sensed the kettle's energy from afar. The senior was surprised by it. The guy realized that he wasn't careful enough, and people might think that he was senior because he had a first-class immortal weapon. The elder thought that he was lucky that he hadn't attracted anyone from the divine realm. Chen Pinghan decided to hide the teapot so as not to add to his own problems. The guy asked where his guests came from. They replied that they came from the realm of heaven and earth. The elder had never heard of the heaven and earth realm. He wondered if it was in the immortal realm. The older man asked if they were talking about this insignificant place. The guests were petrified. The guy realized he'd said too much and needed to change the subject. Chen Pinghan noticed that they were quite strong. Their cultivation was correct, and their future path was also worthy. Li Moxian thanked the elder and said that he would continue to work hard. Li Moxian told the elder that he had some cultivation problems and asked the young man to advise him on something. Chen Pinghan was very surprised at such a question. After all, he had never cultivated. The elder was just going to pretend and compose a line or two, for in such cases one usually speaks in riddles. Chen Pinggang decided to say that the problems hindering progress are like a vicious circle, and as soon as one problem is solved, another one appears. The man asked what the solution was. Chen Pinghan, still undecided on what to come up with next. He coughed. The guy put the kettle on the table and said it was simple. Chen Pinggang gave out a cryptic phrase: how to untie a rope if there is no knot. The man thought for a moment. Li Moxian finally realized everything. The solution was to cut her with a sharp knife. The man bowed and thanked the older man for his help. The boy replied that he didn't need to worry about it. Since their matter was settled, Chen Pinghan was about to leave. As soon as he stepped into the courtyard, the guy saw a huge red mark in the air. He didn't realize what was happening. Li Moxian also ran out into the courtyard. He looked at that red energy. A voice was heard saying that it was an absolute deity encased in an oppressive array. It laughed and said that Li Moxian had been hiding in the outer sect for a long time, and he couldn't do anything. Today, death awaited him. The man realized it was a blood Buddha, but did nothing to him. The man didn't understand why he wanted to attack him. The blood Buddha was from the demon realm, and that was a good reason to kill Moxian. Blood Buddha said that if a man doesn't fight back, he'll die quickly. Blood Buddha was going to kill Li Moxian and take his key. This way he would refine his demonic arts. Li Moxian didn't realize when he had managed to anger this madman. With his cultivation, the man wouldn't be able to kill him, and he wouldn't be able to escape either. Li Moxian was not afraid of death, but Xiao Yan was too young. He was worried about her. Li Moxian was uncomfortable asking the elder for help, but he asked the young man to protect his female disciple in the event of the man's death. Li Moxian said that in the next life from pay for the kindness of the elder, the girl was very scared. Chen Pinghan thought that the person in front of him was a very great master and a noble one at that. Unfortunately, he's not strong, and doesn't know if the system teleports those around him. At this moment, the elder heard a voice that told him not to worry. After all, this was only a petty brat. Chen Pinghan didn't realize who was talking to him. It told the master to leave the opponent to him. It was his knife, which was in the older man's pocket, that spoke to the older man. Chen Pinghan told him to just wait for the command, and then the weapon could go into battle. The elder asked Li Moxian why he was so nervous. The whole man should care for his only student. Chen Pinggang said that even 1,000 of these bipods were not a problem for him. Blood Buddha took a swing at the older man. He was surprised at the guy's steadfastness, and was going to play with him for a while. The Blood Buddha activated its energy. It was very destructive. Buddha swung his bloody energy at Chen Pinggang and told him to die. The fireball flew straight at Chen Pinggang, but he didn't even blink an eye. The guy commanded his knife to act and defeat his opponent. The knife transformed into its human form in the blink of an eye and was about to show who was in charge. Nash activated his magic power and obeyed the elder. The knife shattered all of the opponent's strength and magical energy with one of its fingers. Blood Buddha was shocked by such a kitchen knife's strength. The knife easily blew off the Blood Buddha's head with one hand. The opponent was defeated. The knife said it couldn't stay in its sheath for long now. And the second knife can only follow orders. Chen Pinghan praised him. Now they had to go back. NJ understood and agreed with him. Chen Pinghan thought that the knife was great and he was his soulmate. The guy told Li Moxian and Xiao Yanghe not to be scared after all. It was nothing to the elder, and he was able to defeat the opponent. The man was extremely amazed by the elder's abilities and his magical items. At this time, it was a clear day in the divine realm. Trees were growing everywhere, and tall temples were standing. One of the men in the temple asked loudly what was going on. He didn't understand who the divine emperor had lost to. The other man said that the divine emperor had recently come out of reclusiveness. The man thought that a divine emperor really wasn't easy to attack. The man looked at his amulet. It had shattered and shattered into small pieces. It was a bill of fates. The man was very surprised that he crashed. This meant that his disciple Cheng Wu had died. The man was very angry. He began to stretch his arms and prepare himself in battle. The man realized that his disciple had died from the sword Dao. He was very unhappy with this news. The man was surprised that the power of this sword was so strong that if he decided to take revenge, just one blow would kill the man. The man decided to let it go for now. He can't just take more students and send them to certain doom every time. Meanwhile, the Divine Realm Eternal City sect was quiet and peaceful. The city was bustling with life. There was a tall temple on the mountain. Apparently it belonged to someone very honorable. Li Moxian came to his elder. He wanted to report on the recent events. The elder opened the door for him and invited the man in. Li Moxian did so. He bowed to the elder. The elder floated in the air. He saw that the man had solved his problem. The master asked what made Muxian come to his teacher instead of improving himself. Muxian's teacher's name was Wang Senlin. Muxian joyfully announced that something important had happened. In the immortal world, a great opportunity had presented itself to him. It seemed to Wang Senling that this was just an immortal world, and it was unlikely that a divine emperor could hide there. Muxian asked if his teacher remembered the sword energy that shook the divine realm. Wang Senlin certainly remembered her. Everyone in the divine realm is wondering who could unleash such power. Muxian said that it wasn't the divine emperor, but someone stronger. The man stated that it was someone from the realm above the divine. Wang Senlin didn't believe it. It seemed impossible to him. It was so easy to meet someone from the higher realm. Before going to his teacher, Muxian specifically went to the immortal emperor and persuaded Zhaoyan to go to the secret realm where the elder would also go. Wang Senling agreed to go with his disciple to see for himself. Meanwhile, Senior was in the immortal world. The sun was shining brightly outside. The elder was exploring the system's capabilities. He saw some kind of chest in it. The guy clicked on it. He wondered what he would get from the system. The elder pressed the button to open this chest and get all its contents. In the chest was a bag of fertilizer to help grow fruits and vegetables, an offering mask that changes appearance, and a scepter, the weapon of a blood Buddha. The elder was glad. He was very lucky, because Zhao Lin had been complaining lately that there wasn't enough fertilizer. And this mask will help the guy prepare for the mission. After all, a dead guy doesn't always look like an older guy, and the guy can't always pretend to be one. And the scepter must have spiritual intelligence. The monk could take revenge through it. Chen Pinggang decided to just trade him for something. Scepter asked the guy to wait. He gives up. Chen Pinghan didn't listen to this weapon. He pressed the button to exchange the scepter. The system started assessing its value and charging the senior. The scepter cost a decent amount. Chen Pinghan was very happy. He would now be able to buy 2 immortal spiritual bane. It's almost time for the secret realm to open. The guy will cultivate these few days. He has to finish the mission before the wedding. Meanwhile, the immortal secret realm looked like a large ship floating in the air. In the secret realm, the doors opened. The place smelled of tranquility, and lights burned inside. The immortal secret realm was already ready to open, a fog enveloping it. People started to gradually come out of this airship. They were smiling and chatting with each other. The elder was surprised that so many people had come, and it seems this realm is not the last place. Buju was there as well. He looked angrily at the elder. His book was teasing him that he would become the young master of the gods' pavilion, which meant that this man was no longer worthy to be compared to him. Buju smiled and agreed. The book told the gods that someone would come when the expedition was over, and at that time, even an immortal emperor could easily be killed. Buju felt that the book didn't understand him. He needed to beat up Chen Pinggang once to get rid of the resentment. Buju angrily clenched after he defeats Chen Pinggang. Everyone who dared to humiliate him would die. All the people looked up at the great immortal emperor's ship. They were very surprised at his arrival. The residents didn't know that there were other immortal emperors. They felt an overwhelming feeling. Immortal Emperor Dugu said that the secret realm would be used in the competition. Flying within the realm was forbidden. It would be held in 3 stages. The entrance to the secret realm officially declared open. The Immortal Emperor launched a beam of light into the sky. The men on the ground flew upward. Immortal Emperor Dugu asked everyone to pass in order of turn. A stream of men flew into the sky. A portal was activated in the secret realm. It was located right in the sky. All the men competing fell out of that portal and flew straight to the ground. Senior activated his cultivation power to help himself. The older man was the only one who was able to land smoothly. All the other men hit the ground. Chen Pinghan was pensively looking at the scenery. He was thinking about the trial. The first stage of the competition was the gravity hill, where the higher you climb, the stronger the gravity. Chen Pinghan could use the power of heaven and earth to strengthen his legs. The older man had a hard time walking. He decided to get used to this gravity slowly. All the other men ran quickly upward. At this moment, Chen Pinghan was called out by someone. He turned around in surprise. Behind his back was Xiao Yan. She was happy about this unexpected encounter and asked why the elder wasn't running. The older man said he wanted to enjoy the view. The girl decided to keep him company. After all, winning is not the most important thing. Outside of the secret realm, the audience watched the entire event through a portal. They wondered who the stragglers were. The men recognized the boy. However, they did not know the girl. Buju was the first to run. The immortal emperors were also watching the competition. Bai Yuan thought that Buju was talented and worthy of his attention. The other 2 disciples couldn't even catch up with him. Immortal emperors Dugu and Chen thought that their friend thought that he had found a good disciple, however. This was not the case. Dugu wasn't surprised that the Zhao family allowed Buju to prove himself and show these abilities to Bai Yuan. Immortal Emperor Chen was infuriated by this old man. He wanted to beat him, however. He did not think of a reason at that time. Bai Yuan was surprised that it was a little girl from the divine realm walking beside an elder. This meant that there must be someone great from the divine realm somewhere around here. Senior's past was unfathomable, respected even by the people of the divine realm. Wang Senlin asked, this was the senior that Musian was talking about. He didn't look particularly outstanding. His disciple advised him not to jump to conclusions. The teacher thought his student was being played, and all that energy couldn't be coming from him. At that moment, something caught the attention of all the spectators. They saw someone moving very fast. The elder started to use his magic power to speed himself up. He used the heaven and earth technique. The older man quickly pushed off from the earth and began to move faster and faster. At one point, he even overtook Buju, who until then had been moving first all the time. Buju was very angry. He was losing again because of Chen Pinghan. At this moment, Buju saw Xiao Yan overtaking him as well. She ran towards the finish line very confidently. The guys kicked up a huge dust. Buju coughed and tried to disperse it with his hands. Buju angrily looked after the elder and Xiao Yan. They had easily covered a great distance in a short time. The elder was gathering his aura in his feet, and thus moving straight through the sky much faster. Buju had nothing left but to watch the older man with envy. At this moment, Buju fell to the ground due to the pull of gravity. He bumped his forehead. The guy was very angry. He pounded his fist on the ground. Buju raised his head and shouted the elder's name. Apparently, even with the strength of the heavens and earth, Chen Pinghan was not the same as slow. He was confidently moving towards his goal. However, to complete the mission, he needed to run even faster. The elder gathered even more aura around his feet. He pushed off the ground with more force and ran faster. At one point, the older man started running so fast that the ground around him became red hot. Explosions were heard and flashes of flame were seen. Chen Pinghan was jumping high, overcoming obstacles. He was so fast that he was practically invisible. Wang Senlin was surprised that the guy was using the Dao and that someone could control the Dao like that. Moxian told the teacher that the elder was the best. Wang Senlin recognized his disciple's rightness, however. He didn't know what was on the mind of such a strong man who was hiding his strength in a small immortal world. Moxian was surprised. He interrogated if the teacher was saying that they should stay away. Wang Senling felt that it was too late for them to retreat now that they had gotten involved in all of this. The man put his hand on his student's shoulder and told Equal Sign him to think about it. The rich can become pawns in the hands of powerful men like him. One step of this senior is equal to 10 of theirs, and he probably already knew they were coming here. Wang Senlin didn't know what his role in this game was. At one moment, the man noticed something. Wang Senling looked up in surprise. He had sensed something. The teacher thought he could feel the aura of an old friend. Mushin asked what they should do, if the enemy was moving and if they should delay him. Wang Senling sighed. He knew exactly what they needed to do. This was their chance. If they could handle the problem, maybe the older one would treat them better. The man was going to wait and see what would happen. Musian agreed with him. The men watched the older man who was diligently going through the tests. Chen Pinghan turned around. He looked down the mountain in surprise. He ran first, followed by Xiao Yan. Behind her ran Zhao Buju diligently. Chen Pinghan thought that it looked like he was quite fast after all. He was the first. The second stage of the competition was catching the distraught beast. These beasts were a bear, a gorilla, and a rhinoceros. They all had fiercely burning eyes of red. They were very vicious. The elder hoped that these maddened beasts weren't really scary. At this moment, a distraught lion with wings ran out of the fog. The animal pounced on the older man. It opened its mouthpiece wide and prepared to swallow its victim. The older man didn't panic. He knew exactly how to defend himself. The boy began to use his energy. He activated the Buddha palm. It flew straight at the maddened lion. The elder's palm swept the lion off its feet. It threw it farther away. The lion was still flying for a long time from such a hard blow. Blood rushed around and an explosion was heard. All the spectators were watching Chen Pinggang's actions. They noticed that he had killed the demon-devouring lion. The guy was surprised that using the power of the heavenly earth could make the Buddha's palm so powerful. Chen Pinghan looked at his palm in surprise. He realized what had just happened. It seemed like a good idea for the guy to disperse the beasts with that same palm. Chen Pinggang began to use his chi energy to carry out his plan. The maddened beasts were burning in flames. The elder overpowered them all. Other participants climbed the mountain. They looked around and didn't understand what was going on. To them, it sounded like someone was fighting beasts. However, the sound was more like someone destroying a kingdom. Xiao Yan admired the elder. He was clearly not above Feng Shen's level, but he could produce an attack on par with an immortal emperor. Buju was once again extremely angry because of the elder's actions. He didn't understand how the guy had become so strong. The book told him that there was a secret treasure hidden in this man's body, but there was no need to be angry, for the people of the Pavilion of Gods would soon arrive. At that moment, a portal opened in the sky. Someone should be flying out of it soon. The entire audience watched the portal from the ground. The winner was to fly out of it. That's what happened. All the spectators were extremely surprised at who they saw. An elder flew out of the portal. He had soloed the last two stages. It was amazing. People didn't understand why Chen Pinggang's cultivation was so low. Chen Pinghan remembered that Huang Zhengqian had said that the immortal emperor admired him. If he called him senior, Chen Pinggang's identity would be revealed, and he should have prevented any incidents. Chen Pinggang came to Yue Donglai, bowed to him, and saluted the immortal operator. Yue Donglai immediately realized that Chen Pinghan was hiding his identity. The immortal emperor decided to play along. He asked if the young man came from the Zhao family. Zhao Banku shouted loudly that the winner was Zhao Xian, the heir of the Zhao family. Yue Donglai was very pleased with the guy's strength. He invited the senior to talk if he was free later. The immortal emperor decided to follow the elder's plan. He thought that most of the Zhao family members recognized him. And now that the decision has been made to name his heirs, senior's mission is complete. The system notified the guy that the mission was complete and asked him to head off to collect his reward. At that moment, the spectators saw something unusual in the sky. They looked at it in surprise. Purple lightning flashed in the sky, something brightly sparkling and shining. A portal appeared there and someone stepped out of it confidently. Violet energy enveloped everyone present. They felt unwell. It was a man from the realm of the gods who arrived. He had long white hair that held a burning book. The participants didn't understand what someone from the divine realm had forgotten here. Buju smiled slyly. Buju laughed loudly in anticipation of his triumph. He had been waiting for this man, and said he was the young gentleman the man was looking for. The man thought, it looks like the scripture has chosen a master, and it was Buju. The man's name was Diao Jatan, and he greeted the young master and asked him to return to the realm of gods as soon as possible. Buju said he has an enemy here, and until he defeats him, he can't go back. Diao Jatan was surprised that his master had an enemy. He asked the young gentleman to show this insolent man who dared to become his enemy, and the immortal emperor could kill him. Yue Donglai felt awkward from this situation. Buju pointed his finger at the older man. He wanted him dead. The elder wasn't the least bit scared. He looked down at Buju with a stone face. Yue Donglai was in a stupor. He didn't know what to do and couldn't kill the elder. The other immortal emperors thought that another fool was climbing into the grave himself. Yue Donglai thought that the elder must be pondering the ridiculousness of what was happening right now. Chen Pinghan didn't understand how he managed to piss off someone from the realm of gods. He thought he was finished and his weapon wouldn't save the guy. Running away wasn't an option either. There was no way for him to escape. If the guy teleported using the system, his opponent would follow him. Wang Senling felt like the elder was looking exactly at him, and it looked like he had planned it all out. Wang Senling told his disciple that it was time for them to show themselves as well. Diao Jatan began to use his divine energy, the power concentrated in his hand. He was happy to serve the young master and was about to do his bidding. The man began to use his energy. He launched the magic ball into the air. At this moment, the senior was trying to find a solution in the system. He didn't know what to do. Chen Ping'an realized that Diao Jatian had such tremendous power and authority. The man's energy enveloped everything around her. She headed straight for the older man. However, she was stopped by Wang Senling. He asked how the divine pavilion claimed righteousness by taking people's lives for no apparent reason. Diao Jatian knew the elder. He asked what the elder was doing here. Mushin came back. He thought that this lowlife was not worth the elder's attention and the elders would deal with him. Chen Pinghan didn't expect this to happen. The elder realized that since the elder had appeared here under Zhao Xian's name, he probably didn't want to reveal his identity in front of these people. Wang Senlin replied that it was none of Diao Jatana's business why the man was here. Strashina stated that the arrogance of the Pavilion of the Gods was despicable. Diao Jatan first wanted to just kill the person from the lower realm, but since there was an elder involved, it wouldn't end well. The man told Buju that the elder was one of the strongest people of the divine realm, and it would be best for them to surrender and return to the realm of the gods. The elder can't stay here forever. He figured he could be killed another time. Buju was very angry. He agreed with Diao Jatang and decided to let him live for a few more days. Diao Jatan repented for his inappropriate behavior in killing innocent people. The man was going to return the young master to the divine realm. However, he didn't have time to do so. He was stopped by Wang Senling. He asked if the man was just going to leave after he wanted to attack Chen Pinggang. Diao Jatan finally realized why he had interfered. The elder had decided to rip him off in broad daylight. He asked what the elder needed. The elder stated that he was demanding 15,000 spirit essences and pseudo-god artifacts from the secret realm. There's no way Diao Jatan will go for it. Their sect is deceitful, and they are too ruthless to take advantage of the situation. The elder looked at him angrily and asked if the man wanted to fight him. This moment, Wang Senlin's energy enveloped all around. It swept the guys off their feet. Diao Jatan had no choice but to agree to the elder's demand. The things the elder asked for are kept in the ring. The men handed over the green ring and hoped the elder would let him go. Wang Senling reached out his hand and took the ring. The elder didn't understand why this artifact didn't have a soul. He thought it was strange. Wang Senling began to take out various magical items from the ring. Diao Jatan shouted that he didn't have anything else. The man took out a blade from the ring. Perhaps the ring had been in the secret realm too long and his soul had dissipated. Be that as it may, Diao Jatan decided that it was time for him to leave. The elder did not hinder him. The man along with Buju jumped into the portal. Wang Senlin gave the acquired artifacts to Chen Ping'an. He thanked the elder for his assistance. Wang Senlin felt that the elder deserved to be compensated. The elder looked around. He was about to say something to Chen Ping'an. Wang Senlin asked the elder to talk to him privately if the young man was not busy. Chen Pinggang was free and willing to talk. Buju, along with Diao Jiaqin, moved to a quiet place and stepped out of the portal. Buju was very angry that Chen Pinggang had the advantage again. The man asked the young master not to be angry. This artifact was useless anyway. Buju asked what Diao Jatan means. The pseudo-god artifact is a treasure in a way, and the pavilion master has banned divine artifacts. In fact, it has a soul, and they can get the treasure back once they meet the pavilion master. The boys had just arrived in the divine world. It was a clear day and the sun was shining. The man asked the guys if it was true that the immortal elder had interfered. Diao Jatan was his subordinate and he wouldn't dare to lie to him, so it was true. Mohuan the god's pavilion master did not understand why the immortal elder suddenly went to this world. He said that the pseudo-god artifacts should be obtained as soon as possible while he creates a connection with the soul weapon. Mohuan started to use his strength. He decided that it didn't matter and would just follow him. A man conjured a portal. A guy screamed out of it and asked to be saved. The guy was surrounded by a group 100 times stronger than the god of artifacts. Mohuan was very surprised to hear this. He didn't understand what the guy was saying. Diao Jatan was also puzzled by what was happening. Mohuan asked what this guy who was a weapon was talking about. At this moment, the guy was moved by someone. It was Knife, assigned to guard the elder's new weapon. Knife said that a lowlife like him dared to cheat his master. The boy asked to be spared. He was willing to do anything. Knife lifted him high into the sky and was about to teach him a lesson. He said goodbye to the guy. Knife clutched the guy's head tightly with his hand. He was very scared. Knife swung his fist at him and was about to hit the guy. The interference was removed. The dagger was ready to serve its master. Mohuan was perplexed by what was happening. Knife almost forgot that there was someone else sniffing around. He turned around to look into Mohuan's portal. In an instant, Mohuan's portal shattered into small pieces, the knife destroying him. Mohuan was in a panic. He thought that they had messed with the wrong people. With his cultivation, that guy would destroy the god's pavilion with a single finger. Diao Jatan looked at Buju in surprise. He didn't understand what caused this reaction from the Lord. Mohuan stated that it was urgent to move the god's pavilion. Diao Jatan understood him. Buju was certain that Zhao Xian couldn't possess such abilities. This guy wasn't even him. Buju realized that since he was the one who had angered him, Chen Pinghan would target Buju specifically. Buju felt like this pavilion wouldn't be here for long. Meanwhile, the following events were taking place in the immortal world. Yu Immortal World teleported Yue Donglai together with Wang Senlin. The elder similarly stepped out of the portal. He didn't realize where he was. The elder bowed and apologized to the elder. Coincidentally, he didn't have the opportunity to greet Chen Pinggang. Yue Donglai wanted to thank the elder for his kindness and disciple Sun Guo. If it wasn't for the elder's help, he wouldn't have been able to rise to the position of immortal emperor. Chen Pinghan didn't understand what the men were talking about and didn't remember what he had done. Yue Donglai seemed to think that the elder had helped him, and Wang Senlin had been deceived by the elder. Chen Pinggang decided to keep pretending. He said that these were small things to him. The guy didn't expect that Li Moxian was from the divine world. The elder also thanked Yue Donglai for bringing him here so that the man could apologize to the elder. Wang Senling stared intently at Yue Donglai. Both men thought they needed to get along with the guy the older man had taken a liking to. It seemed to Chen Pinghan that Brother Wang wasn't too big of a deal in the divine measure. Otherwise, why would he call someone brother? Chen Pinghan coughed and was about to say something to the men. They both looked at the elder with surprise. Chen Pinghan wanted to ask them for something. The guy said he was getting married in 3 days. If it was okay with them, he invited them and their families to celebrate. The older man thought that he would be honored if he could invite such distinguished people to his wedding. Both men thanked the elder and said they would definitely come. Chen Pinggang smiled and said that he would be waiting for them along with their families. It was nightfall in the mortal world. Events were unfolding in Pinana's house. This time, no special rewards were given to the senior by completing the task. The system has rewarded the host with 2 great worlds, and the next task has already been started. It will have a special reward that will definitely please the host. The elder noticed that his cultivation had increased by 2 articles, and now his divine sense had also improved. Chen Pinggang could now control the 10 silk threads, but it wasn't certain that his strength would be as powerful as that of an immortal emperor. Chen Pinghan asked the system if the next mission would be in the immortal world. The system told him not to ask, otherwise it would be randomized. Senior really wanted the task to be an immortal world, and it would be much easier if an immortal emperor could help him out. But after today, Senior was very exhausted. He had important things to do. Chen Pinghan looked to the side. He thought about what was most important right now. The guy had a wedding coming up, with a smart red-colored wedding suit in his house. The senior's entire house was decorated with flowers and red ribbons. There were red seals on the walls. The solemn wedding day of Senior. The newlyweds had already dressed up in their festive attire. Chen Pinggang asked Duan to see what he looked like. The girl corrected his suit and said it was fine. Duan reassured Chen Pinggang. She told him not to be nervous. Their wedding would be simple, and everything had to go well. The elder was about to say something, but Duan interrupted him. She pushed the guy and told him to welcome the guests. The elder turned around and looked at his fiancée. He thought it was very strange. Chen Pinghan didn't understand why Duan wasn't nervous. The girl was calmly talking to Xiaolin. At that moment, someone called out to the elder. A doctor came to Chen Pinghan's wedding. He was smiling and wanted to congratulate the young man. The doctor congratulated Chen Pinggang and gave him a red envelope with money. The doctor brought 2 more of his friends and hoped the older man wouldn't mind. Chen Pinggang replied that he had tea with them, so they were also his friends and invited to the wedding. The doctor thanked Chen Pinggang and was about to enjoy the feast. Pinggan asked why the doctor didn't give the special gift he had prepared. The doctor was embarrassed. The doctor blushed. He really didn't know what he was thinking at the time. The doctor thought Chen Pinggang was interested in him, so he prepared a whole bunch of erotic literature to change his orientation. And if Mrs. Duan finds out about it, she'll be very angry. Many guests went to Chen Pinggang's wedding, and he welcomed everyone and invited them to enter the house. All of the elders' magical things were also invited to the wedding, and they were in the guise of humans. Knife introduced himself. He said that they were all Duan Xinshin's family. He was careful not to give himself away. The older man also introduced himself and said that Warden Duane was inside and asked the guys to come out. At that moment, someone approached the elder. It was also his guests. Wang Xinlin arrived at the elder's place along with Moxian. They were happy to be at the wedding. Also, Muran's family came to the elder's house. Chen Pinggang doesn't understand how they even got together and how they know each other. Old man Muran congratulated Chen Pinggang on his wedding. The guy was glad that everyone didn't come. He had been waiting for them to arrive. All the elders weren't surprised that the elder had anticipated even their coming together. Chen Pinghan asked the guests to follow him. He had prepared a special seat for them. After all, the elders were big shots in the divine measure, so to be sure, it was better for them to sit with him. Wang Senling noticed that there were many important families at Senior's wedding, and he would be able to meet someone from the upper world. The celebrations of the eldest's wedding were about to begin. All the guests sat down in their seats. Wang Senlin was looking at something in surprise. He was in a stupor. Right in front of him sat Knife and Peachtree in human guises, a strong energy emanating from them. Elder Ying, along with the doctor, were also sitting nearby. They were also emitting powerful qi energy. Yes, in general, everyone present at the feast was incredibly strong in cultivation and glowing with energy. The elder asked Wang Senlin if everything was all right. The elder got nervous and said not to pay attention to him. The man didn't realize if it could be that the former elder also knew everything, and so the man witnessed it. An elder once told him that he would have a bright future, but the elder wasn't sure if he could reach their level. The doctor advised Elder Inu to restrain his aura and not scare away the young ones. Elder Ying smiled slyly and apologized. As an apology, he was going to give the young ones a chance. The man began to conjure. The doctor was surprised to notice that this was his cultivation over the millennia. Elder Ying believed that all these mortals should become immortals by tomorrow. He spilled his energy. The power of the elder has gotten into the food of the guests. It will help them advance. It was worth considering the elder's generosity for the elder's help in the past. Elder Ying's friends were surprised, such was the lad's generosity. Elder Ying felt that enough talking was enough and something more interesting needed to be done. The man realized the glass and said it was time to drink. Everyone rejoiced. The celebration was already over. All the guests started to leave the elder's house. They were drunk. Mrs. Duan asked how Chen Ping'an felt about their wedding. The guy said she was tired of smiling and his cheeks were already sore. Mrs. Duan said that it was not a problem and gently touched the elder. The girl said that Chen Ping'an's strength should be enough for tonight. She clung to the elder. And this is the moment in the sky above the senior's house. Something lit up brightly. She said the master was afraid it would disrupt the Lord's great wedding and wouldn't even let him out. It was a wooden sword in human form. The girl descended to the ground. She stated that now that the wedding was over, the knife should fight her. Knife tried to avoid it. Today was the host's lucky day, so not the time for fighting. Sword Mistress said that the knife is always dodging this time, she won't just let go. Knife got uncomfortable and said that the host was in a peculiar situation right now. At that moment, a rooster who was standing awkwardly off to the side caught his attention. The rooster gently took the peach tree by the hand. The rooster suggested that the peach tree should look at the stars with him and they should not distract their host today. The rooster just wanted to get away from those two. He asked the peach tree to help him, and in return, she would get fancy wine. Peach tree stated that she and the rooster are going to look at the stars. The guys need to chat. Sword looked at the other human-shaped objects in surprise. The broom was already drunk. His head was spinning. The kettle was going to take him to the doctor. Knife tried to stop the guys. He didn't want to be alone with the sword. The teapot girl quickly carried the broom away on her shoulder. She also didn't want to deal with this situation. The wooden sword girl took the knife by the shoulder. It seemed to her that the others also agreed that the knife should fight her. The knife has deemed them all traitors, and it looks like he's going to have to do it. Knife decided to tell the girl the whole truth. He recently got a loved one and doesn't want him to think he's bloodthirsty. The girl did not realize who it could be, for Peachtree and the kettle were busy, and there were no women in the neighborhood besides them. Knife stated that it was because he changed his orientation and his little brother. The golden sword is very beautiful. Knife said that although he was weak, his attitude toward life and death was so sweet. The girl was embarrassed. She didn't fully understand what was going on. The girl backed up. The girl exclaimed in horror that her brother was gay. The girl blushed. Knife didn't understand what had caused the girl to react this way. The girl cried and ran away. She would never be able to accept this. Apparently, the knife meant something else, not romantic feelings. He didn't understand what the girl was talking about. Either way, she wouldn't bother him again. And in the meantime, the knife couldn't go home, so he was going to go drinking. At this time, the light in the elder's room was on despite the dark night. Mrs. Duan was in it. She had noticed that the spring nights were terribly short. She asked if Chen Pinggang was going to sit on the chair all night. The guy was very embarrassed. Duane got out of bed. She was all aware of the guy's discomfort. Chen Pinghan still didn't dare to take the initiative, so the girl decided to do it. Duane walked over to the guy and put a hand on his shoulder. She said it was okay. The girl decided to act first. She approached Chen Pinggang's face. The latter was very embarrassed. Duan kissed Chen Pinggang tenderly. The newlyweds were overwhelmed with love. The kisses became more and more intense. The guys couldn't tear themselves away from each other. Their eats merged in a passionate embrace, and they all continued to kiss sitting on the chair. Finally, the guys interrupted. They couldn't breathe from such turbulent emotions. Duan took Chen Pinggang's hand and led the young man behind her. The guy was very confused. He was well aware of what was coming next. Warden Duan said she preferred the bed. The girl smiled. She thought that it would still be more comfortable on the bed. Chen Pinggang became very embarrassed and blushed. It was the next morning after the wedding. Duane, Chen Pinggang, and Xiaolin were having breakfast under the peach tree. There was silence at the table. Chen Pinghan was drinking tea. Xiaolin joyfully asked when she could hold her little sister or brother. Boss Duan said that it all depended on Chen Pinggang. The boy choked on his tea and became very embarrassed. Chen Pinggang replied that children shouldn't ask such things and it's adult talk. Chen Pinggang told Duan to also stop talking about such things with Xiaolin. The girl apologized and asked how she could make it up to her. Xiaolin thought it was strange that the food tasted like dog food. Some time passed. The elder's house was quiet and peaceful. The golden sword sat in a spot with the dog. He hadn't slept a wink since yesterday and felt something on the move. The dog yawned and wondered what it could be and who could let the knife boss bully himself. Some time passed. There was no change in Chen Pinggang's house. There was a calm atmosphere. The eldest stayed home for half a month after the wedding, and he decided he'd had enough of hanging around doing nothing. It was time to start a new mission. He selected that option in the system. In an instant, Chen Pinghan teleported over the system to provide him with a new mission. At this time, someone flew across the sky. He wanted to fly into the elder's house. It was a wooden sword girl in her human form. She was happy that finally Duan and Chen Pinggang are finally out of the house. Now the brother knife will follow Chen Pinggang. The girl was looking for the golden sword. She wanted to deal with the situation with it and the knife. The golden sword stood near the peach tree. He was surprised to have such a guest. The golden sword began to transform into its human form. It glowed with energy. The sword became a young boy and said it was him. He wondered what the girl wanted from him. The girl looked at him angrily and asked how dare this trash start a relationship with her brother with a knife. Sword said that the girl is absolutely right, and brother knife is such a strong badass that he's not worth being his little brother. Sword decided not to make the girl jealous. The guy called him his brother with a knife. She got very angry. She screamed how dare the sword keep praising him. The boy was very frightened. Peachtree sat in her human form. She said he'd better stop or he'd get it from his little sister. She was sitting in a place with a rooster. He said that they couldn't blame him because they hadn't seen what had happened yesterday, and who would have thought that his brother could do such a thing. Peachtree thought that maybe he needed help. Rooster asked if she wanted to make her sister Wooden Sword angry. Peachtree really didn't want this. She was shaking with fear. The rooster reassured her, though the girl is spunky. She can't do anything without her master, and she's unlikely to kill or hurt anyone, so it should be fine. The boys really hoped that the sword would be protected by its owner. They folded their hands and began to pray. Meanwhile, Senior's new assignment was in the Divine World in the Battle Tank Sect. The sect was very beautiful, with tall buildings everywhere. Yet there were not many people. At this moment, a magic power appeared all around. Everything lit up. Chen Ping'an was teleported directly into this force. He looked around in surprise. The guy noticed that there was a high flow of heaven and earth power in this place. It seemed to him that this might be an immortal world. The guy was supposed to pretend to be Hao Wuqi, the master of the Battle Tank Sect. Due to his talent being stuck in the crossing period, he can only travel, but unfortunately recently died. Chen Ping'an thought it looked like the man had been poisoned and wondered if he would have to pretend to be him. Chen Ping'an's mission was to help the Battle Tank Sect rise to the 4th rank. At that moment, someone entered the house of the sect master and wanted to tell the master something. Chen Ping'an stood in the middle of the room. He was in an awkward position and didn't know what to do. The man who entered looked at Chen Ping'an in surprise. He didn't know him. The man yelled that there was an intruder in the house, and he asked what the guy was doing to the owner. Chen Ping'an asked if he said that he just came here, would the man believe him. The one asked how dare this intruder mock his intelligence. The man swung his sword. The elder used his power to defend himself. Energy concentrated in his palm. The man was very surprised to see the lad's power. The Buddha's palm threw the man back into the wall. It was more powerful than ever. The guy stopped using his power. She was able to burn through even the wall. The guy was surprised that the Buddha's palm became so strong if only 10 streams were added. Screams were heard. The man didn't understand why there was an attack in the sect master's room or what was even going on. The elder thought it was worth returning to the mortal world to understand the mission better. The older man did so, returning to his home in the mortal world. There a girl Wooden Sword was beating up a golden sword. She thought that it seems like it wasn't enough to just teach him a lesson. The boy was asking for help. At that moment something appeared behind the girl's back. It seemed to be a portal. The Gummi girl flew away to avoid being seen by her master. An elder emerged from the portal. He had arrived at his home for a better understanding of the mission. The guy was enveloped in energy, standing right in front of the sword. At this moment, Chen Ping'an was called out by someone. The guy looked up in surprise. It was a sword. He ran up to Chen Ping'an and started crying. He was very happy that the guy had returned. Chen Ping'an asked the golden sword what was wrong. He didn't know what to say. The lad said he was all right and asked to call on Tesak, for he had something to ask him. Chen Ping'an replied that if something was wrong, the guy could always turn to him. After all, he would always help. The golden sword replied that it was nothing special. It was just a personal matter. The elder decided to honor the boy's request. He activated his ring and summoned a knife. The older man decided he'd better not get into it. The knife began to morph into its human form. The older man turned around and decided to go about his business. He wished the boys good luck. Sword looked at the knife in surprise. He wanted to ask him something, but didn't know where to start. The sword yelled that the knife had probably said something to the wooden sword, that she was now very angry with the guy. Knife felt very uncomfortable. He didn't know how to tell it. Knife just tried to get rid of her by saying he liked the sword and had beautiful eyes and a good heart. Knife told the guy not to worry, because eventually the wooden sword would surrender. The boy was shocked. Golden Sword was horrified. He didn't understand why his boss said that. The knife advised him to humble himself and the knife would help him too. Sword cried and asked Knife to find a way to help the guy or he would die. The knife had an idea. He thought about it and decided that the solution was very simple. The guy just had to hide in his master's rings, and the wooden sword wouldn't be able to reach him. At this time, the elder was talking to Madame Duan. They were having a nice conversation off to the side. The golden sword thought it was a great idea. He was going to do exactly that. Sword ran to the older man. He was going to go ask the master. He thanked the knife for his help. Peach would ask the knife if he thought the wooden sword would give up, because she was always so persistent. At this time in the divine world, in the martial tank sect, everyone was alarmed. The man said that someone sent the sect master, although he saw the intruder's face, but could not catch him. The grand elder of the sect said that the sect wouldn't last a day without the master. The man was injured and couldn't be held responsible. The second elder said that he had enough of pretending. He was just afraid that by becoming the sect leader, the intruder would catch up with him. The first elder said pinkly that he wouldn't have sent anyone to their death and the man needs to stop bad-mouthing. The first one jumped up and said that the man would answer for his words. At that moment, someone stopped them. He had something on his mind. The first elder looked on in surprise. He wondered what the man would offer. The second elder didn't realize who could be a worthy replacement for the sect head. The man said a good option would be the sect master's son. His name was Hao Wu-Chi. It was suggested by the third sect elder. The first elder felt that the only right thing to do was for the son to take over from his father, especially since he was a terrible cultivator. Meanwhile, the elder had once again moved to the immortal world for his new assignment. Guy used a disguise mask that allows you to change your appearance. Guy was glad he had this mask. The system customized it to Hao Wu-Chi's appearance. Senior didn't understand why there were so many streams of heaven and earth powers around. He still didn't understand if he was in the divine world. Senior had brought peak immortal weapons with him, or else he would be in trouble. At this moment, Hao Wu-Chi was called out by someone. The elder turned around. It was the second elder. He asked where the guy's communication talisman was and why he didn't answer when the man tried to contact him. Chen Pinghan awkwardly asked if they knew the man. The second elder was surprised that the guy didn't remember him, since he was definitely supposed to know such an important person. Chen Pinggang said he had an injury and lost his memory, so he only remembers his name. The second elder smiled and thought it was the perfect opportunity to use the guy. The second elder told the elder to follow him. He would tell him everything he needed to know. Meanwhile, the Mo family's residence was bustling with activity, for Jatan reported that the masters of the neighboring sects had been replaced by their people, and only the weapon tank sect had not replaced the master because he had died unexpectedly. Mo Huan said that it was fine and worth keeping them. They had suffered a lot of losses due to the relocation, and the guy's job was to surreptitiously increase their influence. Diao Jatan understood everything. He asked if it was really necessary after all. The guy was just a child from the immortal world. Mo Huan replied that the guy and started had yet to meet someone with a strong aura, so he didn't understand. However, when the man begins to remember that day, a chill runs down his spine and fear envelops him. Meanwhile, in the divine world, there was a tense atmosphere in the Martial Reservoir sect. The elders explained to the elder that the sect master had been poisoned. They could not continue the activities without him, so his son must take over his father's duties. Chen Pinghan was surprised that the body he saw belonged to the sect master. He was just going to use his influence to increase his rank, but now he would have to control the sect. The guy said that he couldn't do it because his cultivation was too low, and people wouldn't listen to him. The second elder happily grabbed the guy's hand. He told him not to worry, for they would handle the sect's affairs. Chen Pinghan didn't understand why they were all so agitated. He thought it was strange. Perhaps they were afraid of being poisoned. Elder said it was just the perfect opportunity, and he was going to do what Elder asked. It was a clear day in the battle tank sect. The senior was trying to get used to his new assignment. He took the broom with him and told her to just stand there and not go anywhere. She was supposed to warn him if anyone came into the room and do something. The elder came to his chambers as the sect heads. He sat down on the bed. Chen Pinghan thought that it was a good thing that he had pretended to have lost his memory, or else he wouldn't have realized that he was in the divine world. Chen Pinghan didn't expect this spiritual source to be so valuable. He started to use his ring. Even the low-level spiritual sources that Chen Pinggang has are enough to kill for. He didn't understand why this thing inside the spiritual source was like streams of power in heaven and earth. He didn't know how to add more flow to it. The main character was in cultivation. He noticed that the thing inside the spiritual source was similar to the streams of power of heaven and earth. The guy decided to add some more flow inside the spiritual source. Chen Pinggang noticed that his idea had worked and the balloon was even brighter. The protagonist thought joyfully to himself that he was seeing a spiritual source of the highest level. Chen got absolutely childishly excited and shouted that he was now rich. The guy walked towards the exit. He decided to go to the Chamber of Commerce of 1,000 treasures. There he needed to buy a treasure to improve his skills. The protagonist found himself in the vast and colorful city of the divine world. Chen thought he felt more comfortable walking down the street with his real face. He realized that no one knew him in this place. The protagonist went to the Chamber of Commerce. He wanted to find something for himself there similar to the immortal spirit tree. At this time, a young warrior was standing nearby. The warrior looked very carefully at the protagonist who passed him. The guy told the pavilion owner that he had just seen someone who looked like an elder. The pavilion master asked in surprise, "Did the guy just now see the master of the mighty spiritual weapon of one strike?" The agitated warrior told his interlocutor that he might have just been mistaken. The guy told the man that as long as they don't get stopped by the host he saw, that means they're off the hook. Chen thought to himself, surprised that he could just see the guy who had previously given him a bunch of treasures. The protagonist stopped and scrutinized around and looked back. Chen didn't see anyone interesting and said to himself that he must have made a mistake. The protagonist decided to go directly to the Chamber of Commerce and buy something for himself before facing his enemies. At this time, there were many people in the trading board of 1,000 treasures. Suddenly, right in the middle of the trading chamber, a young warrior teleported together with the pavilion master. The man glanced to the side and looked unhappily at the teleported guests. After which the man menacingly ran up to the young warrior and shouted at him. The interlocutor asked the young warrior menacingly, "Doesn't he know that you can't teleport into the Chamber of Commerce?" The boy demanded that the elder be brought here, as he had something to offer. The man menacingly and incredulously asked the boy, "Is that guy worth anything?" The young warrior decided to prove his abilities. He activated his skills. A magical glow appeared around the guy. He shouted to the man not to make him repeat himself. At that time there were hurried footsteps. Someone ran down the stairs. A man ran up and knelt down in front of the guy. He apologized for meeting him after a long journey. Yanze was frightened. He told the young warrior that he would fulfill his errand. The guest told Yanze that he has a proposal. They want to discuss it with the Chamber of Commerce. The elder replied to the guest that the Chamber of Commerce was under the leadership of the Eternal God. Suddenly something drew Yangze's attention from the side and he turned around. The elder grudgingly said that for some reason someone was teleporting into the chamber again. Someone's foot appeared out of the teleportation window. The surrounding people looked intently at the new guest. Elder Yanzi of the Chamber of Commerce turned around and saw that someone else had teleported over. The protagonist stepped out of the teleportation window and looked around in surprise. Yanze menacingly reminded the protagonist that you can't teleport into the Chamber of Commerce. After that, the elder menacingly demanded of the guards that they teach the Chenyu a lesson. The guards showed up. They told their boss they'd follow his orders. The protagonist turned to the side and looked intently at the guards who approached. Yanze then turned to his interlocutors and said they would continue. The elder of the Chamber of Commerce heard something unusual and turned back. Yanze saw a young warrior kneeling and begging for forgiveness from the protagonist. Next to him, Mo Huang knelt and asked for Chen's favor. The elder of the Chamber of Commerce was frightened. He realized he'd messed with the wrong person. After that, Yanze knelt down in front of Chen and asked him not to take his words seriously. The protagonist could not understand what was going on. He realized that Wang Chenling had previously said something to his interlocutors to deceive them. The protagonist realized he had a very good opportunity to get something. Looking at the interlocutors bowing to him, Chen remembered that he had already checked the spiritual source. The guy menacingly told the people in front of him that he had spotted the fake spirit weapons. He added that he had spared them only because they were useful to him. Mo Huan joyfully rose from his knees and shouted to the protagonist that he would do anything for him. Chen realized that he could get a pseudo-spiritual weapon if he intimidated the two interlocutors. The main character said to Mo that one of his younger ones didn't have a spiritual weapon. Very quickly, Mo Huan pulled out a dagger and told the protagonist that he understood him. Mo handed Chen a knife and said it was one of the few remaining pseudo-spiritual weapons. After that, the man looked at the knife for a long time and thought that this reliable weapon had served him for thousands of years. Mo said goodbye to his blade and reluctantly handed it back to the main character. Chen took the knife with great attention and looked at it. He couldn't understand why the weapon was trembling. At this time, a magical red-haired guy appeared, a spirit from a knife. The spirit from the knife looked at the weapon the protagonist was holding, and it stopped shaking. Chen looked at the knife with surprise and noticed that the weapon was indeed sensitive. The young warrior Diao paid attention to the aura of the protagonist. He became scared. Mo Huan thought that Chen has a terrifying aura if even the weapons are in fear. The protagonist sternly told his interlocutors to get up, as that's not why he came here. Chen then continued to socialize in the Chamber of Commerce with his interlocutors. Chen asked the people if they knew anything about the Battle Tank sect. Yanzi cheerfully replied that this sect was not that strong, but it was quite famous. He thought to himself that he had already sent a person there to get rid of the sect master. The protagonist asked Diao what he had to say about the Battle Tank sect. The warrior fearfully replied that this sect was weak. Chen thought to himself that the power of the divine appearance was very large. The protagonist then replied to the interlocutor that he would forget his grievances if the Battle Tank sect rose to the 4th rank. Diao and Mo were very happy. They realized that the protagonist would not pursue them. After that, the warriors bowed to the Chen in a friendly manner and promised that they would do their best. The protagonist commanded his interlocutors to disperse, as he still had business to attend to. The warriors bowed in unison and thanked Chen. The boy thought to himself that if he pretended to be an elder, he would not talk about the treasure. The warriors stepped back a little and thought happily to themselves that the older man still intimidated them. Mo demanded of his co-workers that they take him to the battle tank sect. Yanze commanded the two warriors to follow him. At that time, a girl was walking alone in the yard of the main character's estate. Sister Wooden Sword was looking around very carefully. She was looking for someone. A fairy appeared. She told the guest that her friend was not in the yard right now. The girl asked the fairy to let her know where her acquaintance had gone. Wooden Sword demanded insistently of the peach tree fairy that she answer her. Afterward, Fairy informed the girl that the lad was in the master's ring along with the knife. The Wooden Sword was angry and surprised because the boy left without hesitation. The fairy didn't like that the girl interpreted her words that way. The Wooden Sword was very excited and angry. She couldn't accept the relationship of the golden feather and the knife. She decided that she had to think of something. The girl thought for a moment, and suddenly the clue to her problem came into her mind. The Wooden Sword cheered herself up a lot. She realized that she was going to need help. The girl soared upwards and told herself that she needed to find Miss Duane to coordinate her plan, at which time the protagonist decided to move quickly to the mortal world. Chen teleported over and said that people from the Divine Pavilion would be coming here soon to help the Battle Tank sect. At that time, a wooden sword flew up from behind the protagonist. The girl greeted the protagonist. He was surprised to see her. The Wooden Sword remembered that Madame Duan had told her not to reveal any information. At this time, the protagonist was scrutinizing the ring on his hand. The Wooden Sword said she was the wife of the Golden Feather and asked the fellow to let her see her husband. The protagonist was very taken aback by the fact that the Golden Pen already has a wife. Chen began to draw his sword from his ring. Golden Feather shouted to his master to wait. Chen noticed that Golden Feather was not particularly happy to see the girl. She said that they had a very deep relationship, and the guy really wanted to see her. The girl said very cheerfully that her husband was simply very shy. The Golden Feather looking out of the sword confirmed merrily that he was shy. The Wooden Sword turned around and cheerfully said that she wouldn't disturb the main character anymore. Chen said goodbye to the girl. Chen looked at the girl flying away and thought the Golden Feather glad to be reunited with his wife again. Wooden Sword with her skills began activating magic from the ring. The girl was able to draw her sword. A huge fireball emerged from the ring. The girl pulled out the boy's golden feather and tossed it aside with all her might. With a mighty blow, a pair of golden feathers knocked into the stone with all their might. Wooden Sword very angrily told her interlocutor that she had already warned him. The girl sternly told the guy for continuing to interfere with her brother's knife. She added that he should be taught a lesson. Gold Feather shouted to the girl to listen to him. He added that there were others in the ring. The boys shouted fearfully to the Wooden Sword that they were not alone in the ring. The girl didn't want to hear the guy's excuse. A fireball appeared in her hand. The boy smiled at the girl and said there was nothing between him and his brother with the knife. The Wooden Sword listened to nothing and launched a beam of fire at the guy. The Golden Feather was unable to defend itself and was completely covered by the fire strike. The girl prepared to attack the guy once again. A fireball appeared near her hand again. After another attack, the Golden Feather guy was knocked back and carried far to the side. The Peach Tree Fairy, looking in the distance, said that the Sister Wooden Sword made a fuss. She asked the knife if it felt guilty. The knife guy cheerfully said that Golden Peru would benefit from it all, at which time the Golden Feather lay deep at the bottom of a hole he had dug himself. The guy was beaten and exhausted. He couldn't even get up. The girl told the boy menacingly that she was teaching him a simple lesson today. Wooden Sword threatened Golden Peru that if he didn't change, she would find him again. After that, the girl dissolved into a very fiery swirl in the sky. The beaten guy Golden Feather shouted at the knife that he almost died because of it. The beaten guy was walking back to the main character's estate. He was having a hard time walking. The Golden Feather even took a stick so he'd have the strength to keep going. The main character, looking at the guy who passed, thought he didn't even know how immortal weapons could get close. Chen took a closer look and noticed that the guy looked very devastated. Golden Feather said with a pleading tone in his voice that if his wife came next time, that he should keep him out. The main character cheerfully told the guy that they sucked all the energy out of him. The Golden Feather got angry. He shouted to the master that he was pure and innocent. A group of warriors led by Yanze arrived in the Divine World in the Battle Tank sect. The arriving guests went around the sect's territory looking for people there. The chief elder appeared. He opened the doors and greeted Yanze. The MO warrior told the elder that he had come to discuss something with the sect. He suggested that we continue the conversation inside. The elder opened the door welcomingly and invited the guests inside the large house. After that, the chief elder asked Yanze why the guest had come here. The guest replied that he had come to give a discount to the Battle Tank sect. The elders listened very attentively. The guest informed them that their sect would receive a 30% discount to the Chamber of Commerce. The chief elder was very much taken aback at hearing such words. Then the chief elder swung around and slapped the face of the second elder with all his might. The second elder was very much taken aback and looked at the man with indignation. The chief elder was surprised. He decided to himself that he must be asleep. After that, there was a discussion in the divine world in the battle tank sect. The elders were in the discussion hall chatting with the guests who had arrived. The chief elder asked with excitement at the MO, what teaching has he prepared for them? Mo very modestly replied that he wasn't offering anything serious. He added that he wanted to be the keeper of the battle tank sect. Mo Huan himself was the peak of the sovereign god. He waited for an answer from the elders. The young warrior Diao Jiatian possessed the 9th stage of sovereign god. Mo told the elders that he would send experts to them to train their disciples. The elders were very amazed. They couldn't believe that each of their students would be trained by such experts. At the end of the conversation, Mo asked the 3 elders if they could accept their offer. The chief elder happily replied that they were accepting the offer. He added that they could not repay as their sect master had recently died. And Mo suggested to his interlocutors that they accept their gifts with an open heart. After that, Mo replied calmly that he absolutely didn't care who the new sect master would be. The chief elder was surprised to hear such words from a guest. He realized that he had an opportunity. The chief elder felt that if he became the sect master, he would have a huge advantage. After that, the man looked closely at the second elder. The chief elder looked at another of his opponents and realized that they would have to fight. With that, the chief elder jumped to his feet from his seat. The man said that Chi's Hao cultivation was very low. For that reason, he couldn't be the sect leader. He suggested taking one of them for the position. The subordinate told the head elder that he was just thinking about it. The man shouted, "Stop talking and the duel begins!" After that, the confrontation between the chief elder and the contenders for sect leader began. As a result of the short battle, the man was able to quickly defeat his opponents. They scattered apart. After the fight, the chief elder told the challengers that the 2 of them were not as good as him. Man proudly told his rivals that the post of sect master would belong to him. The beaten rivals could say nothing against the chief elder. The man thought that he should take the master pendant from Hao Wuqi. After that, he would rightfully become the master of the sect. The protagonist was in the mortal world at his residence at the time. Chung was busy reading. Suddenly, he felt the ring on his hand vibrate. The protagonist then held the ring up to the mirror to read the message. The system reported that the sect was in trouble, and the Grand Elder was asking him to return. Chung thought that the sect elder had insisted that he take the pendant. The protagonist realized excitedly that he needed to find out the details. Without wasting any time, Chung teleported from his residence to the divine world. The main character teleported very quickly and appeared in the divine world. Chung was in the house where the interview took place. He realized that the people there were quite humble. The protagonist greeted the guests and asked the elder why he had called him here. The man answered the guy that he had to give him the pendant of the sect master. Chung remembered excitedly that the man himself had begged him to become master. The protagonist looked at the young Diao warrior next to him. Chung looked at Mo and realized that they had so much advantage that they were no longer afraid of death. Chung handed the man the pendant and said that it would be best if he became the sect master. To himself, the guy thought to himself as he just decided to rest. The elder clutched the pendant in his hand and told the protagonist that he would always be fair to him. Diao asked the host, "Do they need to stop the protagonist from handing over his title?" The man calmly replied that it was none of their business. The young Diao warrior was dissatisfied and wanted to return to his master. Mo replied to Diao that he had already tried to contact Dagger, and they didn't need to make trouble for themselves now. One of the elders noticed that the guests looked like they knew Hao Wuqi. Came the footsteps of the chief elder. He turned to his colleagues. The man showed the magic pendant and said that he was a worthy sect master. One of the elders bowed and greeted the sect master. The new owner was overjoyed, happy and satisfied. He laughed out loud. At this time, one of the sect members felt some great excitement. The guy decided to run into the battle tank sect master's room. The lad saw the newly elected master sitting unconscious in his chair, after which the young man burst into the hall and shouted to the audience that they were in big trouble. The guy ran farther inside the room and shouted that it was very bad. The people present became alarmed. The young man shouted fearfully that something had happened to the sect master. The third elder asked excitedly to the boy to repeat himself. The young man said fearfully that he entered the room and saw the sect master sitting on a chair and his mouth was bleeding. The third elder turned around irritably to the side. He decided to go check it out himself. The man headed to the sect master's room to see what happened. The third elder walked in and saw the new sect master sitting on a chair unconscious. The frightened man extended his hand slowly toward the dead man. The third elder touched the dead man apprehensively to see if he was breathing. The man was amazed and frightened that their new sect leader was already dead. The former chief elder sat motionless in his chair. He was dead. In the battle tank sect, its members were discussing what to do after the demise of their leader. There was an important meeting between the elders in the main building. The third elder, sitting across from the second elder, said that the sect head could have been killed just like their past master. The second elder shouted that the intruder was to blame. He asked angrily, what would they do if it continued like this? The third elder reported that he had already told their guests everything. Afterward, the man excitedly said that there was something he feared more. The third elder was very much taken aback by the reaction of their guests. The man said thoughtfully, Mo and Diao accepted the death of the new sect master very easily. The second elder asked his interlocutor very fearfully what he meant. The third elder reported that Hao Wuqi had given the pendant very easily and the guests knew him. After that, the man said menacingly that it was likely that the elder's death had something to do with Hao Wuqi. In the divine pavilion in the master's lounge, Mo Huang chatted with Diao. Mo was very stunned by the death of the new master of the battle tank sect. He didn't believe that any of their people had done it. Diao reported that the assassin couldn't find the right time to attack until the sect master became the elder. Mo reminded the boy that they had already formed an alliance. He asked why the assassin had not retreated. Diao said that he hired the assassin in secret, and the assassin didn't know he was working for them. Mo asked the guy why he didn't revoke the order. The young warrior replied confused that he had simply forgotten. Mo was very surprised by this answer. The man very angrily told the guy that he was very stupid and was a clown. Diao shouted that they should present the gifts to the elder and beg for forgiveness. Mo Huan hesitated and said judiciously that it should not be done. Mo, sitting at the table, told the guy that it had nothing to do with them. Diao asked fearfully, what would they do if they were accused? Mo said judiciously that the senior examiner must have expected something like this. Diao heard the third elder say that it was all the elder's wish. The man glanced up after pondering and said thoughtfully, Elder truly inscrutable. The protagonist was at home in his residence at the time. Suddenly, the guy heard the girl's wooden sword coming from the side. Chung asked the guest if she had come to see the golden feather. The protagonist held out his sword to the girl joyfully and with a smile. The guest took the sword in her hands with a big smile, pleasure, and joy. The girl thanked the guy and said they'd have a good time with the golden feather. The protagonist saw the girl fly away and disappear into the sky. He thought that her relationship with the golden feather was very sincere, at which time a girl came up and asked the protagonist slyly who he was jealous of. The girl asked her husband cheerfully, doesn't he like her now? The protagonist happily turned around and told his wife that she was no imitation. Xiaolinger girl, looking at the married couple, thought angrily that they didn't even notice her. After that, the girl asked the dog sternly, does he not agree with her? The dog was silent. He thought fearfully and answered nothing to the girl across from him. Xiaolinger got angry and pointed her hoe at the dog. The animal was frightened. Then the dog howled fearfully and moved his bowl of food toward him. The dog replied to the girl that he didn't hear her as he was engrossed in devouring his food. The girl was very angry. She yelled angrily at the dog for thinking only of food. While a girl in the woods activated a golden feather, a guy I know. The wooden sword threw the guy far aside with a fiery strike. The conversationalist told the guy angrily that he was actually ignoring her warnings. The golden feather got scared. He saw that the girl was very angry, and he decided that this time he would definitely die. The guy realized he had to come up with an excuse real quick. Golden Feather realized that he needed to prove as quickly as possible that there was nothing between him and his brother with the knife. The guy was thinking. He was getting ready to tell the girl something important. The Golden Feather said excitedly to his interlocutor that it was she he really liked. The guy excitedly told the girl that he was fascinated. The girl replied to the boy that she would hit him. The Golden Feather told the girl that after he met her, nothing would ever be the same again. The guy thought to himself that he only had to make the girl believe him. Then she would definitely not believe in his relationship with his brother with the knife. The Golden Feather said with importance that he kept thinking about Lady Wooden Sword. He decided to himself that he needed to be more dramatic. The girl was very surprised. She decided that the boy really loved her. The Wooden Sword thought to herself that maybe she had done the wrong thing. She thought the guy sounded sincere. The girl thought, could it be that guns can fall in love with people who hurt them? After that, the Wooden Sword decided finally that the Golden Feather was lying to her. She approached him from behind. The girl angrily felt increasingly angry and resentful. The Wooden Sword shouted menacingly at the guy that he was about to die and launched a fireball at him. The boy was very frightened. He didn't expect girlfriend to attack him. The Golden Feather guy couldn't understand why he was being attacked by his girlfriend. At this time in the main character's estate, a guy was sitting and resting next to a girl. Emperor Phoenix was sitting in a tree next to a peach fairy at the time. The fairy told the boy that men lie very easily. The fairy asked the interlocutor with interest if he was lying to her. Emperor Phoenix answered the girl that he liked her very much, and it was true. Peach Fairy turned away from the guy and said that no one wanted his love. The guy got flustered. He needed to answer since Fairy had already asked him about it. Emperor Phoenix asked with interest to the girl, why did she want to hear that he liked her? The guy took the fairy's hand and wanted to confirm his words to her at once. The guy heard someone calling him from far away, asking for help. Emperor Phoenix jumped up and said that his deception had been exposed, and he was being asked for help. Very quickly, the lad slid down the tree to the ground to his mistress. Emperor Phoenix asked the lady for permission to return to his clan, which was in trouble. The girl told the guy that his master's return had already been planned. Emperor Phoenix excitedly said that he heard a call for help. The girl warned the guy that she would not stop him. She also added that if he was uncovered, he would not be able to return and would even leave. Emperor Phoenix bowed and said that he couldn't just sit and watch. In parting, the boy told the fairy that if he could come back, he would continue what he had started. Then Emperor Phoenix soared far into the sky at high speed. The girl stood and looked longingly at her friend who had disappeared. The Peach Tree Fairy sadly and exhaustedly lowered her mirror in her hand. Peach Fairy fell on her knees in front of Mistress and said she wanted to go along with her boyfriend. The girl excitedly said that if she didn't follow the Phoenix Emperor, she would regret it for the rest of her life. Mistress told the fairy that she was letting her go and wished Ta to be careful. After that, the Peach Tree Fairy soared into the sky very quickly. Mistress sat back and tapped her hand on the chair unhappily. She called out to the knife guy. The girl ordered the knife to follow the Phoenix Emperor. She added that he would help them if needed. Mistress thought to herself that nothing bad should happen after all. At the same time, the guy arrived in the world of chaos after a long flight. The Emperor Phoenix descended to Earth. He began to look for who was calling him. The guy was looking around. He knew for sure that the signal for help was coming from somewhere around here. Looking around, the Phoenix Emperor realized with a startled realization that this was all a trap. The lad was startled to hear someone say angrily from outside that it was now very late. The boy turned in the direction from which the noise of the approaching man was coming. An unidentified man approached. He told the Phoenix Emperor that he'd been tricked. The man showed the boy a glowing magic stone. This stone was calling to the Phoenix Emperor. The stranger said cheerfully that he hadn't expected the stone to be able to fool the guy. Emperor Phoenix calmed down and asked the man, "Does he really want to stop him?" The man said cheerfully back to the guy that of course he couldn't. After that, the stranger shouted out that the heavenly prison array could help him. Suddenly a very bright purple glow appeared in the sky. The whole place lit up. The stranger reiterated once more that the heavenly prison array would help him. Emperor Phoenix replied that activating the prison would cost several lives. The man cheerfully replied to the guy that it would be an honor for them. After that, the stranger extended his hand towards the Phoenix Emperor. The man asked the guy, "Is the guy still only thinking about himself?" Emperor Phoenix felt very weak. The stranger asked his opponent with interest, "Can he be reborn from Nirvana, and why is he so much afraid of death?" The guy replied to the stranger that the heavenly prison array could seal his soul. After that, Emperor Phoenix threateningly replied to the man that he would not allow him to get to his master. The stranger said excitedly to his opponent that it would be suicide for him to use Phoenix's blood to kill him. After that, the man hesitated and excitedly decided to use another of his skills. The man said cheerfully that his master had anticipated all of this. He activated a new skill. The stranger shouted that an improved version of the array had now begun. The sky burrowed with an even brighter and more menacing purple glow. The man looked at the Phoenix Emperor menacingly and with hatred. The stranger menacingly shouted to the guy to let them feel his pain. The amazed boy stared at the glowing spells in front of him. Upper blue lightning appeared from the heavens and struck the Phoenix Emperor. The guy felt the lightning go completely through his body. He couldn't resist. Emperor Phoenix fell to his knees. His opponent angrily shouted to him that he had lost this time. Suddenly, someone from outside angrily asked the man, how dare he attack the guy? A fairy appeared. She shouted menacingly at the man that he was going to die. The girl activated her spell and launched a huge fireball. The unfamiliar warrior jumped to the side very quickly to avoid being hit by fire. The warrior dodged the attack and remembered his master's instruction. Looking at the girl, the man remembered that it was much easier to destroy the wizard from the outside rather than the inside. The warrior also remembered what the master had said about another weapon or divine beast appearing. Some warrior drew his blade to use it to attack the fairy. Warrior with a swing from behind struck the peach tree fairy with his dagger. The girl was amazed that someone had attacked her from an unexpected direction. The fairy felt a heavy thump and wondered if anyone else was here. The stabbing was fatal for the girl. Her mouth was bleeding. The exhausted fairy fell to the ground. A guy saw her from the side. He was very frightened. A flustered Emperor Phoenix watched as his girlfriend fell down. The girl was lying on the ground absolutely without any breath or movement. The boy called out in a frightened voice to the peach tree fairy who was lying on the ground. The girl smiled at her friend and said she didn't regret anything. The boy looked at his dying girlfriend with tragic eyes. The girl reached out to her friend and said she couldn't save him. The guy and his girlfriend clasped hands tightly together, lying on the earth. Emperor Phoenix was already lying unconscious. Life had completely left him. Before she died, the fairy whispered that they would still be together in the end. The beautiful face of the dead girl had a deathly smile on it. Magical green branches appeared next to the dead couple's bodies. Suddenly, a pillar of a huge green plant appeared from the sky. The man was very frightened. He realized things hadn't gone according to plan. The man snapped out of his seat and ran. He shouted that the array of the heavenly prison would not hold. After that, the warrior sat down on the ground and started to activate some spells. The knife guy was watching him from above. Knife thought happily to himself that he was finally getting a good chance. The man saw a huge fire jet flying around him in the sky. The jet enveloped the warrior from all sides and he couldn't fight it off. The knife was watching carefully. He decided to approach his dead friends. There were still bright lightning bolts flying around the tree. The fairy began to gradually pass into herself and stood up. The knife gave the girl's hand and asked her cheerfully if she was okay. At the same time, Emperor Phoenix fully awoke. He turned to the knife. The guy looked happily at his girlfriend and said he really loved her. The fairy replied to her friend that she was fine with it. The knife said there was no time to flirt and they needed to get out of here. At this time, a loud voice came from the heavens asking the guests where they were going. A fiery hand appeared from the sky. An angry voice asked the people who would let them leave. Emperor Phoenix shouted fearfully that someone had come through here to end everything. The knife guy activated his fireball and prepared to attack. A heavenly voice called someone a menacingly shameless old jerk. People saw a human hand approaching the huge fiery hand from above. At this time in the world of chaos, some man was sitting in his manor. A hand appeared and someone shouted to the seated man that he would be made to pay 100-fold. The man was very much startled and agitated. He could not answer anything. In the mortal world, the mistress continued to attend to her household chores in the house. The girl put the chicken in the nest and said that the rooster had turned into a little yellow bird. The owner told the pets that she would bring them medication so they could recover. She added that when the owner returned, she would bring them a couple drops of blood to recover. The lady was thanked together by the bird in the nest and the peach tree, after which the girl walked out of the boundaries of the manor and slammed the door behind her. The kettle on the table shouted that they were worried to death. The fish asked very excitedly to his friends, "How are they feeling?" Magical Sword said excitedly he was very glad that his friends were back in integrity. The bird cheerfully replied that it was hard to call it integrity. Tree told the chick that if it weren't for the knife and him, the chick would have come back a roasted rooster. The peach tree asked the chick how he wanted to make up for all the suffering. The guy suggested good wine. The peach tree fairy replied angrily that such compensation would not be enough for her. The chick told his girlfriend that he would tell her interesting stories about the goldfish. The fairy angrily rattled the branches of the tree and shouted to her friend that he was crazy. The fairy asked if her friend would tell her that he wanted to marry her. The chick was very much taken aback and excited by such a question from his girlfriend. Thereupon, the chick rushed with all his might to the tree and clutched at it with his wings. The friend said cheerfully to the fairy that he was certainly going. He added that after they had recovered and transformed, they would ask the master's permission. The peach tree fairy was silent and answered nothing to her friend. The goldfish said angrily, looking at the bird in the tree, that they are bloody lovebirds. The teapot also looked unhappily at the fairy and her friend, but remained silent. Chen Pagan, after his long wanderings, decided to return to his home. The guy teleported from another world and showed up at his estate. Chen thought to himself in surprise that he could have been in the shoes of the deceased leader of the battle tank sect. The main character said to himself that he had been able to find many spirit trees in the immortal world in the past few days. The boy took the crystal out of his pocket. He realized that he now controlled the power and flows of heaven and earth. The protagonist sat down on his bed and decided to get some exercise. Chen Pinggang closed his eyes and went into a very deep meditation. The main character in a cultivation state started counting the number of streams. Chen accurately counted that he could control 14 streams already. The protagonist decided to return to the divine world and test his strength near the mountain. The protagonist opened the door and prepared to leave the room. In the next room, the guy saw his wife turning to him. Chen saw his beloved sitting at the table reading something. The girl showed the guy a bag and a needle and asked that he drop a drop of his blood in there as her family tradition. The wife handed her husband a sackcloth and said she wanted to be with him for a very long time. The protagonist agreed to his lover's request and pricked his finger with a needle. Chen then dripped a few drops of his blood onto the pouch his wife was holding. The first drop of blood fell from the top of the pouch and a golden glow appeared around it. Then the blood droplets were absorbed completely and without trace into the bag. The girl was overjoyed because her plan had come to fruition. The wife thanked her husband fervently and told him cheerfully that she would go and hang up the sackcloth. At this time, a girl wooden sword appeared from the sky and addressed the elder. The girl landed after flying overhead and approached the main character. Chen asked the guest if she had come for the golden feather. The girl smiled and said she had. The boy held out the sword with a smile to the guest. The girl thanked him. The girl wooden sword immediately flew far from the city into the forest. The girlfriend told the scared guy that last time he couldn't shut up, and now they'd sorted out. The golden feather realized that he had a bad act last time, and the girl didn't believe him. The guy realized that this time he needed to act completely realistic as a lover. The golden feather inspiredly told his girlfriend that he had been waiting for her and that she could torture him. The girlfriend was very much taken aback by what her interlocutor told her. The Golden Feather replied inspiredly that he liked the girl so much that he would be happy even if she tortured him. The boy, looking inspirationally at his girlfriend, told her not to feel sorry for him at all. The wooden sword calmly replied to her friend that everything he says is very stupid. Fire appeared in her hands. The girl angrily shouted to her frightened friend to repeat everything to her after the beating. Then the girlfriend attacked the boy with all her might with fire. Golden Feather sat among the burnt trees. He was badly hurt. The boy told his girlfriend that he feels good when he thinks she's the one doing it to him. The Golden Feather rose to his feet and headed for his girlfriend. The boy gave his rival an inspired look and said she could go on. The wooden sword staggered with such a reaction from the boy to her beating. The girl decided to leave. She turned and ran away. The girl screamed, telling the guy she was letting him go for the day. The Golden Feather excitedly asked the flying girl not to leave. The guy was pleased. He realized that he would clear his relationship with the knife and scare the girl away from him. And then the Golden Feather flew upwards. He decided he needed to go back and celebrate. The boy of the Golden Feather himself was on the large estate of the protagonist. The lad was happily explaining to the Smolka his original and competent act with the girl. At the side, a knife and a fairy watched the conversation between the boy and the dog. Peachwood said with a smile that the wooden sword sis would not be so easily fooled. The knife said, "Let the boy Golden Feather rejoice for now. When the girl realizes she's been tricked, it won't be good for the boy." The fairy said that Golden Feather was very lucky to have a brother knife. The next morning, the protagonist was about to leave his estate. Chen told Shinshin that he was leaving and would be back late. For himself, he wanted to find a mountain to test his strength. The girl called out to the boy. She really didn't want to stay by herself. Sis grabbed the protagonist's arm and started yelling that she wanted to go with him too. Chen replied to the girl that he couldn't take her as he also had things to do. The girl pleaded. She yelled to the guy that she wanted to go too and wouldn't bother him. The main character's wife knew that Chen was going to the divine world. If she met a random father there, she would be reluctant to talk to him. Afterward, the girl told Chen to take the girl to play with him. She has nothing to do at home. The main character thought to himself that he had brought back a lot of treasure, so it shouldn't be dangerous. Chen told Sis Xiaolinger strictly that she should behave herself. The girl was very much pleased. The protagonist and the girl teleported to the divine world. A guy and a girl were flying down from the sky. They noticed something unusual in the distance. Chen noticed a bright and purple glow near Mount Bright and Purple. He thought that this time he had spent a few points to go somewhere else. Suddenly, from afar, a bright violet ray headed towards the protagonist. It almost hit Xiaolinger. After the beam hit the ground, there was a huge fire all around. The guy asked Sis Xiao fearfully if she was okay. The girl said she was fine. The protagonist looked carefully into the distance. He noticed something interesting. Chen saw a warrior swinging his sword in the sky in flight to strike his opponent. Two warriors were fighting in the sky. There was a huge bright glow around them. The protagonist saw that the warriors fought mercilessly, and none of them wanted to retreat. Chen said grudgingly that warriors have no public ethics. The knife asked the master if he needed to take care of it. The protagonist replied to the knife that he didn't need to interfere and would do everything himself. After which the boy, with his ringed hand, handed the girl a broomstick. Chen told his sister that she would be protected by the object he had given her. He added that he would now go and ask for an explanation. The protagonist headed in flight toward the place where the two warriors were fighting. The protagonist prepared to activate his spell. A fireball appeared near his hand. Chen launched his fireball. A huge hand of fire appeared in front of him. The warriors noticed someone flying toward them. One of them turned back. Eventually, after a fiery explosion, the fighters fell from the sky to earth. The man looked angrily at the protagonist and said that he had lost his mind. Chen told the stranger angrily that he had scared his little sister and demanded that he apologize. The man smiled evilly. He replied to the protagonist that he would of course apologize. After that, the warrior shouted that he would let the girl come to him, and he would apologize to her with his blade. The protagonist looked angrily at his opponent. The man prepared to attack him. Chen angrily interrogated the unfamiliar warrior. What did he just say to him? Chen was hovering in the air in front of his opponent, and realized he had to attack. The warrior shouted unhappily that the protagonist dared to interfere in his battle. The man then shouted that Chen would have to pay with his own life. The protagonist prepared to attack. A fireball appeared near his hand. Chen launched a fire spell against his opponent. A huge flaming hand appeared. The man saw a burning hand in front of him that was coming straight at him. The stranger couldn't defend himself, and he didn't expect such a spell to be used against him. A huge fire hand grabbed the warrior and pulled him down sharply. The protagonist noticed that the strange man had disappeared, and that he was completely absorbed in the spell. The other stranger was frightened. He looked surprised at what had happened to his opponent. The man saw that the warrior had been thrown out of the sky. He fell to the ground and was completely burned up. The protagonist looked at the other stranger and asked, "What does he want?" He asked the warrior sternly and threateningly if he also wanted to kill him. The man smiled fearfully and said that there was no way he would have dared. The protagonist turned around and told his new acquaintance to follow him. Then Chen flew through the sky. He was on his way to his sister Xiaolinger. His new acquaintance flew after him. After a long flight, the protagonist landed on the ground in the forest. The man was very much surprised when he saw the Xiaolinger girl. The main character was having fun chatting with his little sister. She was standing next to him. The man was surprised to notice that the girl was holding a broom with a special aura. The warrior sensed that there were countless divine weapons hidden within the broomstick. The protagonist turned around and asked the stranger sternly, "Why isn't the one on his knees asking for forgiveness?" The man immediately flipped out. He realized abruptly that he needed to apologize. The stranger bowed and shouted that the lad and lass should be magnanimous enough to ask him. Xiaolinger girl grabbed from the side of the protagonist by his clothes. The sister told Chen to let the stranger go. The guy said he would. The protagonist glared angrily at the man and yelled at him to get lost. The warrior looked happily at the lad and thanked him for his kindness, after which the man bowed and prepared to make his escape as quickly as possible. Faster than lightning, the stranger snapped and ran away. He shouted he was leaving. Warrior very quickly jumped up from the ground and flew high and far across the sky. Flying off to a safe distance, the man thought fearfully to himself that he thought he wouldn't survive. Looking around, the man saw that something had happened to his world. The warrior, looking at the lilac glow, realized that someone had torn up to the peak divine king. Man rejoiced that today his enemy died and also his world broke through. The warrior remembered the main character he thought of as an elder. The man thought to himself that the elder might have given him an opportunity. The protagonist flew to the divine world with his little sister. On the street, a girl and her boyfriend were looking for a helper to catch a blue thunder tiger in the mountains. There were many people walking around. Chen came up behind the guy who was standing with the placard and addressed him. The main character said he wanted to join, and reported that his powers reach into the spiritual divine world. The guy looked at Chen carefully and said, he looked like he was in transition. After that, the young man looked at the cheerful Xiaolinger and said that she was going along with the main character. Chen told his interlocutors that he would not have spoken to them if he had not had enough strength. The protagonist looked at his little sister and added that he would take care of Xiaolinger. The lad replied excitedly that they were going up the mountain for no picnic at all. The girl hugged her friend and said conciliatingly that they were ready to talk things over. The girl and her acquaintance went back to the building to talk. A very persistent girl offered to take their new acquaintances with her. The guy replied that he didn't agree and added that the main character didn't even show his cultivation. The girl said excitedly that they are the Wu family and no one can harm them. She added that she liked Xiaolinger girl. The guy couldn't decide to agree with his girlfriend. He had his doubts. The girl slyly said that the main character is very handsome. She added dreamily that his little sister is also beautiful next to him. The protagonist, along with his sister and new acquaintances, walked through the nature of the divine world. The girl was walking in front next to Xiaolinger, followed by the protagonist and his boyfriend. Chen looked forward and thought to himself happily that he had not taken Xiaolinger with him for nothing. The protagonist told his new friend to tell him more about the local monsters and beasts. The young man was very much frightened and worried after such a request. Chen called his friend Brother Wu and looked at him questioningly. The main character, looking at a guy he knew, decided he was very absent-minded. Chen decided to himself that he would not distract his new acquaintance. The main character decided to go and ask Mistress Wu about everything. The guy called him sharply. WU's brother shouted at Chen to stay away from his sister. The main character cheerfully asked the guy, what was he just talking about? The brother had already calmed down and answered his companion to forget. The guy reported that their family is one of the strongest in the city. Their elder Dejin is on Divine Royal Peak. He added that no one knows the mountain better than their family. Brother pointed to the mountain and said that their elder had gone there to test the king. The guy confidently informed that once they got rid of the Monster King, then the mountain would be completely for their family. The main character heard a girl calling him from outside. He turned around. Mrs. W was sitting on the ground with the girl. She shouted to the guys to come over to them. The girl said excitedly that she could see the footprints of a blue thunder tiger. The protagonist and his brother ran to the girls. At that time, a bright glow resounded in the depths of the forest. A pillar of fire descended from above. People saw a huge magical shining tiger appear in front of them. The guy said this tiger has exceptional blood and they should be able to handle it. Mrs. Wu told the protagonist to get the girl out of here while they hold the tiger, after which the girl excitedly shouted to her companions to hurry away. Brother told his companion to get ready and started the countdown. The brother launched fireballs forward. The girl burst out and ran. The huge tiger very cleverly bounced aside to avoid being hit by the fireballs. Mrs. Yu, after a great acceleration, kicked off the ground and jumped up. The girl swung around to strike the dangerous predator from above. The girl's fiery kick hit the ground. She didn't hit the tiger. The demonic tiger looked viciously at the girl and prepared to attack her. Mrs. Wu was very frightened. She couldn't have escaped the predator in time. The guy very fearfully called out to his companion Yi called her Xiao Do. The protagonist realized he had to run for help. He sprinted from his seat and remembered the knife. Suddenly, a dangerous lilac glow appeared in front of Chen. He stopped. Someone pointed a beam of destructive spell at the demon tiger. Thanks to a powerful spell, the tiger lost its head and became safe. The men quickly ran up to the body of the tiger lying on the ground in front of them. Xiao Yelp along with Brother Wu looked away with surprise and interest. The girl and boy noticed Xiao Linger standing nearby. She was the one who saved them with a spell. The girl asked her brother and sister with a smile if they were okay. The joyful guy asked Xiao Linger, "Does she possess the level of a god sovereign?" The girl, smiling, said that she would have a divine world breakthrough very soon. Xiao Yelp, looking at the tiger's body, thought sadly that she was only at the spiritual deity level. A bad hunch struck the girl. She realized that she was still very weak. Xiao Do slumped to the ground and thought tragically she couldn't even think of becoming a sister to someone like Xiao Linger. The protagonist was in the woods with his sister and their new acquaintances. Chen, looking at the tiger's body, asked Xiao Linger, why didn't she ever tell him that she had a large cultivation? The girl smiled and slyly answered the protagonist that he hadn't asked her. After that, Xiao Linger decided to tell the main character about her cultivation. As if nothing had happened, the girl explained that she was simply eating watermelon. The protagonist looked at the girl unhappily and said he didn't believe her. Xiao Linger explained that the watermelons in their yard had a lot of spiritual energy and could help increase cultivation. Chen thought to himself that the fertilizer from the system was very good. Guy thought to himself that he should make Shin Shin eat more watermelons. The guy was calming the girl down and telling her not to take it personally. At the same time, a man flew across the sky and looked at them. The man in flight called out by name to the girl Xiao Lan and the boy Chen Yuan. The man turned out to be an elder. He asked the boy and girl what they were doing here at this hour. The boy and girl looked at the arriving man in surprise. Xiao and Chen jumped to their feet and greeted the elder in a friendly manner. The guy explained that the girl needed materials from the Blue Thunder Tiger for cultivation. That was why they went to the mountains. The elder of the Wu family was called Lon Tao. He told the young men that their cultivation was greatly increased if they killed a tiger. The guy and girl shyly explained that they weren't the ones who killed the predator. Chen pointed to the protagonist and his little sister and said they did it all. At this time, the protagonist along with his little sister were standing and socializing. Elder Long was surprised. He looked at Chen and Xiao Linger carefully. The man had no way of understanding how strangers could kill a tiger. He couldn't see the girl's cultivation. Chen explained that the protagonist along with the girl used artifacts. Xiao Do explained excitedly. The girl defeated the tiger with only one attack. The elder shouted excitedly that the girl must be very young, as her life force was plentiful. The man decided to himself that he needed to find a way to bring the girl into the family at. Elder Lun leisurely approached the protagonist with his sister. The man thanked Chen and sister Xiao Linger fervently for their kindness. The protagonist answered the elder bosom good-naturedly that it was not difficult for them. The man told his interlocutors to leave their address so they could be thanked. Chen calmly replied that they were just travelers. The elder suggested excitedly to the protagonist that they join the Wu family, after which the protagonist abruptly ripped his hand out of the man's arm. As delicately as possible, the guy replied to the interlocutor that he did not agree to his proposal. He added that they did not want to join anywhere. Lon was angry. He was unhappy because the protagonist dared to refuse him. The elder was upset because Chen was not from their family. He continued to look at Xiao Linger. Lon asked the main character what level is he on. Chen replied that his sister is much more talented than him. He added that he is on the level of a spiritual god. The elder replied to the lad calmly that there was no need for modesty. Lon replied to the protagonist that if he refused, he would not force it. The elder turned around and started to walk away. He decided that he would make the protagonist and his sister join them. At this time in the forest, one strong warrior was still hunting among the trees. A man was able to kill a huge and bloodthirsty lion. His body lay on earth. The warrior sat uppermost over the huge body of the predator he had defeated. After a hard hunt, the tired man sat down relaxed and exhaled. An excited Lon ran up to the side of the man and called him elder. The man felt a little battered. He touched the scar on his cheek. The elder greeted the Lon Tao and asked with interest, "What happened?" Lon Tao spoke excitedly about meeting the young genius and her older brother with a high cultivation level. He added that the strangers didn't want to join their family. He suggested that the elder kill Xiao Linger's brother and erase her memory. He added that after that, their family would become even more famous. The elder asked his interlocutor, "Does he really want him to do it?" Lon said slyly and confidently to the man that he trusted only him. The elder looked with a smile at Lon and replied that he agreed to his proposal. The main character, along with his little sister and his new acquaintances, was in a divine world near a mountain of monsters. The boy thanked his new acquaintances happily. Chen replied that he had more business with Xiao Linger and their paths were now parted. After a while, Alan flew in. He pointed out the protagonist to the elder. The elder said Lon try again to invite the protagonist and SES. After that, Lon teleported very quickly to quickly reach the main character. He ran quickly to catch Chen before he left. Man stopped in the protagonist's path and told him to wait for him. The protagonist grudgingly asked the clan elder Wu what he wanted. The man bowed to the boy and motioned for him to join their family once more at the... The protagonist irritatedly replied that he had already given his interlocutor his answer. A boy intervened in the conversation. He reminded the elder that Chen had already refused to follow him. Brother Yu told Man emphatically that you can't respond to kindness with hostility. The elder closed his eyes silently and concentrated, and prepared to attack. The man threw lightning bolts at the guy. He was knocked backwards pretty hard. The man also struck the girl with lightning and shouted for those not to interfere, after which the man called the young men menacingly stupid children. A fire whirlwind descended from the sky. The man shouted menacingly that it was time for the elder to intervene. The main character was frightened. He tried not to show any emotion. The man standing next to the elder said, "His interlocutor's very stubborn." The elder looked in front of him and noticed with consternation the Chung he already knew. The elder realized that he was seeing the same guy he had barely escaped from recently. The man began to speak menacingly to his companions, lest they think ill of him. The next moment, the man was very much struck by the behavior of his companion, at which time the elder bent down on his knees in consternation and began to shout that he had sinned. The man frightenedly noticed that the elder was very much startled by the presence of the protagonist. And then the man realized fearfully that he was definitely finished. The protagonist thought to himself in surprise. The elder of the Yu family bowed before him. The elder huffed. He realized he had to justify himself somehow. The man kept telling the protagonist that LOL he wanted to take his little sister away from him. Chen got angry. He realized he would have to teach the bosom a lesson. Out loud he told the elder that he knew what he wanted. The elder pulled himself up and realized fearfully that he was going to have to punish the bosun. The elder continued to bow fearfully and said he understood. The man turned to his companion and called his name threateningly, Lon Tao. The man was very much frightened. The elder shouted menacingly to his interlocutor that it was all his fault. Lon tried to justify himself. A guy and a girl woke up. They ran up to the protagonist. The brother dropped to his knees. He wanted to ask Chen for something. The guy scared asked the protagonist to pardon the elder for their sake. Chen was surprised. He asked the boy and girl, why do they want to do this? After a short pause, the protagonist said calmly that he would pardon the man. Lon Tao frightenedly slumped down in a bow and thanked the protagonist for his kindness. The man said menacingly that Lon Tao would no longer be a clan elder. His further punishment would be discussed upon his return. Man, looking at the guy and the girl, thought they intervened to save a life, Lol Tao. And the main character even listened to them. Then the elder told the boy Don Yuan that he would be the new elder of the Wu family from now on. The boy was very much surprised and delighted. It was a pleasant assignment for him. The man asked the protagonist what he thought about it. Chen replied that he allowed it. The protagonist prepared to leave. He told his interlocutors that they had already made up their minds. After that, Chen told his acquaintances to behave themselves and soared into the sky. The elder, together with the boy and the girl, thought to themselves admiringly that the protagonist was very generous. Protagonist. After a long journey, the protagonist has returned to his mortal world. Cheng asks his Xiaolinger to cut and serve him watermelon. The girl was surprised at the request. After that, the girl turned around and told the guy she would honor his request. The protagonist saw his wife Xin nearby and turned to her. Chen told the girl who was leaving to come back soon as they would be eating watermelon. The girl smilingly replied to her husband that she had already had a snack and wasn't hungry at all. The protagonist grabbed his lover's hand excitedly. Chen said excitedly to the girl, Xiaolinger was able to improve her cultivation just by eating watermelon. The main character led his wife by the hand. He said that he would find a way of longevity, so that they could be together longer. The girl was very much taken aback by such words. She thought over the fact that she could be longer together with Chen. The wife slyly thought to herself that her husband was very foolish. Xiaolinger sliced a watermelon. The main character suggested his wife to taste it. Chen told his wife Xin persuasively that she could eat a whole bowl of watermelons. The girl thought disappointedly to herself that this was going to happen. Late at night, darkness descended over the estate. The boy, Golden Feather, and the knife went out into the courtyard. The boy shouted joyfully that his sister's wooden sword didn't come for him, and now he was free. The Golden Feather turned to Brother Knife, who was sitting next to the tree. The boy cheerfully told his interlocutor that he was entirely free from his accusations. Golden Feather cheerfully wanted to tell his friend what it takes to curb a woman. Someone's hand laid a golden feather on the guy's shoulder. The girl asked menacingly, "What is needed?" The girl threateningly told the boy that he was very energetic. The boy begged for help from the peach tree. Then the girl pulled the boy behind her and said menacingly that she had something to say to him. The Golden Feather asked the knife for help. The knife boy bowed and said that the master would protect the Golden Feather boy. The Golden Feather boy found himself in the forest at night with his companion. The guy thought to himself that the girl hadn't attacked him yet. He figured it was a new way of torture. The frightened boy asked his little sister, what did she want to talk about? The girl said that she bullied the guy a lot, and for that reason he could curse her. The guy yelled that there was no way he would have done that. The girlfriend sadly replied that the knife brother told her everything just to get her off his back. The girl told her friend that she had realized her mistakes and shouldn't have taken it out on him. Golden Feather asked fearfully, why was she telling him that? The girl smiled happily at the boy and told him she wouldn't bother him again. Golden Feather was very happy when he heard such words. He couldn't even believe it. In parting, the girl shouted that she would be back in 2 days to apologize and make up for everything. The boy thought to himself that it must be good for him that the girlfriend would not disturb him again. Upon thinking about it, the Golden Feather realized that he felt a very strong emptiness. The guy felt that he would be very bored and lonely without his girlfriend. The boy Golden Feather returned to the protagonist's large estate. Knife noticed that the boy was sitting sad in the corner. He remembered that the boy hadn't been beaten, but he looked even worse than usual. A rooster sitting in a tree told the knife that a loner can't know anything. Then the rooster told the knife that the guy had a crush on the wooden sword sis. The knife got angry when he heard such words. He yelled that Golden Feather was not a masochist like the rooster. The knife guy said proudly that Golden Feather looked like him, and that he would never fall in love with someone for nothing. At which time the boy sat quietly and very sadly under a tree. The Golden Feather said in a sad voice that for him the life of a sword was very boring. The boy told his surprised brother with a knife that the girl would beat him up again if he told her about their relationship. The knife guy was very impressed that his friend could actually fall in love. The Golden Feather told his friend that he couldn't exactly understand the meaning of the word love. Boy said in a romantic voice that when his girlfriend is angry, she's really nice. Knife guy was very annoyed and pissed off by this behavior of his friend. After that, the knife noticed with consternation as the girl's wooden sword began to return. The guy thought very grudgingly that the girl was at it again. The knife shouted to his friend that they would talk about it later, and told him to hide. At that time, a girl flew across the sky. Knife shoved the guy's gold feather hands back with a startled shove to make him disappear. The guy vanished very quickly. The knife decided to wait and meet the girl. The guy started running in circles around the estate and waving his arms to the sides. Suddenly the guy saw something on the side of the yard and got really excited. Knife heard someone in a very calm voice greet the sister wooden sword. The Golden Feather guy yelled to the girl that they hadn't seen each other in a while. The knife was watching. Looking closely, the knife saw the boy take a rose flower and go to meet the girl. The boy was very much amazed at the change in his quiet friend. At that time, a girl came running up with a wooden sword. She brought something. The girl brought the guy a box and told him that she had brought him compensation and he could no longer pretend to be in love. The Golden Feather dropped the flower out of excitement. He asked his girlfriend to listen to him. The girl handed the box to her friend and said that there was a spiritual metal stone inside. It was supposed to help the boy with cultivation. Golden Feather wanted to say something else to his acquaintance. The girlfriend didn't listen to him and said she had something else to say. The girl said dreamily that she would accompany the master to the chaos world. She added that she wanted to say goodbye to everyone. Golden Feather would be very scared. All the creatures living in the courtyard said goodbye to the girl's wooden sword. The knife guy told the girlfriend to contact them if she needed help. The girl thanked for the concern and said she would be careful. The girl prepared to leave. She told her companions to take care of themselves. At which time the Golden Feather guy took off and ran up to his girlfriend. The guy grabbed the girl by her clothes and yelled excitedly for her to wait for him. The boy couldn't hold his familiar girl and merely ripped off the edge of her clothes. The girlfriend turned to the guy in surprise and asked him what was wrong. The boy sincerely told his girlfriend that he wasn't pretending. Golden Feather slipped the box to the girl and said he only wanted to be with her. The guy gave his girlfriend the box back and said he didn't want it. He asked that she give him a chance to get it. The wooden sword girl was very much astonished. She was silent and held the box in her hands, whereupon the girl angrily began to beat her friend with the box and asked menacingly, "Who gave him the right to choose?" The girlfriend gave the guy the box back and said she wouldn't take it back for anything. The Golden Feather asked excitedly to the girl, would she let him have her? The girl didn't say anything to her friend. She got ready to fly away. After a long pause, the girlfriend told the guy what she would think if he had the strength to overpower her. The Golden Feather cheerfully told the girl that he would have improvement in a month. The girl flew up into the sky and shouted to her friend that she'd look. The guy waved after her. After that, the Golden Feather turned around and ran at full speed towards the knife. At this time, the knife guy was staring in amazement at the girl flying away. The Golden Feather asked his friend in amazement, "What was that face?" Knife asked sternly by a surprised friend if he was afraid of being rejected. Golden Feather said that his girlfriend never would have been so cruel. Knife said with admiration to his friend that he was really amazing. On a bright day, the main character prepared to leave. He decided to say goodbye. Chung said before Shin left that he wanted to leave. The wife shouted to the guy to wait. The The protagonist asked with interest to the girl, what was the matter? Shin held out a small pouch to her husband and said that she had lost the bag of his blood earlier. Chen shouted to the girl not to worry. He added that when he got back, he would make another one. Shin was very happy when she heard such a response from the guy. The girl suggested to her husband that he give her blood now and pulled a baggie for him. Chen agreed. The main character took a large needle and pricked a finger on his arm. Chen began to gently drip his blood from the needle onto the pad. Drops of blood got on the pad and completely absorbed into it without a trace. Chen reminded his wife that she had hidden the bag in her room earlier. He asked in surprise how it could have gotten lost, and the girl replied that the bag had simply disappeared. The guy asked Shin suspiciously, is she hiding something from him? The girl tried to seem as much more calm and said that she wasn't hiding anything. Afterward, the wife abruptly shouted to the guy that there was something she was hiding. Shin said that the bag was not really lost. She wanted to explain to the guy the reason why she was asking him again to give a couple drops of blood. The girl said that one client needed 100 drops of blood, but she didn't want to scare the Chen. The guy groggily shouted to his wife that the people in her family were demons. The protagonist calmed down a bit and decided to also calm down Shin. Chen told the girl that there was no need to hide such a thing from him. He added that there was no need to collect the blood drop by drop. When he came back, he would use the knife. The girl was very much taken aback by this answer. She didn't expect such words from Chen. Chen turned around and headed for the exit. He told his wife he would be back early to help her. The girl was annoyed because her husband just believed her, even though she wanted to scare him off and get revenge for making her eat watermelon. Shin shouted fearfully to herself that she was so embarrassed that she wanted to hide. And then the girl went out into the courtyard of the manor. She headed for the tree. Shin tied a pouch of blood drops on the tree. She told the rooster that it should be enough for his recovery. The bird sat on a tree branch and she thanked her mistress. The girl looked around carefully. She didn't know what to do. In the divine world, there was an elder in a house on a large estate. Suddenly, someone began to descend from the sky, heading for the estate. A guest from the sky landed on the roof of the building and damaged it very badly. The stranger who flew in asked menacingly, "Where is the elder of the Wu family here?" The elder heard someone calling him, and after that he ran out of the house. The man said his name was Dejin, and he was an elder of the Wu family. He asked the guest what had brought him here. The stranger's name was Wang Jian. He asked the elder if he had killed his disciple Li Shiding. Dejin knew that the protagonist had killed Li Shiding. He didn't understand why the sovereign god was looking for him. After thinking for a bit, the man decided that this was now a verification from the elder. To follow the verification, Dejin replied that it was he who killed a disciple named Li Shiding. The angry Wang Jian called his opponent arrogant and prepared to kill him. After that, the unfamiliar warrior activated a spell and grabbed his opponent with a huge fiery hand. Wang Jian shouted to Dejin that he would kill him today to avenge his disciple's death. The elder felt very bad. The demonic hand was squeezing him tighter and tighter. The man thought fearfully to himself that he was going to die. At the last moment, Dejin remembered the elder and pleaded to him for help. Dejin screamed and begged for help. He decided that he absolutely had to be saved by the elder if there was an inspection going on right now. The warrior was surprised at such words from his opponent. He shouted back that no one would save that one. At this time, a teleportation portal appeared in the sky. Dejin was still restrained in the demonic hand. The arriving protagonist began to emerge from the magical portal. Wang Jian noticed that someone else had appeared and he glanced to the side. Wang Jian began to weaken his spell. Dejin felt better. Dejin breathed convulsively after being released by the demonic hand. The warrior was surprised that an elder had actually arrived at his rival's request. Wang Jian looked at the protagonist with great excitement and interest. The warrior remarked surprised that Chen Pinggang was in a transitional stage. The protagonist floated in the air and looked at Dejin intently. Chen noticed that the elder next to him was very much afraid of something. After that, the guy looked at Wang Jian. He decided that he had arrived at the wrong time. The man rushed to the protagonist and shouted fearfully for him to save him. The protagonist asked the man to explain what was going on. Dejin decided to himself that this was indeed a test. The man reminded the protagonist of the old man in black who was rude to him the first time they met. Chen replied that he remembered everything and added that he had killed the old man with a slap. The man pointed his finger at the guest and said that the stranger was the master of the murdered old man. He now blamed him for the death of his apprentice. Dejin fearfully explained that he took the blame and almost died at the hands of Wang Jian. Man frightened asked the protagonist to become the master of the Wu family. Dejin frightenedly thought to himself, if the family is mixed, the protagonist will definitely do something. Chen answered his interlocutor not to worry and put a hand on his shoulder. The protagonist told the man that he would give him his due. To himself, he thought to himself that he could not ignore Dejin's request. Chen looked carefully at Wang Jian. He thought to himself that he was already at the level of a god sovereign. The guy thought that all of his weapons were of the highest level, with the power of his knife being limitless. After a long pause, Wang Jian mockingly turned to the protagonist and called him a child. The warrior shouted menacingly for Chen not to interfere. To himself, he thought to himself that the guy was hiding his level of God Sovereign. After that, the warrior shouted formidably that no one could stop him except the God Emperor. To himself, he hoped that the protagonist would retreat. Chen thought excitedly, his opponent is very strong if he says something like that. The protagonist remembered how much fun his sister Xiao Linger had with Mrs. Wu. He realized that he couldn't ignore the situation. The protagonist decided to try to fight a dangerous opponent. The guy grinned at Wang Jian and shouted at him that it should be the other way around. Chen shouted to his opponent that he didn't even deserve to know his name, but he would say it nonetheless. The guy realized that his name must sound intimidating to scare Wang Jian away. Chen raised his finger up and said that he was an invincible supreme being. After that, the sky darkened very hard and abruptly. There were rolls of thunder. A bright purple lightning bolt descended from the sky towards the protagonist. The Wangjiang warrior was very much startled. He fell silent and stared at his opponent. Elder Dejin was also very much surprised. He stared at Chen in astonishment. Wang Jiang, looking at the dark sky, thought that the rolling of thunder in that split second was chaotic. The main character said that the divine world is very weak and can't bear his name. Chen told his rival that the problems of the Wu family would now be in his hands. He asked, "Does Wang Jian have any objections?" The man stared menacingly at the boy and couldn't believe that he was really the strongest of the upper world. The warrior thought to himself that such a person would not have come to the divine world for nothing. Wang Jiang decided definitively to himself that his disciple Siding could not have died in vain. At that time, a teleportation portal appeared. From there, someone called out to the protagonist. Some old man appeared and bowed to the Chen. He greeted him. The protagonist asked the old man in surprise, how did the old man know he was here? The interlocutor replied that there was a very high level of chaos, so he decided to come this way and greet the elder. Chen told the old man that he was very observant. The interlocutor thanked him for the praise. Chen thought to himself that loud words come best from other people's mouths. The Wangjian warrior was very surprised and frightened by the appearance of the unexpected guest. The protagonist told the old man cheerfully to tell the news to Wang Jian. The old man turned to the warrior and told him slyly that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Wang Jian shouted surprised that an elder of the Eternity sect named Wang Chenlin was standing in front of him. Elder Wang Chenlin laughed loudly, looking at the frightened man. The old man said to Van cheerfully, not to act so aloof. Afterward, the old man approached the man and told him cheerfully that they were pawns of the protagonist, and the latter could call him Brother Wang. Wang Jian was very much astonished when he found out that they were only pawns. Vang smiled calmly and said that they were honored to be the elder's pawns. Wang Jian shouted excitedly that he was a cultivator and believed in his beliefs. The man said proudly, he would rather die than be a pawn waiting for orders. The old man looked at the man and told him calmly not to be so harsh. Vang grabbed the man's arm and shouted that he knew about his suspicions. The old man told the man that he had seen the elder use the Dao marks. All the divine weapons in the protagonist's house are 1,000 times stronger. Chen thought to himself in surprise that Vanya and Vang's imagination amazed him. A Dijin warrior stood next to him. He said that the elder is really strong. The protagonist told his interlocutors that they'd had enough talking. Chen added that they could dispense with the details. He thought to himself that the Van and the old man could think of many more things if they continued to communicate. The old man replied meekly that if the elder wanted to finish it, he would agree too. He invited the Van to think about it. Wang Jian fell silent. He looked intently at the old man Wang beside him. After that, the man turned his head to the side and looked at the protagonist. At the end of his musing, the man said he didn't need to think as the answer was in front of him. Wang Jian walked up to the surprised protagonist and addressed him. Thereupon the man fell on his knees before the Chen and said he would be his dog. Old man Wang thought to himself in surprise that Wang Jian had turned out to be very flexible. Dejin thought to himself, annoyed that he could have thought of it himself. The protagonist decided to himself that he needed to say something encouraging to Wang Jian, after which the lad put his hand on the surprised man's shoulder. Chen said he wanted pawns, not dogs. He offered the warrior to go with the others on his mission. Wang Jian thanked the guy. The main character said that he came here because he needed a lot of immortal trees. He asked the interlocutors if they would help him. The three men all as one promised strictly to the protagonist that they would do their best. Chen turned around and prepared to leave. He told the men that he was leaving everything to them. The warriors all said a friendly goodbye to the elder after he left through the portal. Suddenly, a bright fire portal surrounded by magical signs appeared in the sky. Out of a portal of fire, someone came to appear in this world. The warrior asked the interlocutors around him if the protagonist had already left. Wang Jian called the guy a divine emperor and asked surprised, did the guy know the elder? Divine emperor said that he was the godson of Chen. He also added that if it wasn't for the main character, he wouldn't have come here today. The man thought surprised that the guest had come here for the elder. He decided that Wang was right when he said it was a great honor to be a pawn of the protagonist. At this time, Chen gathered what he needed in the divine world and returned home. On the bed in front of the protagonist were pieces of wood on red threads. Chen was sitting completely absorbed in himself. He was cultivating. The guy said to himself, "It's very effective when people of the divine world gather immortal spirit trees." The overjoyed Chen said that all of this made his divine consciousness much stronger. Magical yellowish circles appeared around the protagonist's arm. Chen raised his hand up and said that now the whole world might shudder at his blow. The protagonist was very happy and satisfied with his accomplishments. The guy decided to activate the system. He saw a new message. The system informed the protagonist that he had completed another mission. The system reported that the host's 2 main spheres had been upgraded to peak. Yellowish lightning flashed around the guy. Chen thought to himself that he really liked the feeling of increasing his abilities. The guy asked the system very capriciously, "Where's the special reward?" The system reported that a special reward had been sent out. Also, the guy got a new territory to explore. The protagonist pressed the key with interest to see what the new territory was. The guy read the new message from the system and got really excited. He was informed that his next destination was land. Chen continued to press the system for a special reward for him. The system informed the protagonist that his reward was a new territory to explore. The guy said grudgingly that he felt like he had been ripped off. He got out of bed. Reaching out, the boy told himself that he would fully accept it. Chen thought dreamily to himself that it wouldn't be so dangerous for him on Earth. The protagonist decided to take the black dragon and the fiery phoenix with him. In the Earth world, an airliner was flying across the sky. A girl was looking out the window of an airplane. Something caught her eye. The daughter shouted frightened to her mom sitting next to her that someone was flying in the sky. The woman removed the blindfold from her eyes and turned to her daughter in surprise. The mother told the girl soothingly that she would see for herself. She thought to herself that the child's imagination was running wild. The woman looked out the window and noticed with surprise that her daughter was right. There was someone there. A man flew through the sky and waved his hand to the people on the plane. After that, the stranger turned sideways to fly a little to the side. The man looked carefully at the airplane that was flying beside him. Then the stranger used lightning to attack the wing of the airliner. The people inside the plane panicked. A woman went to rescue her daughter. The plane's wing was on fire. It began to descend. The pilots lost control. Then the airliner dropped steeply into the peak and began to plummet to the ground. The man angrily shouted at the passengers to blame themselves for being losers. The stranger, looking at the falling airplane, thought he could escape while the mad woman was busy rescuing him. A red-haired woman appeared next to the plane flying through the sky. The woman's name was Ji Hongye. She shouted excitedly that the old man had used a sneaky method. The woman activated her magic to help the falling airplane. The airliner with the people on it continued to plummet downward at breakneck speed. Ji Hong thought excitedly that her strength was not enough to hold the airplane. The woman excitedly thought that if she got inside the liner, she could save people. Ji Hong thought to herself that she would have to sacrifice the rest of the passengers. Suddenly, something struck the woman very hard. She turned her head to the side. Ji noticed a huge black dragon appearing in the sky beside her. She was very surprised by the appearance of this mysterious creature near the plane. The dragon flew close to the plane, keeping pace with it. Then the black dragon accelerated and dropped below the liner. The black dragon turned to his master and asked what he should do with the big metal thing. The protagonist listened attentively to the message from the mythical creature. Chen indicated to the dragon to use spiritual energy to protect the people inside and bring them down to Earth. At that time, a phoenix appeared in the sky next to the protagonist. It flew up to the master. The phoenix held the stranger in his paw. He asked the Chen what he should do with this man. The main character at this time was standing on the body of a flying black dragon. Chen asked the man menacingly, "Why on earth did he do this to mortal men?" The man in Phoenix's arms fearfully shouted to the protagonist that it was just an accident. Chen looked at the stranger with attention. The man shouted that he didn't mean to. A woman flew up. She wanted to tell the main character about the old man. Ji Hong shouted that the man wanted to use the people on the airplane to get away from her. The protagonist and Phoenix listened to the woman carefully. The interlocutor shouted excitedly that the old man was taking advantage of mortal lives to cultivate demonic powers. Chen said that this man will not pass him by. He also has a multitude of sins on his hands. Ji Hong thought that she had said a lot. She realized that the main character is a great master if he can command a dragon and a phoenix. The protagonist commanded Phoenix to torture the man and make sure he confessed to everything. The protagonist looked around. Something surprised him. He realized that there were cultivators on Earth too. Chen looked in front of him and felt that something was very much in his way. Chen thought to himself dreamily that he wouldn't have noticed he was on a land without the smell of fog. The guy asked the woman, "What month and year is it? And when did cultivators appear on Earth?" Ji Hong replied that it was the year 2227, and cultivators appeared about 100 years ago. She thought to herself that her interlocutor was not angry. The protagonist realized it was time for him to begin his mission. The system reported that the mission had been launched. The guy started reading the details. The system indicated that the host should distribute the new livelihood to the cultivators on Earth. The protagonist waved his hand to the side. He began to contemplate his mission. Chen thought to himself that it wouldn't be difficult for him to recover his spiritual energy. The guy asked the woman how he should address her. The woman said her name. The main character replied cheerfully Jae-hong that she had a very pretty name. Chen asked the woman he was talking to tell him more about cultivation on Earth. Ji asked the boy if he wanted to know something specific. The huge phoenix was still holding the old man at this time. The protagonist asked her interlocutor how many people have demonic powers. The woman replied that there were not many such people, but there were some who looked upon mortals as nothing. Chen asked Ji with interest if cultivation was something new to their world. The woman replied that they lacked spiritual energy. The interlocutor said that although they are feuding among themselves, they are avoiding the emergence of new cultivators. Chen thought that Earth cultivators had an established culture and strength amongst themselves. The protagonist decided to take a break from his assignment and go home to check on things. The guy thanked Mrs. Ji for the answer and said he would be on his way. The woman shouted for Chen to wait. Ji then reached into her pocket. She wanted to give something to her interlocutor. Ji gave the protagonist a communication token so he could contact her. The protagonist picked up the token and said cheerfully to his interlocutor that she was smart. Chen tossed the surprised woman some spirit stones and elixirs in return. The main character told Ji that the items he gave her would help her increase her cultivation. The woman thanked the guy in the trail. Chen was already flying away on the Phoenix at this time. Ji thought excitedly that the situation on Earth would undergo a huge change. In one city, there were many people on the streets and cars driving around. Passers-by were surprised. Very suddenly, for some reason, the sky darkened a lot. A guy passing by shouted loudly that he could see a dragon in front of him. A mythical black dragon circled over the city's underbuildings. A mythical creature was flying over the city and couldn't find a place to land. The dragon looked around carefully. He wanted to find a spacious place for himself. The black monster wanted to put a huge burning airplane somewhere. People on Earth were very surprised to see an airplane burning above them. Passers-by were amazed that a dragon was rescuing people inside an airplane. Passers-by on the streets were terrified to see a huge airplane falling on them. The airliner almost caught the top of the building. It was getting closer and closer. The people of Earth started running scared and scattering in all directions. An airplane with a burning wing landed on a pad outside a building. People were surprised to see a huge airplane on the square outside the building. The dragon thought happily that among the large number of mortals, no one was hurt. The protagonist was walking through the streets of a city he already knew. Dog walked up to the guy and cheerfully informed him that he had accomplished his mission. Mr. Chen thanked his assistants for their very good work. The main character looked up and looked at the building. He said excitedly, he was back after 5 years. The main character opened the door to the apartment. He remembered that he had worked hard together with Shin to buy this house. Chen ran his hand over the surface of the table and noticed that there was a lot of dust. The guy thought wistfully about you. That blue certainly doesn't live here. Chen decided to paint the neighbors. He pulled out his magic disguise. After that, the guy knocked on his roommate's door. She opened it for him. The woman looked out sternly and asked the stranger what he wanted. Chen introduced himself as a stranger in front of his neighbor. He called himself Xiao Chen. The guy knew his neighbor would really like being called mistress, and she would definitely answer him. The woman smiled at the stranger and motioned for him to come in, whereupon the hostess served a cup of drink on the table in front of the guest. The woman told the guest excitedly that his traditional Chinese outfit suited him very well. The landlady said that the owner of the neighboring apartment had drowned 5 years ago while rescuing people. She asked the guy, why did he come now? Chen reported that when his cousin drowned, he could not attend the funeral, and he was thinking of visiting his fiancée. Guy cautiously asked the interlocutor if she knew by any chance where the neighbor's fiancée was. A woman excitedly reported that the girl had disappeared after the funeral. The protagonist was very much surprised and worried after those words. The landlady said they went to the police, but they couldn't find the girl. They thought she'd committed suicide. The protagonist was startled to think to himself that the girl might have committed suicide. The guy was struck by a mystery. He remembered the name Zhan Yuxin. The woman asked the guest with surprise, is he doing well? The protagonist got up from his seat and told the woman he had business to attend to and he would go. The woman said neighborhood guy and the girl loved each other and could have met in another life. The protagonist thanked the hostess for her kind words before leaving. Chen decided to go into the bedroom. He knew there must be a photo from their wedding. The guy opened the door to the bedroom and decided to find the picture inside. The protagonist dreamily thought to himself that he would remember the image of the girl forever. Chen remembered that it had been a long time. He thought always that he had forgotten the image of the girl. The guy looked at the wedding photo. He realized his memory had come back. After that, the protagonist returned to the realm of cultivation in the mortal world. Shin cheerfully greeted her husband after he returned. The girl got up from her seat and said she would make the guy something to eat. The main character called a girl named John Yushin. She was very surprised. The wife angrily shouted at her husband that he was confusing even her name now. She asked, "Who is John Yushin?" Chen replied to the girl that he came back to Earth and saw their wedding photos in the bedroom. The boy told the surprised interlocutor that he now remembered everything. Shin turned around and started to walk away. She told the guy that this time she forgives him. The main character asked the girl, "Does she still want to keep lying?" Shin continued to walk away. He asked, "Doesn't she trust him?" The girl realized to herself that the system would prevent her from completing her very simple mission. After calming down a bit, the girl turned to the guy and asked what he wanted to know. The protagonist grabbed his wife's hands and asked, "Did the system send her here too?" Mr. Chen very excitedly asked her what kind of mission she had received. Shin thought for a long time. She didn't know what to say to the protagonist. The girl revealed that her mission was to hide her identity. After Chen became invincible, then she would also become powerful. The protagonist asked with interest to the girl, what would have happened if she hadn't accomplished her mission? Shin replied sadly in that case she would only be halfway there. The protagonist was astonished at this response from his wife. It sounded like a horror to him. Chen turned to the system. He asked the system not to count the failure for Shin. The guy kept pointing his finger at the system panel. He yelled out that at a quarter failure for a girl would do just as well. The system replied to the guy that he wasn't in a store where he could ask for a discount. The main character shouted that he already knew that the knife and the others were more than just immortal weapons. The guy suggested the system just pretend. He added that if his wife was stronger, it would be easier to fight the boss. The system answered unequivocally to the guy that there would be no negotiation. Chen realized he shouldn't have asked, at which time his wife came up behind the guy and wrapped her arms around him from behind. The girl told the guy it wasn't his fault. She added that she wanted to tell him the truth. Chen said dreamily that even if it's only half, it's fine. Shin asked with great hope to the protagonist, would he protect her? Chen grabbed the girl's hands with his own and answered her that he would protect her, of course. The main character told his wife that as long as he was here, no one could hurt her. He hugged her. The girl thought excitedly to herself that it wasn't time yet. The protagonist traveled to the city of Wu. He wanted to find a dragon there. Chen stood on top of the building and looked surprised at the people walking down the street. The guy thought to himself that the black dragon had created a big fuss yesterday and people were acting as if nothing had happened. Chen thought surprised to himself that cultivators could suppress even news like the appearance of a real dragon. The protagonist picked up the token. He wanted to summon a woman he knew. Chen held the token in his hands. He knew he had to figure it out before deciding. At this time, the girl Ji was sitting in a large building chatting with an acquaintance. The guy asked his girlfriend, what interesting thing did she encounter yesterday? The interlocutor sat on the couch and asked the woman if the dragon owner had helped her. Ji sat on the opposite side of the room on the couch and listened to her interlocutor. The guy's name was Ding Hai. He was from the same generation of cultivators as Ji Hongye. The woman asked the guy, is he really following her? Ding replied that he just pays a lot of attention to the beautiful Ji. The woman exhaled and prepared to tell the guy her interesting story. Ji reported with interest to her friend that the elder had helped her out a lot. Dean drank his wine with irritation. He thought angrily, does the girl really deserve this? The guy was really pissed off about the woman. He squeezed the glass with all his might. Dean replied with a smile that cultivators would never steal someone's luck. Ji smilingly told the guy to stop already. At this time, she held her token in her hands. Suddenly, the woman noticed in her token that the elder was calling for her. With that, Ji jumped to her feet abruptly and prepared to leave to help the protagonist. The woman told the guy that they would call it a day as she had things to do. She said goodbye. Din thought angrily that he would be able to possess the elder very soon and then the woman would pay for her behavior. The boy angrily thought to himself that his girlfriend was rushing to a meeting, and it might be the elder. Dean sharply summoned one of his subordinates to him, who asked what the order would be. The guy turned out to be his subordinate to follow the woman. He said he wanted to know who she was seeing. At this time, a woman met the protagonist on the street. She called out to him. Chen told the acquaintance that he needed something. Ji replied to the guy that she would do anything to help him. Chen hesitantly asked his new acquaintance to give him $50. Ji handed her friend a black unlimited card and told him to use it to his heart's content. He saw a special bank card in front of him. The woman told her friend that she would help him if he didn't know how to buy things. Ji explained to the surprised protagonist that he could ask her and she would buy him everything. Chen said cheerfully that he didn't really understand, but he didn't need to. The guy remembered that he had only heard of the black card in legends in the good life. He asked his girlfriend to lead him to the rest of the cultivators. Ji, very inspired, and sharply replied to the guy that she would. After which, the woman led her acquaintance to a huge building downtown. There were guards standing near the entrance to the building. They were watching the people closely. Ji explained that the head of this club is a nascent cultivator of the Soul Realm. The club has a spell alert. She offered to escort the guy there. The protagonist replied cheerfully to his girlfriend that only cunning would be required. The protagonist left his seat and headed towards the entrance of the club. Chen told the woman cheerfully that they would go and visit her cultivator acquaintance. Ji was surprised to see the protagonist walk past the guards completely calmly. The woman was surprised that her acquaintance wasn't even affected by the notification spell. Ji watched as the guy walked through the door. She thought that he had given her the resources to cultivate until ascension. Chen went inside the club. The interior was very colorful and mysterious. The protagonist was looking around the inside of the building and thought about what the owner of this place might be like. The guy heard someone on the side talking about some guy not showing up. One worker happily informed his co-worker that their boss had taken care of a guy named John Feng. The protagonist became very wary. He remembered that his roommate's name was John Feng. Chen thought to himself, could the name have been a coincidence? At the same time, a fighter was beating up a guy in the office. The fighter pressed the young man to the floor with his foot and yelled for him to get up so he could get the money for his father. The guy lying on the floor yelled to his abuser that karma would catch up with him. The fighter looked down at his victim viciously and with great hatred. And then the man kicked the guy in the head again with all his might. The warrior looked at the young man lying there and told himself he was fed up. The man took his foot from the guy and said that mortals are useless in general. The warrior drew his sword and prepared to finish the young man with it. The man swung around and shouted menacingly at the boy that he would feed him to his sword. The warrior said cheerfully that his little one must be full. The lad lay unconscious. At the same time, there was a very violent explosion outside the room behind the door. The explosion was so powerful it blew the door off. The man didn't have time to hit the guy with his sword. The warrior felt the hard blow hit him, and he was hurt. The boss asked angrily to the protagonist who had walked into the room. Who was he to raise his hand against him? Chen calmly paced the room and told the warrior that he belonged to the Ding family. After that, the main character extended his hand to the boss standing next to him. Chen threw the man into the wall with all his might. The protagonist headed across the room to the guy lying on the floor. A young man was lying on the carpet with his face to the floor. He was unconscious and unmoving. The main character took out a pill and lifted the guy up. He wanted to help him. Chen put his magic pill in the boy's mouth. He was still unconscious. The pill took effect immediately. A small glow appeared inside the young man. The young man's whole body seemed to light up and glow from within. The protagonist closed his eyes. He was completely immersed in meditation. Ji walked in. The protagonist indicated to her to take the man's body out and take care of it. The woman replied that she would do so. Ji then took the boss's body by the leg and pulled him out of the room. The guy suddenly regained consciousness. The pill helped him. He woke up and coughed. The young man who woke up was very surprised to see Chen Ping beside him. The guy suddenly shouted hysterically that he is definitely dead. The young lad shouted fearfully that he was looking at his son in the underworld. Chen tapped his companion and shouted to the man that his father was alive, and he had saved him. A frightened guy asked the protagonist in surprise what was going on. Chen replied that it was all a long story. The main character told the guy his whole story. He was very surprised. The young man sitting on the carpet asked in surprise, was the man who hit him really a cultivator from this world? Chen sat next to him and replied that it was exactly like that. To himself, he thought that he would not tell the guy about the system. The guy fearfully told the protagonist that someone might have heard him. Chen replied that there was no one on Earth that he was afraid of. Chen thought that the female Ji would have removed the man's body for privacy reasons and to get rid of any possible eavesdroppers. The protagonist told his interlocutor strictly that he had an important question for him. The guy calmly replied that Chen could ask him anything. The protagonist said that he saw cultivators oppressing common people on Earth. He added that he wanted to know the guy's opinion. The young man Chan was very worried and hesitated before answering. The boy was silent and thought for a long time. He looked at the table next to him, on which books were lying. The young man said seriously that there was nothing wrong with raising spiritual energy on Earth. Chen asked with interest to the guy, does he really just want to get energy? The guy excitedly said that if the spiritual energy of the Earth couldn't resurrect on a large scale, cultivators would remain a minority and have boundless power. The young man jumped up and said that Earth could remain as weak as it was. It would be difficult for them to defend themselves if someone from other worlds invaded them. Chen replied to his interlocutor that he was right. The protagonist told an overjoyed fellow Chen that he would open up Taoism to him. After that, Chen, together with a woman and a young man, arrived at the huge house of the same Hong Yi. Ji put her hand on the guy's. He sat on the chair excitedly. The woman ran her hands over the young man's head. The guy told the protagonist that he avenged him and paid for his father's medicine. He added that it wasn't so important whether he could cultivate or not. The protagonist was very indignant at such words. He told Chan that he was his brother, and he should guide him to success. Chen activated the ring on his hand. He shouted to the guy that he would lead him to the path of immortality. The main character was walking around the room and throwing things around. He told the guy that he had a way to cultivate his body. Chen found a notebook of notes. He shouted happily that this was it. The main character was writing something very excitedly and joyfully in his notebook. Chen looked at him with excitement. The young man asked the woman what was going on with Chen. Ji replied confidently that the protagonist was creating a cultivation method that would turn the world upside down. The young man was very much surprised. He realized that his friend was that strong. Ji excitedly told the interlocutor that the main character was immortal. Chan said with interest that the protagonist is friends with someone like him. Ji explained to the interlocutor that immortals have mortal problems too. The protagonist finished his research and shouted happily that everything was ready. Chen handed the young man a notebook and said that this would be the perfect way for him to perfect his body. No divine ingredients would be required, and cultivation would be quick. The guy asked excitedly to his interlocutor if he had decided how he was going to promote his scripture. Chen was standing by the window. There was a phoenix and a dragon flying outside. The protagonist said he would paint everything on brochures and send the pets to spread them around. The guy was very surprised when he found out that the black dragon was the work of Chen. Ji said excitedly that she wasn't sure if it would work. The main character reminded his friends that the black dragon had made some noise in the news. The woman said that the news about the dragon quickly disappeared thanks to the Din family. Chen asked his interlocutor excitedly, "What happened to the Ding family?" The woman said that the guy Ding Hai is the most powerful cultivator on Earth. At this time, the doorbell rang. The woman was very much taken aback. She could not understand who could have come to them now. Ji thought excitedly to herself that she hadn't told anyone about this place. The protagonist told his interlocutor calmly not to panic and to open the door. Ji said very scared that it was really her fault. She headed towards the door. The woman went to the door and opened it. Immediately her acquaintance appeared. Dean's boyfriend said cheerfully to his interlocutor that they had met again. Ji grudgingly asked the guy, so how did he know she was here and what does he want? Din took the woman aside and told her not to worry as he had not come to see her. Cultivator walked up to the main character's room and greeted him. Din bowed to the Chen and said he apologized for the actions of one of his family members. The protagonist grudgingly asked his interlocutor why he wanted to see him. Ding explained that there wasn't enough spiritual energy on Earth, and he asked that Chen be more careful. The protagonist asked what would happen if he wasn't careful. The interlocutor told the worried Chen Yu that he would not be able to stop him. Dean said menacingly that Chen remains a hero from the moment he saved the plane. After that, the cultivator said that he would appear wherever the black dragon would be and kill anyone who interfered with him. The protagonist asked his interlocutor, "Is the man threatening him?" Dean responded to the protagonist, leaving him no choice. He prepared to activate the skill. The young cultivator activated a spell and lightning flashed around in the room. He was so cheerful to his opponent that a normal person in his place would probably be frightened. Din replied threateningly to the protagonist not to exaggerate. Chen then reached into his pocket for his huge cleaver, he said sadly. After that, the protagonist swung his knife to strike his opponent. Chen shouted menacingly to his opponent that only the weak could doubt. After being struck by the magic dagger, Cultivator Din's mouth bled. Chen, looking at his defeated opponent, shouted that he was acting inappropriately. The protagonist put his dagger in his pocket and said it was effective at once. The wounded cultivator was lying on the floor, covered in blood. He couldn't get up. The protagonist told the Din lying calmly on the floor that he wasn't going to kill him. Chen explained calmly to his opponent that he had just taken away his cultivation base. The protagonist menacingly shouted at the young cultivator to get out. Dean picked himself up off the floor, turned around, and ran at high speed toward the exit. The woman said grudgingly that Dean had gotten off very lightly. Chen asked the woman if she knew why he had spared the cultivator. Ji said that if Chen killed Din, his subordinates would go on a rampage. The main character told the woman he was talking to that she was very smart. The woman replied to the guy that he was embarrassing her with compliments. The protagonist told the woman that he had a task for her, and he hoped she would begin to complete it. Ji replied that completing the task was a priority for her. Ji asked the protagonist what she should do. Chen held out his hand and began to explain things to her. There were bundles of magical energy around the protagonist. He explained that he would transfer spiritual roots from another realm to restore spiritual energy on Earth. The woman was amazed. She shouted to the protagonist that he had an incredible idea. Chen indicated that his companion should gather cultivators from the Chaos Group to destroy as many of them as possible, especially the leader of Din Hai. Ji shouted confidently that the Chaos Debt Group was killing innocent mortals. She added that she would do anything to complete the task. The protagonist told his interlocutor that her efforts would not be in vain. Chen told the woman confidently that as a reward, he would invite a strong master to train the cultivators of the Order Group. The main character explained that it would be easier for the woman to gather helpers that way. He thanked her interlocutor warmly. The protagonist is transported to the divine realm in the mansion of the Wu family. Chen demanded of the head of the Wu to train a couple of cultivators from the mortal realm. The man replied that he was good at teaching. Chen promised the head of the Wu that he would reward him with a surprise as a reward. The man said that even if the guy hadn't promised him anything, he would still have completed the task. The interlocutor cheerfully shouted to the protagonist that he was honored to serve him. Chen opened the portal. He told the man that he would be waiting for him on the other side and not to hurt that fragile place. The head of the Wu bowed and said he was doing his best. Then the man walked in and disappeared into a large teleportation portal. Chen thought to himself that he needed to find someone to gather spiritual roots so that the other means would not be affected. He remembered that in God's pavilion everyone was free. In the house of Jehongyi, the boy Chan and the woman were waiting for the arrival of a guest. The head of the Wu teleported right near the entrance to the house. People looked at him in surprise. The man looked around. He realized that things were very different in this world. The woman greeted the guest. The head of the Wu asked the woman if he needed to train her. The man replied to Ji that he would be happy to answer any of her questions, and she could call him Teacher Wu. The woman said in amazement to the Wu teacher that he had an amazing rack. Ji said with surprise that her interlocutor must be an immortal. The man said he wasn't some kind of immortal. Immortals couldn't even serve him. WU's teacher said that mortals must pass certain tests to reach the level of the immortal. Then the immortal can attempt to go as far as the realm of God in which he is personally the elder. Mortal men were very astonished to hear such a thing from a man. The guy thought, surprised to himself, that his neighbor Chen could command God so easily. Teacher Wu asked the woman if the guy just talked about his neighbor, meaning the main character. Ji explained that Guy Chan has been friends with Chen for many years. The senior even created a whole body enhancement method a couple of days ago. The man thought happily that if he could get along with the elder's friend, he could expect to be rewarded handsomely. The young man said his name was Chanfeng. He asked what the teacher wanted. The teacher told Chan that he could call him Brother Wu from now on. Man asked his new acquaintance to show him around the world. Chan enthusiastically replied to the man that he would have a lot of fun. Teacher Wu recalled that the older man had told him that there would be several students. He asked the woman to bring them here. Ji told the teacher that she would. A month later, the woman was walking the streets using the skills she learned from the teacher. Ji found another dangerous cultivator and stabbed it through with her sword. The woman was very happy to have found another suitable victim. Ji, sitting on the victim's body, shouted that the end of all devil cultivators had come. The Wu teacher stood by and watched his student. He patted her. The man told the woman that she had improved well over the past month. Ji replied that it was all due to the instruction of Teacher Wu. Suddenly, the woman heard something suspicious from the side. She turned around. Ji saw some figure of a man walk by. She asked menacingly, "Who is here?" The girl angrily shouted after the guy to stop. She didn't want to kill him. Z looked at the fugitive and decided that he was a devil cultivator. The girl activated her magic skills. She realized she couldn't let the guy get away. A bright glow appeared around Z's hand. She shouted to the guy to stand still. The stalker struck the guy from behind with a red beam of her magic. Jay managed to knock the guy down. After that, she decided to go over and check on his condition. The girl hesitated. She realized that the guy couldn't just go down from one of her attacks. Jay was standing near the body of a stranger. The girl began to step forward. She didn't notice the magic signs glowing under her feet. Z was frightened. She realized that she might have been taken over by someone else's spell. She felt she couldn't move anymore. It was the trap. At this time, a man approached the girl. He called her a Taoist Ji. The cultivator told the girl very angrily that he missed her after their last meeting. Miss Z told the interlocutor that she was following orders. She asked if he was afraid of angering the elder. The man wasn't afraid of anything. He said in a brave voice that he didn't care about anything. The interlocutor explained to the girl that his journey as a cultivator was over. He explained that he had been following her. The cultivator promised angrily that he would make this world a living hell. The interlocutor explained to the girl that she was the starting point of his revenge. The man promised the interlocutor that he would make the older man regret that he had been born. Z angrily shouted at the person she was talking to that he was a jerk and didn't want to change. The man told his interlocutor that she was only lucky to get the elder's favor. Z grudgingly told the cultivator that the elder wouldn't accept him since he wasn't good enough. The rival told the girl that he would not argue with her. He threatened her that he would send her to hell. The cultivator activated the spell. A bluish glow began to descend from the sky. Gradually, the radiance from above descended and began to transform into a glittering sword. The man looked angrily at his interlocutor. In his hands glittered a magic orb. The cultivator prepared to attack his opponent. He shouted that she was about to die. She was really scared. She realized that she would not be able to fight back now. At this time, the magic sword turned pinkish light. Shards appeared around it. The cultivator was surprised. He noticed his magic ball shatter into shards. The man staggered. He couldn't believe his murderous formation had failed to work. Teacher Wu suddenly appeared. He angrily asked the cultivator what he had done. The girl thanked the teacher for saving her life. Wu said angrily to the man that he had already taken care of most of the devil cultivators, so he was a little late. The girl told the teacher joyfully that he had saved the whole town by himself. She promised him praise from the elder. The old man smiled and told the girl that he would have straightened out his opponent in a split second if he hadn't held back. Wu walked briskly forward toward the cultivator. The man was scared. He was scared because his opponent could take him down in a split second. The cultivator frightenedly plopped down on the ground. He didn't realize what kind of monster he had angered. Wu explained sternly to his interlocutor that the elder had not just turned his attention to the J girl. The old man wanted to explain to his interlocutor what the girl meant to the plans of the elder. Wu explained that they are all part of the supervisor's plans. The old man explained to his interlocutors that also all people can be pawns of the elder. The bright sun was shining very brightly in the mountains. There was beautiful nature all around. A young guy sat on a rock and meditated against the mountainous backdrop. The man opened his eyes and looked in front of him. A bluish color appeared beside him. In the sky, a huge white wolf with burning eyes appeared above the guy. The wolf told the man that the demonic beasts in the mortal realm would no longer be able to assist him in cultivation. The guy listened very carefully to everything the magical predator told him. The man crouched on the ground. He replied to the demonic beast that he agreed with him. The guy jumped to his feet. He told the wolf that he had reached a great level, only because of his instructions. The demonic beast reminded the man that he should take him to the chaos realm and avenge him. The man smiled at the demonic beast and said he would make it so. The guy activated a magic skill. He felt a strong soul shard within him, which trained him to cultivate. The cultivator thought happily to himself that he possessed a powerful time-stopping skill. The guy said joyfully to himself that he was the main hero and the chosen one of heaven. At that time, a portal opened near him. The wolf said fearfully that people from the god realm had now arrived at their place. The cultivator glanced excitedly to the side. The demonic beast asked the people who had come, what on earth had they forgotten here? The man asked with interest to the guy, does the guy really know where he came from? The main character was standing nearby. The demonic door glared angrily at the humans who appeared before them. The wolf told the guy very angrily that he had to keep his word. The predator told the cultivator to think of a way they could escape. The wolf himself decided to detain the man. The wolf told the boy that the man who came was a bad man. The cultivator activated magic and directed it at the incoming guest. A wave of magic hit the man. He couldn't move anymore. Chen looked fearfully at his companion. He didn't understand what had happened to him. The protagonist asked the guy, did he really freeze his friend? The cultivator was walking away with a wolf on his shoulders at this time. The cultivator was surprised. He stopped time and didn't understand why the main character could move after that. Chen was surprised. He couldn't believe that an earthling could possess such powerful techniques. The main character realized that the guy in front of him could stop time. This skill would come in handy for controlling bosses. Chen Pinggang told the interlocutor that his abilities were very impressive. He demanded that the guy bring everything back to normal. The cultivator fearfully asked the protagonist why he was here. He was surprised that the guest was ignoring the time stop. The protagonist replied to the interlocutor that he too used to live in this world, and therefore they could be considered fellow villagers. The cultivator was surprised. He couldn't believe he was seeing another traveler from Earth in front of him. The guy put the sleeping wolf on the ground. He decided he wasn't going to pick a fight with the main character. The cultivator apologized to the protagonist and said that he would turn off his ability. The guy held out his hand in front of him. He decided to call off the time stop. Time returned to its former course. The protagonist and the man were floating in the air. The warrior passed into himself. He glared angrily and suspiciously at the cultivator on Earth. The man told his companion that it was as if his thoughts had slowed down. The protagonist replied to his companion that he had fallen for a ploy by the guy Cheng, and the warrior didn't realize what kind of trick the Cheng guy was using. The main character explained to the guy that he wanted to resurrect the spiritual energy on Earth, so he needs to gather spiritual roots from this place. Chen Pinggang told his interlocutor that if he needed something on the ground, he could take it with him when he left. The guy got excited. He told the beast joyfully that his home was very beautiful. The demonic beast grudgingly told the man that he was not the frog from the well. The protagonist, accompanied by his companions, arrived on Earth in the great city of W. The travelers teleported through a portal straight onto a city street. Chen Pinggan arrived with his companions. On the guy's shoulder sat his wolf. The main character told the guy Chen and that when he was ready, to have him wait for him at this place, and stroked his beast's nose and said, all around is very beautiful. The demonic beast was not happy. The earthly world seemed strange to him. He told his beast joyfully that this was just the beginning. The guy flew with the wolf over the city. He said he'd give him a tour. The protagonist turned to the man and told him to unleash his spiritual roots. The warrior brought his finger to his hand to touch the ring. A bright glow appeared around the ring. The cultivator stared intently in front of him at the ring on his hand. He was completely focused. The man swung his arm. He prepared to launch a stream of magical lightning in front of him. The warrior launched a blue lightning bolt from his hand in front of him at a distance. The protagonist told man that his cultivation level was not bad. He added that he would take the time to prepare his companion for a better destiny. The man thanked the protagonist cheerfully. They were walking down a busy street. Chen Pinggang told his companion to follow him. They would check to see how their colleagues had carried out their assignments. In the house of the Zhe Hongyi family, a young girl was practicing with her boyfriend. The man was sitting in deep meditation. He was completely centered in himself. Suddenly, something distracted the cultivator's attention. He looked excitedly in front of him. Jay continued to train furiously with her boyfriend. They honed their magical skills. The man told the young people that the spiritual energy in this world had changed. It means that the elder has returned. The girl cheerfully said that now Earth cultivators would no longer fight over spiritual energy. The guy smilingly explained to his interlocutor that they had already completed the task of destroying the devil cultivators. The protagonist appeared. He said with a smile to his interlocutors that he had been away for a long time. Chen came down from heaven accompanied by Mo. The guy told the young men that they had worked hard. The man excitedly told the elder that they had cleared the city of devil cultivators. Chen Kan, check it out. The protagonist, along with his companion, were heading towards him. The protagonist told his friends with a smile that he believed them and didn't need confirmation. The man and the girl were very pleased. They thanked the elder happily. The protagonist introduced his companion. The man bowed to his companion and said his name was Mo Huang. The warrior greeted his guest and said it was a pleasure to meet him in person. The guy ran up to the main character and cheerfully said that he was actually able to resurrect spiritual energy on Earth. The system gave a message to its master. He had to spread the news of the existence of the cultivator on Earth. After that, the Earth should be led in cultivation. The protagonist did not fulfill the assignment. The man said that there is no spiritual energy on Earth because someone really wants it not to be here. The protagonist became very agitated. He asked his interlocutor to continue. The warrior told me that the path to ascension from this world had been closed by someone very powerful. The man said that the way out of this world was closed by someone stronger than the MO's brother, so they won't be able to break the barrier. Chen Pinggang decided to himself that this was the reason why his task was considered unfulfilled. He asked his companion to take him to the right place. Mo and his companion looked up into the sky. They saw a huge red pentagram. Mo said that this formation has a very strong aura. It is usually characteristic of a divine emperor. The warrior excitedly said that this aura was different from that of an ancient divine emperor. Mo explained to his interlocutor that what they saw before them was the kingdom of Chen Amun. It was not under the supervision of the ancient divine emperor. Wu looked at the main character and thought that if he could break this formation, he would definitely impress him. Man walked up to the older man and told him he needed some preparation. He promised that he would eventually break formation. Mo became agitated. He felt the fear in his body. He realized that the Wu was acting very quickly. Mo abruptly jumped forward and told the protagonist that he could destroy the formation faster than a Wu warrior. The man wasn't happy. He didn't like having competition. The cultivators stood opposite each other, very angry. Each of them wanted to be the first to try and prove themselves. The protagonist watched in amazement as the two cultivators argued with each other, wanting to destroy the formation. Chen Pinggang told his companions not to argue. They could destroy the formation together. The men stopped the conflict between them. They realized that the protagonist was right. The warriors bowed to the elder and said they would do their best. The main character went inside the mansion. He was there socializing with the young men. Chen told his interlocutors that he would stay on Earth for a while longer. He wanted to spread cultivation here. The main character asked the guy and girl what ideas they might have about it. The guy said happily that he could do a live broadcast. A lot of people would know about cultivation. Jay confirmed that her manager could do the broadcast, so more people would see it. The main character got interested. He asked the girl about her manager. Z said with a smile to her interlocutor that she has a couple million subscribers. Chen thought about it and decided to calculate what he could get from people if they liked his broadcast. The guy realized that each person was worth 0.2 of a point. And payment for one person comes only once. The protagonist realized that as long as he had a large audience, it was easy for him. Jen told the girl that he was completely entrusting everything to her. Z happily said that she would start making preparations right away. Word of the broadcast spread among the people. Students in the big building were waiting for it. The guy in the room told his friends excitedly that the Supreme Cultivator was on the stream, teaching self-improvement methods. People watched the live broadcast with the protagonist attentively. Someone said excitedly that it turned out that cultivators existed. An office worker was watching the live broadcast intently. Chen was talking about spiritual roots. People watched the video carefully. The main character talked about people with spiritual roots. They can cultivate up to becoming immortal. The protagonist finished the live broadcast. He told his interlocutors that this was all the instructions for the day. Chen told subscribers that if they want to know more, let them post it in the chat room. He will tell them more when he gets a chance. The protagonist stared intently at the messages on his phone after his speech. Chen saw his number of subscribers and his popularity begin to grow very dramatically. The guy rejoiced. He noticed how he was able to gain a lot of followers very quickly. The protagonist decided to himself that he needed to find people to do this until the end of time. Chen looked out the window. He wondered what kind of progress Mo Huang was making now with the formation destruction. At which time the warriors used their magical skills to destroy the formation. The red pentagram in the sky began to crumble. Shards began to fall from it. Wu said in a tired voice that the formation was very strong. He was lucky to have the Divine Emperor helping him. Mo confirmed to his colleague that they alone would not have broken the formation. Mo turned and told the man that the older man had wanted them to work together from the beginning. At this time, a bright white light appeared high in the sky and a formidable voice sounded. An angry voice asked from the heavens of men, who dared to destroy his formation. Amidst the lightning in the sky, the Divine Emperor appeared and began to descend. The Emperor asked Mo very angrily, where did he come from? The people bowed and greeted the Lord. They gave their names and said that they came from the kingdom of Jiang Kun. The Emperor angrily asked the people, how did they come to this world and why did they destroy the formation? The Lord angrily demanded an explanation. He threatened the men that he would disembowel them, and they could not even be protected by Den Guanqi. Wu asked the Emperor to calm down. He explained that they were merely following the orders of their elder. The Emperor asked the men in surprise, which elder had they told him about? The warriors stood in silent bow and gazed at the Lord across from them. The Emperor angrily grabbed the Wu by his clothes and demanded that the man tell them who their elder was. The frightened warrior replied that their elder's name was Chen Pinggang. The Emperor was surprised by this answer. Mo told the Emperor in a submissive voice that he could introduce him to the elder. The Lord replied to the man to lead him to the protagonist. Mo replied that he would. Chen was at a mansion with his contacts. He was looking at information from the system. The protagonist saw in the system that the cultivators had accomplished the mission and destroyed the formation. At this time, suddenly, someone from outside approached the elder and called out to him. The protagonist turned around and saw two men and one stranger walking towards him. The Emperor was amazed. He looked at the protagonist and the guy seemed familiar. Overlord said in an excited voice that he saw before him the one he had envisioned. Mo wanted to introduce the guest to the protagonist. The Emperor at this time abruptly dropped to his knees and greeted his mentor. The men were very surprised. They didn't understand how the Overlord could have known the boy. The Emperor excitedly told the protagonist to accept his bow. The warriors were surprised at this behavior of the Emperor. They realized that the protagonist was indeed the elder. He looked at the stranger in front of him in surprise. He could not remember him at all. The protagonist realized that the man was calling him mentor, but they had never met before. Chen told his interlocutor not to worry. The Lord excitedly told the protagonist that the matter could not be trifling for him. He said that he had read the instruction from a fellow who had written 1,000 years ago. Thanks to that, he became a divine emperor. Chen became very worried and frightened. He realized that if his guest found out that he was not his real mentor, the emperor would get angry. The protagonist told the guest that he could get to his feet. The Lord thanked him excitedly. Chen decided to ask his interlocutor carefully what was written in the letter. The emperor told the boy that all the events happened, according to his predictions after the destruction of pharmacy. The protagonist remembered that the formation was necessary for the mission. He suspected that the system might be hiding something from him. The emperor asked the lad, does he need help now in creating a bridge between worlds for better communication? Chen explained to the interlocutor that even if he did not use the bridge, the man would be able to travel comfortably back and forth. The protagonist told the joyful interlocutor that he would discuss it with the divine emperor. The protagonist told the overlord that he could take the boy Chen to him and use his talent. The man replied that he would raise the boy into a cultivator. Chen turned around and prepared to leave. He said that thanks to the rewards of the mission, he had reached the stage of initial immortality. One of the men said that the gulf between mortals and immortals was striking. The protagonist has returned to his estate. He has decided to improve his magic skills. A bright glow appeared in the sky. From there, a reddish beam descended to the earth. Chen stood by himself with his eyes closed. He was in deep cultivation. The main character opened his eyes. He realized that his cultivation had succeeded. Chen was standing in an open space. A yellow light descended on him from above. The main character said happily to himself that he'd finally made it. He'd made it through. The guy gave a relieved and relaxed sigh. He was standing next to a peach tree. Broom said thoughtfully, "The Lord's strength had reached the immortal stage." It was now unclear whether it could grow even faster. The protagonist was surprised. He could not understand who in his court could call him Lord. Chen looked away. He thought he had just heard the system's voice. The fish said cheerfully that the master looked at him with a strange expression on his face. Peach replied to Jinyu not to be silly. The master would not be happy if he ever remembered it. The fish said the man couldn't hear them. They can say what they think now. The rooster wanted to say something of himself about the master. Someone interrupted him. Peachtree angrily shouted angrily at the magical animals to be quiet. Chen stood in the middle of the courtyard. He knew that the spirits now knew that he could hear them. He couldn't exactly figure out whose voice he heard because of the voice blocking. The protagonist decided that it was all deliberately done to prevent him from identifying the speaker. The main character walked up to a pond where a fish was swimming. He decided to talk to it. Chen asked very cheerfully to the surprised fish, "Did she really just call him stupid?" The guy told the fish in an angry voice that he was a man with a big heart and couldn't watch animals suffer. He demanded that she tell him all about the unsealing. The fish was very frightened. It realized that the man had heard everything from it and knew everything about it. The frightened pond dweller turned around fearfully. She thought it was all over for her. The protagonist told his magical interlocutor that she wasn't talking after all. The man reached out his hand to grab the fish. He told her not to take offense. The system sent the protagonist a new mission. She told the host to take a look. The man said slyly to the system that it was in a big hurry for some reason. The electronic assistant told the guy that he should go to the king's realm as soon as possible. Chen demanded that the system transport him to the mission site. The system informed the human that it was preparing to set a telepathic anchor. Very soon the protagonist teleported out of the grounds of his estate. The protagonist was transported to the demon realm. He had a mission there. The person asked the system where they were and what they were required to do at that location. The system informed the guy that he had to convince Roshag, the head of the Demon Slayer sect. This ruler should give up evil and voluntarily become a disciple of the good-hearted Gate. The protagonist hesitated. He told himself that this task would be problematic for him. Chen in flight asked the system, "Where can he find Roshang?" He demanded the location of the target. Suddenly the flight stopped. The virtual assistant told the guy that she couldn't give him the location of the Roshang. He had to complete the mission on his own. Chen told himself cheerfully that this mission might not be that important to him anymore. The main character flew up. He said he wanted to go back and ask the talking fish some questions. The system promised the man that it would guide him. At this time, Roshang was walking on the battlefield. There were a lot of human bodies lying around him. The ruler looked around carefully. He studied the bodies of the people beside him and searched for survivors. The ruler angrily walked over to the wounded warrior lying on the earth and demanded that he get up and fight. Roshang noticed with amazement that the guy lying on the ground in front of him was dead. The disgruntled and angry ruler thought to himself that dying might not be easy. Roshang looked at the body lying in front of him with great excitement. The ruler was very unhappy that the warrior couldn't give him a good fight. Roshang looked up into the sky and noticed someone flying there. He couldn't figure out who it was approaching. The demonic ruler decided to waste no time. He kicked off the ground and jumped up. Roshang in flight asked angrily of the visitor, "Had the man come to kill him?" He demanded that the lad fight him. The system informed the protagonist that he saw his target, Roshang, in front of him. Chen realized fearfully that the ruler wanted to kill him. The system demanded the host to fight his opponent. The guy barely dodged a punch. Chen said grudgingly as he trusted his electronic assistant for the last time. The protagonist swung around to attack. He realized it was time to go all out. Chen used a magic skill called Omniscient Palm in flight against his opponent. The ruler noticed a huge burning palm in front of him. It knocked him off his flight. Roshang began to fall at high speed to the ground after a tremendous blow from the heavens. After a tremendous blow, the ruler fell to the ground. There was a huge explosion. Where the warrior had fallen, a huge hole appeared as if from a violent blow. Roshang's body lay in the center of a huge pit. He showed no signs of life. Chen said cheerfully to himself that such a blow was usually enough to crush an opponent. The protagonist came down to earth. He decided to see what condition Roshang was in. Chen was very surprised. He used all his power of earth and heaven, but he didn't kill the ruler. The protagonist got worried and scared. He realized it was all over for him. The ruler told the guy in an angry voice that one simple punch didn't hurt him that much. Roshang suddenly asked in an excited voice for the protagonist to take him on as an apprentice. The ruler told the interlocutor that he was willing to do anything as long as it would make him stronger. The protagonist was surprised to realize that the guy across from him was a martial arts fan. He sternly told his interlocutor that he was not worthy to be his disciple. The ruler asked the guy to teach him at least a few moves. He added that he was even willing to be his servant. Roshang said excitedly that he had a boundless thirst for knowledge. The protagonist reached out to him. Chen told his interlocutor that he would teach him if he passed a simple test. The ruler replied that he was ready for the test and was not afraid of difficulty. The main character told the warrior that he should become a disciple of the virtuous Buddha and serve him for some time. During his training, he should do good. Roshang was very surprised. He didn't expect such an offer from a stranger. Chen said that he would not teach someone so insincere. The warrior replied excitedly that he was ready. He confirmed that he was going to become a disciple of the Buddha. After that, Roshang teleported away very quickly. The protagonist was left alone. Chen realized that the ruler was very impatient if he disappeared so quickly. Roshang teleported to the kingdom of God. It was the domain of the Buddhists. After teleporting, the ruler landed on the roof of a building in a whirlwind of fire. Roshang, standing on the rooftop, demanded that a local teacher named Ai Li come out to him. The Buddhist estate was in the mountains. A teacher started to descend from the top. The Buddhist noticed some guest waiting for him on the roof of the building. The monk asked the Roshang in a submissive voice, for what purpose had the latter come to him? The warrior replied to the Buddhist that he had come to him to become his disciple. The teacher looked at the man in front of him in surprise. He couldn't believe that the warrior wanted to become a monk. The elder grudgingly said in reply to his guest that he was laughing at him. The warrior was angry. He told the old man that he opposed his proposal. Roshang told the surprised Buddhist that he could exchange a few blows with him. The old man prepared to defend himself. He activated a golden bell shield. The warrior sharply attacked the Buddhist with a wave of magic. He had time to defend himself. The old man realized that his opponent was very dangerous. He prepared to fight back further. Due to the powerful attack from Roshang, fire appeared over the entire estate. A massive hole appeared in the roof of the building due to a massive magical impact. The old man realized that the strongest man in the demonic grounds was fighting against him. The Buddhist was lying on the floor. There were puffs of smoke all around. He noticed a warrior standing in front of him. Roshang swung his leg around to finish his opponent off for good. The warrior kicked the old man in the stomach with all his might to finish him off. Roshang kicked the old man with all his might, and he flew through the hole in the wall. The Buddhist flew out of the building after the impact and flew towards the nearest mountain. An old man in a runaway flight hit a mountain. He was very badly hurt, but he survived. The Buddhist was passing into himself. He found the strength to rise and leaned against the mountainside. The old man plopped down on the ground. He said fearfully that he didn't know for what reason he could have angered the sect leader. Roshang said grudgingly to his interlocutor that he only wanted to be his apprentice. The old man was surprised. He looked perplexed at the warrior who had come to him, and did not know if he could believe him. The Buddhist told the warrior that if he had a problem with his head, he would help cure him. Roshang was very unhappy, because the Buddhist did not want to take him on as a disciple. Suddenly, the old man decided to agree to his guest's request. He shouted for him to stop. The Buddhist told the guy that if his desire was sincere, he was willing to accept him as a disciple. Roshang looked at the old man and said grudgingly, keeping him alive for now. The warrior demanded of the Buddhist that he carry out all the necessary procedures as soon as possible. He added that he would stay here for a while. The old man asked the guest if he really wanted to become his disciple. Roshang explained to his interlocutor that it was the elder who had forced him to become a Buddhist disciple. The teacher thought to himself, the elder must be a very strong master. He was able to make Roshang go to such trials. The Buddhist told the guy to join them at the main hall. There he would initiate him. The warrior naively asked the old man if the initiation could be dispensed with. The old man explained that one cannot pass the test without sacrificing something in return. He asked the warrior how he could show his determination. Roshang thought to himself that his interlocutor's words sounded logical to him. The guy patiently shouted to the Buddhist to go and initiate him. The old man replied to his interlocutor that it was a wise decision. Roshang said happily in a voice to his future teacher that he should hurry up. The old man bowed. He realized that he could now control his apprentice. A month later, the protagonist was sitting at his estate. He was resting under a peach tree. Chen Pinggang heard his medallion activate. Some kind of message had come to him. The protagonist took the medallion in his hands. He prepared to receive information. Chen learned that the bridge between Earth and the realm of the universe had been rebuilt. The interlocutor said they would take the guy Chenya and back to the kingdom of the universe. The protagonist was asked, "Does anything else need to be done?" Chen replied to the interlocutor that he was sending excellent work. The protagonist decided to inquire about Ruoshang. Senior asked his interlocutor if he knew the true Ruoshang of the demon's domain. The man angrily told the surprised protagonist that Ruoshang wouldn't be enough to kill. He explained that Ruoshang was a former young master who had escaped with half of Jushen Pavilion's resources. The interlocutor said that the demon lord from the demon domain had once been his most trusted disciple. The protagonist thought that if Ruoshang became a disciple of Buddhist Aili, the Mohao warrior would be very happy when he saw such a thing. Chen told his interlocutor slyly that when he returned to the kingdom of the universe, he would show him something funny. To himself, the protagonist decided that Mohao would be very surprised when he met Chu Ruoshang. At this time, the young warrior was in the possession of the Buddhists. He was being trained by a master. A guy was doing bricklaying. An old man said angrily that his apprentice had placed a brick crookedly. Ruoshang was angry. He pounded the stone angrily and with all his might, and it shattered. The old man angrily called his student by name. He would be very displeased. The student hit the brick again and it shattered into small pieces. Ruoshang nervously asked the teacher, which brick in the count did he break? The master explained to the apprentice that he had to personally repair the temple. Ruoshang said grudgingly to the old man not to hold him for a fool. He added that he should wait for the elder's decision. A servant came running over. He told the boy that the Mohao sect leader from the Jushin Pavilion had arrived, along with a young man. The young servant informed that the purpose of the guest's visit was Chiyoshiri. Ruoshang was very displeased. He said that old man Mohao had come to laugh at him. The student was not happy. He said he was very condescending when he left the Jushin Pavilion. The teacher reassured his ward in every way possible. The master asked the servant what the young man who had come to see them looked like. The boy said that the guest looked very handsome. The servant said that the guest who came looks and is in charge. Ruoshang said thoughtfully that the Mohao man was not the most pleasant type. The teacher told the student that the older man might know about his history with the Mohao man. The student realized that the elder was a very important person. He decided that it was all very bad. He did not know how he could appear in front of an elder like that. The old man decided to remind his interlocutor why the old man wanted him to become his disciple. The disciple was surprised. He asked the master what he meant. The old man explained to the guy that the elder had seen his defiance, so he wanted Ruoshang to cultivate in this place. The disciple told the master that he did not understand his cryptic words. He asked what should he do. The teacher told the guy to calm down. He explained to the guy that if he was clean when he met him, the outcome could be unpredictable. Ruoshang grudgingly asked the master when he had time to get up so tactfully. The old man replied in a calm voice to his disciple that monks don't lie. The teacher replied to the mentee that he would tell him what he should do. The boy threatened the master not to do anything behind his back. The master began to furtively advise his apprentice on how he should behave when meeting with the elder. The hero was at his estate. He was resting and drinking tea with an acquaintance. Mohao reminded the protagonist that he had invited him to see something funny. Chen replied to Man that he should wait a little longer. Mohao was very displeased, but he agreed to wait a little longer. The man was drinking tea. He thought that this might be the opportunity the older man had promised him. At that time, a Buddhist entered the building with his disciple. He greeted the interlocutors. The master said with a smile to the men that he was a little late. There was an apprentice standing nearby. Ruoshang looked carefully in front of him. He noticed a familiar warrior. Mohao was very surprised to see the guy in front of him. He even spit out his tea out of surprise. Ruoshang was also very displeased. Tea residue from the cup from the man got on him. The master sternly demanded of his apprentice that he properly greet the man in front of him. The student obediently folded his hands in greeting and bowed to the man. Ruoshang said to the surprised Mohao that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. The man angrily asked the guy, "Does he really see a Chu Ruoshang in front of him?" The guy turned to the man in a calm voice. He called him by name. Mohao ran around the guy with excitement and surprise. He didn't expect to see him like this. The man said with a smile to his apprentice, saying that it was very good that he hadn't killed him before. Mohao bowed to the protagonist and said he had to leave. His mind is clear and he is ready. Chen said goodbye to his interlocutor. The cultivator abruptly flew upwards and headed away from the manor. The protagonist asked his interlocutor how he was feeling. The student thought about it. He wanted to tell the older man everything in detail. The guy told the interviewer that his guidance has made him more stable. He hopes to finish the test soon. The protagonist was surprised. He couldn't believe that Ruoshang had been transformed because of him. Chen told his interlocutor to continue in the same vein. The disciple thanked the elder. Protagonist got a message from the system. He still hasn't completed his mission. Ruoshang hasn't cast off evil. Chen told the Buddhist master that he had been able to change the state of Ruoshang. To himself, he thought that he should make the monk work more seriously. Buddhist asked the protagonist, Why did the protagonist want Rushang to become his disciple? The protagonist explained to the master that this was a good opportunity for him and his new apprentice. If Rushang wholeheartedly embraced the path of goodness, they could reach incredible heights. The Buddhist was surprised. He had already reached the peak of the divine sage. He did not understand what heights the fellow was talking about. The master thought to himself that the main character had told him about the possibility of going to the upper world. Chen told the old man that he believed in him. The protagonist turned around and prepared to leave. He told the old man to work hard. The Buddhist said goodbye to the elder. The master told the sly student that he would have a tight training schedule. The boy didn't know what his teacher was up to. The protagonist was approaching the kingdom of the immortals. He was preparing to appear over the mountain valleys. Chen teleported away. He said that the Peacefulness sect should be near the entrance to the immortal realm. The protagonist had some free time. He decided to check on some acquaintances and flew. As he was flying, Chen noticed something suspicious. He looked closely at the ground. A wounded and battered girl stood close to the tree. Opposite her stood a warrior. The sword warrior told the girl that she should not have interfered and provoked Elder Chen. The captive shouted at the warrior that he was doing evil and hiding behind the name of the sect of peace. She threatened the boy that he would be punished by the head of the Murong. The warrior was surprised. He was amused by her words about the head of the Murong. The warrior swung his sword. He shouted to the captive that Elder Chen was the true head of the peace-loving sect. The guy decided to speed up to finish his victim off with a sword. The warrior pointed his sword at the girl and shouted for her to prepare to die. The prisoner was frightened. He saw the death blade appear right in front of her. The protagonist at that time launched a magic lightning bolt at the warrior's hands. The warrior dropped his sword to the ground. The blade hit the ground and flew off to the side. The young boy was saved. The protagonist angrily asked the warrior what the warrior had just said. Chen flew up to the stranger and asked, "Has the head of the peace-loving sect been deposed?" The warrior grudgingly asked the protagonist, "How dare he eavesdrop on them?" The warrior then accelerated and ran up to the stranger to attack him. The protagonist demanded in a calm voice that the angry interlocutor answer him. The guy swung his fist. He angrily shouted to his opponent to prepare for death. Chen activated his magic skills. He told the warrior that he was overestimating himself. The protagonist launched the warrior into his powerful blast of fire. The guy's attack smashed into a tree and shattered it into splinters. The protagonist threw his opponent far away with a powerful punch. The powerful impact left holes in the trees. Chen killed a cultivator from the immortal realm and received 50,000 points. He asked the girl if she was a disciple of a peace-loving sect. The girl replied that the boy was right. The protagonist decided to give his new acquaintance a reward. He activated his ring. A golden vial flew in front of the surprised girl. Chen said it was giving her a vial of healing elixir. The student was amazed. She realized that she had a very powerful remedy in front of her. The girl was holding a vial of revitalizing immortality elixir. This drug can resurrect the dead. The student was overjoyed. She bowed to the protagonist and thanked him. Chen told his new acquaintance in a calm voice that she did not need to bow to him. The girl decided to start a detailed story. She reported about the time when the peace-loving sect moved to the immortal realm. The student and the protagonist approached the estate, which was near a mountain. The protagonist and his new acquaintance were standing near the entrance to the estate. The girl told me that the sect only relies on immortal emperors. Elder Chen controls most of the sect. The protagonist thus decided to go inside through the main gate. Chen looked around and told the girl not to worry. He decided to go inside. The protagonist was calmly walking down the stairs, at which time he was spotted inside. The elder told his disciples to immediately destroy the murderer of their comrade. The young warriors ran as a group to crush the protagonist. Young warriors ran from all sides to surround the protagonist. One of the boys asked his eldest, what should they do about the stranger now? The protagonist was not happy. He said that the peace-loving sect endures negotiations without evidence. The leader was surprised. He didn't understand what kind of proof the guy wanted. The man explained that it was up to him here to decide what the proof was. The protagonist warned the man that he might have powerful allies. The elder smiled. He was greatly amused by the words of the protagonist. The man told the guy cheerfully that anyone would bow down to the might of the immortal emperor. He is the one behind the peace-loving sect. The young warriors were surprised and didn't understand how the protagonist could provoke the elder. The protagonist told the interlocutor that he might be personally acquainted with the head of their sect. The young warriors were surprised. They looked among themselves excitedly. The students laughed. They couldn't believe that the main character could be acquainted with the head of their sect. The leader looked at the guest incredulously. He couldn't believe the guy knew the head of their sect. The man told the protagonist that even if he knows Murong Yunhai, it doesn't change anything. The leader said that he personally is in charge here, not Murong. A girl appeared from behind. She walked up and said that the elder is very unbearable. The man was surprised. He turned around and greeted the girl in surprise. The leader told the interlocutor that she must break through to the peak of the Golden Sage. The girl told the interlocutor that if she did not urgently stop her reclusive behavior, she would never know his true face. The elder became agitated. He dropped to his knees in front of the young miss. The man asked a frightened-looking woman to give him one last chance. The girl told strictly that she would not decide whether to forgive the elder. The elder noticed the girl heading off to the side somewhere. He became worried. The young miss ran to the side. As she walked, she said her incompetence had gotten her into trouble. Young miss fell to her knees in front of the protagonist. She said that she was responsible for the current state of the peace-loving sect. The leader didn't understand why the girl was apologizing to her guest. Chen Pinggang was excited and surprised. He didn't understand why young miss was acting like this. The protagonist told his interlocutor that he wasn't going to blame her. The girl was very upset. Chen Pinggang stroked Xiao Shui's head. He did not understand why she was crying. The interlocutor apologized to the guest for seeing this. The protagonist told the girl to call the court elders. Xiao Shui extended her hand towards the protagonist. A small glow appeared around her. Then the pillar of fire flew high into the sky. Below was young miss. A bright pentagram was left on the ground. You could see it from a great height. 2 elders flew to the estate. They were to meet the protagonist. The old man bowed to the protagonist and greeted him. The elders apologized to the Chung for not being able to welcome him in advance. The protagonist told his interlocutors that he was very dissatisfied with the current state of the sect. The elders were very frightened. One of them said that the young men had been alone too long. The elders fell down in a bow. One of them said that the peace-loving sect had become very corrupted. Xiao Shui looked at the protagonist with excitement. She wanted to address him. Chen told the elders that they had known each other for a very long time. He could not punish them. The protagonist demanded that the leaders reform the sect and make disciples. The elders jumped up and thanked the protagonist very happily. The old man glared angrily at the sect leader and said that he still wouldn't calm down. The leader fell to his knees in fright. He did not know how to justify himself to the elders. The cult leader began to think of words to justify himself. He didn't know what to say. The old man looked angrily at the sect head and said that he should act according to the rules. The elder said that a man must destroy his cultivation base and limit himself to a peak siguo. The man was angry. He yelled that he didn't want to do that. A warrior grabbed him from the side. The elder angrily commanded the warriors to pull the sect head down. The fighters were pulling the head of the sect with their hands. He was shouting loudly that he had done a lot for his organization. The elder said strictly that from today, all the disciples of the Pinggang sect would study morality and take a test. Whoever fails to pass the test will be expelled. The young students told the old man in a friendly manner that they understood him completely. The elder asked the protagonist if such measures would be enough. Chen told the interlocutor that he bowed to him as if they did not know each other. The protagonist told the elders that if they were free tomorrow, they could come to him. He added that they could also bring the Xiao Shui girl with them. The old men were very happy. They shouted cheerfully to the interlocutor that they were free tomorrow. Chen activated the teleportation window. He prepared to return to his manor. The protagonist told the old men that he was going home to get ready. He reminded his interlocutors about the invitation. A girl teleported into the main character's estate. He wasn't there yet. The guest in the pink suit was looking around carefully. It was Fan Yixuan. She was Duan Xingxin's younger sister. Fan looked around the grounds of the manor. She noticed a pond with flowers floating in it. The girl glanced over and noticed a magical broom standing near the tree. Fang was very unhappy. He didn't understand why these artifacts were here. The door to the house opened. The lady of the manor came out. The girl noticed the surprised guest and called out her name, Zhao Xuan. Fan was overjoyed. She threw herself into her girlfriend's arms. Xingxin asked very cheerfully to her friend, "How did that one get there?" Fang told her interlocutor that she missed her a lot. The girl from the estate asked her friend if her pinyin had brought her. Fan got angry. She didn't like that her interlocutor reminded her of this guy. Fang spilled so much that she tapped her foot on the ground. The girl reminded the disgruntled interlocutor that the guy is her son-in-law. Guest told her companion that if it were not for this fact, she would certainly not have come to the aid of the pinyin. The girl recalled with a smile that the guy had asked her to hold Murong Shui for a month. At that time, a little girl appeared from the side. She shouted to her friend Xingxin that she had returned. The girl asked her interlocutor in surprise, "Did they really have visitors?" Fan was surprised. She didn't know her friend at the estate had another sister here. A chagrined Fan asked her friend, "Does she really have a sister here?" Fang cried. She shouted to her companion that she was very insensitive. The guest said that she used to beg the guy to stay here for a month. Xingxin slyly interrogated her interlocutor. Did she really beg Ping'an? Fan caught on in time. She said that she had not begged anyone. A girl came running up. She was out of breath and carrying something. Fan Po asked Shinshin, what did she find so special about the girl? The girl became agitated. The guest touched her face with her hand and looked at her intently. The girl cheerfully told the guest that she was the younger sister of the Ping'an. Fan was angered by the girl's words. She gave her a very unhappy look. Suddenly, the guest changed her mind. She realized that the girl in front of her was as cute as she was. The protagonist teleported and returned to the mortal world. He arrived at his estate. Chen opened the gate. He said to Shinshin that a couple of friends were coming over tomorrow. The main character was surprised by the arrival of a new girl. Shinshin explained that Xiao Xuan had come to visit them. Chen looked at the guest with great attention. The girl was eating the watermelon with gusto. The protagonist asked Shinshin where her sister came from. The girl replied that she got this life experience from the system. Shinshin said that her sister usually cultivates with her parents in the sect. This time she came for a mission. Chung thought about it. He realized Xiao would be staying at his manor for a long time. The guy realized he needed to show the girl his best side. Chen activated his magic ring. A glow appeared around his hand. The protagonist shouted excitedly that they were about to have a feast in honor of the guest's arrival. A sumptuous table was set at Chen's estate. Everyone prepared to feast. On the table was a great quantity of various appetizing food on platters and plates. The main character invited all the girls to the table with a smile to start the meal. Chen was surprised. He noticed how Zhao was consuming the food non-stop with great appetite. The protagonist asked in wonder at the girl, how on earth could she fit so much food in her? Zhao very quickly finished the food in the bowl and put the chopsticks on the table aside. The girl said in a disgruntled voice that the meat didn't seem very fresh to her. Shinshin said it was her fault. She had given her guest bad meat. She asked her sister again if she wanted some more noodles. Xiao cheerfully replied to her interlocutor that the meat was not particularly bad. The girl said with a smile to her sister, the one who wasn't so selective anymore. 23, Xiao said in a disgruntled voice to her sister that she just didn't want her to speak ill of the guy. Chen thought about it. He watched with great attention the way the girls were talking to each other. The protagonist looked at the sisters and decided it was all arrogance. Evening came and the meal was over. The guests at the table decided to rest. Xiao fell asleep at the table after a big meal. She was full. The main character's younger sister also slept at the table after the meal. Shinshin started to clear the dishes from the table. Xiao woke up abruptly and woke up. The girl told her sister that they could rest after they had eaten. Xiao told her sister that she was very tired while she was cooking. Shinshin was happy because her sister had given her so much attention. Xiao gathered up all the dishes and prepared to carry them away. The girl walked up to the main character and said they needed to retire to their room. Chen said quietly to his wife that they should go back to their room. Xiao slyly thought to herself that her sister would be leaving her husband very soon. The night passed. The next morning, the inhabitants of the manor woke up. The doors opened and the protagonist prepared to go outside with his wife. Chen was standing outside with Shinshin. They were recovering from their sleep. The protagonist was surprised to notice the Xiao girl sitting near the table and dozing. Chen asked with surprise and interest at the girl, "Didn't she get enough sleep?" Xiao was very angry. She grudgingly asked the guy, "Does he dare to ask her anymore?" The main character was very surprised. He didn't understand why the girl had such negative emotions. The girl was very angry. Chen couldn't understand what he'd done wrong. Xiao very unhappily shouted to the embarrassed guy that she was very noisy at night. The girl grudgingly told the protagonist that he and his wife had been disturbing her sleep all night. Chen didn't have time to justify himself. Xiao jumped to her feet and headed away. The protagonist told his wife that he was putting up a soundproof barrier. Shinshin said with a smile that her sister was still young and wouldn't understand everything. Chen excitedly told himself that the children would now learn everything very early on. The protagonist thought shyly to himself that his name was already tarnished. Shinshin knew that soundproof barriers were useless to her sister. The wife told the protagonist that Xiao Xuan would understand everything in time. She reminded him that they would have guests today. Mr. Chen told his wife that she was completely right. He said that people would come to them soon. There was a very heavy knock on the gate. Chen said their guests had already arrived. The large gates began to open. The protagonist prepared to greet the new arrivals. Mr. Chen looked ahead of him with great attention. He noticed that a great many people had come. A group of elders and cultivators entered the manor. The elder bowed to the protagonist and apologized for disturbing him. Chen asked with surprise and bewilderment at the guests, "Why did they all come together?" The elder said that they had many conversations with Brother Yu. They were afraid of disturbing the protagonist if they came one by one. Therefore, they all arrived together. Chen said with a smile to the guests that they shouldn't have worried so much. The guest introduced his friend named Jian Yuao to the protagonist. Sun Yuao was the second master of the divine realm. One day, he competed against Dan Gichi for the title of Divine Emperor. Wang told Chen Yu that Sun had heard a lot about him and wanted to meet him in person. The guest looked at the protagonist unhappily and asked, "Does that one represent the incomparable power that Van spoke of earlier?" Sun called his interlocutor a liar who sought only fame for himself. Van said angrily to his friend that he was being very rude to the elder. Sun explained that the protagonist didn't even come close to having the aura of a master. The angry elder demanded that his friend apologize to the elder. Sun headed for the main character. He told the interlocutors that he would expose this guy. The man demanded the protagonist to show him how to get his power flow going. He added that if the guy could accomplish this, he would bow to him as an apology. The surrounding guests watched with interest and waited to see what Chen would say. Sun looked angrily at the guy. He wanted to warn him what would happen if he couldn't follow the instruction. The man angrily told the protagonist that he would pay with his head if he failed. Chen smiled slyly to himself. He figured he could outplay Sunya. The protagonist looked at the old men in front of him. He could have ignored the Sunya, but he figured that's not how masters behave. Chen decided to tell his interlocutor the first stupid thing he could think of. The protagonist pointed his finger at the man and decided to inform him of the reasons for his stagnation. Chen told the surprised Sun that his attitude was preventing him from advancing further. Sun was surprised that the guy used such a superficial definition. Van said sideways to his friend, which is exactly how he understood it. The old man told his interlocutor that he had some really unresolved ties. Sun sat at the table across from the old man. Van wanted to remind his interlocutor of some old incident. Van recalled how Sun had come many years ago to his house for a drink. After they had drunk, the man told him about his childhood. Shin answered the old man fearfully that he didn't even remember at all what he had once said to him long ago. Van reminded his interlocutor that his father had once taught him to take responsibility for his words. The warrior stood up and thought. He said that all this happened tens of thousands of years ago. Parents had already been reincarnated several times. Blue thought about it. He decided that he would never forget his parents. Gradually, the warrior got rid of the menacing thoughts. A smile appeared on his face. Shin said that all these were matters of bygone years. He recalled that when he had fought with Dongguichi, the latter had pointed out his mental restlessness. Van told his interlocutor that he recognized his problem. In the end, there is always a solution. The man hesitated. He realized the old man was right and exhaled unhappily to himself. Sun realized that all this was easier said than done. Suddenly the warrior dropped to his knees. He decided to apologize to Chen. Sun said he was young and inexperienced and apologized to the guy. The protagonist was pleased. He realized that words were unnecessary in this situation. Chen told the man that he was his guest. He helped him to his feet. The guy thought to himself that Wang Chenglin was able to fool everyone around him. The guy told the guests that they could go inside to sit down. The protagonist stood the guests to keep them from standing at the door. He advanced deep into the manor. Chen watched as his wife set the food on the table with a tray. The main character told the girl that she could go rest, and he didn't need to help. Xingxin said in a suspicious voice to her husband that he had some kind of argument. The main character assured the girl that everything was fine. Sun and Van looked excitedly in front of them. Chen told his wife that she could go and sleep some more. Sun was very frightened. He felt as if he had been expelled from heaven and earth at the same time. Van came up behind the man and put his hand on his shoulder. The old man explained to Sunu that the elder might be kind, but his family could nail him. The man thanked his interlocutor. Chen told the interlocutors that they could sit down. The old men sat around the table, while more guests came from the side. Someone called out from the protagonist's side. A group of divine emperors have arrived. One of them apologized for being late. The protagonist saw before him a guest in a golden robe with a fan in his hands. The new guest amicably said that Master Chen was still as impressive as ever. The old men stood up and greeted the two divine emperors. Chen noticed that one of the guests looked like a guy who used to laugh with Xingxin before. The protagonist looked at the immortal divine emperor in front of him in surprise. The protagonist asked his interlocutor if Su was still under the command of the divine emperor. The guy told the protagonist that Su has been making a lot of progress lately. The main character told the guest to take a seat, even though he had limited space near the table. The guest bowed and thanked the Chen for inviting them to the table. The protagonist turned to the old men and wanted to ask them for something. Chen got a message from the system. It added a new mission. The main character was given a mission to set up sects in 3 different divine worlds under his control. Chen realized that he would give this information to Dongguichi and the others. Chen turned to his guests. He said that he had an important request. The guy revealed that he had a strong enemy. He needed the old men and divine emperors to improve their cultivation as soon as possible and help him in battle. Sun thought for a moment. He realized that the protagonist must have a very formidable opponent. Chen asked his interlocutors if they had any objections. The guests sat at the table in silence. Van thought to himself, free cheese is only in a mousetrap. The old man hesitated and worried. He couldn't decide what to do. The Divine Emperor made a decision. He placed his cup on the table. The boy promised the older man that he would do everything he could to support him. The rest of the guests sat at the table in silence. No one else dared to speak. Another man jumped up and said he was willing to lay down his life for the teacher. The guests all said together that they have no objections. They are ready to serve the elder. Chen was happy at this answer. He realized that his friends would support him. The protagonist told his interlocutors that he would give them a couple of orders. Chen thought slyly to himself that the name of the Ping Gang sect could attract strong opponents. Therefore, it was better to be safeguarded right away. The protagonist said he had to establish sects in 3 different divine worlds under different names. One warrior told the protagonist to help raise his younger brother Chen, and the protagonist warned his guests to be careful in the divine forest. The warrior bowed and said they understood. Chen gave his guests details and explanations until late in the evening. It was already dark all around. The protagonist instructed the men to continue cultivating after they returned. Chen exhaled a sigh of relief. He thought to himself that he had said all the right things to the guests. The protagonist watched the warriors leave. He thought grudgingly to himself that being a senior was not an easy task. Chen hesitated. He sensed unhappily to himself that there was something he didn't know after all. The system informed the master that he had accomplished the task of Chu Kaosh. In return, he received 2 high-level cultivation realms. The protagonist has advanced to the immortal elemental realm to the 1st level. Chen said happily that he could now enhance the divine sense. He would also have the ability to control more of the power of heaven and earth. The protagonist noticed a Tao pattern around his hands. He realized that it was given to him by the system. Chen asked slyly for the system to give him a few more abilities. The virtual assistant informed the guy that he has a new mission activated. He needs to move to the world of chaos. The protagonist has changed clothes. Chen felt more comfortable in his new clothes. He decided that the system had made them for him. At this time, a hand reached out of the robe and tapped the guy in the face. The clothes demanded a bit of self-respect from the man. Chen was very surprised. The robe angrily told its owner that he was not some ordinary garment. The boy set out to explore the world of chaos. He prepared to be transported to a busy city street. Chen teleported out from under the earth near some building. There were a lot of people around. The guy watched, and the chaos world seemed normal to him. The mission details also became available to him. The main character has to play the role of Constant Hate Jiang. He is the young master of the Jiang family. After that, the guy has to take a position in the sect leaders in the combat competition system, reported additional information on the mission. Chen thought about it. He decided that this mission would not be so difficult for him. The main character was walking down the street. He thought happily that this time he would avoid dead people or airplane crashes. Chen heard someone call out to a man named Jiang at that time. The stranger shouted to the guy that he was going to die today. Chen noticed a huge green sword flying at him. The protagonist became agitated. People started running away from him. Chen thought for a moment and decided that his mission would be over before it had even begun. The protagonist activated a magic skill. He decided to put all his power into this technique. Chen told himself that if he failed, he would get out of here quickly. The protagonist abruptly launched a fireball into the sky to fend off the attack. Chen was very surprised and frightened. He realized that he would not be able to fight off the green sword from the sky. The guy realized fearfully that the difference is very prohibitive. He can't defend himself right now. Chen Ping'an gave a request to the system to send it back immediately. A huge fire fist flew into the sky and tried to repel the green sword. Suddenly, a bright golden glowing pentagram appeared in the sky. There was a very big explosion. The whole sky was completely covered in bright fire. A greenish glow appeared in the sky. It began to crack and fall apart. The yellowish fire shattered the huge green sword and it shattered into shards. High in the sky, near the burning fireball, the outline of a man appeared. People stood on the ground and looked anxiously at the huge explosion above. The warrior on the ground watched as high in the sky the threat to them was eliminated. The guys downstairs said cheerfully that they had survived. The city was glowing around them. The warriors welcomed Master Jiang back from his hermitage. One guy said someone had saved their family. One warrior shouted happily that they had been attacked by the second most senior in the Sand Gang. Eventually, the head of the family reached the level of half a saint. The family members decided to have a feast for the guests. Someone said that they should hurry up and prepare everything for the celebration. The head of the family was at home. It was late evening. Light was streaming in from the windows of the building. Mr. Zhang asked the guest with interest, why did the guest think that he had reached the half-saint level? The man was surprised. He could not understand why he personally did not know that he had reached the half-saint level. The head of the family was called Zhang Deshuai. The lad told the joyful head of the household that everyone already knew of his victory in the battle against the second in the Sand Gang. Zhang had no way of knowing why the Sand Gang man had attacked their family. The interlocutor told the joyful man that it was very timely that he had broken through to the level of half a saint. Zhang realized that the enemy was afraid of them because of the rumors that had appeared. The head of the family told his subordinate to prepare the greatest feast. No family would dare to mock them anymore. Zhang could not understand who had really saved his family and why these people were hiding. The protagonist has returned to the kingdom of the dead. He has arrived at his estate. Chen told himself that the world of chaos was a very dangerous place. He was glad that he had been able to escape from there. The protagonist thought about it and remembered that the mission hadn't failed yet, which meant that the Zhang family had survived. The protagonist decided to go back and check it out. He even got ready to query the system. Chen thought about it. He realized that he would be better off staying in his own world. The guy thought that going back to the other world would be risky for him. There might be enemies around him. There was a militant meeting at the Sand Gang base in the other world. The militants stood silent. They stared intently at their leader. The warrior said that he never imagined that the old man would reach the level of a half-saint and be able to kill one of their men. The leader pounded his fist on the table. He said that because of old wounds, he couldn't go deal with Zhang. The ringleader stretched his hand out in front of him. He decided to take the amulet lying on the table. The old man said excitedly, "Hao Shadiao is the head of the Sand Gang." The leader held the talisman in his hand. He said that without the Zhang family's secret treasure, he would be finished off by old wounds. As a result, he would not be able to break through further. At that time, in the house of the Yan family, people were preparing for a big feast. There were bright lights everywhere. The warriors went around the market and collected various foods for the future feast. Suddenly, a bright pink glowing pentagram appeared in the ground. Gradually, the light on the ground grew stronger and stronger. Tongues of pink flame appeared. Suddenly, an unfamiliar warrior appeared out of a pentagram in the ground outside. The assassin angrily said that today the story of the Zhang family will come to an end. The mercenary stood outside a large building. He told himself that the Zhang family would fall today. It was a late city evening. There were few people on the streets. Light streamed in from the windows of buildings. Chen decided to teleport to a parallel world after all. He showed up on the street. The protagonist was transported to the street right outside the Zhang family home. Chen stood looking at the building in front of him. Many people were crowded at the entrance. The main character was surprised that people were alive, and there were still houses around. The mercenary decided to attack at this time. He told himself that there were worthy opponents in the Zhang family. The warrior accelerated and raced towards the building past the protagonist. Chen looked away anxiously. He couldn't figure out who had appeared beside him. The main character couldn't help himself and fell to the ground. He couldn't understand what was going on. The fighter stopped. He noticed that there was a stranger not far from him. He could not understand why he was being attacked. He asked the fighter who he was. The mercenary got angry. He looked hotly at the guy next to him. The fighter got into a fighting stance. He prepared to attack the protagonist. The mercenary said angrily to the Chen that he would wish he had died sooner at the hands of his brother's butchers. The fighter decided to hit his opponent with a punch. The protagonist dodged and thought he was being attacked by some psychopath. Chen got into a fighting stance and prepared to defend himself against the mercenary's attacks. The protagonist realized that he must disrupt the rhythm of the action movie with his attacks. Then he could teleport and escape. Chen very sharply grabbed his opponent's arm to defend against the attack. The mercenary thought to himself cheerfully that the guy wouldn't be able to defeat him with such attacks. Chen decided to finish off his attacker with a magical strike as soon as possible. The mercenary was blown to pieces. The whole area was splattered with blood. Chen thought grudgingly to himself that the dead fighter only had a creepy nickname. The protagonist looked at the remains of the mercenary. He thought that he was very strong himself. The head of the family was already running from the side. Zhang fearfully asked the protagonist to wait for him. Chen turned around and asked the man what the man wanted from him. The man gave his name. He said that he was the head of the Zhang family. He thanked the protagonist for saving their family. Chen asked his interlocutor in surprise when he had saved his family. The man said that the assassin who was destroyed was very dangerous. If this mercenary came to this place, it means that the Zhang family wanted to kill the Sand Gang. Chen said in a disgruntled voice that the mercenary seemed weak to him. The head of the family told the protagonist that judging from his movements, he had used the palm seal skill 2 days ago. The man explained to the guy that he had saved their family twice already. Chen looked at the bloody footprints around him. The protagonist was surprised. He realized that he was able to win by a very large difference in strength. Zhang looked at his interlocutor. He had something else important to tell him. The man explained to the protagonist that he had misappropriated his accomplishments. Chen replied to Zhang that he didn't care about such trivialities. About himself, the guy knew that he would need to use another identity for future missions. The head of the household was surprised and amazed at such generosity from a stranger. The man obediently bowed to the protagonist and thanked him for everything. Chen hesitated and realized that he had now taken on the appearance of the grandson of the head of the Zhang family. The protagonist decided that he needed to improve the image of the person whose identity he had gotten.